Reverend Insanity Chapter 2254 to Chapter 2303. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang traveled rapidly. Ever since Qin Dingling used her luck path killer move, the two's journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any setbacks. Jun Xinguang praised this many times. Qin Dingling explained, "This power is far beyond what I can unleash normally. I have also figured out the reason behind the resonance of heaven and earth." Back then, Giant Sun Immortal placed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace in Northern Plains Black Heaven for over 300,000 years. Over these 300,000 years, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been in operation. It slowly created luck path down marks, almost covering the whole of immemorial Black Heaven. Because of such a terrifying accumulation, Central Continent once attacked Northern Plains to seize fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but suffered heavy losses halfway through the march. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected that the two heavens would fuse, so he moved Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace away and used it for the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But over 300,000 years of luck path creation, luck path down marks have already been carved in immemorial Black Heaven above Northern Plains. Furthermore, the scale of these luck path down marks is unimaginably huge. After the two heavens fused, immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven split into countless fragments. Some were big and some were small, black and white. The luck path down marks also spread out. Jun Xinguang asked, "Then why did Lady Qin Dingling's luck path killer move get amplified by these luck path down marks? Did Giant Sun Immortal help you?" Qin Dingling's expression sank. "If that is the case, I'm afraid Giant Sun Immortal is involved in this. But this possibility is not high, because I have already sent a message back to ask Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told me clearly that these luck path down marks have already returned to natural down marks. They are not Giant Sun Immortals." Jun Xinguang was even more confused. Then why did it respond? Qin Dingling shook her head. "Let's not investigate this for now. The most important thing now is to recruit Flickering Light Grotto Heaven." Jun Xinguang was even more confident in this. "Lady Qin Dingling, your luck path killer move is truly powerful. In my opinion, we will succeed this time." A moment later, the two immortals of the Celestial Court finally arrived near the Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They were shocked to see that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was rampaging outside Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not enter Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He broke the Grotto Heaven's entrance and stretched out his countless arms, rampaging inside the Grotto Heaven, slaughtering countless living beings. He killed humans and immortals alike. He was extremely cruel. Qin Dingling was dumbfounded. She had never expected such a thing to happen. The Supreme Ancient Two Heavens were too powerful. The probability of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finding trouble with Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was very small. Jun Xinguang also opened his mouth wide, staring at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before slowly turning around to look at Qin Dingling with a strange and complex expression. Jun Xinguang seemed to be saying, "Lord, is this caused by your luck path killer move?" Qin Dingling coughed and said awkwardly, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a venerable. Even if my luck path methods are resonated with heaven and earth and are amplified by luck path down marks, it should not be to this extent, right?" Jun Xinguang was also at a loss. Then what should we do? The two of them originally wanted to instigate Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but in the end, Old Immortal Hua Yu fully displayed the specialty of an information path expert. He vaguely told the two immortals of the Celestial Court without leaving any evidence that if the Celestial Court could persuade the Twinkling Grotto Heaven to surrender, then Old Immortal Hua Yu would follow. But now, Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang had gone through a long and arduous journey to reach the Flickering Light Grotto. In the end, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was going to be destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Go quickly, Cave Master. Let us attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven is destined to be destroyed, but there are still our clansmen in your immortal aperture. Please think of the big picture." Right at this time, 6 Gu immortals came out of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 Light Path Gu Immortal Liang Jingjing was already heavily injured. She was escaping in tears under the protection of the other Gu Immortals. However, even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in his right mind, he was still a venerable. He was filled with killing intent. Seeing that these Gu Immortals were about to escape from under his nose, he followed his instincts and attacked. The Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven were in danger. A chance. Jun Shenguang blurted out. So that's it. Qin Dingling realized at once, so my luck path killer move is here. Huge opportunities were often hidden in danger. Let us lend you a hand. Qin Dingling shouted, taking the lead to attack. Jun Shenguang followed closely behind. The Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven were initially terrified. After all, according to the current situation, they were enemies. But when they found out that the two immortals of Celestial Court were truly helping them, these Gu immortals felt even more joy and gratitude. Eventually, with the help of Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang, the Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven successfully broke out of the encirclement. Of course, they had paid a huge price. Qin Dingling was lightly injured, Jun Shenguang was heavily injured. There were only 3 Gu immortals left in Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, 1 was unconscious and 2 were heavily injured. This is the power of a venerable. We could not retaliate at all. Jun Shenguang sighed. Even though he was safe now, he still felt some lingering fear. He was a rank 8 expert, but under the pursuit of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was as weak as a baby. And this was when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind. His actions were similar to a soul beast. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased us with his full strength, we would not have survived. Thankfully, his attention was still on Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He only chased us for a short while before returning to Flickering Light Grotto Heaven to wreak havoc. Qin Dingling said. Sai, our homeland, of the 3 Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, 1 was unconscious. The other 2 had pale expressions, their hearts were heavy, they could not conceal their grief, anger, helplessness, and other emotions. My condolences, my 3 friends. Venerables are invincible, we rank 8s are still ants. It is already a great fortune that we were able to escape. Qin Dingling consoled. Liang Jingjing suddenly bowed towards Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. We were enemies, but you 2 risked your lives to save me. Such righteousness and magnanimity, I am truly moved by it, it is truly shocking. Celestial Court is indeed the leader of humanity since ancient times, the #1 super force forever. Compared to you, our alliance leader actually calls himself Great Love Immortal Venerable and created the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It is the greatest irony in the world. Liang Jingjing was filled with anger and hatred at the mention of Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang looked at each other, seeing the joy and surprise in each other's eyes. The other Gu immortal from Flickering Light Grotto Heaven who was awake said, Friends of Celestial Court, our Grotto Heaven leader is not a traitor, it is Fang Yuan who has gone too far. We had already asked him for help, we took the initiative to stuff Light Heaven into jewel yellow skies and transacted it to him. But he took the Light Heaven and ignored us, he did not even think of helping us, he directly abandoned us. We are his subordinates, we are members of his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Such actions are truly too disappointing and despicable. To think that we thought he had truly turned over a new leaf after becoming venerable, he had turned over a new leaf. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang heard this and were overjoyed. Even without their persuasion, the Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven had already taken the initiative to surrender. Lady Qin Dingling's luck path killer move is truly profound. Jun Shenguang praised in his heart. Qin Dingling said solemnly, Friends, I will not hide it from you, we have our own reasons for coming to help. Next, Qin Dingling explained the reason in detail and asked Liang Jingjing to help her persuade Old Immortal Huayu to surrender. Liang Jingjing and the rest were overjoyed after hearing this. They had no choice but to turn to Celestial Court and betray Fang Yuan, they felt very uneasy. If Fang Yuan came to settle the score with them, they would be in deep trouble. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could block Heaven Refining Demon Venerable for a while and protect them. But was there a reason to guard against a thief for a long time? If Fang Yuan harbored hatred in his heart and wanted to kill these traitors, he would definitely have the initiative. He could attack whenever he wanted. If he attacked one day, the Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven would not be able to resist for long enough to wait for reinforcements. This was something that they were absolutely certain of. Because earlier, they had experienced the terror of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And this was a Venerable without sentience. With sentience, if Fang Yuan replaced Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would be extremely terrifying, these Gu Immortals would not have any hope of escaping. The Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven had already decided to betray them. They hoped that there would be as many traitors as possible to divert their attention. Thus, Liang Jingjing ignored her injuries and decided to go with Qin Dingling to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to rebel against Old Immortal Huayu. The group met up with Old Immortal Huayu in secret. Qin Dingling had a powerful explanation. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already deduced the result. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to be casually roaming around and destroying things, but there is a pattern to it. Everything he destroyed was the pillar that supported immemorial white heaven. For example, the heavenly chasm, the heavenly pillar, or the heaven vein node of immemorial white heaven like Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Your tribe's Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is the same as Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They are both heaven vein nodes in immemorial white heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will definitely come to destroy Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, just like how he destroyed Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Liang Jingjing immediately added, Old Immortal Huayu, we have known each other for many years. You have seen my situation. Fang Yuan did not save me and even devoured my tribe's light heaven. His actions are not only cruel, they are also despicable and shameless. Are you still placing your hopes on such an alliance leader? Oh friend, please make a decision quickly. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable comes, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven will not have the time or opportunity to relocate. Author's note, 20 points, 1 more. Update. Old Immortal Huayu was moved. He gritted his teeth. I wonder if Celestial Court has a way to transfer my Grotto Heaven? Qin Dingling smiled. Of course we do. Our Celestial Court's foundation is not something that Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan can compare to. Trust me, it is a wise choice for you to side with Celestial Court. Old Immortal Huayu sighed deeply. This is a serious matter. Please allow me to return to the Grotto Heaven and hold a meeting to discuss with the other Gu immortals. Then we will wait here for your good news. Qin Dingling was very magnanimous. Old Immortal Huayu returned to the Grotto Heaven and gathered the immortals, explaining the situation. The immortals were shaken. After discussing for 3 days and 3 nights, they all decided to side with Old Immortal Huayu to side with Celestial Court. Li Xiaobai was among them. He also expressed his allegiance to Celestial Court, but he was feeling uneasy internally. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected him, she might discover the relationship between Li Xiaobai and Fang Yuan's main body. But he could not do anything alone. Joining Celestial Court had already become the consensus of the immortals. Old Immortal Huayu led the immortals out of the Grotto Heaven's entrance, greeting Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang. Good, good, good. Qin Dingling smiled as she accepted them. Everyone, not only will your future benefit by joining the light, you will also be able to fight for a bright future for your clan. Old Immortal Huayu said, that's right, such a good thing should be shared. I hope that Lady Qin Dingling and Lord Jun Shenguang can help us. I am willing to take the risk and save more friends from the demonic nest that is the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang heard this and laughed heartily. With Old Immortal Huayu leading the way and Liang Jingjing as an example, of course, with the help of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move earlier, Qin Dingling's following persuasion was very smooth. Several days later, almost all of the human forces in the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens betrayed Fang Yuan. They joined Celestial Court. The truth was, Qin Dingling only wanted to make Old Immortal Huayu defect, but after taking action, she did not expect the results to be so good. Unsurprisingly, this news could not be concealed. Once it spread, the whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world was shaken. The Celestial Court is indeed the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan is at a disadvantage again. Previously in Western Desert, it was the Celestial Court's victory that forced Fang Clan to sell all their resource points and flee. Right now, Fang Yuan's influence in the past 2 days has almost been uprooted by the Celestial Court. Although Fang Yuan is a venerable, he mainly cultivates refinement path. Celestial Court Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is a wisdom path expert. She is most skilled in making arrangements and making use of people's hearts. To be honest, I can understand why the 2 heavens forces would side with the Celestial Court. After all, Fang Yuan did not do anything and allowed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to invade and slaughter. This was not the behavior of a responsible alliance leader. There are even rumors that Liang Jingjing clearly offered light heaven to Fang Yuan, but he accepted it and did not make a move. The Gu immortals discussed among themselves. Every action of a venerable, no matter how small, was a huge matter in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. It would attract the attention of the entire world. Many people started to guess what Feng Yuan would do next. Would he take revenge? Would he personally chase after those grotto heaven forces that betrayed him, or should he swallow this loss in silence? If it were me, I would definitely take action. Traitors must be punished. If they live better lives, what would the other members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance think? Betraying them just like that, they are clearly looking down on Great Love Immortal Venerable's reputation. Maybe they are bullying Lord Feng Yuan for being the newest venerable. How can the dignity of a venerable be challenged like this? Soon, a wave of public opinion rose. It became the mainstream voice in jewel yellow skies. Hee hee. Southern Borders Wu Yong snickered. He did not need to guess to know that Longevity Heaven was behind this. If Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight personally, it would be extremely beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan will not take action, I know him too well. Wu Yong looked towards Eastern Sea as he sighed deeply. If it were him, he would not help either. Once he took action, Feng Yuan would have to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was more disadvantageous than advantageous for Feng Yuan. Looking at the confrontation between the 3 venerables, it is clear that Giant Sun Immortal is ahead of them. He has the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both have bases to defend. Feng Yuan's foundation is the weakest. He has the least immortal essence. In this situation, we need to be even more careful. If we act rashly, our opponents might widen the gap. The rumors should be true. Feng Yuan accepted light heaven but did not help. In this aspect, I am inferior to him. Wu Yong compared himself to Feng Yuan, then reflected on himself. He felt that he needed to learn more from Feng Yuan in terms of shamelessness. What were reputation and face? They were just a factor that was beneficial to survival and victory. If reputation and face were not beneficial to survival and victory, then he would discard them. When it was time to be shameless, he would be decisive and shameless. It is time. It is time to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with bright light. When almost everyone looked down on Feng Yuan, when they thought that Feng Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables, Wu Yong made a different choice. Feng Yuan accepted it, of course. When news spread, Southern Borders Gu Immortal World was in an uproar. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. Feng Clan, who joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, became a stray dog. A large number of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heaven super forces left the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Under such a situation, Wu Clan went against the flow and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It was truly suspicious and disdainful. Southern Borders Gu Immortal World was shaken. People started to doubt Wu Yong's decision. Wu Clan, who was at the center of the wave, was still united like a reef. No matter how strong the waves were, they did not move, they did not show any flaws. Western Desert. Southern Borders Wu Yong. I have heard of his name long ago. His courage is truly admirable. Feng Gong sighed. Feng Dicheng nodded. I wonder, he used the entire Wu clan as a bargaining chip to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. How many benefits did he obtain from Feng Yuan? No matter what the result is, this is a hero with wild ambitions. Wu clan has been the #1 super force in Southern Border for a long time, but they still took such a risk. My Feng family's original status is far inferior to the Wu family, so what is there to be worried about? Feng Huaxing said with a smile. What Third Supreme Elder said is extremely true. Right now, our Feng clan has finished recuperating. We have traded many immortal Gu and all kinds of resource points. Seniors Feng Enlei and Feng Chen have also returned. The immortal Gu house has also been modified and replenished. We should make a move. Feng Lung called out with a fervent expression. Feng clan had completely lost their territory. They had become a nomadic force without a foundation. But this situation instead allowed youngsters like Feng Lung to grow rapidly. They became more proactive and worked harder. Feng Dicheng slowly looked at the other Gu immortals. What are your thoughts? I also think we should make a move. My bones are rusting from staying here all the time. Those super forces that attacked our Feng clan, it is time to let them know the price of offending our Feng clan. Seeing that the clan's Gu immortals had high morale, Feng Gong was happy and gratified. Very good, then let's give them a memorable lesson. First Supreme Elder made his stance clear. The eyes of Fang Clan's immortals shined. They became even more excited. Fang Dichang nodded with a smile. He threw out an information path goo worm that turned into a map in the air. Then let's set this as our target. The immortals took a look and their expressions changed. They did not expect Fang Dichang to go so far. This is Earth Flame Forest? This is Dong Clan's #1 resource point. The defense is quite tight. Isn't it a little too aggressive? Fang Dichang smiled. Everyone, listen to me. Earth Flame Forest is not made of trees, it is made up of surging underground flames. After breaking through their limits, they burst out of the ground and formed a tree-like flame. The root is the underground fire path Dao vein. However, after the 5 regions were united, the regional walls disappeared and the earth vein migrated. The influence was very widespread. Right now, the fire path Dao vein there has also migrated. The immortal formation that Dong Clan set up earlier was based on the environment at that time. They did not use any immortal goo. Right now, it is already at the end of its tether. It is like a thin sheet of paper that can be pierced with just a slight poke. Most importantly, Lord Alliance Leader's mission board has already changed. The contribution points that can be exchanged for Earth Path resource points are much lower than before, while the value of Wind Path and Fire Path resource points has increased. If we attack this place, we can exchange for even more contribution points. After hearing this, Fang Clan's immortals understood that Fang Dichang had already made sufficient deductions and bargaining chips. As expected of Lord Fang Dichang. Fang Chen sighed. Since Second Supreme Elder said so, we will believe you. Fang Yanlei also expressed her stance. Then let us take this Earth Flame Forest, ha ha ha. Old Ghost by June was a slave goo immortal of Fang Clan. He did not want to fall behind. I can't wait anymore. Fang Dong she rubbed his palms. Even though he revived and his cultivation level was still rank 7, his immortal aperture was empty and needed to be developed. Earlier, when the Fang clansmen were sold, he went to Xiaoyihu to trade but found that Wang Xiao heir had already been bought. As for the other Fang clansmen, under Fang Dichang's persuasion, Fang Clan's goo immortals did not buy them back just in case. Several days later, Fang Clan moved out and successfully attacked the Earth Flame Forest. The Fang Clan was powerful, but the Dong Clan had just lost the Red River Wheel. Dong Clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate, he immediately asked for help from other super forces. When Dong Clan finally gathered many goo immortals and several immortal goo houses to reinforce them, there was only a huge crater and ruins. It was a scene of devastation. Not only did Fang Clan retreat calmly, they even moved the entire Earth Flame Forest into jewel yellow skies. Western Desert's goo immortal world was shocked, the 5 regions goo immortals were stunned. Just as Dong Clan's first Supreme Elder was hesitating about whether to form a second anti-Fang alliance, Fang Clan's goo immortals moved out again, attacking the resource points of other super forces. They succeeded and retreated calmly. The 5 regions were shaken, Western Desert's super forces were panicking, everyone was in danger. Fang Yuan did not move out to investigate the betrayal of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. But Southern Borders Wu Clan and Western Desert's Fang Clan's actions were like 2 slaps on Celestial Court's face, creating 2 loud slaps. Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of turbid air. Her expression was pale, weakness and exhaustion filled her body and mind. I finally completed this formation, human path will advance by leaps and bounds now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the derivation formation in front of her, feeling gratified. After she refined all the wisdom path Dao marks in Celestial Court, she did not set off immediately. Instead, she used this period of time to complete the derivation formation's construction. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated wisdom path primarily and star path secondarily, setting up immortal formations was not her weakness. In fact, she was even more formidable than most formation path rank 8 experts. Of course, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation path attainment was still lacking compared to those legendary formation path grade experts. All in all, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already completed the derivation formation with all her might. The core of this formation was rank 9 derivation Immortal Goo. This was a legendary Immortal Goo, it was recorded in. After Limitless Demon Venerable obtained it, he had been using it as the core of the Crazed Demon formation. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, star constellation Immortal Venerable obtained a piece of truthful floating ice, which contained derivation Immortal goo. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used celestial quartz heaven path research results to break the truthful floating ice and take derivation Immortal goo out. Next, she used derivation Immortal goo as the first core, surrounding it and creating this formation. Limitless Demon Venerable used derivation Immortal goo and the primal chaos in outer space to deduce and create the truthful floating ice that did not belong to this world. Meanwhile, star constellation Immortal Venerable used the essence of the crazed demon formation to create the derivation formation, which was used to promote the development of human path. The development of a path usually required countless elites to put in their effort, as well as hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years of continuous development. But with the derivation formation, the path's development seemed to have grown wings. It could leap into the sky and soar into the sky. After inspecting the derivation formation, star constellation Immortal Venerable inspected the wisdom path killer moves that she had activated earlier. These wisdom path killer moves could defend against investigations, conceal the derivation formation, and strengthen the defense of Celestial Court. Even though the core immortal goo of these wisdom path killer moves were only rank 8, with the amplification of Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, even if other venerables attacked with full strength, they could last for some time. After doing this, star constellation Immortal Venerable chose to rest for once. She had expended too much immortal essence. Even though she was developing her immortal aperture, the production of rank 9 immortal essence could not keep up with the expenditure. Furthermore, star constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate formation path after all. She had to expend a lot of her mental energy to set up this rank 9 formation. Speaking of which, ever since star constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she had not had such a good rest. The confrontation between the venerables gave her a heavy pressure. After 3 days, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately started to deal with the matters of the Celestial Court. The immortals, wills, of the Celestial Court gathered again for a meeting. Qin Dingling came to report everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Star constellation Immortal Venerable encouraged her. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang had indeed made great contributions this time. They had actually instigated more than half of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. As for the mysterious amplification of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move, star constellation Immortal Venerable also decided to take some time to deduce it. Northern Plains was fine. The lone and demonic cultivators had already gathered under the influence of Giant Sun Immortal. They were either recruited by the Huangjin tribes or gathered around Chudu, Heavenly Lord Baizu, and Fairy Black Moon. In Western Desert, Fang Clan was in chaos. They attacked Western Desert's superforces everywhere and succeeded many times. Western Desert's righteous path was in a terrible situation. Wan Clan and other forces were actively seeking help from the Celestial Court. In the southern border, Wu Yong had stirred up trouble. The Celestial Court that was close to the Celestial Court suddenly changed its attitude and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable rejected the suggestion of sending a large number of reinforcements to Western Desert's righteous path. She sent almost all of the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to set up the star array calculation formation. Western Desert's side was still led by Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong. Fang Clan is only a small problem. How many resource points can Fang Clan plunder alone? It is not much for the sovereign immortal aperture. The more Fang Clan makes a move, the more clues they will leave behind. One day, we will find out their location. Western Desert's righteous path's losses are not our Celestial Court's losses. As for southern borders Wu Yong, let him be. Right now, it is not time for the Celestial Court to mobilize their troops. He has great ambitions, but he is not even a pseudo-venerable. How many ambitious Gu Immortals are there in this world? There will be more in the future. The fusion of the 2 heavens has reached the most crucial moment. This is the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already lost his humanity. His every action is based on his nature. I have already deduced that there will be a huge change soon. My central continent needs to set up the star array calculation formation in time to prepare for this huge change in the heavenly Tao. After star constellation Immortal Venerable said this, a Gu Immortal asked, "The scale of setting up this formation is unprecedented. It is definitely the first in history. I am very worried that if we do it so openly and without concealment, venerables will attack us. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled, no worries, I have a plan. On the same day, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent a large number of Gu immortals to the sky above Central Continent to set up the stars and start setting up the star array calculation formation. The number of Gu immortals involved and their cultivation levels were unprecedented in the history of humanity. Such a huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the 5 regions' Gu immortals. Evidently, other than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself, no one had such a huge rallying power. Many Gu immortals tried to guess what kind of power this formation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to set up would have. Giant Sun Immortal had already returned to Longevity Heaven. His gaze pierced through the ground, reaching the blood sea below. The blood sea was boiling, huge waves were surging, a huge whirlpool was formed at the center of the blood sea. The time is ripe. Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. This blood sea had always been hidden in Longevity Heaven. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal's former clone, Blood Sea Ancestor. His intention was to create a blood path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Blood Sea Ancestor had left behind countless blood path inheritances, including 9 true inheritances. He naturally left behind even more essence for Longevity Heaven. The blood sea was one of them. Initially, this blood sea was not large and of low quality, but after so many years, it had already reached a considerable level. Before Giant Sun Immortal revived, he had already started to make arrangements for the blood sea. The blood sea was extremely important to Giant Sun Immortal. For this, he did not hesitate to send Yao Huang, who was the most skilled in Gu refinement, here to take charge of the situation. Immortal Killer Move, Birth of Time. Giant Sun Immortal activated the killer move. This luck path method combined with the blood sea had the power to revive Gu immortals. Under the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path down marks, golden light shone down on the world, penetrating deep into the blood sea. Every drop of blood was dyed in golden light. Rumble, blood waves surged to the sky. The sound of the waves was deafening. The whirlpool was rotating rapidly and violently. Yao Huang looked haggard. He had been guarding this place these days. He had to use refinement path methods from time to time. He could be said to be racking his brains. He did not dare to relax at all. He had a strong look of anticipation on his face as he pondered. The blood sea itself has the power to revive, while Ancestor used a luck path killer move to create it. With the combination of these two, the first Gu immortal to revive will definitely be the greatest help to my Longevity Heaven and Northern Plains. Who in the world is he? Boom, after the blood wave reached its limit, it suddenly exploded and set off a terrifying tsunami. The surging tide surged into the huge whirlpool in the center from all directions, instantly filling up the whirlpool. The blood sea's surface became strangely calm. It was extremely violent a moment ago, but now it was as calm as a mirror. It gave off an intense feeling of abruptness. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the sea. Next, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of pillars of light pierced through the sea like giant swords that were tens of li long. A huge lump of light rose up from the blood sea like a small sun. This light was so dazzling that Yao Huang squinted his eyes and activated a killer move, but he still felt his eyes turning bright. A light path Gu immortal expert, in history, who has the Huangjin bloodline? Almost instantly, a name appeared in the mind of the medicine sovereign. The dazzling light faded, a Gu immortal floated in the air. He had no hair, every part of his body was emitting intense light. He was like a man of light. He pointed at the sky and the ground, shouting, "In this world, I am the brightest." Yao Huang's mind and body shook intensely. That's right, this aura, it is him. Ancestor's eldest son, a legend who cultivates light path, a great expert who left his mark in history. Pseudo-venerable, Light Emperor. At this moment, Light Emperor reacted, looking at Yao Huang. I actually revived. Who are you? I am the current self-desolation immortal, Yao Huang. You revived me? Yes. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded. Father? Light Emperor was shocked. He quickly blinked his eyes. Then it seems that other than father, I am the brightest in this world. Cough, cough. Yao Huang interrupted. The truth is, Lord Light Emperor, in the current world, there are 4 venerables and 3 venerables. Light Emperor was stunned. He rubbed his chin. Is that so? Then other than the 4 venerables, I am the brightest person in this world. You are not the only pseudo-venerable, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded again. Oh my, oh my. Light Emperor rubbed his bald head. He did not have eyebrows and could not frown, but his expression was clearly troubled. It seems that there are many shining people in this era. But it does not matter, I am Light Emperor. You were born at the right time. I have already investigated. Your fortuitous encounter is in the immemorial two heavens. Go, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice gradually weakened. He was already far away. Dad, don't leave in such a hurry. Give me some immortal goo, otherwise, how can I shine? Light Emperor shouted. Lord, don't worry, old ancestor has already prepared immortal goo for you. Yao Huang said as he flew forward, handing over several light path immortal goo. Light Emperor was annoyed. Just these few immortal goo? No wonder his father left so quickly. This time, it's going to be very difficult. Writing pen Chinese net. To think that Celestial Court would place us here. Where else do you want to be placed? In Celestial Court? Everyone, the situation is already set in stone. Since we have already joined Celestial Court, we have no other way out. Any infighting is a foolish act. Old Immortal Huayu, Liang Jingjing, Granny Skeleton, and the other Grotto Heaven Gu immortal leaders gathered together. Some of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After joining Celestial Court indeed used a method to relocate their immortal aperture, even though their Grotto Heavens had devoured immemorial 9 heavens fragments before. But these 2 heavens Grotto Heavens suffered huge losses because of the forced relocation. And after the relocation, they were all concentrated in the 2 heavens above their respective races. According to Celestial Court's notice, their Grotto Heavens had to resonate with Central Continent's starry sky calculation formation. They were the formation cores of this formation. Fellow immortals, how have you all been? Qin Dingling smiled and flew over. The Grotto Heaven lords were expressionless, some even snorted coldly. Eventually, Old Immortal Huayu and Liang Jingjing welcomed them together. Qin Dingling understood the emotions of these rank 8 Gu immortals. After these people joined Celestial Court, not only did their Grotto Heavens suffer huge losses, they were also immediately used by star constellation Immortal Venerable as the formation cores of the starry sky calculation formation. This meant that when the 3 venerables fight and someone tries to break the formation, these Grotto Heavens would be the first to be attacked. They would become the first line of defense against the enemy. They could be sacrificed if they were careless. Qin Dingling smiled as she conversed with Old Immortal Huayu and Liang Jingjing. Before her tone turned cold, she said in a reprimanding tone, Everyone, we have already explained. Celestial Court's justice has a price. If we did not take action and remove the Heaven Vein Node status from your Grotto Heavens, would your homeland still exist? The other immortals' expressions changed. Qin Dingling's attitude had not been revealed at all when she had tried to recruit them. Now that it was exposed, the Grotto Heaven lords could only endure it. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under the eaves, especially Granny Skeleton and the other Gu immortals. Their Grotto Heavens were located in immemorial Black Heaven. They were instigated by the situation. They joined Celestial Court together with Old Immortal Huayu and the rest. Looking at the other variant human Grotto Heavens left in the immemorial 2 heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only destroyed the Grotto Heavens in immemorial White Heaven. He did not attack the Grotto Heavens in immemorial Black Heaven. Granny Skeleton and the others were naturally frustrated, but what else could they do now that things had come to this? After reprimanding these Grotto Heaven lords, Qin Dingling saw that the immortals had respectful expressions. She snorted coldly. It seems that everyone has recognized the truth. Now, follow me to pay respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer in the Celestial Court. She refined all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the Celestial Court and used Wisdom Path methods to conceal the great amplification formation that had already been constructed. She left the Grotto Heaven and started to refine the natural Wisdom Path Dao marks of Central Continent. But because of the lack of immortal essence, the immortal aperture origin cores could not produce enough immortal essence to keep up with the expenditure. She spent her free time helping the Central Continent immortals construct the starry sky calculation formation. Under Qin Dingling's lead, the 2 heavens human Grotto Heaven lords met Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in the sky above Central Continent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She personally engraved Wisdom Path and Star Path Dao marks, using the surrounding 10,000 li as a piece of cloth to weave and paint. After the Fate War, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's trump card was obtained by Feng Yuan. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she started to modify and repair Embroidered Tower. Right now, Embroidered Tower was not only complete, it was even more powerful. Seeing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mystical methods, the two Heaven's Grotto Heaven Lords were shaken. They paid their respects to her. Seeing them kneeling in the air, the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects who were setting up the formation saw this. These members of the Celestial Court became excited, their morale rose greatly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked down and sensed the complex emotions of the two Heaven's human Grotto Heaven Lords. Most of them felt uneasy, but there were also some who felt resentful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable consoled them expressionlessly. Everyone, you are all humans, leaving Eastern Sea Demon Cave is part of humanity. Since ancient times, the Celestial Court has been the sacred land of all humans in the world. It is the highest homeland. No matter what reason your ancestors once hid in the immemorial two heavens, Celestial Court will let bygones be bygones, let bygones be bygones. Don't worry, Celestial Court treats everyone equally. From now on, anyone who makes contributions will be rewarded fairly by Celestial Court. In fact, in the future, the glory of joining the Heavenly Court and becoming one of them will also fall on the shoulders of you and your juniors. Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest were still kneeling. After hearing these words, they expressed their gratitude and praised the righteousness of Celestial Court, expressing their loyalty and confidence towards Celestial Court. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan looked at the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu and let out a breath of air. This Immortal Gu recipe was different from before. The original rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu came from the truthful floating ice. It was Limitless Demon Venerable's own foundation. He had digested the chaos in outer space. That was to say, according to the current Heavenly Tao, there was no rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. In order to seek eternal life, Limitless Demon Venerable digested the chaos in outer space. He had many achievements that surpassed the current Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Secret Gu's rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe was one of them. This was indeed a great achievement, but there was still room for improvement. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable had died long ago. Even if he revived, he was not a refinement path venerable. In terms of refinement path, Feng Yuan was the number one person in history. The other venerables could not compare to him. Thus, Feng Yuan used his own refinement path attainment to modify this Immortal Gu recipe. It was even better than before. It was so excellent that it was beyond the limits of the heavens. Right now, Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of Heavenly Secret Gu's essence. Heavenly Secret Gu was a Heaven Path Gu worm, but Feng Yuan had once thought that it was a Wisdom Path Gu worm. This Immortal Gu was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He already had Heaven Path attainment back then. Afterwards, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was refined by one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, Inkstone, but it was destroyed in the Battle of Etion Mountain. Eventually, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was refined by Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan still remembered that he used the Refinement Path Killer move Heavenly Light Wheel back then. Activating Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu could detect the thoughts of providence, it could probe the contents of calamities and tribulations, it could allow the Gu Immortal to ask heaven and earth for answers. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. As the saying goes, heaven and earth know, you and I know. Being able to leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Gu Immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. But Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu had a flaw in its usage. 8 out of 10 times of activating Heavenly Secret Gu would fail. Once it failed, one would suffer a backlash and lose 10 to 70 years of lifespan. This flaw was a manifestation of people's misunderstanding of Heavenly Secret Gu's essence. Heavenly Secret Gu was a Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Only those who cultivated Heaven Path had enough Heaven Path Tao marks to use it normally. Activating Heavenly Secret Gu not only required immortal essence, it also required a certain amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials. Like Feng Yuan's obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, it expended Heaven Path Immortal materials. Without using Heaven Path Immortal materials, Heavenly Secret Gu could barely be activated, but the price was that the Heaven Path Immortal materials needed would be expended, it would be delayed until the next time it was used. This was the weakness of the Gu cultivator losing lifespan after the backlash from failure. Lifespan Gu belonged to Heaven Path, the lifespan of a goo cultivator was actually heaven path Dao marks. Looking back, Old Man Inkstone did not recognize heavenly secret goo's essence back then. However, this situation was very normal. Sects were constantly developing, and the nature of goo worms was also gradually explored when they were being used. Understanding things required a process. With this immortal goo recipe, I can officially refine heavenly secret goo. Fang Yuan did not lack heaven path immortal materials. This was all because of the fusion of the two heavens. An unprecedented amount of heaven path immortal materials was produced. Xianxia, who was in charge of collecting heaven path immortal materials, was working very hard. Because earlier, Fang Yuan clearly wanted to collect his human path cultivation results, he only handed over a portion of them. This made him very uneasy. For the sake of the clan, and also for himself, he needed to perform better. As long as I refine rank 9 heavenly secret goo, obscured heavenly secret killer move's power will rise sharply, the two venerables will continue to be deceived. But before that, I need to make an announcement. Almost all of the two heavens human grotto heavens had joined celestial court. The variant human grotto heavens left in immemorial white heaven were all destroyed by spectral soul demon venerable. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had to make a statement. Friends of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, I am great love immortal venerable. Firstly, I want to congratulate all of you who joined celestial court. Don't worry, I will not pursue this matter. How can I, great love immortal venerable, be such a person? I am very sorry about the destruction of the grotto heavens in immemorial white heaven. Not long ago, I was ambushed by star constellation immortal venerable. I could not fight spectral soul demon venerable personally. I have already mobilized people to evacuate the grotto heavens. I firmly believe that the world needs love and harmony. War hurts everyone. Not just humans, but variant humans and all living beings as well. Why can't we live together in peace and happiness? Precisely because of this belief, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entrusted all of his inheritance to me. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was established with this belief in mind. It is not a super force to fight for supremacy, it is everyone's home. It is an attempt to allow everyone in the world to coexist peacefully. The actions of the 2 heavens grotto heavens have made me reflect deeply on myself. I know I was wrong, but my thoughts are still restricted by history and tradition. I have decided. From today onwards, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will open its doors. We will abolish all binding agreements. Everyone can join and leave freely. I, great love immortal venerable, swear to the world that I will not pursue this matter. I will still refine goo for those who did not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. This is a fair transaction. Those who join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will receive a 20% discount on goo refinement. Yes, 20%, a full 20% discount, you did not hear wrongly. As for how to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? It is simple. You just need to pay a joining fee. Furthermore, this joining fee will still be yours. It will be converted into contribution points for the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. When you refine goo in the future, you can use these contribution points to exchange for large amounts of goo refinement resources. Oh Liang Jingjing, I am not greedy for your light heaven. Your light heaven will be converted into contribution points for the Great Love Alliance. Fellow human goo immortals who joined Celestial Court, I hope you will be well. I also welcome you to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. I will not mind your identities. Because the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance has always been free, open, and peaceful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the 2 heavens human goo immortals, jewel yellow skies. In the sky above Central Continent, the starry sky calculation formation was taking shape. Large numbers of Central Continent goo immortals were moving around. Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Little Swansea set up the formation as he muttered, clearly thinking about the problem. Sister Bai Qing, do you think we can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? Not far away, Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xian transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing wore a white dress with a green jade sash around her waist. She smiled. Kai Xian, are you moved? How can I not be moved? There is a 20% discount, and there are no restrictions on entry and exit. Such a huge benefit. If I were not a member of Spirit Butterfly Valley, I would have joined long ago. Is sister not moved? Han Kai Xian said. Colorful butterflies flew around Han Kai Xian. placing countless goo worms at the designated locations. Fairy Baiqing pondered. Even though she was a goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House, she had a good relationship with Han Kai-Xian. They were close in nature, they called each other sisters in private. She knew why Han Kai-Xian was asking her, because Fairy Baiqing's daughter was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Baiqing had a closer relationship with Celestial Court. Fairy Baiqing shook her head. I am not sure about this, maybe we can ask He Fengyang. If it were before, Fairy Baiqing might have directly said her opinion, but after Fairy Myrtle and Feng Joga's betrayal, Fairy Baiqing could only act cautiously. Little 9, get to work. After setting up this star path immortal goo, we will leave immediately. Far away, He Fengyang transmitted to 9 Palace Crane Little 9. He had had enough. Ever since Feng Yuan made the announcement, all the goo immortals in the world knew that joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance had huge benefits. They could enter and leave freely without any restrictions. He Fengyang became the target of all the immortals' gazes and questions. After all, He Fengyang had received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions to trade immortal goo with Feng Yuan publicly. Forget about what the members of Celestial Court were thinking, just the goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were moved. Who did not lack immortal goo, especially after the 5 regions were unified, the realm walls disappeared, the chi tide swept through the world, and the earth veins and heaven veins were all connected. All kinds of immortal materials overflowed, simply gushing out. Among them, Earth Path, Chi Path, and Heaven Path were the most powerful. The goo immortals had more immortal materials, transactions in jewel yellow skies became more frequent, but the goo immortals still did not have many immortal goo. Everyone had their own specializations. If one was not a refinement path goo immortal but another path, the chances of success in refining immortal goo were too low. From ancient times until now, in the 3 million years of human race's rise and dominance, it was all the blood and tears of goo refinement. Countless heroes and heroes had sunk into the bitter abyss of goo refinement. The radiance of just a few refinement path grade experts could not shine on everyone. The goo immortals were all heartbroken by goo refinement, but they had to try again and again. It was unbearably bitter, but there was nothing he could do. But now, a refinement path venerable had appeared, and this refinement path venerable was different from other goo immortals. He was very special. He created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and even conducted public transactions in jewel yellow skies, conducting immortal goo refinement businesses. This made all the goo immortals who were tormented by goo refinement see hope. They felt a sense of warmth. Most of the goo immortals were moved. No matter how fake Feng Yuan's declaration of great love was, the benefits were right in front of everyone. But the identity of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was a form of restriction. These goo immortals were worried about the Celestial Court's thoughts. Thus, they asked He Fengyang about it. Because He Fengyang was the first goo immortal of Central Continent's righteous path to conduct public transactions with Feng Yuan. According to rumors, he had even received instructions from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He Fengyang had indeed received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders, but what could he say? Some things could be allowed to happen, but they could not be said out loud. Once it was put on the table, the nature would change. Thus, He Fengyang could only give vague answers. The more vague he was, the more others would want to get to the bottom of it. For example, now, Vicious Lightning Fiend took the initiative to ask. Vicious Lightning Fiend had rank 7 cultivation level, and he had been famous for a long time. Compared to him, He Fengyang could only be considered a minor character in the past. But now, because of his transaction with Feng Yuan, He Fengyang became famous in Central Continent and was the focus of attention. Facing Vicious Lightning Fiend, He Fengyang naturally had to lower his head. He Fengyang spoke vaguely, hinting at him repeatedly. However, Vicious Lightning Fiend wanted a clear answer. He Fengyang was under a lot of pressure. Right at this time, another goo immortal asked. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. This expert had been rank 7 for a long time, and now, there were rumors that he was about to advance to rank 8. When Feng Joga was still in Central Continent's righteous path, Immortal Monkey King Shirley was an expert second only to him. Brother He Fengyang, is it true or not? Tell me directly. Shirley was very direct. This time, He Fengyang felt even more pressure. Fairy Baiqing and Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine transmitted at the same time. Fairies, I don't know either. He Fengyang felt a headache coming on. Brother He Fengyang, why don't you ask him? Vicious Lightning Fiend said. He Fengyang wanted to cry, brother, please forgive me, I am just a pitiful person. Vicious Lightning Fiend chuckled, you have been in contact with Fang Yuan for a long time, your relationship is different, how could I not know? He Fengyang was extremely depressed, he almost wanted to roar out loud, I really don't know this demon. He Fengyang was still thinking of a way to reply to Vicious Lightning Fiend without offending him. On the other side, Shirley urged, I have a good idea, brother. If you join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance now, I am sure Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not punish you. He Fengyang's eyes rolled, he would rather faint on the spot. He Fengyang was in a difficult situation, Liang Jingjing was also going through a test. Her divine sense had already entered jewel yellow skies, communicating with Fang Yuan's will. After knowing that Light Heaven had been exchanged for a large number of Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance contribution points, she felt very conflicted. She felt very uncomfortable, because this amount of contribution points was huge, it would be very painful for her to give it up. Liang Jingjing had 2 Gu Immortals with her, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was already destroyed, in her current situation, she needed cultivation resources even more. But Celestial Court would not support her for no reason. She needed to save every cultivation resource and start from scratch. Thus, the contribution points that Light Heaven had been exchanged for became the greatest temptation. Liang Jingjing was not worried that Fang Yuan would go back on his words. After all, Fang Yuan had already announced it to the world. If Liang Jingjing joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again, Fang Yuan would definitely do his best to protect her and announce it to the world. Liang Jingjing was worried about Celestial Court and the other Gu Immortals in the world. She had just betrayed Fang Yuan and joined Celestial Court, now she wanted to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. What would Celestial Court think? What would the world think of her? At this moment, Liang Jingjing had to admit that she was a little regretful. Of course, her hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan was still the main factor, it did not waver. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan started to refine Heavenly Secret Gu. This was his 3rd rank 9 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was much more confident in this Gu refinement than before. Because for this Gu refinement, he had made the most ample preparations in his life. While refining Gu, Fang Yuan thought about the big picture. Now that he had lowered the requirements for joining, it had already caused a huge commotion, the impact would become more obvious in the future. Lord Great Love Immortal Venerable, I am Shang Beggar Fan, I wonder if I can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. A southern border Gu Immortal contacted Fang Yuan's will, who was inside jewel yellow skies. Actually, during this period of time, many Gu Immortals had contacted Fang Yuan's will, but this was the first person who expressed his desire to join the alliance. You can join as long as you pay a fee. Fang Yuan's will replied plainly. Naturally, the entry fee for joining a guild alone and a guild with a superpower would be different. Shang Beggar Fan asked, is it possible to join secretly? Fang Yuan's will nodded, expressing his agreement. Then I am willing to join. Shang Beggar Fan agreed, he made an agreement with Fang Yuan's will about the time and place to exchange the resource points. That's right, the fee to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was resource points. Shang Beggar Fan is a marginal character in Shang Clan, but this time, he was sent by Shang Clan as a representative to join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Fang Yuan immediately understood, Shang Clan was behind this. The resource points that he requested earlier were already beyond Shang Beggar Fan's capabilities. But Shang Beggar Fan agreed, it was clear that he had the support of the entire Shang Clan. Even though Southern Borders Shang Clan is not as bold as Wu Clan, their thoughts are very flexible. Fang Yuan smiled. This was just the beginning. Soon, as Fang Clan continued to provoke them, and Wu Clan continued to take the lead, more super forces would come to probe them. These super forces would probably do the same thing as Shang Clan, they would send one person in first to make use of the benefits of being a member of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But all of this was within Fang Yuan's plan. He would let them have a taste of the benefits first. When these super forces could not stop themselves, Fang Yuan would start to restrict the number of Gu Immortals they could refine. Next, these super forces would send even more Gu Immortals to join secretly, or even their entire clan, of course, Fang Yuan would not restrict them. They could leave the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance at any time. While refining Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan used information path methods to contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how have you been? Fang Yuan greeted with a warm attitude. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly replied, I am fine, but dirty water fell from the sky and landed on me. Great love, do you have anything to say? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. To speak the truth, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am here to help you. I heard that you have been working hard recently, setting up a super formation that covers the whole of Central Continent. A formation of this scale will definitely need many Immortal Goo. And in this aspect, I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, am most proficient. Why don't you join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and enjoy a 20% discount? That is the best way to save money. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable laughed. She was laughing out of anger. Towards Fang Yuan's shamelessness, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was convinced. She had no choice but to admit, Fang Yuan's declaration of taking action was a brilliant move. Fang Yuan lowered the requirements for joining and leaving the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to the lowest level. He did not care about the loyalty of these members. He immediately opened up a whole new situation. He used benefits to fully display the advantage of refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not stop him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain, right now, all the Goo Immortals in the world were restless. Even the Goo Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were considering whether to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could order these Goo Immortals not to join this Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, she could not change their minds. People's hearts were fickle, but what did Fang Yuan lose in this? Almost nothing. Originally, the subordinates he recruited in Eastern Sea and the two heavens did not have much loyalty. It was only because of the situation that they had no choice but to join Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not hope for them to attack Central Continent and other places in the future. From the fact that Qin Ding Ling successfully incited a large number of Grotto Heaven forces to defect, these people's loyalty towards Fang Yuan could be seen. If Fang Yuan was the only venerable in the current world, everyone would be loyal to him. But now, there were 4 venerables and 3 venerables. These Goo Immortals had a choice. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart. She knew that Fang Yuan purposely contacted her. It was not just to show off his strength. Fang Yuan's suggestion of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was just a joke. He was clear that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to build up support for him. Fang Yuan's true motive was to threaten Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the moment, Xianxia State was carrying out an unprecedented formation. At this crucial moment, if Great Love Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal made a move, it would be easy for the formation to fail. Fang Yuan has little immortal essence. He does not want to destroy the Starry Sky Calculation formation, nor does he want us to succeed easily, so he contacted me. Fang Yuan had been acting crazily. He did not mind using Immortal Goo to exchange for resource points, as if he was trying to increase the foundation of his Immortal Aperture Origin Core to increase his immortal essence. Star Constellate Immortal Venerable had also investigated, but like Giant Sun Immortal, she could not find anything wrong with Fang Yuan. Thus, in her mind, Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence all along. This left a deep impression. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised that Fang Yuan contacted her. She agreed to transact with Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court would pay resource points, primordial domain, and immortal materials in exchange for Fang Yuan refining Immortal Goo for Heavenly Court. Star to do, Star Constel Immortal Goo to do, the transaction, Star to do, Celestial Sect Imto exchange would be, Clan's great deal. Fang Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was protecting their formation. This was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. According to the current incomplete formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not out of the ordinary, it was within the range that Fang Yuan could endure. Fang Yuan gave up on attacking and destroying, in exchange for a peaceful deal that was more beneficial to himself. It was a win-win situation. Especially now that he was refining Heavenly Secret Goo, at this juncture, Fang Yuan could not resort to force at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Primordial Domain as a bargaining chip. It was a small surprise. Feng Yuan had been negotiating with the Celestial Court for the Origin Domain all this time. Primordial Domain's value to him was much higher than to Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not relented, but now, she finally revealed a small portion of Primordial Domain to tempt Feng Yuan to accept this transaction. Maybe in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's view, I have not taken back the Primordial Domain in Jewel Yellow Skies because I lack the method to do so. Thus, giving me a portion of Primordial Domain in a short period of time will not give me an advantage. To think that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would give me Primordial Domain first, I thought that I would obtain this breakthrough in the Blood Path transaction with Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan thought of this and got distracted. He contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is making such a huge move. The formation that she wants to set up must be extraordinary. She is the #1 wisdom path goo cultivator in history. If she has the help of the formation in the future, we might not be able to detect it even if we fall into her trap. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, replying, "What do you think?" Feng Yuan said directly, "I am willing to work together with Giant Sun to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and destroy her formation. Wisdom Path is no small matter, it can be seen from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cannot let her set up the Immortal formation smoothly." Giant Sun Immortal said ambiguously, "This is a good suggestion." Then, Great Love, have you considered Heavenly Lord Baizu's suggestion? Feng Yuan chuckled, "That can be discussed. I have many Blood Path research results and Blood Path Immortal Goo." Giant Sun Immortal had been looking to purchase Blood Path resources. Now that Feng Yuan took the initiative to give in, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly, immediately contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has just contacted me. We are going to attack your formation together. I wonder what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinks." Giant Sun Immortal directly sold out Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart, using the same method to transact with Giant Sun Immortal. The three Venerables negotiated and schemed against each other. As a wisdom path goo cultivator, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was superior. She had the initiative. Eventually, she gave up on a portion of the benefits and settled the issue between Feng Yuan and Giant Sunday. We finally managed to stabilize these two. But if our formation was stronger, it would not have been so easy to deal with. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have stronger immortal formations, but she could not set them up. Once she set them up, the two Venerables would destroy them. There was no agreement. The Starry Sky Calculation formation was carefully chosen by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was above the bottom line that the two Venerables could accept. The two Venerables would rather let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up the immortal formation so that they could exchange for some benefits. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis of the three Venerables. Of course, the main reason is because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that the two Venerables were cheating because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not worth mentioning. The three Venerables were paying close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. As they expected, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable got rid of the white heaven grotto heaven that he could sense, he charged towards the sun. In the mixed two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like black figure charged towards the sun. This was within Feng Yuan's observation. He thought about it. Back then, I expended White Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not directly control immemorial White Heaven. He only has Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. He can only represent immemorial Black Heaven to NX immemorial White Heaven. Right now, among the two heavens grotto heavens, White Heaven grotto heaven no longer exists. The heaven vein nodes in the grotto heavens were all destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As for Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, they are heavily guarded. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind, he cannot investigate them. Therefore, his only remaining target is the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged towards the sun. This time was different from before. He roared and shouted with unprecedented determination and killing intent. However, the closer he got to the sun, the more obstructions he faced from fire path and light path Dao marks of a terrifying scale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body started to melt like wax, small flames started to appear on his body. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the immemorial two heavens. He had been paying attention to this matter. He evaluated, the sun has existed since ancient times, it has immense power. It is the largest heaven vein node in the world, it is also the largest light vein and fire vein node in the two heavens. Even in my previous life, when I was at my peak, I could not deal with the sun. Now that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind, it will be even harder to deal with. In the previous life, Giant Sun Immortal was invincible in the world, he was invincible in the universe, he could naturally destroy the sun. But there were no benefits to doing so, it would cause great harm to all living beings. Giant Sun Immortal did not do that. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally charged into the sun, countless pitch-black pillar-like arms grabbed at the sun, his mountain-like body rampaged in the sun, creating huge currents of light and fire. But at the same time, he suffered even greater damage. His body quickly melted, a vast number of light path and fire path down marks were engraved on his body. The soul path down marks that he had accumulated were collapsing rapidly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's three heads roared in pain, their gazes were filled with even more anger and hatred. Following his instincts, he activated a defensive killer move, his entire body was covered in a layer of eerie light, pitch-black smoke surged out crazily, resisting the boundless power of the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stabilized his footing for now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed in embroidered tower, watching from the window. The sun is only a lump of heaven path, light path, and fire path down marks that has a form but no substance. It can be seen as a tribulation, but this tribulation has lasted for countless years, it has been accumulating since the beginning of the world. Thus, even if it is not a chaotic tribulation, it is not easy for venerables to deal with. This time, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fights the sun, both sides will suffer heavy losses. At that time, it will be time for me to make a move. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can be eliminated, it will be greatly beneficial to our celestial court. By then, we can even compromise with the other venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew the principle of being flexible. For Celestial Court, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge threat. Because Celestial Court was located in immemorial white heaven, it had the largest heaven vein node in the world. It was just that Celestial Court was concealed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path methods. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not sense it. However, at the next moment, a change occurred, a giant beast the size of a hill, with a trace of the aura of a rank 9 immortal goo, escaped in panic. There is a legendary immemorial desolate beast inside the sun? And a rank 9 immortal goo? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal stared with wide eyes. No, not just one rank 9 immortal goo, there is another one. Under the three venerables' observation, the rank 9 wildfire goo inside the sun was no longer concealed. After a few breaths of time, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable reached the center of the sun, he stretched out his remaining dozens of arms, ignoring the intense pain, he sucked the fire goo into his hands. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head opened its mouth and swallowed the fire goo. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable screamed in pain. His left head immediately burned like a torch. Without the support of two goo, the sun self-detonated with a loud sound, heaven and earth could hear it. At this moment, all living beings looked up in fear as the sun turned into countless lumps of light and fire, scattering in all directions. The sun was gone. This change happened too quickly. Even the three venerables were unable to act in time. The original plan of the three venerables was to wait for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the sun to fight until both sides were heavily injured. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable followed his nature, he had survival instincts. Once they were heavily injured, they would retreat. At this time, the three venerables attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable while they were both heavily injured. In the confrontation of three venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still a huge variable. They could not completely eliminate the possibility of him regaining his consciousness, so the three venerables had a tacit agreement to eliminate this variable first. Like in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to eliminate all the pseudo-venerables first. What surprised the three venerables was that the sun was the first to collapse. Different from what people thought, the truth was that the sun was actually hiding 2 rank 9 immortal goo and a mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast. The foundation of the sun was far beyond their estimation. According to this foundation, spectral soul demon Venerable did not have sentience. It would be even harder to deal with him, he would definitely lose first. However, the legendary primordial desolate beast hiding in the sun was scared away. It was fine if it was scared away, but the important thing was that it took away a rank 9 immortal goo. Once this immortal goo left, the sun lost its core, its stable state disappeared and it collapsed. Even the strongest and sturdiest goo house can be easily destroyed from the inside. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed, a saying of the goo cultivation world appeared in her mind. This sudden change had disrupted her plans. Among the 3 venerables, star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill spectral soul demon Venerable the most. Because she was the clearest about the threat spectral soul demon Venerable posed to the celestial court, originally, she wanted to make some sacrifices to lure the other 2 venerables to deal with spectral soul demon Venerable and eliminate him. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? Fire goo was a legendary immortal goo recorded in, it was a rank 9 immortal goo, but was devoured by spectral soul demon Venerable. This could be ignored for now, but that mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast also had a rank 9 immortal goo. This meant that they had to give chase. This concerned a rank 9 immortal goo, and a legendary immemorial goo was not a problem for venerables. Precisely because it was too easy to succeed, star constellation Immortal Venerable had to seize every second. There were 3 venerables in the world, she did not want this immortal goo to be obtained by another venerable. Be careful, there are flames coming like a storm. Fairy by Qing warned. Oh heavens, what do we do? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine looked up at the sky and saw countless fireballs falling down. The level of these flames was too high. Bright Splendor Ring Fire occupied the majority. This was one of the 3 fires in the world, Heavenly Fire, a rank 9 fire path immortal material. Those who were not rank 8 fire path goo immortal experts could not deal with it. However, there was a huge immortal formation in the sky above the central continent. The central continent goo immortals had to defend the formation, they had to deal with these flames. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, please give the order. Shirley shouted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself, she left behind a portion of her will and rank 9 immortal essence to control Embroidered Tower and control the situation here. As for her main body, she resolutely abandoned this place and rushed straight for the 2 heavens. East Sea. Feng Yuan was currently using his investigative techniques to observe the entire 5 regions. The sun disintegrated, turning into countless immortal materials that scattered in all directions. Among them, most of the light path resources are still scattered in the 2 heavens, while most of the fire path resources are in the 5 regions. The fire rain is mostly in Western Desert, while Eastern Sea has the least. The reason was simple. Conflicting Dao marks. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had more water path Dao marks, while Western Desert had more fire path Dao marks. Thus, the fire rain favored Western Desert more. These flames are all high-level resources. After collecting them and accumulating to a certain extent, we can create fire path resource points. Especially Bright Splendor Ring Fire, this rank 9 immortal material can only be found by chance, it is very rare. This time, their numbers have increased sharply, this is a good opportunity, we need to grasp it. Feng Yuan immediately gave the order to send goo immortals to various places to collect these fire path resources. Regretfully, he had the most water path goo immortals under him, he did not have many fire path goo immortals, there were also very few rank 8 goo immortals. Regarding this, Feng Yuan used the will in Jewel Yellow Skies to announce, good news, good news. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance is holding a new activity. As long as you collect fire path immortal materials and come here to trade, you will be able to exchange for a certain amount of alliance contribution points. After accumulating a certain amount of alliance contribution points, you will be able to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, it will no longer be resource points. And after joining, the contribution points that can be exchanged with immortal materials will still be there. Feng Yuan's will tossed out a list with the details of the various exchanges. Bright Splendor Ring Fire was at the top of the list, it could be exchanged for the most contribution points. Gu immortals in the world heard this news and became restless. Originally, joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance required resource points, but now, they only needed to collect these Fire Path immortal materials. For most Gu immortals, the difficulty of joining the alliance had fallen again. Feng Yuan's will revealed, this activity will only last for a short period of time, first come first serve. Once the Fire Path immortal materials are collected, this activity will stop. Fire Path immortal materials? Unfortunately, other than Bright Splendor Ring Fire, the other Fire Path immortal materials I collect cannot compare to the Heaven Path immortal materials. In these 2 days, Xianxia continued to search for resources. Are we not going to chase after Feng clan? Chase for what? Let celestial cords show Xianxia and chase after them. Quickly gather these Fire Path immortal materials, use a portion and sell the rest to Great Love Immortal Venerable. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. More and more Gu immortals in Western Desert started to move around. Southern border. Wu Yong led a large group of Wu clan Gu immortals and started to move. It was a swift and decisive action. Benefits were the main attraction. At once, countless Gu immortals of the 5 regions were mobilized by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan himself was also heading towards the 2 heavens. Spectral Soul Destructive Sun also affected his plan. Originally, he was thinking that if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the Sun were both heavily injured, if he succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Gu, he would be able to take action in time and gain some benefits from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, he had to refine Heavenly Secret Gu while continuing his disguise. Thus, he had to enter the 2 heavens and act like he was chasing after a rank 9 immortal Gu. This was the most normal behavior and reaction. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were very astute. Feng Yuan had to do this to not expose any flaws. The sun was extinguished, the entire world of the 5 regions dimmed. The mortal Gu masters were shocked, the other living beings were also panicking. Panicked beast roars and bird cries could be heard everywhere. This was an unprecedented change, it was inevitable that it would cause a large-scale panic. Starlight flickered, a legendary immemorial desolate beast broke out of the encirclement while bathed in blood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the first to arrive. She waved her hand as the remaining blood chi and scales in the air flew into her hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her Wisdom Path Killer move and deduced. It is Yu Tianguang? She quickly deduced the origin of this legendary immemorial beast. She could not help but feel shocked. Yu Tianguang and Zui Yi Hui had once wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, creating a bloodbath. They were very crafty and often worked together. Whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide. It was hard to find them. But eventually, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable conquered the world and killed Yu Tianguang. This was recorded in history. But Yu Tianguang is still alive now. Did he fake his death? Could he fake his death in front of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Or, is this also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement? At once, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of many things. The situation immediately became a little confusing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chased as she analyzed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's backup plan. According to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revived and became venerable using Heaven Path, he would have a huge advantage in the 2 heavens. Especially after he refined the Heaven Path Dao marks of the 2 heavens, he would be able to control all of the Heaven Vein nodes. By then, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would face a huge threat from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The Sun was also a Heaven Vein node. Back then, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable purposely placed Yu Tianguang in the Sun, he was clearly planning to subdue the Sun. Thankfully, Paradise Earth died and did not revive. From this, it seems that I should thank Feng Yuan? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just thought of Feng Yuan when Feng Yuan appeared in her vision. Star Constellation, we meet again. Feng Yuan smiled as he greeted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind, but she nodded with a smile on the surface. She was very graceful. The 2 had a warm attitude, but their movements were not slow at all, they moved even faster. The 2 venerables were on guard against each other as they chased after Yu Tianguang. This Yu Tianguang was also in human form. He had a hunched back, his forearms were long, he had a horn on his head, his body was covered in scales, they were like countless mirrors, shining brightly. Under the pursuit of the two venerables, Yu Tianguang actually managed to escape time and time again. As I expected, this Yu Tianguang took away rank 9 light Gu. And it has not been refined by him, it is still a wild immortal Gu. Fang Yuan saw some clues. He grumbled internally. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heavenly secret Gu's refinement had reached a crucial moment. He did not want to snatch this rank 9 light Gu. Once he obtained it, he would face the frenzied attacks of the other venerables. A rank 9 immortal Gu could completely break the balance between the three venerables. Nobody wanted such an immortal Gu to fall into someone else's hands. But Fang Yuan still had to say what needed to be said. Yu Tianguang, your master, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and I were good friends. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, he gave all of his resources to me. As for you, I did not have the time to tell you. Quickly leave with me, I will do my best to ensure your safety. Yu Tianguang coughed out blood as he cursed, Paradise Earth, that old scoundrel, I was almost killed by him, I had to hide under the sun to recuperate. After sleeping for so many years, I finally regained my senses. He caused me so much trouble, I will not surrender to him. That means, it was not Paradise Earth's arrangement? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came to a realization, she could clearly sense Yu Tianguang's emotions, he was not lying. This Yu Tianguang can fake his death and escape from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he is quite capable. Light Emperor, who was hiding in a corner, sighed. He was hiding in the black clouds, he did not want to shine at all. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Fang Yuan's body shook as 100 evil dragons appeared around him. The evil dragons flew and surrounded Yu Tianguang in groups. He had already used this compound killer move, if he used it against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a risk of it being broken or countered. But now, Fang Yuan used it to trap Yu Tianguang. The evil dragons pounced at Yu Tianguang from all directions. Some opened their mouths to bite, some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, some used their claws to tear, and some even opened their mouths to roar, shooting out sharp sword chi from their tongues. In a moment of desperation, Yu Tianguang also erupted with legendary immemorial level strength. He waved his arms as his body moved like lightning, the horns on his head were extremely sharp. After fighting for a while, 3 evil dragons were cut in half. He had killed several evil dragons with much difficulty, but these evil dragons produced dragon souls and modified the battlefield. The more evil dragons were sacrificed, the more dragon souls there would be, the more soul path down marks there would be on the battlefield, the stronger the dragon souls would be. The situation was getting more dangerous. Yu Tianguang charged left and right, fighting a bloody battle, but he could not escape from the evil dragons. Sensing the danger of its host again, the wild rank 9 light Gu on Yu Tianguang burst out with power again. Piercing light shone on the entire battlefield. At the next moment, it was about to bring Yu Tianguang away. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Star Constellation chased after Yu Tianguang, they were stalled by this move, they failed repeatedly. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared. Starlight specks flew and instantly enveloped Yu Tianguang's body. Rank 9 Wild Light Gu's power was mostly restrained by the starlight specks, it caused Yu Tianguang's escape to fail. Yu Tianguang was heavily injured instead. Rank 9 Light Gu was still wild, it did not cooperate well with Yu Tianguang. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found a flaw. But this was normal. Even though Yu Tianguang and Wild Rank 9 Light Gu had been together for so many years, Yu Tianguang was almost always asleep. Even if he was awake, with his rank 8 cultivation level, he could not refine a Wild Rank 9 Immortal Gu. Back then, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became venerable, she spent 100 years to refine Wild Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Giant Sun Immortal tried to refine Rank 9 Love Gu, but he still failed. Yu Tianguang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into despair. The enemy he was facing was too strong, and his injuries were too heavy. His entire movement slowed down. But he was still struggling. He was fighting for the glimmer of hope that remained in his heart like a mirage bubble. Don't come over, don't come over. Light Emperor Lord hid in the dark clouds and watched Yu Tianguang approach him. He grew increasingly anxious and terrified. The direction in which Yu Tianguang was fleeing was coincidentally in his direction. Could this be where my opportunity lies? Light Emperor's body suddenly shuddered as he recalled Giant Sun Immortal's words. He instantly realized that his fortuitous encounter was with rank 9 Light Gu. But, Dad, you've gone too far this time. Light Emperor quickly took a glance at Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not even dare to look at these two venerables for too long, lest they discover him. Light Emperor Lord's bald head subconsciously shrunk into his neck. All along, his body had been shining with radiance, but he had concealed it with all his might. Only a thin layer of light was left on his body now. But Yu Tianguang was escaping crazily, he was almost coming straight for him. At this moment, Light Emperor hated this huge fortuitous encounter like never before. What he did not know was that Feng Yuan also had similar emotions. The timing is not right. If this happens after I refine Heavenly Secret Gu, I might be able to fight for this wild rank 9 Light Gu with all my strength. Feng Yuan chased after Yu Tianguang while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Gu. Thankfully, he had spent a lot of effort to modify Heavenly Secret Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. Using 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool and the help of other Hairy Man Refinement Path Gu Immortals, Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement continued in an orderly manner. Next is the most difficult part. But at this time I have to chase after some rank 9 Light Gu. Sigh. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. As for the rank 9 Light Gu, he did not covet it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's value to Feng Yuan was much higher than Light Gu. But now that things had reached this stage, Feng Yuan had to show an intense competitive intent. Fate Gu is destroyed, this situation should be caused by the entanglement of the luck of the other 3 venerables. Feng Yuan had a vague understanding. Once Feng Yuan succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Gu, his strength would rise again. It would not only bring the convenience of obscured Heavenly Secret, it would also bring many other benefits. This way, Feng Yuan's advantage would be too huge. Precisely so, the other 3 venerables were greatly threatened by Feng Yuan. The 3 venerables themselves might not have sensed it, but their luck was already resisting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck, and Giant Sun Immortal's luck were entangled with each other. They mixed together and attacked Feng Yuan. Thus, at the crucial moment of refining Heavenly Secret Gu, Feng Yuan encountered a huge change. For venerables coexisting, 3 facing each other, this is the crucial point of a qualitative change. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu, I Cultivate Refinement Path as well as Heaven Path, Obscured Heavenly Secret. All these factors have given me a huge advantage. My luck is equal to the other 3 venerables combined. The sum of the 3 venerables here was unknown to them. They had expended a lot of effort to reach the same level as Feng Yuan. Once the venerables understood the situation and saw through the truth, they would work together and reduce the internal conflict. By then, the 3 venerables' combined luck would rise rapidly and surpass Feng Yuan's. Without the 3 venerables knowing, once I get past this obstacle and obtain rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, my luck will be higher than the 3 venerables combined. After the qualitative change, I will not face this difficulty in refining other rank 9 Immortal Gu. After Feng Yuan analyzed, he realized that this was a crucial battle. If becoming a refinement path venerable was the foundation to fight against venerables, then, after successfully refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Feng Yuan would be able to shorten the gap between him and the other venerables. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu would shorten the gap again. It would also deepen Feng Yuan's refinement path specialty. And now, refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu could be said to be the turning point of the 3 venerables' confrontation. Once he got past this crucial point, Feng Yuan would vaguely surpass the other venerables. He would have a true advantage. The star mist rose and blocked Yu Tianguang's path forward. Evidently, this was the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use a battlefield killer move to trap Heavenly Light and Wild Rank 9 Light Gu before making her move. Feng Yuan had never seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable use a battlefield killer move. He hesitated. Was he going to destroy it? It was not impossible for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take Wild Rank 9 Light Gu. It was difficult to refine Rank 9 Light Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Light Path. After obtaining it, before the refinement, star constellation Immortal Venerable's positive luck would fall sharply. And looking at the situation, to prevent Feng Yuan from destroying her plans, star constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely give more benefits to Feng Yuan. This was very advantageous to Feng Yuan. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan immediately activated his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, 7 kills Rainbow, Metal pass Yellow Light, Wood pass Jade Light, Water pass Light Blue Light, Fire pass Red Light, Earth pass Brown Light, Wind pass Green Light, Lightning pass Dark Blue Light. These 7 pass lights intertwined and shot out in a spiral towards Heavenly Light. Heavenly Light immediately faced a fatal crisis. If he was hit by this attack, he would die for sure. The rank 9 light goo on him would also be destroyed. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was already on guard against Feng Yuan. What are you trying to do? Star constellation Immortal Venerable shouted. Starlight flew out and formed into a stardust veil. It was like a huge wall that blocked Feng Yuan's 7 kills rainbow. Feng Yuan's thoughts were almost dried up. He had to refine Heavenly Secret Goo while maintaining his defensive killer moves and movement killer moves. He had barely managed to activate 7 kills rainbow earlier. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He did not show any flaws on the surface. Star constellation, you want to obtain rank 9 light goo, aren't you thinking too easily? On the surface, Feng Yuan looked like he was not going to give up. He was going to pester her, but he had already made up his mind. Destroy this wild light goo first. If he failed, it did not matter if star constellation Immortal Venerable obtained it. With Feng Yuan's current condition, he definitely could not snatch it. First was to destroy rank 9 light goo, second was to let star constellation Immortal Venerable get it, and last was to let Giant Sun Immortal get it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were not light path goo cultivators, but if Giant Sun Immortal obtained rank 9 light goo, the scale of his luck would rise sharply. This was very advantageous to Giant Sun Immortal. He was very skilled in the aspect of luck. He would be able to gain a huge boost. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal has not arrived yet. Is it really good for us to fight like this? Feng Yuan smiled coldly. What's not good about it? If I don't make a move now, wouldn't I be letting you obtain this rank 9 Immortal Goo? Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought. Feng Yuan dealt with the incomplete Star Fog Battlefield Killer move at times. He attacked Yu Tianguang at times, while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at other times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed a wisdom path venerable. Her mind was filled with thoughts. She took care of all aspects and defended herself well. Even though the situation was in a deadlock, it was clearly tilting towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In the fight between the Venerables, Yu Tianguang was already heavily injured. Rank 9 Light Goo tried to break out of the encirclement but was obstructed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Seeing that the Star Fog was about to close and form the complete battlefield killer move, Light Monarch could not sit still anymore. Shine for me! He suddenly attacked, using his most powerful technique at the moment. Dazzling white light filled the entire battlefield. Light Monarch risked his life and created a hole in the star fog. Escape, escape, escape. Light Monarch escaped frantically. He did not care about that rank 9 Immortal Goo. He had waited for a long time. Finally, the killer move Star Fog was weakened by Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no time to replenish it. Thus, after he attacked, he created a hole in the Star Fog. If he did not make a move and the Star Fog battlefield was completed, he would have no hope of escaping. Light Emperor's sudden appearance made Star Constellation and Feng Yuan slightly shocked. They did not expect someone to be hiding right under their noses. This person has a profound luck path method. He is definitely closely related to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk. The Star Fog quickly closed up. Feng Yuan also quickly attacked Light Emperor. Light Emperor stared anxiously. He shouted in his mind, "What does this have to do with me? Why are you targeting me? I am only passing by." But at the next moment, he turned around and saw that wild rank 9 Light Goo was shining with white light, wrapping around the light of Yu Tianguang as it chased after him. Light Emperor wanted to cry. He finally understood. Wild rank 9 Light Goo had an intense survival instinct. It was attached to Yu Tianguang. Firstly, because this legendary immemorial beast had many light path down marks, it was naturally close to him, and secondly, Yu Tianguang did not have the strength to refine it. But if it landed in the hands of a venerable, it would be different. Light Emperor opened the only gap in the star fog. He also cultivated Light Path and only had rank 8 aura. Wild Light Gu naturally chose to get close to him and escape. "Father, save me." On the brink of life and death, Light Emperor shouted resolutely. "Don't worry, my son." Giant Sun Immortal flew over from the horizon, rapidly approaching. Before he arrived, his killer move had already arrived, successfully blocking Fang Yuan's offensive method. Fang Yuan did not have enough thoughts, he could not change his attacking methods flexibly, otherwise, Giant Sun Immortal would not have blocked him so easily. Of course, this was not a flaw in the other two venerables' eyes. In this battle between the three venerables, Fang Yuan chose to save his thoughts for a backup plan. It was normal for him to fight conservatively. After all, in the two venerables' view, Fang Yuan had the least immortal essence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had already recognized Light Emperor's identity. She immediately activated Star Fog and chased after Emperor Shiguang. The distance between them rapidly shortened. Giant Sun Immortal activated his killer move again. Golden Aurora appeared behind Light Emperor, blocking the Star Fog. "Can I really escape by myself? I might need to borrow the power of Wild Rank 9 Immortal Gu Light to have any hope of escaping. Father, you've caused me so much trouble." The Light Emperor was a decisive person. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and grabbed Yu Tianguang. "Follow me if you don't want to die." Light Emperor Lord shouted loudly, bringing along protective heavenly light and the Wild Rank 9 Immortal Gu as they escaped towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang was already on the verge of death and was on the verge of fainting on the spot. It was difficult for him to resist the Light Emperor, so he just let him do what he wanted. After all, the Light Imperial Monarch and he both cultivated the Light Dao, so they were naturally close. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stomped her feet lightly, her body turned into starlight as she chased after them. He stretched out his hand and threw out the constellation chessboard. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal flew over and slapped his immortal aperture. The door opened and closed as he flew out of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Countless chess pieces flew down from the constellation chessboard like a torrential downpour. Golden light swirled around the Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace as it tried its best to conceal the Light Monarch. However, it was penetrated by the chess piece and turned into a sieve. There were still a large number of agile chess pieces that attacked. The Light Emperor struggled with all his might, his expression was ruthless. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks, he dodged left and right, but he could not dodge them, he could only take them head-on. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks had already been weakened by more than half by Giant Sun Immortal's golden light. Meanwhile, the Light Emperor had pseudo-venerable battle strength after all. Even though he was heavily injured and blood was spurting out of his mouth and nose, his speed did not decrease. "Persevere!" Giant Sun Immortal shouted. The situation was urgent, it concerned his son's life and death. He used all his strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Each move was grand and mighty. She immediately felt immense pressure. Seeing that the Light Emperor was about to escape, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked with all her strength while shouting at Fang Yuan, "Great love Immortal Venerable, how long are you going to watch?" Giant Sun Immortal appeared. Fang Yuan only attacked a few times, they were all small skirmishes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already very displeased. Fang Yuan being so restrained was a huge threat to her. If Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal secretly contacted each other and set up an ambush for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her full strength to deal with Giant Sun, Fang Yuan would suddenly attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be in a passive situation. Fang Yuan had no way to explain it. He had already used all his strength. Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement had reached the most difficult stage. It involved a huge amount of thoughts and mental energy. Fang Yuan was only skilled in Wisdom Path defensive methods. In terms of generating thoughts, he was far inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. And his compound killer move also had a huge requirement in this aspect. Persevere. Fang Yuan could only grit his teeth and encourage himself. "Giant Sun, take this." At the same time, Fang Yuan shouted as he flew rapidly towards Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan did not use any offensive killer moves, he only used his movement methods. But just this small action made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. Giant Sun Immortal started to feel fear. Because Fang Yuan was far away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and was close to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wariness was greatly reduced. And Giant Sun Immortal had to protect his son from the attacks of the two Venerables. He felt immense pressure. He shouted, he had no choice but to use even more trump cards. For example, this move, Shifting Silver Hook. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he sensed the incoming killer move. The windfire lightning wheels under his feet spun rapidly as he instantly retreated from the spot. At the next moment, his original spot flickered and turned into a pure silver hook. The curved hooks quickly flashed and then disappeared. It was as fast as lightning, but also like an illusion. Fang Yuan continued to move, his figure was like a phantom, he did not stop at his original spot for even a breath of time. Meanwhile, the silver hook continued to flash and attack Fang Yuan, it was only a few millimeters away from him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was furious, in her opinion, Fang Yuan was still playing tricks. He had Cooking Luck Pot to protect him, he could take on the silver hook and attack Light Emperor, but he chose to dodge everywhere, he fell into Giant Sun Immortal's trap. Giant Sun Immortal was very relaxed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was completely unaware of Fang Yuan's true situation. Giant Sun Immortal has never used this luck path killer move before. If I get hit by this move, my luck will be greatly damaged. At the crucial moment when the three Venerables' luck are attacking together, it will be a fatal blow. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. He could not use offensive methods to begin with, he was completely focused on refining Heavenly Secret Goo. But the two Venerables were not easy to deceive, his disguise was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan used all sorts of methods, he almost squeezed his brain dry, but his thoughts had already fallen to an extremely dangerous level. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement took up most of his thoughts, the current situation was also very tense. Fang Yuan did not even want to touch these silver hooks. He was walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff, if he was careless, he would lose everything. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable charged towards Giant Sun Immortal, she helped Fang Yuan out of his predicament. At this moment, Light Emperor was already very close to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to attack him, but Giant Sun Immortal blocked her with all his strength. Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable urged. Then let me take a gamble. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, he almost squeezed his brain dry, he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal in an extremely dangerous manner. Fang Yuan carried Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he dove down like an eagle, creating intense sounds of wind and thunder as he pounced towards Light Emperor. Father, save me. Light Emperor was scared out of his wits by Fang Yuan's actions, he could only shout for help. Giant Sun Immortal took on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's fierce attacks head-on, he activated a killer move, golden light shot out like a pillar, obstructing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he got close to Light Emperor. You dare to snatch an immortal goo in front of me? Hand over your life. Fang Yuan sneered, his mind was completely blank. Light Emperor stared angrily, he gritted his teeth as his body stiffened like a rock. At the crucial moment, Wild Rank 9 Light Goo also erupted. A blinding white light swept across the entire battlefield. Fang Yuan was first hit by the white light, before being attacked by the golden light pillar, his entire body fell towards the ground like a meteor. Thoughts continued to appear in his mind, they were all placed into the goo refinement, he also had to maintain his defensive killer move, he could not support Fang Yuan's thoughts at all. After a few breaths of time, Reverse Flow Protection Seal showed signs of instability. Once this move broke, not only would Fang Yuan suffer a heavy backlash, the other Venerables would also notice something amiss. Fang Yuan's situation was very dangerous, if he was attacked by a Venerable, he would not be able to resist at all. But everything was within Fang Yuan's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were fighting for Rank 9 Light Goo, it was already a crucial moment, they had no time to care about Fang Yuan. Under Giant Sun Immortal's full protection, Light Emperor finally flew to his father's side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely, Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were not light, blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The two venerables confronted each other. Their gazes were like lightning as they collided in the air, fighting fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth. He did not act rashly. He wanted to open his immortal aperture's entrance a little and place Light Emperor, the unconscious heavenly blessing light, and rank 9 wild light goo into his rank 9 immortal aperture. But he knew that he could not act rashly at this moment. As time dragged on the other side, inside the sovereign immortal aperture's 4-element square regret blood refinement pool, the hairy man goo immortals cheered loudly. The most difficult step of heavenly secret goo's refinement had been passed. The difficulty of the following refinement was simply falling like a waterfall. It was a piece of flat land. The thoughts supporting the refinement decreased rapidly. Fang Yuan soon had enough thoughts to think about. He immediately realized that he was falling. He turned around and flew towards Giant Sun Immortal again. When he saw Light Emperor standing beside Giant Sun Immortal, he shouted anxiously, "We cannot let Giant Sun obtain the rank 9 Light Path Immortal goo. If worst comes to worst, we will destroy it." Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, staring at Fang Yuan with killing intent. "Come at me, I will make you pay a terrible price." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. Fang Yuan accelerated the refinement of heavenly secret goo while looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Star Constellation, this is a rank 9 immortal goo." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression. She was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. "If Great Love Immortal Venerable used your full strength, how could you have ended up like this?" Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. His expression was grim. "I just did not expect light goo to erupt so suddenly. It cooperated perfectly with the golden light pillar." Giant Sun Immortal smiled smugly. "My soft gold pillar killer move was created specifically for your reverse flow protection seal. How does it feel?" Fang Yuan nodded. "This move's power is hidden internally. It actually has a mystical impact force. When it collided with reverse flow protection seal, it actually penetrated and shook my reverse flow river, thus disrupting the entire reverse flow protection seal's operation. But unfortunately, this move still has room for improvement. It has not been fully created yet. Otherwise, I would not have calmed the chaotic reverse flow river so quickly." Giant Sun Immortal nodded. He felt some regret about this. Maybe if he gave up on Light Emperor and kept this move, it might become a killer move against Fang Yuan in the future. But Giant Sun Immortal would not make such a choice. He would rather expose himself in advance to protect his son's life. "I was rash this time, to think that a rank 9 immortal goo would be involved," Giant Sun Immortal said to Light Emperor. "Father, what is the point of saying this now? Let's quickly think of a way to escape. All the hairs on my body are standing on end." Light Emperor quickly replied. Even though he returned to Giant Sun Immortal's side, his legs were still trembling. He was on guard. "Didn't you create the light body inheritance? Your entire body is covered in light path Dao marks. You don't even have a single hair?" Giant Sun Immortal asked curiously. The Light Emperor rolled his eyes and shouted, "Dad, now is not the time to care about this. The situation is bad, we need to think of a way to escape." Giant Sun Immortal suddenly laughed loudly. "Then let's go." Saying so, he grabbed Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang as he retreated rapidly. "You want to leave? Not so easy. Giant Sun, please leave your immortal goo behind." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable attacked. The Giant Sun Immortal roared and clashed with the two venerables, causing the two fragments to explode. At the center of the explosion, under the terrifying power of the killer move, nothing existed. Even the supreme ancient two heavens were destroyed, forming a void. In the next moment, the surrounding fragments of the two heavens instantly filled up the void like seawater flowing backwards. Using this chance, a golden path flew out from the depths of northern plains. This was Calamity Luck Alter's strongest technique, luck-changing golden light path. Giant Sun Immortal purposely left Calamity Luck Alter in Longevity Heaven and left his will and a batch of 9 revolutions immortal essence. At this moment, with the amplification of a vast number of luck path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, Luck Golden Light Great Path Killer Move's power rose sharply. It shot from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven to the battlefield. Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang with him as he stepped onto the path. His speed increased explosively, and in the blink of an eye, he had already flown to the horizon. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable were not willing to let this go. But their attacks were constantly running out of energy due to all sorts of accidents around the golden path. Even if a venerable attacked alone, under the chaotic situation of the two heavens, they would either be obstructed by soul beast groups or black-white overturning clouds. This was the power of Luck Golden Light Great Path. Feng Yuan had attacked several times, but he almost caused an accident in the refinement of Heavenly Secret Goo. Feng Yuan had seen Luck Golden Light Great Path killer move before, but this killer move was so difficult to deal with because it was amplified by Longevity Heaven's vast number of Luck Path Dao marks. Boom, the two venerables chased into northern plains, but they still destroyed Luck Golden Light Great Path in the end. But at this moment, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang down. From start to finish, he did not find a good opportunity to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Giant Sun Immortal had been attacking with all his strength, protecting Luck Golden Light Great Path and blocking all sorts of attacks from the two venerables. The intensity of the battle was clear to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fully displayed the power of Wisdom Path. She did not give Giant Sun Immortal even a chance. There was another reason. Giant Sun Immortal did not dare to rashly put Yu Tianguang into his Immortal Aperture. The wild rank 9 light goo was on Yu Tianguang's body. It sensed that Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura was very close to it. It was very uneasy. Once Giant Sun Immortal made a move, light goo would immediately jump up in agitation. It would act against Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to bring Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang towards Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement is already at the final few steps. Feng Yuan was secretly happy, but he became more anxious on the surface. He shouted, "Giant Sun, leave behind the rank 9 Immortal Goo. I will not let you succeed." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely resolute. She did not say anything, but her attacks became sharper. The battle of the three venerables had finally extended to the vicinity of Longevity Heaven. Light Monarch laughed loudly. Victory was in sight. He shouted, "Father, you are so powerful." Longevity Heaven opened the Immortal Aperture's entrance. At the final moment, Giant Sun Immortal had a solemn expression. He did not show any carelessness or flaws. The moment he entered the Immortal Aperture's entrance, rank 9 Wild Light Goo sensed something amiss. It suddenly exploded and wanted to escape. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He was already prepared. He immediately used his methods to suppress it. But right at this time, Feng Yuan also activated a Refinement Path Killer move. Giant Sun Immortal defended against it, but this Refinement Path Killer move had already been prepared by Feng Yuan for a long time. Its power was profound. The killer move affected rank 9 Light Goo. Crack. With a soft sound, Light Goo's surface cracked. "Ah, oh no!" Light Monarch cried out. But thankfully, Light Goo was only injured. It survived and was not destroyed by Feng Yuan's attack. Giant Sun Immortal finally stepped into Longevity Heaven. He looked at Feng Yuan angrily. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Good method. What is the name of this move?" Feng Yuan smiled coldly. "You have soft gold impact pillar. I will return you an incomplete refinement move." Giant Sun Immortal said good 3 times. He glanced at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable before closing the door and vanishing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Feng Yuan with a dark expression. She criticized, "Feng Yuan, since you have an incomplete refinement killer move, why didn't you use it earlier?" Giant Sun Immortal succeeded in the end. She finally sensed that something was amiss with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. His expression was dark. "If I did not make deductions during the battle, I might not have been able to use this move even at the last moment. I can injure Light Goo. What about you, Star Constellation?" "Humph. If I did not fight for the opportunity for you, would you have such results?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a displeased expression. She did not want to talk to Feng Yuan. She turned around and left. From start to finish, the two did not try to enter Longevity Heaven. It is really convenient to have a base. Feng Yuan sighed as he left. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were actually quite severe, but with Longevity Heaven, he was invincible once he entered. Longevity Heaven is like this. Celestial Court is even more terrifying. Feng Yuan deduced the power of luck-changing Golden Light Great Path. He felt a chill in his heart. He did not stay in Northern Plains. He quickly returned to Eastern Sea. His obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move's effect had been greatly expended after the intense battle. There was not much left. Longevity Heaven. "Father, how is Light Goo?" Light Monarch was very concerned. Don't worry. That scoundrel Feng Yuan became venerable in refinement path after all. He heavily injured rank 9 Light Gu, but I also took the chance to suppress him. Giant Sun Immortal coughed twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Father, are you alright? Light Monarch asked again. In his memories, Giant Sun Immortal was so grand and strong, he was an invincible existence. But now, he saw Giant Sun Immortal's fatigue and injuries. Times had truly changed. Light Monarch recalled the entire process. He had a dejected expression. He found that he, a great pseudo-venerable, was just a mascot. At most, it could only be used as a bait to lure the Light Gu to his side. Most of the process was because of Giant Sun Immortal. Father, you should quickly heal your injuries. Light Monarch was very worried. This was the first time he had seen his father so heavily injured. But Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. I need to watch them leave northern plains and prevent them from destroying and slaughtering the Huangjin tribes. Light Monarch was shocked. They are venerables, they won't be so shameless, right? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might not, but I cannot guarantee that Feng Yuan will not be shameless and crafty. Most importantly, we unexpectedly obtained a rank 9 Immortal Gu this time. Our gains are truly huge. Oh great light, you are truly my son. Giant Sun Immortal's praise made Light Monarch's spirits rise. He patted his chest. Father, I will work harder. Cough, cough. He patted his chest with too much force. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Father and son looked at each other as they coughed out blood, smiling bitterly. Giant Sun Immortal waved his hand. Your injuries are also severe, go and heal them. We gained the most this time, we need to recuperate and digest our gains. When our strength rises in the future, we will return today's injuries several times over. Light Monarch hesitated. Father, this Light Gu is injured, what do we do? That celestial court spent a lot of time and resources to repair Fate Gu. Hearing this, Giant Sun Immortal could not help but frown. Let's talk about it later. In the sky of Central Continent, all kinds of fire immortal materials were gathered by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. They were all stored in Celestial Court's secret treasury. The starry sky calculation formation was not disrupted too much. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied with this. To her, this battle was very sudden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence, but she also had many gains. Even though Giant Sun obtained rank 9 Light Gu, it is an injured immortal Gu. Giant Sun cultivates Light Path and Blood Path, he cannot use Light Gu. Rank 9 Light Gu is not Great Development Gu, the latter does not need to be refined, while the former can only be used after refinement. Giant Sun needs to expend some immortal essence. It is possible that Feng Yuan created the Remnant Refinement Killer move during the battle, but it is more likely that he was restricted by his immortal essence, thus he did not use it much. But in the end, he was in a rush to destroy Light Gu and exposed the Remnant Refinement Killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the two heavens again. Without the sun, the two heavens were dark and gloomy. In the depths of the two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in fire, he screamed in pain. Rank 9 Fire Gu was not so easy to swallow. This might be another opportunity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight, she paid closer attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Annihilation, the fight between the three Venerables started and ended abruptly. The influence of this fight was spreading to the whole 5 regions. Southern border. Such a huge free fire. The rank 4 Gu Master Xiaoyan was dodging with all his strength. A huge lump of orange fire surged towards him, it was as large as an elephant, trying to devour him. Just as Xiaoyan was about to take action and collect this free fire, a Gu Master suddenly attacked, bam! With a loud explosion, Xiaoyan was sent flying. Who is it? This is Shang Clan's territory. Xiaoyan shouted. Not only did he fail to collect the free fire, he was also heavily injured. He. You are so proud of being a dog of Shang Clan? A demonic Gu Master walked out of the shadows. He also had rank 4 cultivation. Xiaoyan's pupils shrunk. So it is you, fiery star Baotong. He immediately understood why Baotong attacked him, he also cultivated fire path, he was definitely interested in this free fire. Bam bam bam, the two fought intensely, sparks flew and explosions occurred continuously. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but gradually, Xiaoyan gained the upper hand. Bao Tong became angrier as he fought. Xiaoyan was only a rising star. To think that he could fight to a draw with him, and even show signs of suppressing him. This was the benefit of having a large force behind him. A moment later, Bao Tong spat out blood as he retreated, holding his chest. The soot on his face could not hide his ugly expression. It seems that the rumors are true. You actually have so many rank 4 gu. You are a subordinate that Shang clan leader Xianxia slept with, right? Xiaoyan was furious. Scoundrel, you dare to slander clan leader. Xiaoyan had wanted to let Bao Tong go. He did not want to pursue him, but now, he was filled with anger. He pounced at Bao Tong. Bao Tong thought to himself, he was forced to retreat under Xiaoyan's ferocious attacks. The situation was dangerous. In another dark corner, there was another Gu master quietly observing this battle. This Gu master had rank 5 cultivation, his face and body were blurry, he was shrouded in fog. Xianxia. The rank 5 Gu master gritted his teeth, he had deep hatred towards Xianxia. Oh, will occupied his mind, little Tian, don't be impulsive. Xianxia is a Gu immortal seed of Shang clan. It was not easy for you to escape and hide your identity. What he needed to do now was to hide in the dark and cultivate diligently. I will strive to break through the limits of mortals and become a rank 6 Chi Path Gu immortal. The rank 5 Gu master was Kong Ri Tian, and the will in his mind was Kong Xing's will of providence. Back then, when Kong Ri Tian inherited Xing Tian's true inheritance, Wu Ji, Xianxia and the others fought over it. He swore that he would take revenge in the future. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. But ancestor, I'm very confident that I can ascend to immortality. But didn't you advise me not to ascend as an immortal for the time being and not to miss the exceptional opportunity to learn from nature? Kong Xing explained, spectral soul succeeded in destroying the sun and destroyed a large number of white heaven path nodes, heaven pillars, heavenly chasms, and so on. The primordial white heaven would be rapidly swallowed by the primordial black heaven. The confusion of the two heavens and the chaos of providence would not last for long. Once providence stabilizes, it will be time for you to undergo your immortal ascension. So that's it, I really can't wait. Kong Ri Tian snickered. At the next moment, he suddenly attacked. Since I can't take revenge on Xianxia for now, I'll find her subordinates and kill her lover, Xiaoyan. I'll let her have a taste of pain. Kong Ri Tian's mind was filled with killing intent. You. Don't worry, after I kill Xiaoyan, I will frame Bao Tong. I am very familiar with this method. Kong Ri Tian secretly pounced towards Xiaoyan, but the latter was completely focused on Bao Tong and did not sense anything. Sigh. Then you must end this quickly. Kong Xing Tian's will sighed helplessly. That night, golden flames burned the entire mountain, countless living beings were buried in the sea of fire. The flames soared to the sky and were near Shangliang Mountain. Xianxia quickly discovered them. Oh no, something happened on Xiaoyan's side. A pure natural fire does not have such power. Xianxia's heart sank, she could not help but worry about Xiaoyan's safety. Even though she only had rank 5 cultivation level now, she had great foresight, she could tell that this was an immortal material flame from the flames. Xianxia did not send reinforcements to Xiaoyan, because immortal materials were no longer mortal matters. Shang clan's Gu immortals would definitely go and deal with them. Xianxia looked at the sky. Without the sun, the sky was pitch black. This gentle and kind woman sighed deeply, her expression was filled with worry. I wonder how many people are suffering in torment at this very moment. Even though I am Shang clan's leader, I am still too weak. The change in the world caused people's hearts to tremble. In southern borders Gu Master World, the demonic path became very rampant. Xianxia had already tried her best to save them, but against natural and man-made disasters, her efforts were just a drop in the bucket. Eastern Sea. White Crane Sea Area. Nangong Yuan was trying his best to gather the crane group. Far away from where the sky and sea intersected, vast frost energy swept over, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly. White Crane Sea Area was originally owned by Eastern Sea lone immortal Qin Baihe. After Qin Baihe was killed by Fang Yuan, White Crane Sea area was taken over by the nearest super force, Nangong clan. Nangong clan invested a lot of resources and built a formation. They wanted to manage it properly, but the sun was destroyed by spectral soul. Once the sun went out, the 5 regions' temperature continued to fall. White Crane Sea area was next to ICC area. It suffered even more. In the last few days, ICC area had already expanded by 4 times. White Crane Sea area was about to be devoured by ICC area. The world is changing. This is truly an unprecedented chaotic era. Nangong Yuan sighed. Nangong clan's situation was still good. Su clan controlled Lightwave Sea. Once the sun went out, the value of the entire sea area plummeted. Su clan was extremely busy. Of course, there were also super forces that took the chance to make huge profits. For example, Eastern Sea's Hua clan. Hua clan's rank 8 immortal Gu House Jade Cloud fireworks warship entered the 2 heavens many times, collecting a vast amount of cloud path resources. Eastern Sea's righteous path was very envious. The world was changing, not to mention mortals and Gu masters, even super forces and Gu immortal experts were affected. They were in a state of unrest. Some were overjoyed, some were worried, some decided to leave their homes and start anew. In the darkness of the night, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had already flown to the border of Northern Plains and Western Desert. They were originally 2 of the traveling 3 elites, but after Han Dong's death, there were only 2 elites left. They were Northern Plains lone immortals, but they were not willing to join the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Baizu, or Fairy Black Moon. In the huge Gu cultivation world, people had their own hearts. There will always be people who prefer more freedom. As Longevity Heaven continued to work hard, Northern Plains living space for lone cultivators became smaller and smaller. The situation forced Lu Qingming and Su Guang to leave Northern Plains. They were not willing to go to Central Continent or Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Southern Border were more suitable for them. Because Lu Qingming cultivated Wind Path, while Su Guang cultivated Light Path, they were more suited for Western Desert's environment. Sigh, we have to leave Northern Plains after all. At this moment, I feel that it is hard to leave my homeland. Lu Qingming sighed deeply. Su Guang said, Western Desert is in chaos, and Fang clan attracted its attention. It is more suitable for us to cultivate. Let's go. The 5 regional walls have vanished, the 2 heavens have fused into one, heaven and earth are our home. Hee. Lu Qingming laughed, you are more carefree than me. But at the next moment, their expressions changed. A terrifying pitch-black darkness suddenly descended. The 2 immortals could not resist. They were grabbed by the mysterious expert, unable to move. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were filled with fear. Because the one who captured them was not a Gu immortal, but a legendary immemorial desolate beast. This legendary immemorial beast was like a giant. Its body was black as ink. A head of jet black, thick hair hung down to his waist like a cloak. Its eyes were huge, emitting a bloody light. At this moment, 2 huge claws were grabbing Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It was Zui Yi Hui. Zui Yi Hui's voice was deep and hoarse. 2 Northern Plains Gu immortals, you can lead the way. Tell me, Longevity Heaven, how do I infiltrate it? Lu Qingming and Su Guang heard this and their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. Western Desert. An extremely short confrontation had come to an end. Flower petals fell and gathered, forming Wan Zihong's complete immortal body. She looked at Ling Husu's disappearing figure as she smiled. Ling Husu, interesting. Zhou Xianxia's expression was ugly. This Ling Husu deserves to die. If he did not use Fang clan's name to steal, would we have been misled by him? Zhou Xianxia wanted to find Fang clan's hiding location, but to think that he followed the wrong clues. Ling Husu was a rare theft path Gu immortal. He had once stolen Fang Dongshi's soul core in sand-heaped blessed land. Evidently, he did not just obtain the soul core, he even used it to disguise himself as Fang clan's item. While spectral soul destruction was in a state of panic, he committed crimes everywhere, purposely leaving behind clues and placing the blame on Fang clan. In the end, Zhou Xianxian exposed him. Back then, the pursuit was very short. Ling Husu only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he used a strange theft path method to escape from the 2 rank 8 experts of Celestial Court, in the sky of Central Continent. Many Gu Immortals' gazes were gathered on Gu Immortal Xianxia. Xianxia successfully placed the final Immortal Gu. Good, prepare to activate the formation. Inform the Gu Immortals of the two heavens Grotto Heavens to pay attention to the Grotto Heavens formations. Friends in the formation cores, please check again. After arranging everything in an orderly manner, the Starry Sky Precision Calculation Array was finally activated. First, a star shone with dazzling starlight, then the second star, the third star. After more than 10 breaths of time, millions of stars shone brightly in the sky of Central Continent, forming a beautiful star chart. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is finally complete. Li Xiaobai sighed internally at this sight. Not long ago, Fang Yuan's main body had secretly contacted him. As profound literature Grotto Heaven turned to Celestial Court, this move of Li Xiaobai's became extremely valuable. But at the same time, Fang Yuan had to be careful. Li Xiaobai was his clone after all. If his identity was exposed and he was captured, it would become a huge weakness of Fang Yuan's main body. Millions of stars filled the sky, forming a sea of stars that floated above Central Continent. The blue radiance of the stars interweaved, creating a dreamlike scene. If one looked at the 5 regions now, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert were all shrouded in darkness, only a few special areas were shining brightly. In stark contrast to the 4 regions, only Central Continent was shrouded in light. Central Continent, which was filled with stars. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation very well. She had already made arrangements. Even Fang Yuan was lagging behind Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He was gradually understanding Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true state. This was Wisdom Path's forte in preparing for a rainy day. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She was multitasking now. She was refining Central Continent's natural wisdom path Dao marks while healing her injuries. She was controlling the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, and a portion of her attention was placed inside Celestial Court. This was also the advantage of Wisdom Path. Thoughts were plentiful. The Starry Sky Actuarial Array was operating slowly. Everything was normal. This formation only had some basic offensive and defensive abilities. It was not even at pseudo-venerable level. But precisely because of this, Great Love Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal gave up on them. They chose to transact with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and seek their own benefits. Giant Sun Immortal had a strong need for Blood Path, while Fang Yuan obtained a batch of Primordial Domain. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's main ability was to cover the whole of Central Continent. It could gather information from all over Central Continent, and make deductions to mobilize Central Continent's Gu Immortals to cooperate more precisely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was number 1 in Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path was created by her. She was still the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the current world. No one understood the essence of Wisdom Path better than her. Wisdom Path emphasized control. It was the research of fixed numbers. Wisdom Path had 3 essential elements: thoughts, will, and emotions. Thoughts were ever-changing, wills were fierce, and emotions were disturbing. Wisdom Path Cultivation advocated for Gu cultivators to control these 3 aspects. This was the most basic. Thus, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were usually very calm and self-disciplined. They knew how to control and adjust themselves. On this foundation, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were good at memorizing information and understanding the current situation. This was controlling the present. Furthermore, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators could use all sorts of clues and information to deduce certain possibilities based on the rules of heaven and earth and common sense. This was controlling the future. This was the essence of Wisdom Path. Precisely because of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only venerable in history to become one with the Tao. She interfered with providence and affected fate Gu because fate was the greatest determinant in the world. In this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the most unique. Countless pieces of information flowed out of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation like streams, entering Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. This information included the most basic topography of mountains and rivers, weather changes, the distribution of the various Gu cultivation forces, and even the specific locations of Gu Immortals, their current conditions, and so on. A vast amount of information poured into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like rivers flowing into the sea. If it was Giant Sun Immortal or Great Love Immortal Venerable, they would not be able to handle it. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was different. She mainly cultivated wisdom path, her mind was vast, far surpassing other venerables. She received this vast amount of disorderly information with ease, she had more than enough ability to handle it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a faint sense of joy in her heart. Her control over the whole of Central Continent was rising rapidly. The more information a Wisdom Path Gu cultivator had, the more they could display the advantage of Wisdom Path. Why else would Information Path and Wisdom Path be the most compatible? With the Starry Sky Calculation formation, I can monitor the whole of Central Continent at all times. It is like mini heaven overseeing tower. Central Continent's mood is rather stable, the morale of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is higher than before. It seems they have compared the situation of the other 4 regions. However, the Starry Sky Calculation formation is only at the most basic level now. It still has a lot of room for improvement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought to herself. For example, in terms of collecting information, her investigative methods were not good. Not to mention Gu Immortals, even mortal Gu Master experts could conceal their own secrets to a certain extent. For example, in the Starry Sky Calculation formation, there were few Information Path Immortal Gu that stored information, they needed to be replenished. Of course, the best arrangement was to directly insert the Qiankuan crystal wall. For example, the Starry Sky Calculation formation's deduction, thinking, and deployment abilities could also be raised. But this also required a large number of related Immortal Gu. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Computer Gu, Wisdom Brain Gu, Light Brain Gu, and others. Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable created a special immortal plant, Brain Gu. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable once had Monkey Brain Gu, Dragon Brain Gu, Phoenix Brain Gu, as well as Brain Gu that could be used with Strength Path methods. There was also Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Food Path Research, Brain Gu. These Gu worms were suitable for the Starry Sky Calculation formation. Other than that, the Starry Sky Calculation formation's basic offensive and defensive abilities also had huge room for improvement. However, the Starry Sky Calculation formation has already reached the bottom line of the other venerables. Any improvement in any aspect will attract the venerables' attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable observed the world. The Starry Sky Calculation formation was mainly restricted by external pressure, it also needed a large number of Immortal Gu. Thus, it could only stop here for now. Next, I will gather the information of all the Gu Immortals in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lifespan, Cultivation Level, Path, Immortal Gu, Killer Moves, Immortal Aperture Situation, Path Attainment Level, and so on, will be sent to the Starry Sky Calculation formation for allocation. As for the Gu Immortals in the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down. This matter could not be rushed. Spying on a Gu Immortal's information was a taboo to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forcefully pushing it, and because Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinates of the Celestial Court, it was possible to do so. Even so, the Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would feel uncomfortable, they might even hide it secretly. But these were minor details, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to force it. Forcing it was going against the will of the people, it was going against the grain. How could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? When the Immortals start to taste all sorts of benefits, their mentality would gradually change, they would even take the initiative to cooperate with the Starry Sky Calculation formation. In this situation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would force the Gu Immortals of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens to report their complete information to the Starry Sky Calculation formation. She could not do so now. Many super forces of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens had just joined the Celestial Court after all. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did this, not only would she disappoint them, she would also let the world see the plight of the foreign Gu Immortals who joined the Celestial Court. In the long run, it would be disadvantageous to the Celestial Court and the future situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable first refined the Celestial Court and interfered with Western Desert, obstructing and interfering with Feng Yuan's arrangements. Then, she created the Great Development Immortal Formation and instigated Feng Yuan's 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens forces to defect. Afterwards, she worked together with Feng Yuan to defeat Giant Sun, creating the most basic starry sky calculation formation. She made all sorts of moves, she countered them as they came, but she also did it steadily. Right now, the celestial court's situation was clear, the dark clouds of their previous defeats were swept away, their future was bright. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries are more severe than mine, he is also repairing and refining rank 9 light goo. As for Feng Yuan, he lacks immortal essence, be it refining natural Dao marks or fighting venerables, he is unable to do anything. The biggest variable is still Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Thinking of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked afar again. In these 2 days, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in flames, his mountain-like body was melting and recovering rapidly, his 3 heads had twisted expressions as they screamed in pain. Spectral Soul. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered, intense killing intent surged in her heart again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan's heart shook, joy filled his heart, but his expression did not show it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was refined successfully. Ever since the battle for Light Goo, Feng Yuan had passed the most difficult period of raising Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement. Next, Feng Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He did not refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks, he acted like he was accumulating immortal essence while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Just now, Feng Yuan finally succeeded, he refined rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo, it was very rare. This was only his first attempt, and he had already succeeded. The main reason was because of rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo, it helped Feng Yuan a lot. Furthermore, Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe was outstanding to begin with, after Feng Yuan's modification, it had reached a certain extreme. But looking back at the entire process, the difficulty was quite high. If not for Feng Yuan risking his life, he might have failed miserably. With rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo completed, Feng Yuan's next step was to modify Obscured Heavenly Secret. This step was not difficult at all. Feng Yuan was very confident. He had already accumulated a lot of experience in modifying Heavenly Secret Goo, Obscured Heavenly Secret was also outstanding enough, it was the most stable foundation. I need to find a chance to meet Li Xiaobai and use the rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move on him. That way, he will be able to hide peacefully. Maybe I can use this chance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal was doing his best to heal his injuries. Using the vast amount of luck path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, he was slowly whittling away at his star path, wisdom path, and refinement path Dao marks. Even though he obtained rank 9 Light Goo, he felt an even greater sense of urgency. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable swallowed a wild rank 9 Fire Goo, he is truly foolish. His mind is not clear, there is no way he can refine Fire Goo. Right now, Fire Goo is fighting desperately in his body to protect itself, it is whittling away at the soul path Dao marks in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable weakens to his limit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will definitely take action, there will be another intense battle by then. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his investigative killer move. He needed to start storing immortal essence. This time, in order to protect Emperor Light and rank 9 Light Goo, he had to fight against 2 venerables at the same time, he expended a lot of immortal essence. If they fought against 3 venerables because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, because of the advantage of rank 9 Light Goo, he might be targeted by the other 2 venerables. Rank 9 Light Goo was obtained by Giant Sun Immortal, but it was a hot potato. Celestial Court. 10 rank 5 Goo masters excitedly arrived at an important place in the depths of Celestial Court. They were the 10 children of human path. This is the Great Yen Formation? Xiao Qixing walked at the front. Behind him were Sun Yuan Hua, Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wusheng, Ying Xingji, Chen Dejiang, Tang Ruqi, Sun Yao, and Zhao Shuyi. These 10 were the most outstanding Gu masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were heavily nurtured by Celestial Court and became rising stars of human path after cultivating painstakingly in Divine Emperor City's painting world. They bore a heavy burden, it was the desire of the past venerables of Celestial Court towards human path, it was the germination of Central Continent's grand plan to dominate the 5 regions. The 10 looked over and saw a gray-white light that was like a mountain or a sea in everyone's vision. This light was constantly changing, sometimes winding like a dragon, sometimes dancing like a butterfly, sometimes standing tall like a wall, and sometimes rippling like water. The Great Yen Formation was personally set up by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is the greatest secret of Celestial Court. How honored are we are actually the first batch of Gu Masters to enter the formation to cultivate. Black Heaven annexing White Heaven is already a foregone conclusion. Providence will stabilize and no longer be chaotic. Not long later, it will be time for us to become human path Gu Immortals. So, the Great Yen Formation is our greatest fortuitous encounter before we become immortals. We must grasp this peerless opportunity. That's right, after entering the formation to cultivate, our relevant memories will be erased. We don't know when we will be able to come again. The 10 children of human path discussed for a while and finally arranged the order of entering the formation. Sun Yuan Hua was the first to enter the Great Yen Formation. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he staggered out of the changing light and shadow. How was it? What did you experience in the formation? What gains did you get? Quickly tell us. The other 9 quickly gathered around and asked. Sun Yuan Hua's expression was still a little dazed, but he quickly recovered. He recalled, after I entered, all I could see was a vast white fog. I tried to step into it and vaguely saw a figure. I chased after it. The more I chased, the further I went. I don't know how far I went, but more and more people appeared in the white fog. At first, there were 5 or 6 of them, then 50 or 60, then 6 or 700. When I finally came to my senses, I was already in a sea of people, surrounded by people. I wanted to ask, but I couldn't make a sound. I tried to smile and connect with these people. In the end, I discovered that they were all smiling at me. Their smiles are fake, like a picture drawn with lines. Can you imagine it? Tens of millions of people surrounded me with this kind of fake smile, crowded around me, and squeezed tighter and tighter, making it hard for me to breathe. I used all my strength to push them away, but my strength was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, I was drowned by countless people with fake smiles. By the time I reacted, I had already stepped out of the formation and met you all again. At the same time, a skin figure Gu's Immortal Gu recipe appeared in my mind. After Sun Yuan Hua finished narrating his experiences, there was still lingering fear on his face. He revealed the truth. It would be very helpful to the others. Why does it feel like I had a nightmare? This formation is truly profound and extraordinary. Currently, it seems that after going through the Yen formation, a human path Immortal Gu recipe will appear. We can't make a conclusion with just one person. Who will be next? The other human path 9 children discussed for a while, but they could not find anything. The second choice was Gu Ting. Gu Ting slowly walked into the fog under everyone's gazes. After a few minutes, Gu Ting walked out of the formation with a dazed expression, similar to Sun Yuan Hua earlier. But soon, he recovered. Everyone gathered around him, listening to him narrate his experiences. Gu Ting's experience was different from Sun Yuan Hua. He did not see anyone. In fact, he felt that he did not even open his eyes. His greatest feeling was the music. The music produced by a certain instrument was constantly lingering in his mind. When the music stopped, Gu Ting walked out of the immortal formation. I received an Immortal Gu recipe. It is my modified Vital Gu, Musician Gu. The 10 children of human path discussed among themselves. Skin figure Gu and Musician Gu were human path Gu worms. They were also Sun Yuan Hua's and Gu Ting's Vital Gu. This means that the gains are related to Vital Gu? More accurately, it should be the Immortal Gu recipe of Vital Gu? This is too useful to us. That's right, who knows, we might be able to use the excess tribulation chi to refine our vital Immortal Gu when we undergo tribulation. The 10 children of human path were very excited. They were going to cultivate human path. This was the arrangement of the celestial court. There were advantages and disadvantages to cultivating this path. The advantage was that it was a brand new path. They could dominate the world with one move. Once human path developed, they would have a natural advantage over other paths. The disadvantage was that because they had just started developing on a large scale, the road ahead was dark. There were almost no inheritances to support them. The 10 children of human path had to forge a path for themselves. As for the celestial court, even though the venerables had human path killer moves, these killer moves were too high level, they were related to secrets, the 10 children of human path could not come into contact with them. The 10 children of human path knew clearly, it was extremely difficult for them to create human path immortal goo recipes. The amount of time, resources, and manpower they would expend was immeasurable. Even during the tribulation transcendence, using the peerless opportunity of nature imitation to ask the heavenly will might not yield any results. Because they were developing human path, it was likely that the entire world did not have the corresponding human path immortal goo. However, when the third person, Xianxia, entered the immortal formation, he did not obtain the immortal goo recipe. I obtained a brand new human path goo recipe from rank 1 to rank 5, it is called Pill Refinement Master. Xianxia's vital goo had already been changed to Dr. Goo, but after entering the formation, he obtained a different human path goo recipe. Xianxia was somewhat disappointed. After all, his immortal ascension was imminent. Without Dr. Goo's immortal goo recipe, he would not be able to use human path immortal goo for a long time in the future. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been paying close attention to the 10 children of human path. After Sun Yuanhua entered the formation, his comprehension and experience towards human path formed a profound connection with the inheritance of the former Shadow Path Goo Immortal of the Celestial Court, Immortal Lord Gooing. Eventually, he obtained the Immortal Goo recipe of Skin Shadow Man Goo. Immortal Lord Gooing was a person after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's first life. But after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked through the records of the Celestial Court, she had a deep impression of this person. Immortal Lord Gooing had mentioned in his inheritance, even though Shadow Path was only a branch of Dark Path, it had greater potential. Shadow Path was not just a branch of Dark Path, it was also a branch of Light Path. Without light, how could there be shadows? Because of this, if they developed the Shadow Path, they might be able to use it as a foundation in the future to merge the Dark Path and the Light Path, forming a brand new and enormous path. After Gu Ting entered the formation, he formed a connection with the Sound Path inheritance, that was how the musician Gu Immortal recipe was created. As for Xianxia, after he entered the formation, he did not form a connection with the inheritances of those healing Gu Immortals, instead, he formed a connection with Ruan Dan's Pill Path. Pill Refinement Master Gu, different from Xianxia, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that Xianxia's gains were greater this time. Human Path was the path that the Celestial Court focused on developing, while Pill Path was also a brand new path. The small spark created by the collision of these two paths was Pill Refinement Master Gu. It was Xianxia's human path achievement, he absorbed a portion of the essence of the Pill Path inheritance and turned it into his own achievement. Pill Refinement Master Gu's Gu recipe ranges from rank 1 to rank 5, after refinement, a large number of Pill Refinement Masters can be created. And these Pill Refinement Masters are most proficient in refining Pill Gu. Pill Gu were mostly expendable Gu, and from the many Pill Gu that Ruan Dan refined, their effects were very strong. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable acutely realized, if Pill Refinement Master Gu was popularized, it would change the current situation of Gu Masters at the bottom level, it would have a huge impact. After Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and Xianxia, it was Xiao Qixing's turn. This person was vaguely the leader of the 10 children of human path. After entering the derivation immortal formation this time, he actually obtained the corresponding immortal Gu recipes of Soldier Gu and Squad Leader Gu. But regretfully, Xiao Qixing's vital Gu was Martial Gu. Chen Dejiang was the 5th person to enter the formation. His vital Gu was Capture Gu, but he did not obtain the corresponding immortal Gu recipe. I obtained Fandor Gu. I have Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 6, they are 1 Fandor Gu, 2 Fandor's Gu, all the way to rank 6 Immortal Gu, 6 Fandor Gu. Fandor Gu are connected to each other, after they are established, my Capture Gu can turn into a constable and quickly teleport from one door to another. After Chen Dejiang was Zhao Shuyi. Her vital Gu was Craftsman Gu. And after entering the formation this time, she had a connection with a certain metal path inheritance, forming the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of Blacksmith Gu. The 10 children of human path entered the derivation immortal formation one after another, their gains were huge, but there was a huge difference between them. No matter what, this derivation immortal formation is too amazing. In just half a day, because of it, the whole of human path in heaven and earth experienced a huge breakthrough and development. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is indeed the #1 wisdom path person in history. The eyes of the 10 children of human path shined, they were willing to submit. They really wanted to enter the formation again, but they were not allowed. It was not that the derivation Immortal Formation's power was limited, but that they themselves had reached their limits. The essence of the derivation Immortal Formation was to fuse the human path research results of the 10 children of human path with the inheritances and thoughts left behind by generations of GU Immortal experts, then create sparks and create brand new human path research results. The 10 children of human path had only cultivated human path for a short period of time. They were also mortals who were only rank 5 GU masters, their foundation was very limited. They had already squeezed out all of their potential. If they entered again, they would be corroded by other inheritances and thoughts. It would severely affect, restrict their original path and hopes. They were like seedlings, after being stimulated once, they needed to rest for a long time. Otherwise, they would be pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. They would no longer have their own unique thoughts and human path. Their originally unimaginable future would become dim and unworthy of any expectations. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret, everything happened silently. But Feng Yuan knew clearly how much immortal essence he expended after activating this rank 9 killer move. 360 beads of rank 9 immortal essence. After Heavenly Secret GU advanced to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Feng Yuan into a complete rank 9 killer move. Compared to the original rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 killer move expended a lot more immortal essence. The activation time was 10 times longer. The activation steps were also 5 to 6 times more complicated. Feng Yuan's thoughts were also expended more intensely. After paying a huge price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret's power had become much stronger. This strength was not a quantitative change, it was a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could form a fishnet-like temporary heaven path down marks. They were layered and complex, covering Feng Yuan's entire body. For example, it was like a silkworm using silk threads to weave a thick, dense, and bloated cocoon. Right now, the heaven path down marks were still in the shape of a fishnet, but they were denser, they were not layered, there was only one layer. This layer of fishnet heaven path down marks were not temporary down marks, they were fixed, forming a certain state. Feng Yuan knew about this. He used investigative killer moves to observe and barely sensed this layer of Heavenly Secret fishnet. It was almost like it existed and did not exist. This fishnet's shape made Feng Yuan immediately think of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ghostly concealment killer move. Truthfully speaking, Heavenly Secret fishnet was still inferior to ghostly concealment. But Feng Yuan could clearly sense that the two had a certain similarity. Ghostly concealment did not expend immortal essence, it could be maintained for a long time. Heavenly Secret fishnet was the same. But Heavenly Secret fishnet was slightly inferior to ghostly concealment. Even though it could be stabilized, it could be expended. As long as the outside world surveillance was strong enough, the Heaven's Fate fishing net would be damaged in order to resist the surveillance. This damage would be greater than the net's self-recovery speed. Then, the balance of the Heaven's Fate fishing net would gradually be broken, like a sinking ship. Of course, ghostly concealment had its weakness too. However, its recovery speed and defensive capabilities were much higher than the Heaven Fate fishing net. But because Feng Yuan had ghostly concealment, his enemies already knew about it, they targeted and countered him. The true value of ghostly concealment was far inferior to Obscured Heavenly Secret. Even though ghostly concealment was much better than Obscured Heavenly Secret, it was already outdated. Other than the increase in power and qualitative change, Obscured Heavenly Secret had another benefit, that was the consumption of Heaven Path immortal materials to activate it fell drastically. All of a sudden, it was reduced to the previous 20%. This reduction in the consumption of Heavenly Law immortal materials would be of great help to Feng Yuan's future accumulation of Heavenly Law immortal materials. Heavenly Law immortal materials were not that easy to obtain. It was only during the past 2 days that Feng Yuan had such a good opportunity. In fact, the reason why Heaven Path immortal materials could appear in such a large scale was also because of the Delirious Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret GU and the Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move were extremely important to Feng Yuan. This was a sprint. If the sprint failed, after Fang Yuan was exposed, he would be attacked by the two venerables. Just look at how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Giant Sun Immortal because of rank 9 Light Gu. She was very forceful and aggressive. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Emperor to hide in Longevity Heaven, only then did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stop. Once Fang Yuan was exposed, he would be using 2 rank 9 Immortal Gu. He did not have headquarters like Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court. But if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal worked together, they would be even more terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path controlled fate. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path controlled variables. The two could be said to be restraining each other, but once they worked together, they could complement each other. Fang Yuan could not resist their combined strength. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any rank 9 offensive methods. Even if Fang Yuan resisted them, the external situation of the three venerables would be extremely disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have enough strength to wipe out Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were in an invincible position. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would create some trouble. One could say, once Fang Yuan was exposed, he would fall into a very passive situation. But now, everything was fine. With rank 9 obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, he stabilized the situation at the final juncture. Raising the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was not hard, but Fang Yuan risked his life to succeed. He succeeded in raising the rank 9 Immortal Gu on the first try. There was some luck involved. This was the turning point of the three venerables' confrontation. Right now, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Foundation was at Grandmaster attainment level. He had all sorts of killer moves like Heaven's Jealousy of Heroic Geniuses, Heavenly Net, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Order and Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and so on. He also had Immortal Gu like Heavenly Secret Gu, Heavenly Web Gu, Heaven's Envy Gu, and Heavenly Birth Gu. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. By now, the Truthful Floating Ice had already cleared a little more than half of its inventory. What was worth mentioning was that after Fang Yuan became a Heaven Path Grandmaster, the speed at which he cleared the Truthful Floating Ice also increased greatly. This was easy to understand. Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose, his foundation also rose. He could understand and comprehend the other Heaven Path profundities in the Truthful Floating Ice even faster. Back then, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice. He digested it very quickly and almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, I only managed to raise my Heaven Path attainment level to Grandmaster after consuming more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. The remaining portion will be very difficult for me to reach Great Grandmaster. The higher the cultivation level of a Gu cultivator, the greater the gap between their cultivation levels. Attainment levels were the same. About half of the Truthful Floating Ice could help Fang Yuan advance from ordinary attainment level to Heaven Path Master level, and then Grandmaster level. But the same half of the Truthful Floating Ice made it very difficult for Fang Yuan to advance from Heaven Path Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. Even so, Fang Yuan was already very satisfied. The Truthful Floating Ice, the spoils of war and Crazed Demon Cave, brought too much value to Fang Yuan. Not to mention anything else, just the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's Immortal Gu recipe did not exist in the original Gu cultivation world. Fang Yuan was very clear about this. This Immortal Gu recipe was the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon formation. It absorbed the chaos outside the world and used rank 9 derivation Gu as the core, operating for millions of years. This was far ahead of the entire world. It was very difficult to achieve such an achievement. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was not weak, he was at Grandmaster level. But why did he not try to create a human path rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe? It was very difficult. This attempt would expend too much time, energy, manpower, and resources, and the results could not be guaranteed. Because in the current world, there were very few human path Immortal Gu. Creating a human path rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe was doing something that did not exist in the world. It was expanding the boundaries and upper limits of human path. It was also expanding the boundaries and upper limits of the entire world. From 0 to 1, from nothing to something, it was a qualitative change. It was very difficult. From 1 to 2, from something to more, it was a quantitative change, the difficulty would fall drastically. Human Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe was already very difficult, then Heavenly Secret Goo's Rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was at least 10,000 times more difficult. Feng Yuan was almost certain that this Rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was the essence of the largest truthful floating ice. Now, I need to find a chance to interact with Li Xiaobai and secretly use Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. The Rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could fool Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The Rank 9 killer move was even more likely. Of course, this was based on the fact that Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have the corresponding Rank 9 Immortal Goo. If there was no chance, he would create one. But it was not easy to make the two Venerables not suspect him. Feng Yuan looked into the distance, looking at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. Different from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who was filled with killing intent, Feng Yuan wanted to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a cover to conceal his true actions. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's entire body was enveloped in fire. Rank 9 Wildfire Goo was at the brink of life and death, it unleashed its strongest attack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had been tortured for dozens of days, he was in a terrible state. His body, which was originally as huge as a mountain, had now shrunk by 30%. Even though his Rank 9 aura was still berserk, he was showing signs of fatigue. Out of the tens of thousands of thick black arms, only a few hundred remained. One of the 3 heads had already been burned off. However, Fire Goo's aura was not as strong as before, its aura had clearly fallen by several levels. A Rank 8 Goo Immortal quietly got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still had his consciousness, it would be easy to deal with Fire Goo. Unfortunately, his mind is not clear, he cannot even seal off the natural primeval energy, allowing Fire Goo to unleash its terrifying might for no reason. This Goo Immortal had a deep gaze, he was continuously comprehending some sort of mystical thing from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was Feng Jioga. At this moment, a Soul Beast army was advancing over 100 li away. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the Soul Beast army, he had a ruthless expression as he roared and pounced forward. The Soul Beast army was easily dispersed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he opened his 2 mouths and continued to devour. In just a few breaths of time, he had devoured over 10,000 Soul Beasts. These Soul Beasts melted, their Soul Path Dao marks were all transferred to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries recovered rapidly, but soon, he was burned by fire, new injuries were created. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has the instinct to eat, he was just lucky, he encountered a Soul Beast army and managed to stall for some time. Then let me give you a helping hand. Feng Jioga activated an immortal killer move, Destiny Song. The song was ethereal and heavy, it was filled with contradictions. Initially, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. But soon, the stream seemed to turn into magma, it expanded into a long river, it was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. At the same time, the mountain range beneath the enormous river of lava turned into waves that rose and fell without end. The magma and the waves collided and interacted, creating a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds, the azure clouds rose up, it was as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the lightning pierced through the azure clouds, the immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds, their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times, they were in high spirits, at times, they were wandering aimlessly. At times, they bent their backs, at times, they spread their wings and soared. Feng Jioga's expression turned pale. His current Song of Destiny was far more powerful than before. Furthermore, the song was extremely beautiful, it contained the charm of heaven and earth, evidently, Feng Jioga had gained a lot from collecting the heavenly music earlier. Destiny Song only lasted for a dozen or so breaths of time, Feng Jioga stopped this move and quickly retreated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still engulfed by the terrifying flames, he screamed in pain, it seemed like Feng Jioga's Destiny Song had no effect. However, 3 days later, the red flames on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body suddenly turned from a blazing red to a gray-blue ice-cold color. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable calmed down, he was like an injured beast that had finally gotten some time to rest. He did not refine the wildfire goo, but the fire goo no longer attacked or repelled him. Instead, they formed a strange symbiotic relationship in his body. They were helping each other. Huff, huff, huff. Spectral soul demon Venerable's breathing slowed down. The grayish-blue flames around him gradually retracted until there was nothing left. His entire body seemed to have turned into a tombstone, emitting an endless sense of deathly stillness and coldness. At the next moment, rumble, the flames surged and suddenly erupted. In an instant, they swept out for thousands of miles and rapidly expanded in all directions. Everywhere it went, all living beings disintegrated and burned to ashes. Their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by spectral soul demon Venerable like rivers flowing into the sea. Spectral soul demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly, his body grew larger and larger. In these two heavens, spectral soul demon Venerable's shocking transformation foiled the Venerable's plans again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan raised his head as he activated his investigative killer move. The ice-blue fire had already covered most of the immemorial two heavens, destroying all living beings wherever it went. Even immemorial desolate beasts could not last for long. This was an absolute massacre. Spectral soul demon Venerable benefited greatly from this. His body had expanded to 100 times the size when he was in Crazed Demon Cave. There were more than 10,000 pitch-black pillar-like arms. A terrifying aura and killing intent filled the entire sky. He was unmoving in the two heavens, like he had replaced the sun in the day, becoming the absolute overlord of the night sky. Feng Zhouge. Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. He had already found out that the reason for spectral soul demon Venerable's transformation was because of Feng Zhouge. After the Fate Destruction battle, Feng Zhouge had betrayed the celestial court and vanished. To think that when he appeared again, he would have such a shocking move. What made Feng Yuan suspicious was that Feng Zhouge probably had pseudo-venerable battle strength. Only with such strength could he influence spectral soul demon Venerable and retreat successfully. Be it Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they could not investigate spectral soul demon Venerable continuously. Maintaining an investigative killer move expended immortal essence and thoughts. This was also the reason why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up a starry sky calculation formation to inspect the whole of Central Continent in her place. Destiny Song, it can allow spectral soul demon Venerable and wildfire goo to come to an agreement and coexist peacefully. Feng Zhouge's killer move has become even more powerful. Feng Yuan was already a refinement path Venerable now. In the entire world, other than Venerables, Feng Zhouge was the most important person. He was worthy of Feng Yuan's attention, his talent was outstanding and stunning, and he was also Feng Kim Huang's father. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Zhouge was plotted against by spectral soul demon Venerable, causing him to die while attacking Long-Hair Blessed Land. Now that Feng Yuan recalled it, he could see how much importance spectral soul demon Venerable placed on Feng Zhouge back then. Precisely because of this, spectral soul demon Venerable set up a trap to kill Feng Zhouge. If not for that, Feng Zhouge would have been even more dazzling in his previous life. The strange thing was, in the 500 years of his previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable plotted against Feng Zhouge. But in this life, Feng Zhouge seemed to be repaying evil with kindness. He helped spectral soul demon Venerable greatly. Then, is the reason why Feng Zhouge has pseudo-venerable strength because of future self, or is it because of his own cultivation during this period of time? Feng Yuan kept thinking. This was a crucial question. If there was still future self left in Feng Zhouge's body, that meant Red Lotus Demon Venerable was still closely related to Feng Zhouge. In that case, Feng Zhouge was backed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and Feng Zhouge might also be part of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. Feng Yuan was very clear about the relationship between these two. Back then, after he failed to rebirth, in order to destroy Fate Goo, he was the one who told Feng Zhouge the crucial information, allowing the latter to obtain his Red Lotus true inheritance. Why did Feng Zhouge help spectral soul demon Venerable? And the attitude Celestial Court had towards Feng Zhouge, it was worth Feng Yuan's consideration. Feng Yuan had already learned that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sent Celestial Court Goo Immortals to capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Then, why did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not pursue Feng Zhouge? Why did she give Feng Kim Hong the cold shoulder? It was as if she had forgotten about her. What was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan? spring-autumn cicada could not be used, Feng Yuan had not reborn, there were many secrets that he did not know. And because he lacked investigative methods against venerables, and he had to pretend to be weak, Feng Yuan could only make guesses now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had finished healing her injuries, she left Celestial Court. Over the last few days, she had been refining Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Yoga, Destiny Song, I cultivate wisdom path, I control fate. Giant Sun Immortal cultivates luck path, he studies variables. This destiny song contains fate and variables, it involves heaven path and human path at the same time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences, and even looked at the history of humanity and variant humans. She felt that in terms of talent, Feng Yoga was definitely in the top 10. Feng Yoga had interacted with Fairy Myrtle and the rest, he might have even helped them. Now that he is helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his actions are likely to be very helpful to his Destiny Song killer move. The pursuers of Celestial Court had failed. They could not capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used all sorts of clues and deductions to deduce the truth. At this moment, inside Celestial Court, the derivation formation was still operating slowly. Che Wei and several other Gu Immortals were waiting in front of the formation. The 10 children of human path had already left Celestial Court, their memories had all been erased. This step was done by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself, she did not erase their memories crudely, she made ingenious changes. The 10 children of human path would have a burst of inspiration in the following period of time, they would create related Gu recipes and so on. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was even more strict in this aspect. She would deal with any living being that interacted with the derivation formation like this. This way, as long as their wisdom path attainment could not match her, no one would be able to obtain information about the derivation formation from the 10 children of human path. The derivation formation was too important to Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had thought of all ways to keep this a secret. Wan Dan flew out of the derivation formation. Che Wei and the rest immediately went up and asked in concern. Wan Dan's expression soon returned to normal, he had an expression of wild joy. Amazing, this derivation formation is too amazing. I obtained close to 1,000 pill path Gu recipes, among which there are more than 100 immortal Gu recipes. I have been creating pill path killer moves for a long time, but my progress has been slow. But after going through the derivation immortal formation, I obtained more than 200 killer moves and 50 immortal killer moves. Che Wei and the rest were shaken. Wan Dan was the first Gu cultivator to enter the formation, to think that his gains would be so terrifying, different from the 10 children of human path. Wan Dan was a legendary immemorial desolate beast, he had a long lifespan and rich experience, his foundation was extremely deep. Wan Dan, you created pill path, but you do not know much about other paths. However, this derivation immortal formation can allow you to interact with the outstanding achievements of other paths with you as the center. After such a connection, there will be countless results derived, so the harvest is unimaginable. Feng Daki analyzed. She was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, she was personally selected by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter the derivation formation. Wan Dan nodded, praising, Fairy Feng is right. For a brand new path like Pill Path, the first step of development is to spread it widely. After that, countless Gu cultivators will come into contact with it and cultivate, using their different life experiences, different perspectives, and unique ways of thinking, they will accumulate Pill Path. After that, more and more people will cultivate, and geniuses will emerge, they will make breakthroughs and undergo qualitative changes, obtaining huge results. And now, the derivation immortal formation has replaced these steps. Using all sorts of outstanding Gu immortal inheritances, the geniuses of history will deduce it together with me, we will rapidly accumulate a vast amount of Pill Path knowledge in a short period of time. Hearing this analysis, Che Wei and the rest had heated gazes. It is my turn now. Che Wei was the second to enter the formation. Several days later, Che Wei entered the formation. His gains were as huge as Wan Dan's, the immortals continued to analyze and discuss. Ruandan said, "Che Wei, even though you have only created weapon path for a short period of time, far inferior to me. You are a pure human with the strongest intelligence, your gains are almost the same as mine. If you had created your path at the same time as me, your gains would be even greater." However, Che Wei shook his head, "Fellow immortals, I have a different guess about this. Any path that reaches Grandmaster attainment level will gain the ability to comprehend other paths by analogy. By then, the Gu cultivator will use their own path to imitate the specialty of other paths. For example, using fire path Gu worms to form killer moves, or water path abilities, and so on. Immortal formation derivation can also be seen as forcefully comprehending other paths by analogy. The vast number of true inheritances stored in the immortal formation can be interpreted in another way through either Ruandan's pill path or my weapon path. For example, the iron rod Gu recipe that I obtained is a transformation of metal path research results along with weapon path. And skin whip Gu is the result of combining transformation path research results with weapon path. Che Wei's words immediately deepened the immortal's understanding of immortal formation derivation. Next was Feng Deqi's turn. Feng Deqi only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendant. After she entered the formation, she only spent a day and a night before leaving. After regaining her senses, she smiled. "I have obtained painting path research results. Next, I will refine painting path Immortal Gu and change it to my vital Gu. I will cultivate painting path." The immortals congratulated her. Immortal formation derivation's effect was not only to help human path, pill path, and weapon path develop rapidly, it could also extract the essence of each path's research results and condense them into new paths. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave behind any painting path inheritance for his bloodline descendants. But through immortal formation derivation, Celestial Court could directly nurture painting path Gu immortals. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no meaning in talking about Gu worms being the strongest, but Gu immortals did. The nurturing, use, and refinement of Gu worms depended on one's heart. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu and the other cores to set up the crazed demon formation. He created the truthful floating ice and tried to create eternal life research results, but he failed. Most of the truthful floating ice was lost. The remaining truthful floating ice was divided by Feng Yuan and the other 2 venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu to create the immortal formation derivation, allowing all paths to erupt and produce a vast number of research results. She saved a lot of time and also prevented a huge flaw from spreading too much. If Giant Sun Immortal had such a method back then, he would not have sent the Blood Sea clone to spread a vast number of blood path inheritances. As far as the 3 venerables were concerned, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's huge change was only beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal let out a breath of air. He was naked, sitting cross-legged. His muscular upper body was covered in bulging muscles, his black chest hair gave off an intense aura of masculinity. "My injuries are healed." Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fire Gu continued to fight evenly with each other, both sides would be heavily injured. The venerables would fight again. However, Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were much heavier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. If he did not participate, he would lose the opportunity. If he participated, he would be injured, he would be at a disadvantage. In the battle for Light Gu not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal had to endure the pressure of the 2 venerables. He also had to protect his eldest son, Light Emperor. He had to pay a huge price. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already healed her injuries, but Giant Sun Immortal had only recovered now. Feng Jioga's sudden attack made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even stronger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable could only wait patiently. Giant Sun Immortal became the beneficiary of this. But Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling in his previous life. After all, he cultivated luck path, he researched variables. As he grew stronger, any variable would be beneficial to him. Giant Sun Immortal prepared for a moment before activating his luck path investigative killer move. But this time, he did not investigate the other venerables, he only inspected himself. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the Celestial Quartz Wisdom Path down marks, Giant Sun Immortal's number of times he inspected others decreased, he focused on his own situation. His luck was not good. I successfully obtained rank 9 light goo, but my luck is still not good. Which side is against me? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. Don't tell me, because rank 9 light goo is not suitable for me to use, and because it is injured, it is being nurtured in Emperor Light's body? Giant Sun Immortal gasped. Rank 9 light goo was injured by Feng Yuan's incomplete refinement killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal had no way to heal his injuries. On the other hand, the Light Emperor had his own expertise and thought of a solution. That was to use his light body to continuously refine and nurture it, until the light goo became his vital goo and be used by him. If it were a rank 9 wild light goo, Light Emperor would not be able to subdue and refine it. But light goo was injured and its will was heavily injured. With Giant Sun Immortal's help, Light Emperor saw some hope of success. This method had many drawbacks. For a very long time, the Light Emperor was almost unable to move. He even needed the help of others to drink and eat. As soon as Longevity Heaven had a pseudo-venerable battle prowess, it went into seclusion. But Longevity Heaven could do nothing about it. They could not hand light goo to Feng Yuan and let him repair it. This was a rank 9 immortal goo. But Feng Yuan had no bottom line. Giant Sun and Light Emperor were not stupid enough to seek Feng Yuan's help on this. Looking at his bad luck, Giant Sun Immortal sighed helplessly. If only I did not obtain rank 9 light goo, but a rank 9 luck path immortal goo, no matter what it was, as long as it was a luck path immortal goo, that would be great. Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling. Although many sudden changes would ultimately be beneficial to him in the end, he had no choice. But most of the time, it was not what Giant Sun Immortal needed the most. After all, it was a variable, not a fixed outcome. Right now, if Giant Sun Immortal had a rank 9 luck path immortal goo, he would be able to modify a rank 9 investigative killer move. He would be able to determine who posed the greatest threat to him. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a rank 9 luck path immortal goo now. Even if he used investigative killer moves and obtained the amplification of Longevity Heaven's vast amount of luck path Dao marks, he could only see the general trend of luck path. The three venerables were in a standoff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in a delirious state. There were also pseudo-venerables like Feng Jioga, as well as the schemes of the other venerables. All of these luck were intertwined. Giant Sun Immortal could not distinguish the details, he could only see the vague general trend. Rank 9 immortal goo were very important. They often brought about a qualitative change. No matter how much the luck path Dao mark amplification was, it was just a quantitative change. Maybe I have made the most progress among the three venerables. This change in luck is likely because of the rank 9 light goo. The other venerables decided to work together to deal with me. That is why their luck surpasses mine. Of course, there is another possibility. I have already been surpassed. My advantage is gone. But in this situation, who is the hidden person? Similar to how Feng Yuan thought about Feng Jioga and Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could only guess, he could not deduce the truth. Giant Sun Immortal only left Longevity Heaven and continued to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After completely refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal expanded his base from Longevity Heaven to the whole of Northern Plains. There were many benefits to this. For example, Giant Sun Immortal was attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable again. He did not need to escape to Longevity Heaven. As long as he entered Northern Plains, he would receive a huge amplification. Even though this amplification was inferior to Longevity Heaven, it was enough to deal with the two venerables. At the same time, Northern Plains was under Giant Sun Immortal's control. Giant Sun Immortal could specially nurture Gu Immortal descendants. He would not have to worry about some shameless venerable slaughtering the Huangjin tribes while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a good way to stop them. Giant Sun Immortal understood deeply. As time passed, the Venerable's strength would continue to grow, they would become stronger, their immortal essence would become more abundant. During the initial stage of the conflict, the Venerables did not have enough immortal essence to use. This was the best time to refine the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult. When refining natural Dao marks, if there was any disturbance, the progress would be very slow. If other Venerables gained the upper hand, it would be even worse. For example, if star constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of a place first, her strength would rise greatly in that place. At that time, if Giant Sun Immortal wanted to refine the luck path Tao marks of this place and star constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, retreating would be the logical choice for Giant Sun Immortal. Not counting the unconscious spectral soul demon Venerable, among the three venerables, Giant Sun Immortal's advantage was still very clear. He had refined the largest number of luck path Tao marks. Once he refined all of Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, he would not allow other venerables to get their hands on it. Be it star constellation Immortal Venerable who wanted to refine Northern Plains wisdom path Tao marks, or Feng Yuan who wanted to refine Northern Plains refinement path Tao marks, they would face a heavy blow from Giant Sun Immortal. Thus, now was the most suitable time to refine natural Tao marks. After this period, the difficulty would rise sharply. Other than this reason, there was an even more crucial secret that urged the venerables to refine Tao marks as soon as possible. That was, only by completely refining all of the natural Tao marks in the world could one maintain their attainment level. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable let out icy blue fire as he slaughtered the two heavens. The other three venerables were refining their own natural Tao marks. The 5 regions Gu Immortal World fell into temporary peace again. Countless beast groups escaped from confusion 2 heavens, landing in the 5 regions. The super forces of the 5 regions were in a terrible situation. Gu Immortals moved out to defend their territories. Most of the beast groups perished in the icy blue fire. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body continued to grow, his aura surged like the sea. After a period of time, his ice-cold blue flame completely covered the entire 2 heavens. Under the attention of the 3 venerables and the gazes of countless living beings in the 5 regions, the blue fire burned for 2 days and 2 nights. Countless fragments of white heaven and black heaven in confusion 2 heavens fused together in this blue fire, becoming one. A new heaven appeared, people called it Spectral Heaven. With immemorial black heaven as the leader, immemorial white heaven was completely conquered and annexed, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who devoured black heaven's spirit became the ruler. His body was like a mountain or a sea, he was not inferior to the sun from before. The blue fire gradually extinguished everywhere in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, only the surface of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was burning quietly, even the weakest fire was tens of feet tall. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became the biggest source of light in Spectral Heaven, he emitted a vast cold killing intent towards the 5 regions at all times. This was an unprecedented change, even in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, there was no such change. The entire Gu Cultivation world's environment was changing under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control. Light path was suppressed, dark path was growing. Battles and casualties rose all over the world, most living beings and even Gu masters could not escape from the influence of killing intent. Soul beasts started to proliferate all over the world. But at the same time, providence also stabilized. Eastern Sea. A rank 5 female Gu master looked at Spectral Heaven, at the grand existence at the center of Spectral Heaven. She only looked at it for a while before lowering her head and retracting her gaze. In such a short period of time, the killing intent in her heart had accumulated to the peak, almost breaking through her own limits, making her dizzy with killing intent. She had to slaughter wantonly in order to slightly calm down and ease it. The female Gu master was old, she was 93 years old, her name was Hua Ben Cry, she had just left her position as the leader of Eastern Sea's Hua clan. She purposely stared at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When her killing intent dissipated, Hua Ben Cry started the biggest attempt of her life. Ascending to immortal as a mortal, first step, shattering aperture. Heaven and earth chi burst out, forming a grand tribulation. Hua Ben Cry had a solemn expression. Even though she had Hua clan's detailed information, facing the immortal ascension tribulation, her mind and body were shaken. Second step, taking in chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi enveloped her. Hua Ben Cry concentrated, trying her best to balance the 3 chi. At the same time, it was natural inspiration. As for the tribulations in the outside world, Hua clan's Gu immortals would resist them. This was the benefit of being a super force. Third step, releasing Gu. The vital Gu was released into the 3 chi mixed essence chi lump. There was a loud explosion, heaven and earth were split apart. At this moment, Hua Ben Cry had a rank 6 immortal aperture. She succeeded in her immortal ascension. a high-grade blessed land. But there was no excess heaven and earth chi left to refine her vital goo. But Hua Ben Cry was already very satisfied. She could not calm the excitement in her heart. When using natural inspiration, she had great gains. The killer move that she was most proud of in her life's accumulation had already undergone a qualitative change. It had become an immortal killer move. As long as she used this move and sat on any immortal goo house, crying out in pain, the target immortal goo house would suffer huge losses. The reputation of the goo immortals inside the immortal goo house would also fall. Literature Library. After the formation of spectral heaven, it gradually stabilized. The beast groups that had escaped earlier returned to live in the sky. All the grotto heavens closed their entrances and left them in the void. Although there were some losses, they all survived. Spectral soul demon Venerable dominated spectral heaven and rarely moved. The two heavens grotto heavens did not open their entrances to communicate with the outside world, in case spectral soul demon Venerable came looking for them. Fang Yuan, star constellation, and giant sun, the three venerables, were busy refining natural Tao marks. Their confrontation fell into a deadlock again. While the venerables stopped fighting and the world was taking a breather, a large number of Gu Immortal seeds chose to advance to Gu Immortal realm at this moment. Central Continent. Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters, Blessed Land. Mu Huai greets First Supreme Elder. A newly advanced rank 6 Gu Immortal respectfully knelt on the ground. Heavenly Lotus Sect's First Supreme Elder nodded slightly. After giving some words of encouragement to Mu Huai, he said to an immortal beside Mu Huai, Wu Zhang, Mu Huai is someone you nurtured. You will be in charge of making arrangements. Yes. Wu Zhang replied and led Mu Huai out of the hall. Wu Zhang was Heavenly Lotus Sect's 5th Supreme Elder. He had created 5 Virtues Sect in Central Continent long ago. 5 Virtues Sect had 5 Virtue Elders. Mu Huai was one of them, Wood Virtue Elder. After his immortal ascension, he became a middle-grade blessed land. Wu Zhang led him to join Heavenly Lotus Sect and obtained the First Supreme Elder's recognition. From now on, Mu Huai was a member of Wu Zhang's faction. Several days later, Northern Plains. An immortal ascension tribulation had just passed. Ouyang Baisang, who had risked his immortal ascension, only had half his body left. He barely survived. Second brother, you succeeded. Mo Shirquang's voice was very loud. He excitedly rushed forward. Ouyang Baisang could only force a smile. He could not speak. He could only look at Lu Wenwu with a grateful gaze. If not for Lu Wenwu's help, Ouyang Baisang would have died for sure. Now, it was all thanks to Lu Wenwu using an immortal killer move to help Ouyang Baisang survive. Lu Wenwu was once a Lu tribe Gu immortal seed. He was brothers with Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shirquang. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest. Lu Wenwu was now a Gu immortal. With his help, Ouyang Baisang also succeeded in his immortal ascension. Lu Wenwu understood Ouyang Baisang's meaning and smiled warmly. Brother, go to sleep. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you don't have to worry. Ouyang Baisang didn't even have the strength to nod. He closed his eyes and fell asleep on the spot, showing his absolute confidence in Lu Wenwu. Big brother. Look, second brother has successfully ascended to immortality. I can do it too. When are you going to help me? Let me have a try too. Mo Shirquang's eyes were burning with desire and his expression was anxious. Lu Wenwu smiled bitterly. Third brother, don't be impatient. You've seen your second brother's situation with your own eyes. Immortal ascension is extremely dangerous. He almost failed completely because of the imbalance of his 3 chi. Furthermore, it's very unreliable for me to deal with the infinite possibilities of the immortal ascension tribulation alone. We were lucky this time. The calamity we encountered was within my abilities, so I could deal with it. However, you have to know that there are thousands of calamities and tribulations, and they are all very strange. The next time you ascend to become an immortal, you might not be so lucky. This? Mo Shirquang scratched his head. Lu Wenwu urged again, let's wait for some time. When your second brother's cultivation level stabilizes, he will also have Gu immortal methods. At that time, if we help you together, there will be more hope. Big brother is right, then I will wait. Mo Shirquang listened to the advice and reluctantly changed his mind. But he did not know that Lu Wenwu was sighing inwardly. In the early years, Lu Wenwu was only a Gu master and did not have high standards. thus he became sworn brothers with Mo Quan. But after becoming a Gu immortal, Lu Wenwu discovered that the world was dominated by humans. All variant humans had to stand aside. Mo Quan's Inkman identity became even more sensitive. Lu Wenwu helped Ouyang by Sang become an immortal, and Ouyang by Sang became Lu tribe's external supreme elder, becoming Lu Wenwu's supporter and a member of the same political faction. Ouyang by Sang was a pure human. Lu tribe's internal factions would still take the chance to cause trouble. Lu Wenwu, did not nurture Lu tribe's Gu masters, but instead nurtured an outsider, and if Mo Quan became an immortal with Lu Wenwu's help, and became a member of a political faction, that would be even worse. This would become a weakness of other factions. Sometimes, Lu Wenwu envied Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Most of the supreme elders of these ancient sects would create new sects in their own name, recruiting and dividing Central Continent's resource points. If they were lucky enough to nurture a Gu immortal, they would become his capable subordinates and companions. This method was also one of the ingenious policies used by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to control Central Continent. But such a method could not be used in a super tribe. Secretly dividing the tribe was a taboo. In Giant Sun Immortal's previous life, he had brought up the idea of the world as one, to unify the whole world. Eastern Seas Hua Ben Ku, Central Continent's Mu Huai, Northern Plains Ouyang by Sang, super forces had deep foundations and were familiar with the secrets of immortal ascension, thus related Gu immortal seeds ascended one after another. Southern border. Oh no! Yi Peng's expression was grim as he watched the three chi masses of heaven, earth, and human gradually lose their balance. The Gu master Yi Peng's immortal ascension failed, and when the three chi masses dissipated, he was almost shredded into jerky, his limbs were gone, and his body was badly mutilated. Calamities and tribulations could be helped by others, but the coordination of the three chi had to be completed by the Gu master himself. Others were powerless. Sigh, you were too engrossed in the opportunity of natural inspiration. I told you not to be too greedy. Yi Peng landed beside Yi Chong, sighing in regret. Yi Chong did not move. After a few breaths of time, he died. Half a month later. In a nameless valley in Central Continent, Ben Duoi succeeded in his immortal ascension. I finally became a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a complex expression. There was excitement and joy, but also regret. To resist the calamities and tribulations, as well as to harmonize the three chi, he had almost given up on the opportunity of natural inspiration. Ben Duoyi's master was Yimu Chun. The latter was a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster, a member of Shadow Sect's Central Continent branch. In this sense, Ben Duoi could be considered a remnant of Shadow Sect. He was chosen by Yimu Chun. His aptitude was naturally extraordinary. Ben Duoi was more intelligent than ordinary. Hairy man, he had a clear mind, his intelligence was not inferior to humans. This success in his immortal ascension also proved Yimu Chun's foresight. Ben Duoi packed up and quickly left the valley. But not long after, a Gu immortal arrived. This is the place. The starry sky calculation formation shows that someone underwent tribulation here. It seems to be a lone cultivator. After this Gu immortal investigated, he immediately obtained more detailed clues. The Gu immortal's eyes started to shine. It was not easy for a lone immortal to become an immortal. Since he succeeded, it proved his worth. If I succeed in recruiting this person, it will be a huge sum of sect contribution points. In fact, in the future, this person might even stand by my side. Where there were people, there would be benefits and conflicts. The sect's internal conflicts had to be controlled. It was an excellent competition and elimination mechanism. The sect's higher-ups were happy to see this. However, this Gu immortal did not know that the person who underwent tribulation was not a human, but a variant human hairy man. Ben Duoyi's immortal ascension was only a small part of it. First, the Gu immortal seeds of the 5 regions superforces tried, followed by lone cultivators and demonic cultivators. Gradually, an immortal ascension trend was formed. The immortal ascension trend included righteous path, secluded cultivators, and demonic path. Many lone cultivators like Ben Duoi showed their talents. They appeared one after another, making everyone's eyes shine. And almost all the super forces of the 5 regions had their own performances. Even among the super forces, there was a kind of private competition. Tai Clan's Tai Rua Nan successfully became a rank 6 metal path Gu immortal. Xiang clan's Xianxia successfully ascended. Western Desert's Shi clan had 2 Gu masters who ascended at almost the same time. Eastern Sea's Nangong clan did not lose out, 2 Gu masters succeeded in 7 days, they had their own gains. Next, Southern Border's Tai clan sent out good news. Tai Mubai and Tai Baichi, who had revived long ago, both succeeded in their immortal ascension. And the one who shook the 5 regions Gu immortal world the most was Southern Border's Wu clan. Wu clan's Zhong Yi, Wu Shintong, Divine Dr. Xianxia, Wei Shenshi and others became rank 6 Gu immortals. The number of people who ascended reached 9, the number 1 in the 5 regions. Wu clan originally lacked Gu immortals, but under Wu Yong's reform, they boldly recruited outsiders. With the addition of these Gu immortals, Wu clan became a Southern Border super force with the most Gu immortals. At once, congratulations from all over were transmitted to Wu Yong through jewel yellow skies or information path Gu worms. Wu clan was in the limelight, but Wu Yong sneered without any happiness. Such a celebration is only the desire of a venerable in the future chaos. Is it safe to have more Gu immortals? In front of a venerable, they are all ants. Moreover, the ones who ascended the most are definitely Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. They are all behemoths with too many super forces. Wu Yong was very clear-headed and vigilant. He knew that the true problem was not the number of Gu masters who succeeded in their immortal ascension, but the impact these external Gu immortals would have on Wu clan's established tradition. As Wu clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong had to maintain the stability of Wu clan. If Wu clan had too many internal conflicts and internal friction, it would be better to maintain the status quo. Central Continent. Xiao Qixing descended from the sky. His white robe was only slightly stained with dust. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his posture was straight like a spear, and his expression was stern, emitting an intense arrogance. Good. Gu immortal Xiao Baihong stroked his beard and laughed, looking at Xiao Qixing with an admiring gaze, as expected of my great-grandson. You passed the tribulation and ascended to immortal with your own strength. Xiao Qixing said, Great-grandfather, this is nothing to be proud of. Many lone cultivators can do it, why can't I, Xiao Qixing? Moreover, a mere rank 6 is only a new starting point. Ha, well said. Xiao Baihong laughed even louder. Xiao Qixing asked the others about the 9 children of human path. What? Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and the others might have become rank 6 Gu immortals, but their vital Gu have not advanced to immortal Gu? Hehe, truly a bunch of trash. Different from the others, the 10 children of human path succeeded in their immortal ascension and kept it a secret. They were crucial figures in the development of Central Continent's human path, they were the pillars of human path in the future. Before they grew to a certain extent, it was better to keep a low profile. Some people succeeded in their immortal ascension, but even more Gu masters who took risks failed. Some brought glory to their ancestors and shook a region, while some continued to work hard and kept a low profile. Some did not attempt to ascend to immortal, like Feng Kim Hong. Some did not even have the qualifications to try, like Southern Border's Xiacha and Ba Shirba. Some were still preparing to ascend to immortal, like Western Desert's Emoli Guyuefang Xiang, who was inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Writing pen Chinese net. Southern Border. Deep in a certain earth trench. Kong Ri Tian inspected the Gu formation one last time, confirming that there were no problems. In the last dozen or so days, he had carefully chosen this location, and had even set up several Gu formations in the surrounding 10 li. Even though I am not skilled in formation path, I can still set up mortal Gu formations. With these Gu formations, you will be able to detect any abnormalities in the surroundings. With my guidance, you have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Kong Xing's will of providence appeared in Kong Ri Tian's mind, he said with a smug tone. Kong Ri Tian nodded, Ancestor, do you have any other advice for me? Kong Xing Tian thought about it, don't be greedy, but make good use of it. You walk the Qi path, when you ask about providence, ask about Qi path. Don't ask about the secrets of other paths, you will get much less than Qi path. There is a limit to what I can learn, you cannot ask for unlimited things. Furthermore, don't ask about Qi path's questions that are too broad and high level. Don't ask about rank 8 or 9 Chi Path Immortal Goo recipes, you will not get all of them. Even if you get an incomplete Immortal Goo recipe, it will not even contain half of the contents. Kong Ri Tian engraved these words in his heart as he nodded. Then I will ask some questions that are related to Chi Path, but are questions that are currently within my reach. That is the right thing to do. Kong Xing Tian laughed heartily. Kong Ri Tian began to undergo the tribulation. Heaven and earth chi fluctuated, forming a three heavens flying wheel tribulation. The flying wheel was powerful, it flew in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights. Kong Ri Tian endured it with difficulty. He became a rank 6 Gu immortal and obtained a high-grade blessed land. Kong Xing's Will of Providence sighed, your luck is terrible, you actually encountered such a tribulation. This tribulation is special, it will last for 3 days and 3 nights, even if you destroy the flying wheel, it will regenerate again. To protect you, I expended almost all of my immortal essence. I have already warned you not to go and provoke Xiaoyan. Kong Ri Tian was confused, what does this have to do with Xiaoyan? Kong Xing Tian said, that Xiaoyan's luck is like you. Before you obtained Xing Tian's true inheritance, it is not bad. More importantly, he was Xianxia's subordinate. This girl's luck is no small matter. If you deal with Xiaoyan, your own luck will first be exhausted against Xiaoyan's and Xianxia's luck. Your fate chi is low, so you triggered the 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation when you went through the tribulation, which almost exhausted all the celestial essence I had left. Kong Ri Tian's face darkened. Back then, he attacked Xiaoyan and tried to frame another demonic path Gu master, Bao Tong. In the end, it caused an accident. He didn't expect that the flames of nature actually contained another layer of immortal material flames. Kong Ri Tian was not a Gu master back then, he did not want to expend his precious immortal essence to let Kong Xing Providence use his Gu immortal methods, but in the intense battle, he destroyed the free will fire and ignited the immortal material inside. The flames of the immortal ingredients burned the entire mountain range. The situation was out of control. Xiaoyan and Bao Tong were trapped in the fire. With the help of Kong Xing's Will of Providence, Kong Ri Tian managed to break through. He did not expect that the after effects of this conflict would affect his immortal ascension. Kong Xing Tian sighed, it seems that I underestimated Xianxia. Unless your cultivation level and strength completely surpass her, do not go against her. Even the people close to her shouldn't act rashly. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth, ancestor, aren't you exaggerating a little? Humph, ignorant child. Fate Chi is mysterious. Back when Chi Path dominated the world, there were already many people who studied its profundity. Do not underestimate Fate Chi. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. I believe that when this person created Luck Path, he definitely used Fate Chi as a reference. You are already a Gu immortal now, you should know more. Gu cultivation paths do not exist independently, they influence each other and are interconnected. Fate Chi is the connection between Chi Path and Luck Path. Eventually, Kong Xing's Will of Providence persuaded Kong Ri Tian. Gu immortal cultivation is much more profound and mysterious than Gu master cultivation. It is all thanks to ancestors' help, otherwise, even if I became an immortal alone, I would not know anything. Kong Ri Tian sighed. Next, he asked, then what should I do from now on? What's most important? Kong Xing's Will of Providence did not hesitate, little guy, even though you became an immortal, you did not have enough heaven and earth chi, you could not raise your vital Gu to an immortal Gu. This Chi Path Gu worm is very important to the entire Xing Tian true inheritance. Kong Ri Tian immediately realized, so now, I should refine this immortal Gu? Kong Xing's Will of Providence snorted coldly, hee, you are truly ignorant. What immortal Gu can you refine? Even if you go bankrupt, you will not have any hope of success. Do you know that most rank 6 Gu immortals do not even have a single rank 6 immortal Gu? And most rank 7 Gu immortals are searching for the first rank 7 immortal Gu in their lives. This situation is the same for venerables. Think about how hard it is to refine immortal Gu suitable for Gu immortals. Kong Ri Tian was tongue-tied, his heart shook, isn't this too difficult? Kong Xing's Will of Providence sighed, Gu immortal cultivation is not easy, it is far riskier than Gu masters. Lad, you need to learn how to survive. Every immortal aperture calamity or tribulation is a test for you. Your starting point is already much higher than ordinary people, but you cannot act rashly. Especially refining immortal goo, it is very likely that you will go bankrupt without any gains. Kong Ritian was troubled. Then what should I do? Oh, ancestor, you told me that my vital goo needs to be refined into an immortal goo, but you also told me that refining immortal goo is a dead end. What good ideas do you have? Don't keep me in suspense, okay? Kong Xing's will of providence snorted again. Lad, now you know to listen to me? Earlier, I told you not to deal with Xiaoyan, but what did you do? You are still too inexperienced. Yes. Kong Ritian quickly apologized. Ancestor, I will definitely listen to your suggestions in the future. Kong Xing's will of providence saw that this junior admitted defeat. He did not pester him anymore, saying, you are quite lucky to have met a refinement path venerable like Feng Yuan. If you want to refine immortal goo, transact with him directly. Wait. You want me to transact with him in jewel yellow skies? Aren't you afraid? Before Kong Ritian finished, Kong Xingtian rebuked, it is just a rank 6 immortal goo, do you think a great venerable would care about it? I know what you are worried about, aren't you worried that Feng Yuan had a relationship with Xianxia? You did nothing to Xianxia. Kong Ritian heard this and thought back, he felt a stab in his heart. Kong Xing's will of providence was right. Kong Ritian and Xianxia had interacted several times, he had suffered losses. Previously, he was chased by Xianxia and Wu Ji because of Xingtian's true inheritance. Next time, he had suffered a huge loss during the tribulation against Xiaoyan. Xianxia was living well, but he, Kong Xingtian, suffered more and more. Then let's go to jewel yellow skies and talk to Feng Yuan's will. Eventually, Kong Ritian said in a muffled voice. Western Desert. The sandstorm had stopped. Emoli had rank 6 cultivation level, he bowed deeply to the Featherman Goo immortals in front of him. Thank you for your help, friends from E clan, otherwise, I would not have been able to become a Goo immortal alone. Emoli thanked sincerely. After the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, he was saved by Western Desert's mysterious super force, E clan. Emoli came to E clan's headquarters. After interacting with them, he found that E clan's Goo immortals were all Featherman. This time, with the help of E clan's Goo immortals, Emoli succeeded in his immortal ascension. E clan Goo immortal Zhou said, Emoli, you are too polite. You are the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, you are Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Back then, E clan's ancestors were able to survive because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's help. And because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, E clan was able to conceal E clan for so many years. Our E clan is greatly indebted to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. We have always believed that Lord Demon Venerable would not die quietly. This time, we helped you because we want to repay Lord Thieving Heaven's kindness. If one day, Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable revives, our E clan will definitely follow him. So you and I are on the same side. Emoli felt a surge of warmth when he heard the Featherman Goo immortal Zhou Yi's words. Central Continent. Wei Wuxiang stared at the chi lump in his immortal aperture with a heated gaze. Just earlier, he had passed the tribulation and became a human path Goo immortal. He obtained a high-grade blessed land, and the remaining heaven and earth chi was enough for him to refine his vital immortal goo. His vital goo was thief goo, it was already surrounded by heaven and earth chi. I heard that even though Gu Ting, Sun Yuan Hua, and the rest advanced to immortal, they did not refine human path immortal goo. But I am different. A few days ago, I was sleeping at night when I suddenly had the urge to pee, I was forced to wake up. But I had a burst of inspiration and actually comprehended Thief Goo's immortal goo recipe. With this immortal recipe and so much heaven and earth chi left, I can definitely obtain Thief immortal goo. Ha ha ha, it was not a waste to comprehend the immortal recipe despite wetting my bed. Even though Wei Wuxiang had entered the derivation immortal formation, his memories were changed, he thought that he had truly comprehended Thief Goo's immortal goo recipe with inspiration. However, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Wei Wuxiang grunted, the heaven and earth chi were completely exhausted, his vital goo was heavily damaged and fell. I actually failed the goo refinement? This is impossible. Wei Wuxiang could not believe it. I used heaven and earth chi to advance my vital goo. This is using the power of heaven and earth to refine goo, it has nothing to do with my refinement path attainment. how could I fail? Wei Wuxiang could only think of one explanation, don't tell me, because immortal Gu are unique, I failed? Wei Wuxiang thought of this and shook his head. In his opinion, this was even more impossible. Because this meant that someone had already refined Thief Immortal Gu. Thief Immortal Gu was created by me, who could be ahead of me? Unless, the world itself has Thief Immortal Gu. Strange, the human path of heaven and earth should not have developed so deeply. Wei Wuxiang fell into deep confusion. Celestial Court. Another Gu immortal walked out of the derivation immortal formation. This female immortal wore golden armor, her cloak flickered with golden light as it hung down from her shoulders to the ground. She was tall, her shoulders were broad, her long legs were eye-catching when she walked, she was tall and beautiful. Her nose bridge was high, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and narrow. Her aura was outstanding, it was as if she was born to be a noble, above all mortals. People would lower their heads unconsciously, not daring to look at her, it was as if they could only look at her feet to avoid offending her. She was Qin Dingling. After Qin Dingling walked out of the derivation immortal formation, she quickly recovered. She turned around and looked at the derivation immortal formation behind her, her eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. She was excited, this time, she entered and left the formation with great gains. The most important thing that made her so excited was that she could see the great hope of Celestial Court defeating Giant Sun Immortal, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in this derivation immortal formation. Why did she say that? Because the effect of derivation immortal formations on Gu cultivation paths was too strong and powerful. Like this time, Qin Dingling had great gains after entering the formation. This was not just a huge improvement to her own strength, it was also a huge boost to the entire luck path. Because after she entered the formation, the luck path of heaven and earth took many steps forward in a short period of time, it was greatly developed. What did this mean? It meant that as long as a luck path Gu immortal like Qin Dingling entered the derivation immortal formation more often, their luck path would develop even more. When enough times were accumulated, there would be a breakthrough in quantity, it would lead to a qualitative change. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal would be kicked out of luck path's Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was when a Gu cultivator's understanding of a certain path was on par with heaven and earth. When Qin Dingling entered the formation this time, the formation used her as the core, using Celestial Court's vast number of true inheritances to deduce all sorts of new results related to luck path. These new results were just the accumulation of quantity. Giant Sun Immortal only needed one look to see through all the profundities. Because these luck path results were still the profundities of current luck path, they did not transcend the limits of heaven and earth. It was just a quantitative change, not a qualitative one. However, when the quantity was accumulated to a sufficient level, there would always be a qualitative change. Once there was a qualitative change, the entire world's luck Dao realm would rise by a level, and the Giant Sun Immortal's realm would fall behind the world. Then he would no longer be a luck path Supreme Grandmaster. This way, Giant Sun Immortal would no longer be a Dao Lord and would not be able to refine the natural luck path Dao marks. To the Giant Sun Immortal, this would be an extremely heavy blow. It's a pity that the Giant Sun Immortal has always kept his luck a secret, not allowing it to spread otherwise. If there were more luck path Gu immortals like me, we would enter the derivation immortal formation more often. There would be a higher chance of kicking Giant Sun Immortal out of luck path Supreme Grandmaster attainment realm. Qin Dingling felt very regretful. After entering and exiting the immortal formation, she could not enter again for a long time. If she forcefully entered the formation, the results would be lackluster, and it would even cause irreparable damage to her. It was too late to start nurturing luck path Gu immortals now. Only a top rank 8 luck path Gu immortal like Qin Dingling could push the development of luck path forward. Of course, it was not impossible for other luck path Gu masters and Gu immortals. It was just that they had not reached the peak of luck path yet. It was very unlikely for them to break through the limits of heaven and earth. As for the Celestial Court, they lacked motivation to try this. The difference between the investment and benefits was too great. Next, it is my turn. Fairy Maiden's soul nodded at Qin Dingling with a smile, the two brushed past each other. Fairy Maiden's soul entered the derivation immortal formation, vanishing without a trace. She was a soul path great expert of the Celestial Court during Spectral Soul's era, she was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This time, she would definitely have huge gains. It would push forward the development of soul path in this world. It is a pity that the current celestial court lacks a refinement path grade expert. There are many refinement path Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects, but there are only a few rank 8 refinement path Gu immortals, and none of them are great experts. They have not reached the peak of refinement path. Qin Dingling thought about it. The celestial quartz derivation immortal formation completely displayed star constellation immortal venerables' strength and terror. However, it was still very difficult to kick the other venerables out of Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Giant Sun Immortals Luck Path, Spectral Soul Demon Venerables Soul Path, and Heaven Refining Demon Venerables Refinement Path, these 3 aspects required many great experts to cultivate. The Celestial Court had the Derivation Immortal Formation, rank 9 Derivation Gu was not refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it was still in a wild state, it absorbed heaven and earth primeval energy. Thus, the Derivation Immortal Formation expended very little immortal essence. But the Celestial Court lacked crucial people. Without enough Gu cultivation grade experts, it was hard to kick out a Venerable with the Derivation Immortal Formation alone. Maybe Celestial Court's development of human path is related to this? Qin Dingling suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She could only see some aspects of Star Constellation Immortal Venerables arrangements, she could not see the whole picture. Eastern Sea. There were no ripples on the sea, it was very calm. Gu Yue was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. The 3 Qi of heaven, earth, and man had already surrounded him. Gu Yue gritted his teeth, he tried to coordinate the 3 Qi and slowly compress them. I must succeed. Only by becoming a Gu immortal can I save my mother. Also, after becoming a Gu immortal, my strength will rise greatly, I will be able to find my father more easily. Gu Yue wanted to encourage himself, but soon, his attention was drawn to another matter. At this moment, he felt providence. He was about to learn from nature. You must succeed. Mermaid Gu Immortal Lian Ke Xian floated in the sky openly, right beside Gu Yue Fengxiang. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Unfortunately, no one could interfere in the process of 3 Qi harmonization, otherwise, Lian Ke Xian would have done it for Gu Yue Fengxiang already. This time, she had accepted the mission on the mission board and accidentally met Gu Yue Fengxiang, deceiving him that there was a suitable place for his immortal ascension. The truth was, Feng Yuan had secretly opened the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's entrance and lured Gu Yue Fengxiang into the 5 regions. Gu Yue Fengxiang was undergoing tribulation, Feng Yuan was hiding far away, he was not idle either. He was secretly activating a rank 9 Heaven Path killer move. It was not obscuring Heaven's secret, but, steal Heaven's secret. After this killer move was activated, it could steal the knowledge of providence during the Gu Master's immortal ascension. The first core of the killer move Steal Heaven's Secret was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, the second core was rank 8 Immortal Gu Great Thief Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, his motive was to sense heaven and earth, he wanted to learn from nature again. Under normal circumstances, Gu cultivators only had one chance to learn from nature in their lives. It was when a Gu master ascends to immortal, using the qualitative change in their aperture to explode into a small immortal aperture world, they would obtain the recognition of providence and communicate with providence. At this time, the Gu master would ask about providence, and providence would answer the Gu master's question to a certain extent. This opportunity could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the degree of dispelling doubts was also limited. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable succeeded. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. Just by activating rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, the Gu cultivator could directly ask about providence and get the answer. It could leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Gu immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. By using Heavenly Secret Gu with other Gu worms to undergo tribulation, they could probe the contents of the calamities and tribulations in advance, and make targeted preparations. And in terms of concealment, obscured Heavenly Secret was the best killer move. If Feng Yuan used rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu alone, he would not be able to get the answer from Providence. Because Providence did not like Feng Yuan. In the destruction of Fate Gu, Feng Yuan was one of the culprits. Providence had always wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan. How could Providence give Feng Yuan the answer in this kind of conflict? Fan Yuan was deeply aware of the benefits of natural inspiration. When he participated in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, why did he use so many outstanding killer moves? Other than making deductions himself, he had secretly used the immortal ascension of many Gu masters in his immortal aperture. Using the convenience of natural inspiration, he saved precious time and energy. Without these killer moves, Fan Yuan would have been killed by the two venerables. Thus, natural inspiration was a huge factor in Fan Yuan's victory in Crazed Demon Cave. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to use natural inspiration again. Fan Yuan wanted it too. All Gu cultivators knew the value of natural inspiration. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu for this, but what about Fan Yuan? He created the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret. He had created this killer move long ago, but it was only at rank 8 level back then. Its power was very limited. It could be said that it had no practical value at all. He spent too much immortal essence and gained too little. It would be better to directly order the Gu Master to ask him the questions he had set when he was in a natural state. But this was all in the past. The current situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. The reason was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Where did rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's recipe come from? Truthful floating ice. This was Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement. It was the Crazed Demon Formation's grand achievement after absorbing the chaos outside the world. From the 8th layer onwards, Crazed Demon Cave was isolated from the 5 regions. The Crazed Demon Formation was no exception. And during the process of Fan Yuan refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, he did it in his sovereign immortal aperture, isolated from the 5 regions. That was to say, the Gu cultivation world did not have the recipe of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. In this aspect, he was above the entire universe. Rank 8 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move had limited power, but rank 9 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move was above the universe. It was above providence. Every time Fan Yuan used natural inspiration from other Gu masters, he would use rank 9 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move. The gains were unimaginable to outsiders. As long as something happened in the world, Fan Yuan would have a chance to learn about it. Under normal circumstances, Gu Master's natural inspiration was limited. This was because of Providence's restriction. But Fan Yuan's Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move directly stole it. Whether Providence was willing or not, it had to get lost. During this period of time, how many Gu Masters in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture underwent Immortal Ascension? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, Hair Monster Grotto Lord, Dulei Warrior, Duo Lua Warrior, Rock Warrior, Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, Enchong, Yiji, Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, Bing Yuan, Bing Zhua, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Shizong, Ku Xian Hong, Rotten Egg 6 Immortals, Xiaohe. Jian, Green Forest Great Sage. Only now did Gu Yue remember, most of the Gu immortals that Fan Yuan sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave had revived. Except for those Gu immortals who died in the chaotic disaster. But Fan Yuan did not directly revive them as Gu immortals, he only allowed them to have Gu Master cultivation level. On one hand, it was to conserve resources and prevent too many people from dying. On the other hand, it was for this opportunity. Fan Yuan had always been far-sighted. He was also good at making plans. It was just that many times in the past, his plans could not keep up with the changes. But now, his cultivation level was rank 9, he was a refinement path venerable. Fate Gu was also destroyed. There were only a few existences in the world that could interfere with his plans. Fan Yuan had purposely saved up, and during the Immortal Ascension tide, he had obtained extremely huge returns. In just a few months, just in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture alone, over 30 Gu Masters ascended to Immortal. This did not include Eastern Sea, the Two Heavens, and other super forces under Fan Yuan. Wu Clan, which was in the limelight, could not compare to such results. But Fan Yuan concealed it completely, not a trace of it was leaked. And only a small portion of the benefits from Gu Immortal Ascension belonged to those rank 6 Gu Immortals. Most of the other benefits came from stealing heavenly secrets. This was something that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not have expected. In fact, Fan Yuan himself did not expect his gains to be so huge. He obtained a large number of killer moves, goo recipes, immortal goo houses, immortal formations, the construction methods of battlefield killer moves, the best methods to nurture countless resources, the most detailed map of the 5 regions, the locations of many wild immortal goo, and so on. After satisfying his current needs, he dabbled in human path, pill path, painting path, star path, luck path, and so on. The result surprised Feng Yuan. He was pleasantly surprised. Just by trying, he obtained musician immortal goo recipes, thief immortal goo recipes, soldier immortal goo recipes, sergeant immortal goo recipes, and a vast number of pill path and painting path immortal goo recipes. He obtained many profundities of luck path, star path, and soul path. All of these were of great help to him. Now that Feng Yuan looked back, it was still the human Tao that surprised him the most. Who would have thought that human Tao has developed so much in this world? Feng Yuan did not know about the existence of the derivation immortal formation. It was all because of star constellation immortal venerable's concealment. However, the root of the problem was the immortal evolution array. The core of the derivation immortal formation, derivation immortal goo, was rank 9. It was not refined by star constellation immortal venerable, thus it was still a wild immortal goo. It was not that star constellation immortal venerable did not want to refine it, but she could only use derivation immortal goo in this situation. Once the derivation immortal goo was refined by someone else, it would become useless. Limitless Demon Venerable had tried it before, thus, in the crazed demon formation, he used wild derivation immortal goo as the core. However, the 2 deepest layers of crazed demon cave were isolated from the outside world. Thus, even if derivation immortal goo was wild, it was not a problem. Celestial Court was not like this. Celestial Court had annexed too many immemorial 9 heavens fragments. It was filled with providence. It was the largest heaven vein node of the 2 heavens. During the confusion of the 2 heavens, Celestial Court mobilized countless rank 8 experts and sent all of its immortal goo houses to defend it. In the end, after star constellation immortal venerable refined Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, she made an emergency move and stabilized the situation, preventing spectral soul demon venerable from finding them. But the derivation immortal formation was located in Celestial Court. It was noticed by providence. Star constellation immortal venerable could not conceal this providence. As long as it was in Celestial Court, providence was one of the foundations of Celestial Court. But other than Celestial Court, where else could she place the derivation immortal formation? None. At least not in Central Continent. Thus, everything that happened in the derivation immortal formation happened between heaven and earth. It was not that star constellation immortal venerable did not notice this, she knew about it long ago. But it was not a problem. At least, it was not a problem in her opinion. Why? Because Providence did not want to see any venerable in the current era. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. How could Providence allow the dead to revive? Not to mention Feng Yuan, he was an otherworldly demon, a complete otherworldly demon. He was one of the culprits who destroyed Fate Goo. Only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was favored by Providence. But his mind was not clear. Even if he wanted to deal with Celestial Court was tightly shut. He could not find or enter. If he entered, with the amplification of Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be afraid of him? She could use this chance to eliminate him, just like how Feng Yuan did not expect the derivation immortal formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did not know that Feng Yuan had rank 9 heavenly secret goo. And most importantly, Feng Yuan created the killer move Thieving Heavenly Secret. Whether Providence was willing or not, as long as Feng Yuan used natural inspiration, he could wantonly steal heavenly secrets. The 3 Qi enveloped Gu Yue. He was starting to use natural inspiration now. Seeing this, Feng Yuan stopped his distracting thoughts. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it. Maybe I can ask for information about Celestial Court. No matter how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tries to conceal it, my Thieving Heavenly Secret killer move is at rank 9 level. If she wants to resist it, she will need to have a qualitative change in her rank 9 wisdom path Immortal Goo. No matter how many wisdom path Tao marks Celestial Court had, it was only a quantitative change. When Gu Yue wanted to detonate his immortal aperture and become a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Feng Yuan's mind shook. Immortal formation derivation? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable hid it so deeply, I only discovered it at the final stage. So that's it. Amazing, as expected of the #1 wisdom path person in history. At this moment, Feng Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually had such a method to rapidly push the development of all paths. The divine might of wisdom path was truly terrifying. Such an enemy was truly worthy of respect. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal slowly stopped refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. It's about time. Giant Sun Immortal observed his surroundings. He had a unique method of refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. He did not stay in one place for long. He refined all the luck path Dao marks in one place before moving to another place. Giant Sun Immortal used a wide range of refinement methods. After refining 60% of the luck path Dao marks in every place in Northern Plains, he gave up and moved to another place to refine. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal started to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After experiencing the declaration of great love, Feng Clan joining the alliance, Spectral Soul Annihilation, the three venerables fighting for Light Gu, and the Immortal Ascension Tide, Giant Sun Immortal finally refined 60% of Northern Plains Dao marks. The whole of Northern Plains was covered by him. At the same time, he did not forget to manage his rank 9 Immortal Aperture. He went through several calamities and tribulations. He created many resource points. The foundation of his rank 9 Immortal Aperture increased greatly. His Immortal Essence production also increased. As time passed, the foundation of the Venerable's Immortal Apertures would increase rapidly. They would have more Immortal Essence. However, the current Giant Sun Immortal's Immortal Aperture was far from enough. It was far from Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal's first life's rank 9 Immortal Aperture. Because it did not annex the immemorial 9 Heavens fragment, it had been tortured by calamities and tribulations for many years. After passing the tribulation, its Dao marks increased greatly. Giant Sun Immortal did not have the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He could not annex a bigger one. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal also cultivated Blood Path. Thus, if he wanted to annex Longevity Heaven and maximize the benefits, he still needed a lot of accumulation. In terms of foundation, Longevity Heaven could not compare to Celestial Court. After all, Celestial Court had the Immortal Apertures of at least 3 Venerables, while Giant Sun Immortal only had his previous life's rank 9 Immortal Aperture as his foundation. But Longevity Heaven had a huge advantage. Celestial Court could not compare to it. This was the future. After Giant Sun Immortal's blood path matured, he could annex Longevity Heaven. His strength would rise to a terrifying level. After resting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal started to prepare a killer move. Once the killer move was activated, with the amplification of 60% of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, it formed a sky full of golden light that dyed the sky of Northern Plains. Alright, with this luck path killer move, my bloodline descendants will be able to undergo tribulations in the future. This included not only the Immortal Ascension calamities and tribulations, but also all the calamities and tribulations that the Gu Immortal would face in the future. Under the effect of this luck path killer move, the killer move would become easier to deal with. At the same time, the killer move's power would increase or decrease. If the Gu Immortal had excess strength, the luck path killer move would increase the power of the calamities and tribulations. After passing the tribulation, the Gu Immortal would obtain more Dao marks. On the contrary, it would weaken the calamities and tribulations, ensuring that the Gu Immortal could pass the tribulation safely. This luck path killer move was Giant Sun Immortal's latest modification. It involved the profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. In the future, it could be linked with other self-luck killer moves. It had incredible power. When Giant Sun Immortal refined most of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, the entire Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains benefited from him. The mystical power of luck path was also being displayed on a large scale. In the future, Giant Sun Immortal planned to use all sorts of luck path killer moves to strengthen the whole of Northern Plains. It would allow himself, Longevity Heaven, and the Huangjin tribes of all sizes to not just undergo tribulations, they would also have good variables in everything they did. It was good luck path. If the Gu cultivator had the ability, they would first experience bitterness before sweetness, they would first be suppressed, then they would gain even greater benefits. However, these luck path killer moves need to be modified. I need to consider them carefully. Giant Sun Immortal pondered. These luck path killer moves could not be used too often. Killer moves would leave Dao marks on them. If they were used too often, the whole of Northern Plains would turn into a luck path environment. This method had a huge flaw. Under the conflict of Dao marks, other paths would be greatly suppressed. It would be disadvantageous to the growth of other Gu immortals. Thus, this was a delicate situation. Giant Sun Immortal had to find a balance. This matter is not urgent, I need to consider it carefully. Giant Sun Immortal thought as he activated his investigative killer move again. This time, he was not investigating the Venerables, he was investigating Northern Plains. Soon, a vague map of the luck distribution appeared in Giant Sun Immortal's mind. Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. In his first life, he used this killer move, the effect was quite good. But now that he used it, it was much more blurry, especially at the borders. Previously, the 5 regions were separated, they were not closely connected. Thus, it was easier to investigate a region's luck. But now, the 5 regions are united, the 2 heavens have become dark realms. To reach the investigative level of my previous life, I might need to refine all of the luck path Dao marks in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal came to a conclusion, he quickly stopped using his killer move. He used 2 immortal killer moves consecutively, they expended a lot of immortal essence, his immortal essence reserves reached a critical level again. He needed to rest for some time before he could continue refining Northern Plains Dao marks, otherwise, if the Venerables fought, he would be in danger. Eastern Sea. In the dark depths of the sea, Fang Yuan's true body concealed his tracks as he snuck into this place. A huge translucent bubble gradually appeared in his field of vision. It should be here. Fang Yuan understood in his heart, stopping his footsteps and carefully inspecting it. This bubble was very unique, it was formed from the eruption of an underground volcano, the surrounding seawater, and the chi tides that came here in the past. All sorts of factors created this hidden underwater world. Fire path, earth path, water path, and chi path, these 4 Dao marks formed a paradise here. This place was very hidden, unless a Gu immortal encountered it by accident, it would be hard to find it. I'll call it 4 path bubbles for now. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to inspect the surroundings, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal had long wavy hair, it was Fang Yuan's dream path clone, Meng Qiuxin. Meng Qiuxin's cultivation level was low, but he cultivated dream path. Because of the special mission this time, Fang Yuan sent him out. Otherwise, he would have been hiding in the sovereign immortal aperture, spending most of his time researching dream path, only helping out and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture situation. Fang Yuan used his method to carefully help Meng Qiuxin enter the bubble. 15 minutes later, Meng Qiuxin returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. He succeeded. He brought back a wild wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was once rank 9, but it was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to be given to Fang Yuan. During the Fate Destruction War, because Fang Yuan wanted to complete the Red Lotus plan, Wisdom Gu became one of the Gu refinement materials. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu perished as a result. But the heavenly Tao was clear, life and death corresponded to each other. Under the influence of Providence, a wild rank 6 Wisdom Gu was soon created in the 5 regions. This Wisdom Gu was hidden in this bubble. After Fang Yuan stole heavenly secrets, he learned of the locations of many wild immortal Gu. Wisdom Gu was the most important of his gains. Thus, he made a move personally to prevent any accidents from happening, to ensure that Wisdom Gu was obtained. Everything matched the information in Thieving Heaven's secret. Meng Qiuxin used dream path methods and easily suppressed the rank 6 Wisdom Gu. Inside the large bubble, even though there was an underwater volcano and the surrounding deep-sea fish, there was nothing that could threaten Meng Qiuxin. As for Fang Yuan, he had too many Dao marks on his body. It was very likely that he would burst the bubble with just a palm. Therefore, it was most convenient to use a clone for this matter. The rank 6 Wisdom Gu was quickly refined by Fang Yuan. Although it was Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan was a grand refinement path venerable. Refining a rank 6 wild immortal Gu was a simple matter. For venerables, using rank 9 immortal essence to refine rank 8 immortal Gu was no pressure. The hard part was refining rank 9 immortal Gu. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's first life's refinement of rank 9 Wisdom Gu, or Giant Sun Immortal's failure in refining Love Gu, they were both examples. After the Fate War, to think that wisdom goo is in my hands again. And this time, there is no giant sun immortal tampering with it. This is wisdom goo that belongs to me. Fang Yuan felt a faint sense of joy. As for raising wisdom goo and returning to rank 9, Fang Yuan felt that this was not an urgent matter. With the killer move thieving Heaven's secret, after stealing the Heaven Path information, Fang Yuan greatly improved on his wisdom path deductions, as well as his information path information gathering. After obtaining wisdom goo, Fang Yuan secretly returned to his original location, continuing to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. Furthermore, he had to stop frequently, giving off a feeling of lacking immortal essence and being half dead. He sent his divine sense into the sovereign immortal aperture. Recently, another huge project had been completed in the immortal aperture. For this project, Fang Yuan had excavated all of his subordinates' immortal material reserves, among which, Eastern Sea's Hua clan made the most contributions, earning a huge sum of contribution points. As for the construction method of the brocade cloud lump, Fang Yuan had to use thieving Heaven's secret to explore Providence's background before he succeeded in modifying it. This huge brocade cloud lump was 10 li in size. It slowly floated in the mini 9 heavens. Every once in a while, they would travel from one day to another. Brocade cloud was an immortal material. It ranged from rank 6 to rank 9. The brocade cloud that Fang Yuan had right now could be seen as an accumulation of similar immortal materials. Most of them were rank 6, 30% were rank 7, less than 10% were rank 8, and there were almost none at rank 9. And the feeding of rank 9 heavenly secret immortal goo required a large number of rank 9 brocade clouds. Fang Yuan was still far from the standard of a single feeding. But it was not a problem. The higher the rank of the immortal goo, the lower the feeding frequency. According to the current situation, there was still a long time before they could be fed. This period of time was enough for these brocade clouds to grow. There was plenty of time. Goo nurturing, refining, and feeding rank 9 immortal goo was a test that Fang Yuan had to face. He had 3 rank 9 immortal goo now. They were Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Advanced Refinement, and Heavenly Secret. The first 2 were closer to the people, they were easier to feed, while the final Heavenly Secret goo was more troublesome. But Fang Yuan had already taken precautions, he had already resolved this problem. All in all, feeding rank 9 immortal goo was not the biggest problem for Fang Yuan now. He just needed to work hard. After all, he was already a venerable, he had Eastern Sea, one of the 5 regions, and a super force with variant humans in the 2 heavens. Through his declaration twice, the highest end business in Jewel Yellow Skies was his immortal goo refinement business. Adding on the sovereign immortal aperture's deep foundation, perhaps only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were stronger than the sovereign immortal aperture. The Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had already seen it. Jewel Yellow Skies was a special grotto heaven, it mainly traded with goo immortals, its foundation could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. After this period of development, the sovereign immortal aperture was gradually going through a qualitative change. In the past, the sovereign immortal aperture might have been a patient on the brink of collapse, just a little bit and the situation would have got out of control. But now, the situation had not only stabilized, it was also improving rapidly. There were 2 main reasons. One was that during this period of time, the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao vein construction finally had its first wave of huge results. Fire path, wind path, and water path man-made Dao veins had already completed the first ring. The first set of earth path Dao marks had already been completed for the 3rd ring. This had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture's stability, the effect could be said to be instantaneous. The sovereign immortal aperture's goo immortals could clearly feel, the abnormalities in earth path, fire path, wind path, and water path were rapidly decreasing, they were no longer common. The second reason was that more than 30 goo cultivators under Fang Yuan had ascended to immortal realm. The number of goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture increased sharply. With sufficient manpower, Fang Yuan easily mobilized a group of goo immortals and sent them to various places in the 5 regions to retrieve the wild immortal goo that Fang Yuan had found. Several days later, some goo immortals returned successfully. Some of them brought back resource points that had not been discovered by the world, while others directly obtained wild immortal goo. Among them, Fang Yuan obtained the wild time path immortal goo, Moon. At this point, he had collected all the immortal goo, year, moon, and day. After obtaining the latest detailed information, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a clear target. They had a high chance of success. The results of stealing Heaven's secret were far from just these. Fang Yuan refined the Dao marks while secretly unraveling the truthful floating ice. He was also modifying his killer moves. Because after stealing Heaven's secret, he had a large number of finished products to refer to, the modification of killer moves progressed rapidly, especially compound killer moves. Fang Yuan even started to construct his combat system on a large scale. All along, he did not have much success in this aspect, but after stealing Heaven's secret, he obtained a large amount of information. It was extremely valuable to Fang Yuan. However, the Gu Immortals returned one after another. Even though most of them succeeded, a small portion returned empty-handed. Most of the hidden resource points were moved back, but a small portion suffered huge losses or were even destroyed due to earthquakes and tsunamis. They lost the value of being moved back. As for wild immortal Gu, they were all moving away. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Providence affected people's hearts. Providence allowed one to think. Fang Yuan had always been Providence's focus. How could Providence not react to his sudden large-scale collection of hidden resource points and wild immortal Gu? The heavenly Tao emphasized balance. It would naturally do everything it could to restrict Fang Yuan from becoming stronger. Thus, such a reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. For this, Fang Yuan's arrangement was to place the important immortal Gu and resource points in the early stages of the collection, thus he gained a lot. As for the following ones, their value was lower. In comparison, Fang Yuan gave up on them. But it was meaningful to fight for them. Fang Yuan gradually digested the results of stealing Heaven's secret. During this process, he gained a deeper understanding of this killer move. Stealing Heaven's secret gives me a terrifying advantage in terms of information. It completely makes up for my weakness in information path. However, if I use too much of this information, Providence will quickly adjust it. The value of this information will decrease greatly. Furthermore, grotto heavens like longevity heaven will not be investigated by stealing Heaven's secret. The stolen killer moves, combat systems, and other precious information will be of great help in modifying killer moves and creating combat systems. However, since Providence knows about it, it must have happened in the world, others might know about it too. And Providence also has many things that it does not know about. For example, the true inheritances of venerables. Providence can remember them, but it cannot modify killer moves on its own. The gains I obtained in painting path, human path, pill path, and other aspects were mainly because of the formation derivation. Stealing Heaven's secret could be used for investigation. It could save Fang Yuan's energy and time in deductions. The effect was excellent, but there were still flaws. Fang Yuan still had needs for information path and wisdom path. But this need was mostly satisfied. It was not as urgent as before. Stealing Heaven's secret killer move mainly relied on rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Once rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's recipe is known by Providence, the Heavenly Tao will react and steal Heaven's secret killer move's effect would not be as strong. Stealing Heaven's secret also relied on natural inspiration. It could not be used freely. Fang Yuan was already planning to nurture the Gu cultivators in his immortal aperture. He would nurture and accumulate Gu immortal seeds. At every crucial moment, he would let a group of them ascend to immortal. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. In the secret room, Fang Yuan was sitting in a circle. More accurately speaking, there were a large number of Fang Yuan clones. This secret room was huge. Fang Yuan's clones were newly formed. They were formed from human path Gu worms. Among them were Gu Master level Doctor clone, Alchemist clone, Constable clone, Craftsman clone, as well as rank 6 Gu Immortal level Skinned Shadow clone, Talented Girl clone, Soldier clone, Sergeant clone, Musician clone, Thief clone, Farmer clone, Dancer clone, and Blacksmith clone. That's right, after the 10 children of human path entered the derivation immortal formation, their human path research results were all obtained by Fang Yuan. Then, he managed to refine all of them. As long as he had the Gu recipe, with Fang Yuan's refinement path cultivation level, he could easily refine Gu worms of these levels. This caused the 10 children of human path to fail miserably when they attempted to refine mortal Gu during their immortal ascension. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's clones were in closed cultivation in the secret room. they comprehended human path cultivation and gained some insights. Even though these clones are of low level, they are still quite outstanding compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone methods. For example, the investment is low and they can take shape quickly. Spectral Soul Shadow Sect clones, on the other hand, need to cultivate continuously and start from scratch. And these clones, as long as they have human path goo worms, they can instantly form the corresponding goo cultivation clone. Human path goo worms formed clones, goo masters had apertures, goo immortals had immortal apertures. But be it apertures or immortal apertures, they could not produce primeval essence or immortal essence, they could only store. Human path clones could not cultivate on their own. The clone's strength was limited to the level of the human path goo worms. Human path clones shared the same attainment level as the main body. Human path clones cultivated human path as well as other paths. For example, the musician clone cultivated human path as well as sound path. The farmer clone cultivated human path as well as earth path and wood path. The skin shadow clone cultivated human path as well as transformation path and shadow path. All in all, these clones were not useful to Feng Yuan at the moment. They were too weak, the strongest among them was only rank 6. Among them, Feng Yuan shared the same opinion as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He also felt that the most valuable thing was the alchemist clone. These clones mainly cultivated the Dao, Refinement Dao, and Pill Dao. Although it only covered the ranks of rank 1 to rank 5 goo masters, it had a huge impact on the grassroots goo masters. If Feng Yuan's subordinates did not undergo immortal ascension on a large scale, these human path clones would still be of some use. But now, to Feng Yuan, they were not very useful. Furthermore, it could be a huge flaw in the obscured heavenly secrets. Feng Yuan willed as the human path clones in the secret room returned to their goo worms. Their states were very similar to Feng Yuan's supreme immortal physique, but there were also differences. They could freely change from the state of goo insects to human form, but Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body was fixed on the human body, leaving only the need to feed the goo insects. But then again, normal people also needed to eat something once in a while. I'll leave thief goo behind. At the next moment, Feng Yuan willed as he destroyed most of the goo worms in the secret room, Central Continent. At the deepest part of the starry sky calculation formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected a secluded domain of heaven and earth inside the formation. This secluded domain was like a cage, but also like a lantern. Back in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already used it to fight against other Venerables. This was the Wisdom Path secluded domain, mental realm. Had records of it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed her mental realm inside the starry sky calculation formation. Using the power of the formation, she secretly extracted emotions. As long as they were negative towards the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent or the Celestial Court, they would be absorbed into her mental realm. Using this method, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ingeniously made countless living beings in Central Continent feel more positive towards the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. This undoubtedly raised the cohesiveness of Central Continent to a higher level. The mental realm needs to store emotions. The more emotions there are, the greater the power of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. But it also needs to be controlled. Sometimes, having too many emotions is as bad as going too far. You will be misled by the mental realm. Just like wrote, it is best to have calmness goo and determination goo to suppress the mental realm. Unfortunately, I only have calmness goo, I lack determination goo. Thus, there is an obvious upper limit to the amount of emotions that can be stored in the mental realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to activate it secretly to prevent it from being exposed to the other Venerables and causing trouble. By then, even if Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence, he could use the chance to extort Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention in setting up the starry sky calculation formation. She managed to deceive the other two Venerables. After all, the other Venerables could only see the rough details of the starry sky calculation formation. After the inspection was completed, good news reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Oh? Among the 10 children of human path, someone has already raised musician goo to an immortal goo? Very good. It seems that the reason why they all failed was because of Providence's interference. Raising the rank of immortal Gu during the Immortal Ascension Tribulation is essentially using Providence to help one refine Gu. Maybe because of human path, Providence was not willing to help. But the artificial refinement after that was a success. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable relaxed. When she found out that the 10 children of human path had all failed, she had many doubts. Including the fact that there was a traitor in Celestial Court, the problem with derivation immortal formation, the other venerables hiding in Celestial Court, Providence being exposed, and so on. But after knowing this news, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's doubts were greatly reduced. Half a day later, the first batch of Gu Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Immortal Killer Move, Endless Learning. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable slowly activated the Killer Move. The Killer Move's light blue light spread down along the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. In a certain space inside the formation, the Gu Immortals had been waiting for a long time. It's here. Someone muttered with excitement on his face. The Immortals were stirred. Soon, the Immortals' expressions became extremely solemn. They were immersed in the indescribable profundity of the Great Tao. Under the influence of the Killer Move, the Immortals' attainment levels of their respective paths rose slowly. As time passed, when they reached their limits, some Gu Immortals would start to hallucinate. At this time, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation would activate and send these Gu Immortals to another space inside the formation to recuperate. Endless Learning was a human path killer move. It used Book Mountain and Learning Gu as the cores. It could allow the Gu cultivator to produce their own true meaning and absorb it to raise their attainment levels. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already used this move in Crazed Demon Cave. She was now using it on the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. The nurturing intent behind this move was much clearer than in Crazed Demon Cave. How much the Gu Immortals could gain depended on their aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences. It is hard to imagine that there is such a method in this world to raise attainment levels directly. This was personally used by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is naturally extraordinary. She can break through all the impossible. According to rumors, dream realms can allow Gu cultivators to raise attainment levels. In my opinion, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method has completely surpassed the dangerous dream realms. Exploring dream realms is very dangerous, but attainment levels are endless. How much we can gain from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's human path killer move depends on ourselves. It can only help us produce true meaning. After using it once, we will need to accumulate and experience for a long time, otherwise, our gains will be much lower next time. The Immortals gradually broke free from the illusion. They woke up and conversed. Not long after, the Immortals flew out of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Among them, 3 Gu Immortals stayed behind. Among the 3, Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu Immortal Tan Ku took the initiative to find ancient soul sects Yang Feng and Spirit Butterfly Valley's Dian Pu. After some discussion, Tan Ku used his immortal Gu to exchange for Yang Feng's resources. He also used Yang Feng's immortal materials to exchange for Dian Pu's other immortal Gu. After this transaction, the 3 sides were very satisfied with their gains. It is all thanks to the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. After understanding our needs, it mediated between us. Otherwise, how could we know each other's situation and what we want? Dian Pu sighed. At this moment, the 3 immortals won together. They all felt the benefits of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Ever since the Starry Sky Calculation Formation gathered the information of Gu Immortals, this happened frequently to the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Thus, Gu Immortals from other small sects were attracted to report their information to the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation only mediated this point, but it allowed the whole of Central Continent to start a more reasonable and outstanding resource allocation. Undeniably, this had a huge effect on raising the strength of the whole of Central Continent. The 3 immortals had little interaction, but because of this transaction, their relationship became much closer. On the way back, the 3 immortals talked about the human path that had been widely spread in Central Continent's Gu Master world recently. During this period of time, human path cultivation had already become a huge trend among the lower echelons of Central Continent. This was naturally because the Celestial Court had instructed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to work together to promote it. It seems that the celestial court is determined to develop human path. That's right, the 10 children of human path that our sex chose have already become Gu immortals. The celestial court has high-level human path research results. Now is the time to promote human path. But I still feel that it is a little rushed. But since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made this decision, there must be something that I did not consider thoroughly. It is a pity that our path has already been decided. The price of cultivating human path is too high. Tanku, you are smiling, do you have a solution? I am only making the Gu immortal seeds in my immortal aperture cultivate human path. Haha, I did the same. Central Continent's Gu immortals were gradually sensing the benefits of the starry sky calculation formation. They also had a common understanding towards the bright future of human path. However, Tanku did not know this. Even though his action was the same as many Gu immortals, he was the one who helped a minor character to rise up in secret and become a legend in the distant future. Quick, cultivate this. Inside Tanku's immortal aperture, Fong Clan's middle-aged rank 5 Gu master was passing a cultivation method to Wang Xiao'er. What is this? Godfather. Wang Xiao'er was confused. Wang Xiao'er had his own secrets. He was not of the Fong clan's bloodline, but a prisoner imprisoned by Fong Dongxi. But after Dong Fongxi died in battle, his immortal aperture was invaded by Xiao Yihu, causing chaos. Wang Xiao'er took the chance to escape and mingled with Fong Dongxi's Fong clansmen. Subsequently, they were sold to Jewel Yellow Skies. Tanku was one of the Gu immortals who bought these human slaves. He bought a group of Fong clansmen, including Wang Xiao'er. Wang Xiao'er started a new life in Tanku's immortal aperture. Tanku's immortal aperture naturally had Tan clan's bloodline, thus, Fong clan's status was very low. They were all slaves. But there were also people of higher status among the slaves. For example, this middle-aged Gu master in front of Wang Xiao'er. This Gu master was quite unlucky. When Dong Fongxi's immortal aperture was in chaos, his entire family died. The middle-aged Gu master was disheartened. He had no intention of remarrying, and seeing that Wang Xiao'er was in a similar situation as him, he was also alone and had no one to rely on. He found him pleasing to the eye. His age and appearance were similar to his son. He decided to adopt him. Anyway, from the middle-aged Gu master's point of view, Wang Xiao'er was of Fong clan's bloodline. The middle-aged Gu master knocked on Wang Xiao'er's head, scolding with a smile. What are you suspecting? Why would foster father harm you? I will tell you the truth, the Gu immortal who bought our clansmen came from Central Continent. He saw the aptitude of our group, so he bought us. Now that he has passed down the human path cultivation method, if we can cultivate it successfully, we will definitely be able to raise our status. He might even become a Gu immortal in the future. Wang Xiao'er was dumbfounded. But soon, he had doubts. With such a precious cultivation method, why didn't that Central Continent Gu immortal cultivate it himself? Why didn't he leave it to his descendants, but to us? The middle-aged Gu master clearly knew many Gu immortal secrets. He was very knowledgeable. He continued to explain, Gu immortals have different cultivation paths, human path is one of them. Since this Central Continent Gu immortal has already become an immortal, he definitely cannot cultivate human path. Also, not everyone has the talent to cultivate to become an immortal. The path of human path has just been developed. Central Continent's Gu immortals are giving out these methods mainly to try it out. Therefore, the geniuses of his bloodline had to leave behind a portion of their essence to pass on his cultivation method. The rest of the Tan family and us are the only ones who cultivate the human path. The human Dao sect is indeed very bad. When I was living in our blessed land, I had never heard of it. But we have no choice. If we don't cultivate, we won't have any hope at all. Xiao'er, you will live here for the rest of your life, always being stepped on by the Tan family, being ordered around like a slave. Are you willing? Wang Xiao'er hurriedly shook his head, his face solemn. Then please teach me, Godfather, I am willing to cultivate. Wang Xiao'er had obtained a large amount of human path information, which helped him improve his understanding of human path. There were also several Gu worms. They were human path Gu worms. They were the foundation of human path cultivation. After the middle-aged Gu master taught Wang Xiao'er personally, he let the latter cultivate by himself. On this night, Wang Xiao'er was so excited that he could not sleep. He cultivated by himself. An immortal goo was awakened by him just like that. The immortal goo's consciousness actually communicated with Wan Xiao'er. Wan Xiao'er was extremely shocked. Self-goo? Self-goo was so tiny, it had been hiding in Wan Xiao'er's body all along, no one had discovered it. He remembered that this was a famous legendary goo-in. Filled with joy and disbelief, he read overnight. Chapter 5, Section 38. After falling into the river of time, Renzu and the other two woke up. The three quickly climbed onto a nearby floating ice. Even though it had only been a short while, they had all aged. The river of time contains time goo. Our lifespan will be washed away by the water. Great strength, true martial sighed. Renzu felt regret. Always encountering good things is not a good thing, it will instead become a bad thing. It is not good to be happy all the time, it is too easy for people to stop moving forward and forget about time. Carefree Wisdom Heart said with joy, quickly look at our hearts. The three looked at their own hearts. They found that they had a lot of suppressed emotions in their hearts, but when they fell into the water, most of them were washed away. This discovery made Renzu and the other two very happy. Next, they continued to move forward on the floating ice. Every time they encountered bad things and felt bad, they would wash their hearts in the river. This will pass. Their bad moods faded with time. Every time they encountered good things and were about to forget themselves, they would wash their hearts in the river. This will pass. Their good moods also faded with time, they were not too engrossed in it. Cognition Goo saw that the three of them were washing their hearts. It could not help but remind them, it is never time that heals the heart, it is the heart that grows old. Old age is not the worst thing, the scariest thing is the old heart. Don't wash your hearts anymore. Renzu and the other two heard this advice and stopped. But they could not wash their hearts, their speed fell again. Let me help you. At this time, a goo worm flew out of the water and landed on Renzu's body. Renzu and the other two saw this goo worm and were very happy. This goo was familial affection goo. With the help of familial affection goo, Renzu and the other two shared their emotions. If one was happy, he would split his happiness into 3 equal parts. If one was sad, he would split his sadness into 3 equal parts. Renzu and the other two used familial affection to comfort and share their burdens. They moved quickly and steadily. But good times did not last. The emotions accumulated in the three's hearts became more and more. The three felt very tired, they could not bear it anymore and were gradually getting hurt. Emotions were heavy and sadness was heavy. The situation soon became worse, the three's hearts were heavily injured, they could not bear any more emotions. Carefree Wisdom Heart took out a cage at this time and held it in her hand. This is the mental realm that I created, let us place our emotions inside. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial agreed. They placed their emotions inside the mental realm. Immediately, the truthful floating ice revealed its original shape in front of the trio's eyes. They were just pieces of floating ice, the three had the same feeling towards the floating ice. A person's emotions had nothing to do with anything else, only their mental realm. What is this? Carefree Wisdom Heart found the goo worm in the floating ice. The goo worm replied, I am calm goo. The truth was cold and quiet, this was the most appropriate attitude when facing the truth. Renzu and the other two finally arrived at the center of the truthful floating ice. But they did not find Self-goo. So Self-goo is not here. Renzu was disappointed. Initially, people would think that they were the center of everything, but that was not the case. The center of the truthful floating ice did not have Self-goo, but there were 3 other goo. The first was Rule Goo, the second was Convention Goo, and the third was Practice Goo. Rules and Convention Goo had been with Renzu for a long time. After Renzu's heart was eaten by the predicaments, Rules and Convention Goo thought that Renzu was dead and left. They came here to create the truthful floating ice with Practice Goo. Any truth had to follow the rules of heaven and earth. The 3 goo continued to create the truthful floating ice, then watched as these floating ice floated away under the influence of time goo, gradually sinking. Rules and Convention Goo saw Renzu and was shocked. Oh human, so you did not die. Renzu asked them how to find his own goo. Rules and Convention Goo pointed at Practice Goo and said, it can help you. Practice Goo replied, oh human, you have experienced too many things, after such a long time, you have all changed. Self-goo is the same, even if it is right in front of you, it is very unfamiliar, you will not be able to recognize it. What do we do? Renzu was very vexed. This is actually very simple. Practice Gu smiled, isn't it enough to know yourself? That's right. Renzu and the other two's eyes shined. Practice Gu continued, for humans, knowing themselves is the most important and also the most difficult thing in the world. Great strength true martial, you are an expert with ability, if we work together, there is a high chance of success. Ability Gu smiled, doing practical things can make me stronger. Carefree Wisdom Heart was very supportive, she lent serious Gu to Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial and Practice Gu worked together and started to work. They first created a floating ice, it was very small, like a ball, it enveloped Great Strength True Martial and Practice Gu, there was a layer of light around the ice ball. Renzu and Carefree Wisdom Heart stood on the ice ball as they floated, they saw your Gu. Is this self-Gu? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Martial shook his head, no, self-Gu is smaller than it. They continued to work inside the ice ball, ability Gu got stronger, the floating ice ball became bigger, there was a layer of water around it. While floating, Renzu saw Moon Gu. Is this self-Gu? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Martial shook his head, no, self-Gu is smaller than it. Great Strength True Martial and Practice Gu continued to work hard, ability Gu got stronger again, the floating ice ball became bigger, there was a layer of water around it. Renzu saw De Gu. Is this self-Gu? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Martial shook his head, no, self-Gu is smaller than it. The stronger the ability, the more minuscule it was. Finally, the floating ice ball became the biggest, there was a layer of water around it. Renzu and the other two floated along the ice ball and found self-Gu. So self-Gu is so small. Renzu's heart shook. Cognition Gu sighed, compared to the entire world, to everyone, a single self-Gu is very minuscule. Deep into the night. Wang Xiaoer looked at the thin volume of, his eyes were bloodshot from excitement, he was breathing heavily. The human path cultivation method that foster father gave me was not wrong at all. Is truly a human path classic. I found out now, the content of Renzu discovering self-Gu actually contains the various attainment levels of a Gu master's cultivation. Light, water, ice, and crystal. Renzu and the other two obtained the space path and time path immortal Gu year, moon, and day in the river of time. Does this mean that Gu masters need to spend years and years to accumulate their attainment? My attainment level is too low, I can only see this shallow level. According to the human path cultivation method, the most outstanding Gu immortal venerables in history had many comprehensions from, they created many human path killer moves. Even though I cannot compare to them now, I have extraordinary hope. Self-Gu, it had always been hidden in my body, but when I started cultivating human path, I found it. It is definitely a human path immortal Gu. Describes many Gu worms, but in my opinion, self-Gu is the most unique and legendary. Ha ha ha, with this immortal Gu, human path is the most suitable path for me. Cultivating human path is definitely the most correct path. Almost at the same time. Sovereign immortal aperture, inside mini Eastern Sea. Haha. Mermaid Gu immortal Tang Qiong could not help but laugh, my tribe joined Fang Yuan and lived in the sovereign immortal aperture, this is definitely the best choice. She could not conceal the excitement on her face. There were a total of 3 mermaid Gu immortals, they were recruited by Fang Yuan earlier, they led a group of mermen to station in mini Eastern Sea and lived here ever since. The 3 mermaid Gu immortals had a clear division of labor, Yu Zi was in charge of completing missions and earning contribution points, Lian Ku Xian was in charge of diplomacy and liaising with other tribes and forces, while Tang Qiong was in charge of guarding the merman tribe's territory. After all, abnormal situations often occurred in the sovereign immortal aperture. The important settlements of the various clans needed at least 1 Gu immortal to guard them at all times for them to be safe. Tang Qiong had just received a decree from Fang Yuan, which revealed an obvious message. In the following days, Fang Yuan would increase his efforts to support the outstanding disciples of the various clans, he would spend a huge amount of resources to help them cultivate and raise the Gu immortal seeds of each clan. Because of this, Fang Yuan even gave the Gu immortals in charge of the various clans a target. Every year, each tribe would nurture a certain number of Gu immortal seeds. If they met the requirements, they would be able to establish the Great Love Alliance. If they didn't meet the standards, they would be punished. Not only does Lord Alliance Leader treat everyone equally, he also has a benevolent heart, helping us variant humans by allocating such a huge amount of resources to nurture Gu Masters. Throughout the generations of Venerables, there has never been a great being who cares for our race as much as Lord Feng Yuan. Even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cannot compare to Lord Feng Yuan in terms of help to us. When Tang Qiong thought of this, tears welled up in her eyes. The reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable helped variant humans was because he saw that the variant humans were in danger of being exterminated. He could not bear to see them die, he helped them. Feng Yuan, however, was different. Feng Yuan not only provided a fair environment for the variant humans to live without discrimination, he even supported these variant humans and allowed them to grow stronger. This was unprecedented. Tang Qiong had been fighting hard in the Merman Imperial Court. She had been through many trials and tribulations. She was suppressed by the humans. As a mermaid Gu immortal, she lived a life of being bullied. She felt immense pressure both physically and mentally. But now that she was inside the sovereign immortal aperture, she felt a sense of enlightenment. Even though fighting in the sovereign immortal aperture was more tiring than in Eastern Sea, she had to fight with her life on the line. It was normal to not sleep or rest for more than 10 days. Sometimes, her liver might even explode. But Tang Qiong liked this place more and more. Until now, she loved this world and this sea area, because here, there was fairness and equality that the 5 regions could not provide. Because here, there was hope. Because here, as long as you worked hard enough and risked your life, you would gain as much as you put in. Because in this place, you can clearly feel that you are constantly improving, and that your own tribe is rapidly developing and strengthening. Tang Qiong's divine sense entered the information path Mortal Gu again. She looked at the information that she had already read several times already. Feng Yuan's decree encouraged all the tribes to procreate, the more the better. There were rewards for having more children, and rewards for having good children. Feng Yuan also had a clear target for population growth. Those huge amounts of cultivation resources would be distributed to the Gu immortals of the various tribes in a few days. Among them were a large number of relic Gu, unpolished jade Gu, wood element Gu, water element Gu, man triumphing heaven Gu, and others. Relic Gu could raise a Gu master's attainment level, while unpolished jade Gu and others were rare mortal Gu that could raise the aptitude of the Gu master. Their essence was to engrave Dao marks of a certain path on the Gu master's body. Unpolished jade Gu could engrave earth path Dao marks. It was suitable for Rockman Gu masters to raise their aptitude. Wood element Gu was suitable for mini-men, water element Gu was suitable for mermen, man triumphing heaven Gu was suitable for those pure humans without Gu master aptitude. It could forcefully awaken their apertures. With these resources, the tribes will have good days. There has never been a venerable like Lord Feng Yuan who cares so deeply for his people. No matter how ordinary these people are, his love is like the sun, like the warm wind, it will spread to every one of them. He is truly the great love immortal venerable. I am so lucky to be able to follow him. Tang Qiong thought of this and could not help but feel agitated. Hot tears flowed down her cheeks. Feng Yuan, who was deeply respected by Tang Qiong, had just used obscured heavenly secret again. There was no helping it. The gains from stealing heavenly secret were too much. Even now, there were still Gu immortals going back and forth, bringing back cultivation resources from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and other places. The most valuable were the information about the 5 regions, Feng Yuan's modified killer moves, and the construction of his combat system. All of this caused the scale of Feng Yuan's luck to rise greatly. Thus, Feng Yuan had no choice but to use obscured heavenly secret again to reinforce the effect on his body. During this period of time, Feng Yuan did not refine a 4th rank 9 immortal Gu. On the surface, he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks, but secretly, he was digesting the gains from stealing heavenly secret and deducing many things. As for unraveling the truthful floating ice, it was once the most important task, but now, it was no longer the focus. The expected gains from unraveling the truthful floating ice were no longer huge. This was already reflected in Feng Yuan's luck. Feng Yuan's luck inspection could only see a portion of it, but it was very useful for him to use it as a reference. Everything related to rank 9 heavenly secret Gu was Feng Yuan's greatest secret. Obscured heavenly secret and stealing heavenly secret were included. Precisely because of stealing heavenly secret, Feng Yuan started to pay attention to the mortals in his immortal aperture. He acted quickly and decisively. After understanding the value of these mortals, he started to nurture them. Tang Qiong and the others did not know the truth. Feng Yuan's immortal material inventory was very rich, but he lacked mortal materials. The sovereign immortal aperture had already produced many types of mortal materials on a large scale, but nurturing mortals required many types of mortal materials. The sovereign immortal aperture had to communicate with jewel yellow skies and conduct transactions to satisfy this need. The policy was implemented. Cultivation resources were not a problem, but Feng Yuan wanted to do better. He calculated and found that he had many methods that could help nurture these mortal goo masters. For example, blood skull goo, bone flesh unity goo, guts goo, and rank 1 to rank 6 second aperture goo. Aptitude was very important to goo masters. Back then, Feng Yuan used blood skull goo to slaughter his own clan and obtained a great aptitude. A great aptitude helped him a lot in his cultivation journey. At the same time, a great aptitude had a higher chance of becoming a goo immortal seed than B or C great aptitude. If one had poor aptitude, they would reach their limit at rank 3 or 4, how could they advance from rank 5 to rank 6? Blood skull goo's effect in raising aptitude is even more outstanding than would root goo, water source goo, unpolished jade goo, and pure gold goo. Maybe I can use blood skull goo to massacre a large number of people, then use human C to revive, and then use blood skull goo to massacre again and again. This way, I can get many a great aptitude goo masters. The terrifying cultivation plan lingered in Feng Yuan's mind. He thought of bone flesh unity goo again. This goo worm had been a huge help to Feng Yuan when he was still a goo master. It could purify primeval essence and assist in cultivation. Not only could it help Feng Yuan break through to a small realm, it could also break through to a big realm. It was really useful. But to refine this goo, I need twins. It is a bit troublesome. Feng Yuan did not need 1 or 200 bone flesh unity goo, he needed tens of thousands of bone flesh unity goo, and then put them into the sovereign immortal aperture in large numbers. Only then could he form a steady stream of goo immortal seeds in the future. I have not had the time to comprehend the human soul cultivation method. I tried it before but made little progress. So guts goo can also be used to nurture goo immortal seeds. A strong soul is very helpful to them. As for second aperture goo, it is only the icing on the cake. Feng Yuan could not refine rank 6 second aperture immortal goo to nurture them, he could at most take out rank 1 to rank 5 mortal goo. Right now, second aperture goo was clearly a heaven path goo worm. Rank 6 second aperture goo needed lifespan goo as a goo material, and lifespan goo was the most classic heaven path goo worm, containing heaven path Dao marks. Rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo used the 10 extreme physiques as the goo material. It was an immortal fetus and not an immortal aperture, thus it was a human path immortal goo. Feng Yuan concluded that he needed to accumulate goo immortal seeds. He first needed a large number of people. Variant humans and humans did not matter. Feng Yuan did not plan to purchase outsiders for the time being. It was better to nurture goo immortal seeds in the sovereign immortal aperture, they were more loyal. Variant humans were naturally the most loyal. Feng Yuan was more at ease with variant humans. With more people, there would be more goo masters. But to have goo immortal seeds, the goo master's aptitude had to be raised. This required the mortals to not only have many children, they also had to have many siblings and relatives. It would be convenient for a large-scale massacre in the future. It would be best if they had more twins. That way, during the massacre, they could also refine bone flesh unity goo. Twins. Feng Yuan pondered, it seems I need to find Giant Sun Immortal. I've told you many times, he is most proficient in giving birth. Giant Sun Immortal had a strange expression. Just earlier, he and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable had completed a transaction. Both of them obtained what they wanted. But, Feng Yuan actually has a need for procreation. What scheme is he plotting? This transaction made Giant Sun Immortal feel suspicious. But he was also clear that it was hard for goo immortals to procreate with Dao marks. And in terms of goo immortal procreation, he, Giant Sun Immortal, was the most outstanding among all the venerables. Among all the venerables, who could have more children than Giant Sun Immortal, back then, in order to have more children, Giant Sun Immortal did not hesitate to search for countless beauties and build 5 harems. If not for Feng Yuan having a need for this transaction might not have been completed. Sigh, to think that at this time I would still benefit from you. Zhu Zhu. Giant Sun Immortal muttered a name as a scene appeared in the depths of his mind. Northern Plains. There were many tents in a tribe that had temporarily set up camp. A tattered tent's curtain was pulled open as the middle-aged Giant Sun barged in, shouting, "Zhu Zhu, what goo did you secretly use on me again?" The middle-aged Giant Sun bared his chest, revealing his muscular body, but there was a pig's head on his neck. Zhu Zhu saw him and smiled. It worked. The middle-aged Giant Sun was furious. "Zhu Zhu, I was discussing important matters with the elders, but this happened all of a sudden. You will make me a laughingstock if you do this." Zhu Zhu sighed. "I am sorry, husband, but I only want a child." The middle-aged Giant Sun was stunned. He deflated as his anger dissipated. "It is my fault for being useless. No, it is my problem. My body is half a Gu Immortal's body. It is all my problem." Zhu Zhu stood in front of Giant Sun, holding his pig's head with both hands as she said with deep emotions and hope, "This time, I used a transformation path Gu. Do you know? This is called a sowing pig, an extinct mystical beast. In autumn, male pigs would eat until they were fat and strong, and then spit out a kind of crystal flower. When spring comes, the crystal flower will bloom. The sow will eat the crystal flower and give birth to a new life." The middle-aged Giant Sun's eyes lit up. "So powerful?" Zhu Zhu smiled at him, took his hand, and pulled him to the bed. "Come on." The middle-aged Giant Sun laughed, roared, and pounced on Zhu Zhu. There was a flag on top of the tent they were in. The flag began to sway as if it were being blown by a breeze. However, it only lasted for a few breaths before the flagpole stopped moving. Giant Sun's voice came from inside the tent, filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, Zhu Zhu, I can't do it anymore." Zhu Zhu smiled. "Don't worry, I have my ways." Soon after, Giant Sun let out a low roar again, and the corners of the tent began to tremble as if a strong wind was blowing. This time, it lasted for a dozen breaths. The tent suddenly fell silent. Giant Sun panted, "I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore." Zhu Zhu smiled. "It's fine. Watch me." The third time, the tent shook violently, as if a strong wind was blowing. However, this non-existent gust of wind only blew for about 20 breaths of time before it stopped. Giant Sun panted with difficulty. "I'm sorry, I really can't do it anymore." Zhu Zhu smiled. "Don't worry, I still have my ways." "Wait. Wife," Giant Sun said weakly. "You have too many ways. Your husband admires you, but let me slowly. Zhu Zhu said modestly, "Although I have many ways, they are not very effective." Sigh, the strongest is still the human ancestors' method. All the humans in the 5 regions and 2 heavens are descendants of the human ancestor. Giant Sun immediately patted his chest and promised. "Wife, don't worry. One day, I will comprehend the human ancestors' method. We will definitely have many children and grandchildren." The memories came to an abrupt end. A sense of disappointment and frustration lingered in Giant Sun Immortal's heart. He had already grasped this method in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he have left behind so many descendants? However, he could not teach this method to Zhu Zhu. He would never be able to see her again. His children were also not of Zhu Zhu's bloodline. Recollecting his thoughts, Giant Sun Immortal's expression became calm again. He inspected the results of this transaction. He had obtained a large number of blood path research results from Feng Yuan. Although he had been secretly deducing blood path, Feng Yuan's research results still saved him a lot of time and effort. Other than that, there were a total of 5 blood path immortal Gu. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined them all and threw them into the Blood Sea. Blood Sea. Giant Sun Immortal's gaze pierced through Longevity Heaven's land, looking at Blood Sea. Even if rank 9 light Gu were covered, it was not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal. However, without rank 9 immortal Gu, Giant Sun Immortal could use Blood Sea as a temporary substitute. Dao marks scattered in the world, resource points that produced Dao marks, the top resource points, secluded domains of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of heaven and earth, Gu. These 4 represented the different levels of Dao marks. Secluded domains of heaven and earth could be considered half-rank 9 immortal Gu. Gu immortals used immortal materials to form killer moves, immortal formations, and so on. Immortal materials were consumables, they could not be used to stabilize their form, they could only let Dao marks flow out. But secluded domains of heaven and earth could be used as the core for a fixed period of time to form killer moves. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and Dang Hun Luopa seal were examples of this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable already has a mental state, Fang Yuan might also have a refinement C. Blood C is my foundation to resist them. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had worked together with Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu, he knew of Long Hair Ancestor's grand plan. Giant Sun Immortal felt that refining the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth was the most important thing in this short period of time. Obtaining a suitable rank 9 Immortal Gu was unrealistic. At this time, secluded domains of heaven and earth were the best substitute. Among the venerables, Fang Yuan has the highest chance of obtaining a rank 9 Immortal Gu. In terms of potential, he has the greatest. Fortunately, he does not have enough immortal essence to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu. Once he starts to refine Gu, that will be his greatest weakness. By then, even if I have to work together with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I need to stop him. If Fang Yuan succeeds in refining a rank 9 refinement path Immortal Gu, it will be much easier for him to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu in the future. His advantage will snowball unstoppably, it will accumulate faster and faster. Giant Sun Immortal instructed himself. Blood Sea was surging with waves, rising and falling, its scale was slowly expanding. Giant Sun Immortal nodded to himself, with the addition of 5 Blood Path Immortal Gu, the speed at which Blood Sea is forming has increased again. It will be completely completed in about half a year. Blood Sea was still in its embryonic form. Even though the embryonic secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as the core of a killer move, it would be at a disadvantage and expend a lot. For example, Fang Yuan's embryonic refinement C and human C, even though human C was once complete, it needed to be filled with a sea of people to be considered a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal's expression changed slightly, an intense luck path intuition appeared in his mind. The last time he had such a feeling was when he revived Emperor Light. And Emperor Light's revival indirectly brought about a rank 9 Light Path Immortal Gu. What about now? Giant Sun Immortal could not help but show some anticipation. Even though reviving others would expend the embryonic Blood Sea, he did not hesitate, he activated the immortal killer move, Birth of the Will, again. Swish swish swish, Blood Sea surged, creating waves that were tens of feet tall. Blood Sea was rapidly expended, forming a whirlpool again. Light and shadow intertwined as a rank 7 Gu Immortal appeared. Who is this? Yao Huang could not recognize him. Giant Sun Immortal's expression of anticipation became even more intense. Because this Gu Immortal's revival expended a bit more immortal essence and Blood Sea than Emperor Light. And he was only a rank 7 Water Path Gu Immortal. Ah, are you Fei Wu? Yao Huang stared for a moment before exclaiming in shock. Fei Clan's last first Supreme Elder, Fei Wu? Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. He remembered now. Fei Clan was once a super clan in Northern Plains, they had a genuine Huang Jin bloodline. Fei Clan's first ancestor was not Giant Sun Immortal's son, he was a descendant many generations later. But Fei Clan was very famous in Northern Plains history. It was just that this reputation was not good. Fei Clan was a super Huang Jin force that self-destructed. Fei Wu, as the last first Supreme Elder, had an undeniable responsibility. Many people thought that he was incompetent and greedy, he dragged down Fei Clan and caused it to be destroyed. During his tenure, he used up a vast amount of Fei Clan's cultivation resources, he almost emptied Fei Clan. Fei Clan's other Gu Immortals were lacking in resources, their strength grew slowly, they naturally started to fight amongst themselves. And the outside world also gave Fei Clan huge pressure. But Fei Wu did not deal with it properly, his attitude towards the outside world was weak. Fei Wu even gave away many of Fei Clan's resource points to satisfy his own cultivation needs. But his cultivation level did not rise much. Fei Wu's performance was disappointing again and again. Eventually, he led Fei Clan to explore one of the 10 great forbidden areas of Northern Plains. In the end, a terrifying beast tide appeared in the Forbidden Area. The beast tide destroyed Fey Clan's territory and even attacked Fey Clan's headquarters. Most of Fey Clan's Gu immortals died in the beast tide. The remaining people were annexed by other Huangjin super tribes. After the beast tide dispersed, Fey Clan was destroyed, Fei Wu died miserably in the Forbidden Area, and Fey Clan's territory was completely divided by the other super tribes. Fey Clan became a laughingstock. The future generations would remember it as a negative example. Such an incompetent and muddle-headed person, the culprit behind the destruction of the entire clan. Why is he here? Yao Huang was bewildered for a moment. After understanding the reason for his revival, Fei Wu reacted and knelt towards Giant Sun Immortal. This unfilial descendant Fei Wu pays respect to ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal had already activated his luck inspection method to observe Fei Wu's background. He was shocked to find that Fei Wu's luck was not small. It far surpassed ordinary rank 7s, but it was still weaker than ordinary rank 8s. More importantly, Fei Wu's luck was closely connected to a certain existence far away. This existence's luck actually affected Giant Sun Immortal himself. Giant Sun Immortal was a rank 9 venerable, but his luck actually affected him so intensely. Soon, Giant Sun Immortal's voice penetrated the ground and reached the surface of the Blood Sea. The truth is often buried deep in history. Fei Wu, my descendant, tell me the truth. Giant Sun Immortal's words shook Fei Wu's body and mind. He showed a moved expression. Ancestor is wise. The so-called internal strife in Fei Clan is only a disguise. In truth, if not for the beast tide erupting in the Forbidden Area, how could our Fei Clan be destroyed because of this? In my previous life, I expended countless immortal materials and resources, but I did not exhaust Fei Clan's foundation. After that, I opened up the Forbidden Area to take away the one Chi-Zi in the depths of the Forbidden Area. However, the legendary immemorial beast, Wan Chi-Zi, had already recovered a lot. He was not delirious. We fell for his scheme and were drowned in the beast tide. However, our Fei Clan retaliated with all our strength, but we did not let Wan Chi-Zi succeed. His will completely dissipated in the end. What a pity! If not for Wan Chi-Zi's interference, our Fei Clan would have dominated northern plains. We would have an endless supply of immortal Yuan stone. We would have become the #1 Huangjin tribe. To a certain extent, we would be on par with Celestial Court. Yao Huang heard this and stared with wide eyes, asking questions. Wan Chi-Zi? Isn't that the earliest legendary immemorial desolate beast to appear in history? According to legends, he was killed by primordial origin immortal venerable. How could he still be alive? An endless supply of immortal Yuan stone? Could it be that Senior has discovered the secret of Celestial Court's immortal Yuan stone production? Giant Sun Immortal was silent. If reviving Fei Wu only gave him immortal Yuan stone, it was nothing much. But according to the results of his luck inspection, this Fei Wu was of great help to him. In the Blood Sea, Yao Huang became more excited. He clapped his fists. Good, Senior Fei Wu revived at the right time. As long as we have this, we will be able to produce immortal Yuan stone, our reputation will rise and we will catch up to Celestial Court. This is definitely an opportunity. Celestial Court has already stopped distributing immortal Yuan stone to outer immortals. Once we do so, we will give outsiders the impression that longevity heaven surpasses Celestial Court. The more Yao Huang spoke, the more excited he became. Celestial Court stopped distributing immortal Yuan stone? That is because they have no way of producing it. Fei Wu was still kneeling on the ground, but he straightened his upper body and sneered, showing his certainty. Oh? Stand up and tell me in detail. At this moment, the Giant Sun Immortal descended onto the Blood Sea and landed in front of Fei Wu. Yes. Fei Wu bowed deeply again before standing up. Then I will start from the beginning. Fei Wu said slowly, we all know that between heaven and earth, there is an endless amount of vitality, and a spirit spring produces Yuan stone, but no one has discovered that an immortal spring produces an immortal Yuan stone. Wild goo worms, be they mortal goo or immortal goo, can absorb primeval energy and activate their own power. But once it is refined, the goo worm will become a personal possession and lose this ability. Goo worms can only use primeval essence and immortal essence. The primeval essence and immortal essence here include the goo worm's owner and other goo cultivators. For example, once a goo worm is lent, the goo worm can absorb the primeval essence and immortal essence of other goo cultivators. For example, an immortal goo house can absorb the immortal essence of the goo cultivator stored inside the immortal goo house. What is the root cause of all this? According to my research, the reason is that both true essence and celestial essence contain our will. Wild goo worms contain providence, they are objects of heaven and earth, thus goo are the essence of heaven and earth. When we refine the goo worm, we expel the providence inside and replace it with our own will. At this point, the goo worm becomes a personal possession and the will inside cannot obtain the recognition of providence from the outside world, thus it can no longer absorb primeval energy from the outside world. When it is lent to others, the will inside the goo worm recognizes the other goo cultivator and can consume their primeval essence and immortal essence to activate it. Different kinds of immortal essence contain different wills, thus they can be consumed. This is also the last resort of many rank 6 goo immortals when attacking blessed lands with owners. Yao Huang was puzzled. What does this have to do with the production of immortal yuan stone? No rush, listen to my explanation and you will understand. Fei Wu waved his hand with a smile. Our aperture produces primeval essence, and the immortal aperture origin core produces immortal essence, these contain our will. Then are there no yuan stone and immortal yuan stone? Of course there are. The yuan stone produced by a spirit spring contains the tough and solidified primeval essence of providence. It is just that there is too little providence in primordial origin, it is easily overlooked. However, this heavens will always secretly enter our minds when we are absorbing primordial stones, affecting our thinking. This is one of the methods providence uses to control us. Unfortunately, most goo cultivators in the world are attracted by the recovery of primeval essence after absorbing yuan stone. They do not notice this. Even if they notice it, it does not matter to them. Because providence is more ubiquitous than air, it is normal to have some in yuan stone. The immortal yuan stone distributed by the celestial court is actually the same as yuan stone, it also contains providence. Why did the celestial court distribute the rank 6 immortal yuan stone? This is actually a huge scheme of the celestial court. During primordial origin immortal venerables era, the celestial court purposely distributed immortal yuan stone. These immortal yuan stones were spread to the variant human goo immortals of that time, they were used by them. Providence infiltrated them. Back then, providence protected humans, they rose to power and replaced all the variant humans. During star constellation immortal venerables era, star constellation immortal venerable merged with the Tao, she could distort providence and greatly influence providence. Immortal yuan stone was even more widely circulated. When goo immortals use these immortal yuan stones, it is equivalent to them being infiltrated by providence and being influenced and manipulated by the celestial court. Yao Huang heard this and his mouth opened slightly. Is that the case? Then can we imitate the celestial court and distribute immortal yuan stone to achieve a result that is beneficial to our longevity heaven? Fei Wu shook his head. Unless we can merge with the Tao like star constellation immortal venerable and alter providence. Yao Huang was somewhat impatient. Even if we cannot achieve the same effect, as long as there is an endless supply of immortal yuan stone, it is extremely beneficial to longevity heaven. Senior Fei, how can we produce immortal yuan stone? Fei Wu waved his hand again. No rush, listen to me. To produce primeval essence, we need a person's will and aperture. To produce immortal essence, we need a person's will and immortal aperture. To produce yuan stone, we need providence and spirit spring. What about producing immortal yuan stone? Yao Huang blinked. To produce immortal yuan stone, do we need providence and immortal aperture, or providence and immortal essence spring? Fei Wu shook his head. Many rank 8 goo immortals do not have the confidence to undergo tribulation again, so they annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragments. From then on, the immortal aperture will turn into a grotto heaven, and rank 8 goo immortals will become caged birds, unable to take a step out of the grotto heaven. These grotto heavens all have providence and immortal apertures, why can't they produce immortal yuan stone? As for providence and immortal essence spring? This is the conjecture of celestial court's immortal yuan stone. They think that celestial court obtained the only immortal essence spring in the world. But the truth is, this is not true. There is no such thing as an immortal essence spring in the world. Yao Huang sighed. Senior Fei, don't keep us in suspense. Even Giant Sun Immortal said, just say it. Fei Wu did not dare to disobey Giant Sun Immortal's orders, he sighed with regret. Then I will say it. According to my research, a spirit spring is essentially an ordinary heaven path resource point. It contains heaven path, water path, and earth path Dao marks, thus it has the appearance of providence and spring water, and produces yuan stone that is hard and solidified. The heavenly Dao seeks to balance all living beings. It will absolutely not produce a resource point like immortal yuan stone. Immortal essence is the most basic. Without immortal essence, no matter how many immortal gu you have, they cannot display their power. And the widespread circulation of immortal yuan stone greatly increases the chances of gu immortals surviving calamities and tribulations. The production of immortal yuan stone can only be done by humans. However, even if it is done by humans, it cannot bypass providence. It needs the infusion of providence for immortal yuan stone to be produced. Thus, a dead knot is formed. Fei Wu clearly pointed out that to produce immortal yuan stone, providence was the most crucial factor. If providence were to take the initiative and be willing to do it, it would go against the fundamental principles of the heavenly Tao. It was clearly impossible. But this was not absolute. In history, Celestial Court was able to do it. During Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's era, it used the uniqueness of Yiqi to produce immortal yuan stone. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Yiqi committed suicide, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fused with the Tao in her later years and altered providence, allowing providence and Celestial Court to cooperate and continue to produce immortal yuan stone. So, what is so special about Yiqi? Since he has already committed suicide, how can he revive? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked directly. Fei Wu immediately answered, Yiqi is not his full name. His full name should be Primordial Yiqi. He is a very special legendary immemorial desolate beast, similar to Xianxia that appeared in the future. When a Gu master ascends to Gu immortal, there is a crucial step, that is to absorb heaven and earth qi, using human qi to mix and harmonize the three qi. If the harmonization of the three qi succeeds, the three qi lump will be compressed continuously, becoming smaller and smaller until it reaches its limit. This lump is primordial qi. This is the foundation of primordial Yiqi. As long as a Gu master ascends to Gu immortal and produces primordial qi, even if he is destroyed, he can revive. Initially, during the immemorial era, he was discovered and enlightened by a beast-man expert. Thus, he obtained an immortal aperture and his strength rose all the way until he became a legendary immemorial beast. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable went on an expedition against variant humans. Yiqi fought with the Immortal Venerable and was defeated and captured. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable announced that he had already killed him. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable imprisoned Yiqi and used it to produce immortal yuan stone. Yiqi lost his freedom, he was extremely unwilling and tried to break free. He tried many methods, but they all failed in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who took over. The latter was more skilled in scheming than the former, she was extremely shrewd. Yiqi could only commit suicide in despair. This was the reason why he once committed suicide in Celestial Court. Yao Huang did not understand, then how did he produce immortal yuan stone? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light, he muttered to himself, so that's it. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal finally understood why the killer move Arise of Time resulted in Fei Wu's revival. Because his revival could indirectly replenish Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence, this was more practical and beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal than rank 9 Light Gu. It was just that luck path itself was a variable. Giant Sun Immortal could make variables beneficial to him happen, but he could not control the specifics. That was because it involved the fates. Fei Wu saw Yao Huang's confusion and laughed, happily explaining, when a Gu master becomes an immortal, there is a fortuitous encounter, it is called natural inspiration. What is the reason for this? Heaven and earth qi contain providence, human qi contains human will. At this crucial stage, the three qi fuse, providence and human will converge. Humans can ask about all kinds of mysteries, seeking the truth and answers of heaven and earth. This is because providence recognizes human will. Why? In my opinion, once the aperture changes, it becomes an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures are fruits and gains to heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao is happy to see this happen, thus favoring human will. Primordial Essence Single Qi Child's specialty is that his body is Primordial Essence Single Qi, which is the fusion of the three qi, thus he can obtain the favor and recognition of providence at all times. Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. Doesn't that mean he can always use natural inspiration? Fei Wu shook his head. Strictly speaking, that is the case. But the truth is not like that. We all know that the three qi need to be harmonized to become primordial essence. If the three qi lose balance, the gu cultivator will die. But I Chi child is not like this. Losing balance of the three qi does not threaten his life, but he will lose his rationality. To harmonize the three qi and maintain their balance is too difficult. We have all experienced immortal ascension. We need to do our best to harmonize the three qi. This state lasting for half a day is enough for us. Primordial essence single qi child, on the other hand, has to face this process from start to finish. Thus, when he exhausts his mental energy, or gets tired of harmonizing the three qi in his body will lose balance. Providence's human will get entangled and become chaotic, causing his mind to become muddled. In this situation, he cannot even think normally. How can he use natural inspiration? But no matter what, as long as it is the primordial essence single qi, Providence will always favor human will. It is willing to help human will. If it is an ordinary gu master without an immortal aperture, they can only communicate with Providence and use natural inspiration. But I Chi child is different. He already has an immortal aperture. Thus, when his mind is clear, his immortal aperture will produce immortal essence. When his mind is muddled, it will produce a mortal yuan stone that contains Providence. The medicine sovereign finally understood everything. Primordial origin immortal venerable was too unique. Using his unique body, primordial origin immortal venerable obtained the immortal yuan stone. But primordial origin immortal venerable only gave out rank 6 immortal yuan stone. But after primordial unity qi child died, even though star constellation immortal venerable had merged with the Tao and could alter Providence, there was a limit to it. She could not completely destroy Providence. Thus, the celestial court could only produce rank 6 immortal yuan stone. Fei Wu continued, back then, I accidentally found the primordial qi seed in the forbidden area. He was in a state of confusion and was buried deep underground, unable to move. When I conversed with him, he spoke incoherently and didn't answer my questions. However, he was filled with hatred towards the two venerables of the celestial court and kept cursing them. After a few more times, I've accumulated results, and I've deduced many truths through guesses and guesses. I mobilized the entire Fei clan to seize the primordial qi seed. He spent immortal materials to modify the killer move in an attempt to control it. However, when the preparations were complete and we were about to enter the forbidden area, the primordial qi seed actually had its own consciousness. Helpless, we could not stop and could only continue fighting. Fei clan was exterminated, but the primordial qi seed was also trapped by our Fei clan's method. If there is no mistake, he is still hiding in his original location. Ancestor only needs to use him. Giant Sun Immortal nodded and immediately brought Fei Wu to Jade Ring Forbidden Area. Northern Plains' 10 great forbidden areas had countless desolate beast groups. Immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants were not rare either. Super forces had the ability to expand, but if they made a mistake, they might trigger a terrifying beast tide. Fei clan was an example of a failed exploration of a forbidden area. Jade Ring Forbidden Area had towering ancient trees. From the outside to the inside, there were more than a dozen rings. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the environment would be. The primordial qi seed was hidden in the 6th ring. With Giant Sun Immortal personally taking action, he could easily reach it. Fei Wu had just revived and did not have any gu worms, but he could guide him. Facing his ancestor, he did not hide anything, he revealed everything. After some deductions, Giant Sun Immortal came up with a luck path modified killer move. Using this move would affect Fei clan's arrangements. After removing the arrangements, Giant Sun Immortal took out a large black bead from the depths of the ground. The black bead was as large as an elephant, its surface was smooth and its aura was deeply concealed. This is the result of my Fei clan's efforts. Even a legendary immemorial would be sealed by my clan. Fei Wu sighed deeply when he saw the primordial qi seed again. His grand ambitions were in vain. Fei clan was exterminated, but he was fortunate enough to revive. All his efforts in life to help his ancestor were not in vain. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed for a while and combined with Fei Wu's information, he understood the primordial qi seed's details. The primordial chi seed was a lump of primordial chi. But when its consciousness completely recovered, it would turn into a human form. It would be extremely lifelike, indistinguishable from a normal person. And when it did not harmonize the three chi, when the three chi were in chaos, it would be a lump of primordial chi. When the heaven chi was abundant, it would float up. When there was more earth chi, it would sink into the ground. When he fought with Fei Clan, he had not completely recovered his consciousness and could not display his full strength. Fei Wu and the rest had indeed made ample preparations. The killer move they deduced was especially effective against the primordial chi seed, thus it was able to imprison him. Although Fei Wu only had rank 7 cultivation, Fei Clan had many rank 8s, they had immortal gu houses and the foundation of a super force. Of course, the most important thing was that the primordial chi seed did not have consciousness, its strength had fallen sharply. Once it lost consciousness, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not keep Fairy Myrtle, Xianxia and the rest. The world had changed. By now, the power of Fei Clan's killer move was already very weak, almost reaching its limit. But even if the primordial chi seed regained its freedom, with its current state, it would still remain at the same spot without any consciousness. Giant Sun Immortal used the primordial chi to inspect the depths of its immortal aperture and immediately found many rank 8 immortal yuan stone. The immortal aperture origin core's production of immortal essence was as natural as breathing. Providence always suppressed one's will, causing the legendary immemorial immortal chi seed's immortal aperture to accumulate a large number of rank 8 immortal yuan stone. Rank 6 immortal yuan stone did not have much meaning to Giant Sun Immortal, but rank 8 immortal yuan stone was different. Giant Sun Immortal was overjoyed, but he also found a problem. There was a lot of providence in rank 8 immortal yuan stone. If he wanted to absorb these immortal yuan stones, he would need to get rid of these providence. It was slightly troublesome. If he did not handle it well, it would affect the efficiency of the immortal yuan stone converting into immortal essence. For example, a rank 8 immortal yuan stone, after getting rid of providence, could only convert half a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. Rank 6 immortal yuan stone did not have this problem, because there was too little providence. Giant Sun Immortal thought, primordial origin immortal venerable used chi seed back then, he also had rank 8 immortal yuan stone, but he purposely spread the rank 6. He probably did not want the variant human gu immortals to suspect him. But during Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Chi Seed committed suicide and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered providence. She could only use the origin core of the Celestial Court to produce rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone. It's just that, where did these rank 8 Immortal Essence Stones go? Was it used up, or is it still hidden? If it is hidden, why did we not discover it when we attacked the Celestial Court? Did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rob the Celestial Court's treasury and let him obtain it? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. Later, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and turned into a puppet. If he obtained this batch of extremely valuable rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would take the chance to take it back. But it was clear that up until now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had always been lacking immortal essence. No, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivates wisdom path. What if this is all her disguise? Giant Sun Immortal frowned, a solemn expression appeared on his face. If she has a lot of immortal essence, why is she lacking immortal essence? What is she using it for? Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Dao marks of the Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could no longer investigate her situation. As for Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal could easily investigate him. If that is the case, O Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you hiding, and how deep are you hiding it? Giant Sun Immortal looked towards Central Continent. Eastern Sea. Any venerable has talent that ordinary geniuses cannot surpass. Feng Yuan had already studied the gains he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal's transactions. He had obtained what he wanted. Feng Yuan had already refined the rank 5 Blood Skull Gu recipe. He had only used rank 4 Blood Skull Gu earlier, but Giant Sun Immortal had already developed it to rank 5 recently. Even though it was a mortal Gu recipe, it was an advancement that surpassed the limits of the world. This showed how talented Giant Sun Immortal was. Rank 5 Blood Skull Gu only needed to extract a certain amount of bloodline from a relative. It was not like rank 4 Blood Skull Gu, which needed to be slaughtered. There was also the method to produce twins. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to reveal the results of his yin-yang path that he had secretly researched. Back then, in 88-point Xianxia Tower, there was the Giant Sun Immortal inheritance of yin-yang path. The content was for two Gu immortals to cooperate and prolong one's lifespan through intercourse. But this method had a flaw. If one side's lifespan was extended, the other side's lifespan would be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one side's lifespan to the other. Right now, the yin-yang path research results that Giant Sun Immortal traded with Feng Yuan were far more comprehensive and complete than those in 88-point Xianxia Tower. Giant Sun Immortal had great ambitions in creating this path. He wanted to use yin-yang to explain all things in the world. This was similar to how Feng Jiuge wanted to use sound path to sing about all living beings in the world. But as Giant Sun Immortal's strength and vision continued to rise, he realized that his yin-yang concept was too crude. He eventually gave up on it and did not continue creating it. Even though there were some results in yin-yang path, it was far from a qualitative change and could not truly become a brand new path. At most, there were only many paths mixed in, as well as some scattered small results occasionally. The yin-yang coitus life extension method was one of these small results. As for abortion Gu, placate fetus Gu, multiple births Gu, pregnancy Gu, reincarnation Gu, dead fetus Gu, and so on, they were other small results. Multiple births Gu was what Feng Yuan wanted. Rank 1 was one birth Gu, it could give birth to a second child. Rank 2 was second birth Gu, it could give birth to twins at once. Rank 3 was triplets, rank 4 was quadruplets, rank 5 was quintuplets. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Top point small speak x23 UOM. So, can you tell me about my father? Guyue Fengxiang looked at the hairy man Gu Immortal in front of him. Standing beside him was a female immortal. The hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair looked at the female immortal before looking at Guyue Fengxiang. This female Gu Immortal was the mermaid Xianxia. It turned out that after Guyue Fengxiang passed the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, he would return to the hairy man continent and visit his unconscious mother, the former Steel Thread City Lord. Xianxia had been protecting him during the tribulation. She told him about the true nature of this world. Guyue understood, if he wanted to save his mother, he had to contribute to this world and great love Immortal Venerable. This way, he could use the contribution points he earned to issue missions and invite those healing Gu Immortals to heal his mother. Moreover, Xianxia told Fengxiang, this hairy man continent was guarded by a hairy man Gu Immortal. If you want to find your father, you can go and ask him. Guyue Fengxiang followed Xianxia's lead and met 12th hair for the first time. He asked about his father. 12th hair nodded, your father. I know a little. But that was a long time ago. If you want to know, help me with something. Guyue Fengxiang was a little hesitant. He did not agree immediately. Xianxia saw this and said, 12th hair, this is Fengxiang, a newly ascended immortal. If your request is too important, forget it. Guyue Fengxiang gave Xianxia a grateful gaze. 12th hair laughed, Fengxiang, you have half hairy man blood in you, why would I bully you? Don't worry, this is only about the settlement of the drifting refinement nest. Oh, to think that you have already finished refining the nest? Xianxia was truly surprised. 12th hair said, with the method master created, us hairy man Gu Immortals only did some simple things. Then, 12th hair looked at Fengxiang and said, the drifting refinement nest has been completed. You only need to place it in the refinement sea. This was much easier than crafting a wandering refining nest. If you can complete it, I will tell you about your father. Guyue couldn't make up his mind and subconsciously looked at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled at him and nodded gently. Alright, I agree. Guyue immediately made up his mind. 12th hair moved drifting refinement nest into Guyue's immortal aperture. When Guyue first saw the drifting smelting nest, he saw the strangely shaped building. It was as big as a mountain, but its shape and structure were like a beehive. It was filled with small spaces of different sizes. The smelting nest was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It was orange-yellow in color, and its bottom was the foundation of an island. It could float on the surface of the sea and resist the strong winds and huge waves. It was very stable. How amazing! Fengxiang used his investigative means to take a look. and his eyes immediately widened in astonishment. 12th Hare laughed and said in a proud tone, "This was personally created by Master, of course it is extraordinary. Every drifting refinement nest can be considered an embryonic secluded domain of heaven and earth. Refinement nests contain countless refinement path Dao marks. Refining goo inside will not only increase the chances of success, it can also save on the cost of goo refinement. Refinement nests can not only contain tens of thousands of refinement path goo masters, they can also contain no more than 10 refinement path goo immortals. With refinement path goo immortals guarding them, the refinement nests can continuously produce immortal goo. Every drifting refinement nest can be seen as a refinement path super resource point. Alright. There is not much time left, you should quickly set off." Feng Xiang nodded and immediately set off with Lian Ke Xian towards Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was at the center of mini Eastern Sea. It was not big compared to other sea areas, but its value was extraordinary. This is a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. After Lian Ke Xian's explanation, Feng Xiang learned about the value of Refinement Sea below. Master is truly amazing. His methods are unimaginable. He is like an immortal god, he can even refine a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Feng Xiang praised repeatedly. Right now, Refinement Sea had been completely perfected by Feng Yuan, it had become a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. In the past, the land spirit of Xianxia had used calamities and tribulations to collect water path Dao marks, painstakingly creating the embryonic form of Refinement Sea. But in Feng Yuan's hands, the efficiency of creating Refinement Sea had increased by countless times. Firstly, Feng Yuan was a venerable, he was stronger than long-hair ancestor, not to mention the land spirit of Xianxia. Secondly, Feng Yuan was a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster. The current Supreme Martial Grandmaster was definitely more powerful than the previous Supreme Martial Grandmaster. Thirdly, Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, he could use any path's methods. He directly used water path methods, it was much more convenient than the land spirit of Xianxia back then. Feng Xiang soon found his target location, but he needed to set up an immortal formation, it was much more complicated than he had imagined. Because there was not just one floating refinement nest, in the current Refinement Sea, there were many of them. Setting up a floating refinement nest was not as simple as leaving it behind, it needed to be stabilized at the same spot and form some sort of connection with the surrounding refinement nests. When the number of refinement nests reached a certain amount, the immortal formation would activate, and all of the refinement nests would float along with the waves of Refinement Sea. They were like ink and brush, drawing on the image of Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea helped refinement nests refine goo, and when Refinement Sea expended a lot, refinement nests would become Refinement Sea's replenishment. This was already a vast and grand system. Under Lian Ke Xian's guidance and cooperation, Feng Xiang started to set up the immortal formation. 3 days later, they had only completed 10% of it. This won't do, it is too slow. Lian Ke Xian immediately decided to spend some contribution points to issue missions and recruit helpers. Not long after, a Goo Immortal arrived. "I am a newly ascended formation path Goo Immortal, my name is Honest Ni. This Ni clan Goo Immortal was a pure human, he received Lian Ke Xian's mission. With his help, the progress was rapid. After another 3 days, the construction of the smelting nest was completed. Feng Xiang and Honest Ni parted reluctantly. In these 3 days, he and Honest Ni became good friends. Feng Xiang had been living in the 3 continents of hairy men his entire life, he rarely interacted with humans. He knew that his father was a human, thus, he had always been curious and had good feelings towards humans. Honest Ni had an honest and kind nature, thus, the two naturally became good friends. Feng Xiang's good feelings towards humans increased once again. After completing 12th Hare's task, he immediately returned to the hairy man continent to ask about his father. As for Honest Ni, after getting some contribution points from Lian Ke Xian, he decided to return to his clan. After returning to Ni clan, he was welcomed and cheered by the entire clan. Ni clan was originally located in southern border, but Feng Yuan moved it into the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easier for him to research human path Goo refinement methods. Now that Feng Yuan had become a refinement path venerable, Ni clan lost its value, but they were also rooted in the sovereign immortal aperture. Ni clan had several Gu immortal seeds, but only the most inconspicuous Honest Ni succeeded in his immortal ascension. With a Gu immortal, Ni clan became a super force. Honest Ni gathered the higher-ups of Ni clan and explained his thoughts. One of Master's clones has made some progress in researching Dream Path recently. He has created a Dream Path formation that can raise the aptitude of a clan. I have already prepared enough contribution points. I will bring you to the formation now. How about that? Seeing that Honest Ni succeeded in his immortal ascension, he did not forget his roots and was concerned about the development of the clan. The higher-ups were very touched. They nodded in agreement. Honest Ni placed his clansmen into his immortal aperture and set off again. They flew towards Meng Qiuxian's location. After Honest Ni knelt down and explained his intentions, Meng Qiuxian brought him to a Dream Path formation. After Honest Ni paid enough contribution points, Meng Qiuxian activated the formation. The former opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out his clansmen, watching them enter the Dream Path formation. Little won't be injured, right? Honest Ni stared intently until the last person from the Ni clan entered the formation and disappeared. His face was filled with worry, especially when his parents were among them. Meng Qiuxian smiled lightly, shaking his head. How can there be injuries? Don't worry. Saying so, he activated the formation. At the next moment, the Ni clansmen who entered the formation fell down one by one. Some started to snore. They fell asleep on the spot. Next, puff puff puff, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. These Ni clansmen self-detonated in their sleep. Their blood was extracted by the big formation and transformed before it was injected into the body of the only surviving Ni family clansman. After completing all this, the human sea in the depths of the formation activated. Thereupon, the countless Ni clansmen who self-detonated revived, but they were still asleep. How many clansmen have entered the formation? Honest Ni asked again. There have been 4 waves, you are the 5th. Meng Qiuxian said, don't worry, it is very safe in this formation. At the same time, the Ni clansmen started the second wave of self-detonation, but this time, the remaining clansmen were replaced by someone else. After such a massacre, the Ni clansmen all raised their aptitudes. Meng Qiuxian stopped the formation and woke these clansmen up. At once, the Ni clansmen cheered loudly, their voices were deafening. This is great, my aptitude has increased again. What method is this? So strong, so strong. This child Honest Ni is very valuable. He did not forget his roots after becoming an immortal. He still wants to repay the clan. Honest Ni checked all the clansmen, almost all of them had a great aptitude. This is truly a miracle. Only a person like Master, such a legend, can do it. Honest Ni sighed in admiration, his reverence towards Feng Yuan deepened. But he did not know the truth. This was not a Dream Path formation, it was a Blood Path formation, but the Dream Path explanation was easy to convince Gu immortals. The matter of entering the formation to sleep seemed very normal when it was related to the Dream Dao. Feng Yuan's divine sense spread rapidly in the sovereign immortal aperture. Maybe I need to construct some wisdom path formations to facilitate the spread of my divine sense? Feng Yuan thought. The divine sense's speed was actually very fast, but the sovereign immortal aperture was too big. Every time Feng Yuan used his divine sense to check the situation in his immortal aperture, it was not very convenient. Ordinary Gu immortals did not have such a problem, although their immortal apertures were also called small worlds, they could not compare to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan's divine sense soon arrived at his destination. Mini Western Desert, Inkman City. In an inconspicuous corner of the city, there was a family. The male Inkman Gu master was a young man with limited aptitude, he was only rank 2. Right now, he had a worried expression as he paced back and forth outside the bedroom. Wah, a baby's cry suddenly came from the bedroom. The male lead was overjoyed. He quickly rushed into the bedroom and saw his wife, as well as the female doctor who he had spent a lot of money to invite. The female doctor was holding an Inkman baby boy in her hands. He was very small and somewhat ugly, but he was very healthy. Everything is normal. Except. The female doctor smiled at the male lead before turning her gaze to the baby boy's hand. There was a pair of Gu worms in his hand. It was Bone Flesh Unity Gu. The female doctor's eyes were filled with shock. Because she had personally delivered the baby, she had seen this pair of goo worms being born together with the baby boy. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. This should be the effect of the life-sending temple? The female doctor asked the Inkman male lead. This was the first time the Inkman male lead had seen it. His eyes quickly turned red as he looked at this pair of goo worms. With his level and wealth, he did not know how much time and effort he would have to spend to obtain such goo worms. But now, this pair of rare goo worms was born together with his son. This was such a huge surprise. The Inkman male lead nodded and said with a choked voice, "Yes, after the life-sending temple was built in the city, we discussed to give it a try. To think we actually succeeded." The female doctor sighed, "You are definitely not the only one. This life-sending temple is indeed as advertised, it can quickly give birth, and if we are lucky, there will even be goo worms." The male Inkman wanted to say something but hesitated. The female physician gave him a questioning look. On the bed, the still very weak female Inkman took the initiative to ask the female doctor to examine the bloodline of their family of 3. The female doctor suddenly realized that the family was worried that the baby boy was not their biological son. A moment later, the test was completed. The result made everyone happy. "This is my son, I finally have a son. Heavens, I finally have a son." The male Inkman no longer had any misgivings as he hugged the baby boy and cried tears of joy. Feng Yuan's spiritual force quietly retreated after witnessing the entire scene. The life-sending temple was his setup. There were many of these mortal goo houses. After Feng Yuan ordered them to be built, they were distributed all over the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easy for people to use them. Life-sending temple was a human path immortal goo house. It used the human path goo worms pregnancy goo, third fetus goo, death fetus goo, multiple fetus goo, and safe fetus goo. He even used a large number of time path and refinement path goo worms to assist him. The actual effect of the life-sending temple was to extract the yin and yang energy of the man and woman, then use the pregnancy goo to make the woman pregnant. He then used 3 births goo to form triplets. Under the effect of death fetus goo, 2 of the triplets were refined as goo materials. The remaining triplets were protected by safe fetus goo. The 2 triplets were refined into bone flesh unity goo and were born at the same time as the remaining triplets. The entire process of pregnancy and birth did not exceed 7 days. This was the effect of time path goo worms. This way, the population of the various clans in the sovereign immortal aperture would grow rapidly. As the population grew, clans would be formed, and through dream path methods, they would be able to raise their aptitudes and goo immortal seeds would increase. Moreover, during this process, everyone in the sovereign immortal aperture would worship, love, and be deeply grateful to Feng Yuan. It could be foreseen that they would become more and more loyal to Feng Yuan. The attached bone flesh unity goo is the vital goo of newborns. They will naturally refine it. Thus, these people will have rank 5 vital goo when they are born. When the scale of bone flesh unity goo reaches a certain level, they will switch to other goo worms. This way, these people will grow even faster. Feng Yuan planned in his mind. It was not difficult for the current him to do this, it was a simple matter. He was using a human body goo refinement method. It was one of the profundities of refinement path. Ni clan was of a higher level. When Ni clan's bloodline reached a certain stage, the current generation Ni Xiang would appear and produce immortal goo in their bodies. Feng Yuan was only producing mortal goo this time. Giant Sun Immortal created the yin-yang path. Its essence is abortion goo, safe fetus goo, and multiple fetuses goo. Almost all the venerables in history have comprehended human path killer moves from, but these methods are too high level, they are not suitable for the lower levels. Thus, the Celestial Court set up Divine Emperor City to develop the foundation of human path. But the truth is, there is a special man among the venerables. He has already developed many basic mortal goo of human path. It is just that he kept them and did not spread them widely. Human path's development prospects are quite good. Feng Yuan sighed. High-level human path killer moves could easily overturn the situation of the Fate War. But low-level killer moves could also be put to good use. Feng Yuan was certain, human path was not inferior to heaven path. Most importantly, human path had not been developed yet. Human path should be suppressed by heaven path. Just by using these human path mortal goo created by giant sun immortal, I have already achieved such terrifying results. The heavenly Tao that cares about balance cannot tolerate such a qualitative and quantitative growth of human path at the same time. Feng Yuan was starting to understand why the celestial court was developing human path. The celestial court had been messing with Providence, using Fate Goo as the pillar. After Fate Goo was destroyed, the first thing Providence disliked was the number one super force, Celestial Court. Without using Providence, the Celestial Court decided to develop human path. But how could star constellation Immortal Venerable not know about the current flaws of the immortal formation derivation? Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. The immortal formation derivation was located in Celestial Court, all the results of its derivation would be known by Providence. This meant that the goo cultivators who entered and exited the derivation formation would be advancing the heavenly Tao at the same time, but even if it was known by the heavenly Tao, star constellation Immortal Venerable's use of the derivation immortal formation could still benefit from it. She could develop it and surpass the other venerables. Maybe in her scheme, she would first eliminate the other venerables and let the celestial court gain dominance again before dealing with Providence. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable has never entered the derivation immortal formation. Maybe she is waiting for a good opportunity? Feng Yuan guessed. At least, Feng Yuan knew that Crazed Demon Cave was suitable for the derivation immortal formation. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave might not be able to isolate Providence, but the 8th and 9th layers definitely could. Other than that, Feng Yuan did not see any other examples. It was even more impossible to put the derivation immortal formation in a venerable's immortal aperture. Because derivation immortal goo was rank 9, there was too much Providence contained in it. If it was left in a venerable's immortal aperture, the Providence inside derivation immortal goo would be connected to the 5 regions Providence, thus allowing the venerable to be sensed by Providence. Feng Yuan had once suffered from such a disadvantage. Limitless Demon Venerable must have participated in the Crazed Demon formation. After all, this formation required wisdom path. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable had the initiative in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After returning to the celestial court, she easily constructed the derivation formation. But Crazed Demon Cave was probably created by Limitless Demon Venerable alone. Star constellation Immortal Venerable does not know the profundity of it, otherwise, she would have constructed such a super resource point first. Feng Yuan's divine sense continued to search. Many families in Inkman City were giving birth. The overall situation was very smooth, every newborn had bone-flesh unity goo as their vital goo. Speaking of which, the goo recipe of bone-flesh unity goo was also modified by Feng Yuan. Rank 8 wisdom goo gave Feng Yuan a certain amount of help. During this period of time, Feng Yuan easily raised wisdom goo to rank 8. Other than that, Refinement C and Human C were also constructed. But Human C lacked Human Mountain, it was not a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth, thus it would still expend energy. The cost of reviving mortals was much lower than reviving goo immortals. Human C could last for a long time. Other than Human C and Refinement C, Feng Yuan had also collected a lot of Qiankuan crystal wall. The scattered Qiankuan crystal wall in Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert had probably all been collected by Feng Yuan. As for the other 2 regions, because of Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's protection, Feng Yuan did not ask about it when he stole Heavenly Secret. The complete Qiankuan crystal wall was stronger than thieving Heavenly Secret, it recorded everything that happened in the world. If thieving Heavenly Secret was said to be a ladle used to scoop water out of a water vat, then Qiankuan crystal wall was that water vat. And according to Feng Yuan's understanding of thieving Heavenly Secret, the complete Qiankuan crystal wall could nurture primordial domain. With a thought, Feng Yuan's divine sense left Inkman City and went to Mini Eastern Sea to inspect the floating refinement nests. These floating refinement nests were arranged properly, there were no problems. Their source was Feng Yuan's stone nests. Back then, Feng Yuan used the concept of assembly line production to create these stone nests to accommodate hairy man goo masters to refine goo. Right now, each of the floating refinement nests could be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth, they were of a much higher grade than Feng Yuan's stone nests. Some of the floating refinement nests had already accommodated many hairy man refinement path goo masters. The first batch of goo worms to be refined were relic goo and connecting heaven goo. Fan Yuan's divine sense lingered for a while before moving again. A moment later, under the control of his divine sense, many goo worms expended a large amount of rank 9 immortal essence to activate an immortal killer move, Endless Trouble. The core immortal goo of this move was rank 8, it could teleport calamities and tribulations to the next time, and erupt together with the next calamity or tribulation. Fan Yuan had already modified this killer move and used it many times. He adjusted the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to be very fast. The calamities and tribulations were already going to descend, but Fan Yuan used endless trouble time and time again to delay them until the next time. This had the disadvantage of angering Providence. When the calamities and tribulations truly erupted, they would be even more powerful. But for the current Fan Yuan, this disadvantage was exactly what he wanted. Even if the calamities and tribulations erupted and angered Providence, causing their power to rise sharply, Fan Yuan would still be able to survive and obtain a huge amount of Dao marks. Actually, Fan Yuan had no choice but to use the killer move Endless Trouble. Wild Sound Literature Network. Net if he wanted to undergo tribulation, he would need to place the sovereign immortal aperture in the 5 regions and absorb heaven and earth chi. At that time, the will of the heavens would be manipulated and a calamity would be formed. Calamities and tribulations were not scary in the first place. Fan Yuan had complete confidence in dealing with them. But because of the tribulation, he would definitely be suppressed and probed by the other venerables. By then, because Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture could not be moved and was deeply connected to Providence, if the venerables attacked too fiercely, obscured heavenly secret might not be able to conceal Fan Yuan. That would expose Fan Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal should have used their methods to delay the calamities and tribulations. Fan Yuan was almost certain. The 3 venerables confronted each other. No one wanted to undergo tribulation first. Once they underwent tribulation first, they would expose their weakness and be suppressed first. If they were suppressed badly, it would be hard for them to catch up to the other venerables. They might even die because of it. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations were like this. The chaos great disaster was a venerable's greatest weakness. After using endless trouble this time, I am not far from the chaos great disaster. Fan Yuan thought. Venerables still faced calamities and tribulations, a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaos great disaster every 100 years. That was to say, after 8 grand tribulations and 1 myriad tribulation, it would be the chaos great disaster. Fan Yuan's endless trouble killer move had already been used many times. After 2 more grand tribulations, it would be the chaos great disaster. In this aspect, Fan Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables. When the killer move Endless Trouble stopped, Fan Yuan showed a strange expression. Even though Endless Trouble succeeded like before, there was a difference this time. Fan Yuan felt a faint sense of hunger. After transforming into the sovereign immortal body, he naturally needed to eat, otherwise, he would be hungry. But this hunger was clearly different from ordinary hunger. It came from the essence. Fan Yuan's expression turned solemn. He understood the reason. The sovereign immortal aperture wanted to devour the venerable immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body originally had this flaw, or rather, it was a drawback. However, Fan Yuan originally estimated that after he became a venerable, the time limit would be even longer. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, he already felt a faint sense of hunger that couldn't be eliminated. This was much earlier than what he had expected. Is it because the sovereign immortal aperture has grown too much, it annexed too many grotto heavens previously, so it is constantly buying resource points? Fan Yuan vaguely felt that he had guessed the truth. He had developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The greatest disadvantage of the sovereign immortal aperture was also its greatest advantage. It was the non-conflicting Dao marks. But Fan Yuan developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks did not conflict with each other, causing the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation to be unstable. But previously, even with rank 8 cultivation level, I had never felt hungry. After reaching the venerable realm, I've developed a sense of hunger. What is the reason for this? No matter what, refinement path, food path, heaven path, and human path, these four paths all have the possibility of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating. Fang Yuan continued to think. Refinement path was his most proficient path, there was no need to say more. Raising the sovereign immortal body to rank 10 would solve the problem. Food path replenished consumption and promoted growth. Children needed to eat constantly to replenish their nutrients and grow. The sovereign immortal body had the same logic. As for heaven path and human path, sovereign immortal fetus Gu's body used the 10 extreme physiques as its Gu materials, it was a pure human path Gu worm. But even though it turned into the sovereign immortal body, it had the sovereign immortal aperture. In this aspect, it also had the profundity of heaven path. And from the point of non-conflicting Tao marks, it clearly belonged to the heavenly Tao. The problem now was that these four paths all had the possibility of completely solving the sovereign immortal body's problem of consuming food. It was like there were four paths, but Fang Yuan did not know if these four paths could be taken at the moment. Refinement path Fang Yuan was the clearest about it, he had to modify and innovate to have a chance of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem. Food path and human path had not been developed yet. Heaven path was also uncertain, they might not exist, Fang Yuan might need to innovate further. After all, the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu had already broken the balance of the heavenly path, it was spectral soul demon Venerable's creation. The difficulty of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating from the root was high even for Fang Yuan. Even though he was a venerable now, he did not have much confidence, he needed to invest resources and effort to deduce. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu was already an unprecedented existence in the world. Other than a permanent solution, there was also a temporary solution. That was to satisfy the need to eat and annex the Venerable's immortal aperture. This was very difficult. It meant that Fang Yuan had to defeat the Venerables. If it was just one Venerable, Fang Yuan would have an easier time. The difficulty was with many Venerables, if one was too strong, it would cause a chain reaction. Fang Yuan currently did not have the terrifying strength to suppress all the Venerables, once he was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to him. But if I can really annex a Venerable's immortal aperture, there is another benefit, I can avoid the calamity. That means, as long as I do it properly, I do not need to take the risk of passing the chaotic calamity, I can directly jump over this huge flaw. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart involuntarily moved. He thought of Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth was assassinated by him in Crazed Demon Cave, his soul dissipated but his immortal body and immortal aperture were left behind. Because he cultivated Heaven Tao, his immortal aperture was very stable, he was different from other paths. Because of this, Fang Yuan was able to preserve it until now. Even though Paradise Earth's immortal aperture was only rank 8, it was only a step away from Venerable level. Paradise Earth's immortal body had enough Heaven Path Tao marks, he only lacked Heaven Path attainment level to almost become a Heaven Path Venerable. That was to say, Fang Yuan only needed to split a soul and use Paradise Earth's immortal body's immortal aperture to form a Heaven Path clone. A Heaven Path clone with rank 8 cultivation level, but in fact, it is only a step away from Venerable. Fang Yuan was moved. If his heavenly Tao realm could reach the supreme level, he would be able to create an avatar of the heavenly Tao. At that time, be it for a fight between Venerables, or if he had no other choice, annexing this Venerable's immortal aperture would be very helpful to Fang Yuan. It is a pity that there is only a bit of truthful floating ice left, most of it has been used up. The remaining is definitely not enough for me to become a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan sighed. Yu Tian. Ziwei, you can't escape. Duke Tong rapidly closed the distance between him and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's face was deathly pale. Yingwu Xia, who was being carried, said, "Let me block them, quickly escape." The Celestial Court had many methods, Duke Tong and the rest were revived Gu Immortal Seniors. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path grade expert, but she could not deceive them for long. Most importantly, the environment of Yutian had changed greatly, the original black and white reversal clouds had almost all disappeared, Fairy Myrtle could not make use of them. Thus, even though Fairy Myrtle had temporarily escaped from the pursuer's line of sight, not long after, the pursuers of the Celestial Court found her again and chased after her. Seeing that Duke Tong was attacking again, Fairy Myrtle also felt despair. It was not easy to persist until now, she was already at the end of her rope. Feng Joga, if you don't attack now, when will you? Fairy Myrtle shouted. Duke Tong sneered in disdain. Ziwei, how many more times do you want to play this trick? Feng Joga did not appear, he was not the savior of the Shadow Sect immortals. However, another change occurred. A pink beast roared, its whole body flickered with dreamy radiance as it pounced over. What is this? Duke Tong stared with wide eyes. A dream realm? Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth and flew towards the pink beast with Xianxia without dodging. Soon, they were swallowed by the beast. After swallowing Fairy Myrtle and Xianxia, the beast did not seem to be satisfied, it did not stop and pounced towards Duke Tong again. The dense dream path aura forced Duke Tong to retreat. This is a dream realm? Why is it in beast form? Duke Tong was helpless, he did not have the confidence to enter and exit dream realms freely. What's more, this dream was completely different from the previous love reports. It was a dream where one could move and hunt. Compared to the previous dream realms, this dream realm is more in line with the description in. What is going on? Duke Tong was bewildered. He reported to the Celestial Court while tracking the dream realms. When the dream realms pounced at him, he retreated. When the dream realms left, he followed from afar. Next, he discovered even more dream realms. These dream realms had different appearances, but they were all in beast form. Groups of dream realms. This is a new change in spectral heaven. Duke Tong was even more bewildered, he could only watch as that dream realm that had swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Xianxia mixed into the beast group. Mr. Tong's investigative methods weren't effective against dreams. In addition, the appearance of the dream was constantly flowing and changing, so he quickly lost track of the key dream beast. He didn't know which one of the dream beasts was it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon received Duke Tong's report. She sighed, starry light flickered in her eyes, Heaven Path Dream Realm has indeed appeared. It even swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Xianxia, this is all Providence's scheme. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, Xianxia was extremely crucial. If she could capture him, he would be the best pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, when Duke Tong chased after him, at the crucial moment, a Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared and disrupted Star Constellation's plan. In that case, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan, she immediately sent an order to Fairy Beautiful Soul. After this Soul Path Great Expert received the order, she first showed a surprised expression. Next, she returned to the Celestial Court and opened the secret warehouse, taking out a soul. Finally, she placed this soul into her immortal aperture and used her own methods to nurture it, modifying the soul's memories. Her immortal aperture's light flowed even faster. Inside the immortal aperture, a few days later, Fairy Beautiful Soul finished modifying this soul. She immediately reported to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Boqing's soul is ready. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded after receiving this report. Right now, he still lacked the body of a Sword Path Gu Immortal. P.S. Happy May Day, everyone. Last night, I received a notification from Venerable Gu's management team, only then did I know that Qidian had tacitly agreed to all authors Scream and Explode chapters activity. I originally had no intention of participating, but in the next few days, I will add 2 chapters to last month's monthly votes. Other than that, it seems that a Gu Immortal team activity has started. This is a chance to obtain a Gu Immortal title, those who are interested can participate. Fu Pin Chinese, where am I? Who am I? Fairy Myrtle had woken up from her dream, but she had forgotten about herself. She had a blank expression on her face as she looked at her surroundings. She realized that she was standing on a piece of yellow earth. It was desolate and lifeless. She looked down at herself. Her body was made of mud. Her hands and feet were small, and her entire body was dry. I seem to have forgotten something important. Fairy Myrtle frowned. No matter how hard she tried, she could not remember what it was. She had even forgotten whether the important thing was a thing or a person. She could not remember it no matter how hard she tried. However, this vast and desolate yellow earth gave her a sense of familiarity. Home? The word popped up in Fairy Myrtle's mind. However, the desolate homeland made her feel a sense of sadness. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. causing sand to fly everywhere. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were no clouds in the sky, but it was raining cats and dogs. Millions of raindrops the size of beans fell on the yellow earth. Soon, it turned into a huge piece of mud. Fairy Myrtle was standing in the middle of the mud. Her entire body was soaked, and she was in a sorry state. However, no matter how strong the wind and rain became, she kept her head up. Her vision was miraculously not obstructed at all. She realized that she knew this piece of yellow earth like the back of her hand. She also realized that she could control the wind and rain as if she was moving her fingers. She thought to herself, this wind and rain is too strong. Let's just make it smaller. The next moment, the wind and rain really did become smaller. Wisps of green appeared from the swamp and spread everywhere. They were the sprouts of wild grass. Looking at the wild grass, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with endless joy. This was life. She finally felt that she was not so lonely anymore. It's a pity that they grow too slowly. It would be great if they could grow faster. And so, time began to speed up. The greenery grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the grass grew taller than her feet. More and more greenery spread out, turning the barren yellow earth into a grassland. Some of the depressions in the terrain were filled with rainwater, turning them into clear ponds. Fairy Myrtle walked through the lush bushes and stood by the pond. With the reflection of the water, she could finally see her face clearly. She was a clay doll made of purple clay. There were golden patterns on it to depict eyes, nose, and mouth. Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized who she was. That's right, so I'm this blessed land spirit. Xianxia State. Under the starry sky calculation array. Outside the embroidery building. By Qing, Feng Kim Hong, pays respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The mother and daughter pair greeted respectfully. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body was inside Embroidered Tower. She did not open Embroidered Tower and let the mother and daughter in. Instead, she used an information path mortal goo to draw an image in the air outside Embroidered Tower. The image was of those heaven path dream realms. After a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. Feng Kim Hong, have you seen such a dream realm before? Feng Kim Hong was watching with rapt attention. He answered, reporting to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I have never seen such a dream realm before. But I have already expected it. According to the current dream realms, they can be divided into human path, beast plant path, and heaven path. The so-called human path dream realms originate from humans or variant humans. They are their dream realms. The beast plant dream realms originate from the fierce beasts and plants that existed in the past and even now. As for heaven path dream realms, they originate from heaven and earth itself. Inside Embroidered Tower, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, saying, very well, prepare yourself, one day, you might need to go to two heavens and explore these heaven path dream realms. But Feng Kim Hong shook his head, rejecting her, please forgive me for not being able to do that. I am only a mortal, I do not have any confidence in exploring such a dream realm, I cannot ensure my own safety either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised her eyebrows. She did not expect Feng Kim Hong to reject her so directly. At once, the scene fell into silence. Fairy Bai Qing, who was at the side, felt the pressure. She wanted to speak but did not say anything in the end. The atmosphere made her feel like she was suffocating. As for Feng Kim Hong, he still had an indifferent expression, as if he did not sense anything. All right. You can all leave. After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. I will take my leave. Feng Kim Hong stood up and bowed towards Embroidered Tower before turning around and leaving. Looking at the departing figures of the mother and daughter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Her gaze was complex. Xianxia was devoured by the heaven path dream realm. It was truly a pity. He was a good pawn to deal with spectral soul demon Venerable, but Providence got rid of him. Dream realms could not be explored, that meant Xianxia was doomed. Feng Kim Huang's theory of heaven path and human path dream realms proved Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts. But Feng Kim Hong was only a mortal goo master, he was not a goo immortal yet. It was understandable that he could not do anything about these dream realms. But I cannot conceal these heaven path dream realms, it is only a matter of time before the two venerables find out. The battle of three venerables is about to start again. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was worried. Because this time it was much more complicated than before. Black and white heavens had passed, only spectral heaven was left. Spectral heaven was spectral soul demon Venerable's territory. If a venerable barged in, how would spectral soul demon Venerable react? Spectral soul demon Venerable's mind was not clear, he was filled with providence. Heaven path dream realms were the same. What was the relationship between the two? Would they help each other? Previously, spectral soul demon Venerable was weak, star constellation Immortal Venerable was not worried. But it was different now. Spectral soul demon Venerable had reached an agreement with rank 9 fire goo. He slaughtered countless life forms in the two heavens. His soul foundation had risen to a terrifying level. If this time, because of the heaven path dream realms, a fight between venerables would occur, spectral soul demon Venerable would likely join in. He would be a formidable existence. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought about it. She decided to stop refining Central Continent's wisdom path down marks. She started to accumulate immortal essence to deal with the battle. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's determination to get rid of spectral soul demon Venerable became firmer as time passed. Since Xianxia is gone, I need to make good use of Bo Qing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to create a powerful spectral soul clone. Even though there was a huge risk, modifying the soul was spectral soul demon Venerable's specialty. Fairy Maiden Soul's action was no different from showing off in front of an expert. But the situation forced her to do so. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not care less. Bo Qing's soul was filled with sword path down marks. He needed a sword path goo immortal body. This body should contain an immortal aperture. The higher the cultivation level, the better. However, in the entire world, there were not many goo immortals who cultivated sword path. There were a few in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but they only had rank 7 cultivation level. Looking at the 5 regions, there was not a single rank 8 sword path goo immortal, lone cultivator, or demonic cultivator. In fact, after star constellation Immortal Venerable made some deductions, she found that there was only one rank 8 sword path goo immortal in the current world. Western Desert She Clan's first Supreme Elder? Prince's Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 spiritual fairies showed strange expressions. The Celestial Court needs his immortal aperture and body. This is crucial to the fight between venerables and the safety of the world. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice was still as cold as the moon. The 3 immortals looked at each other and said resolutely, Lord Immortal Venerable, please give us your orders. Star constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted to the 3 immortals. How could she cooperate with Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian? The 3 immortals heard this plan and their eyes shined with bright light. They left with great confidence. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a moment before contacting Genesis Lotus Will in the Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Will was originally stationed in Divine Emperor City, but through star constellation Immortal Venerable's methods, it grew stronger and split off a portion to guard the Celestial Court. The main task of this Genesis Lotus Will in the Celestial Court was to nurture Xianxia. Xianxia was a legendary immemorial beast. Her main body was a huge green vine that connected heaven and earth. She took 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit she bore was called the firmament fruit. When melted in a grotto heaven, it could enlarge the immortal aperture sky. Thus, the firmament vine was called the 10th heaven of the world. She had made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She agreed to move into the Celestial Court. She was very special in the Celestial Court. She did not need to listen to orders, she only needed to offer a batch of firmament fruits every 1,000 years. But in the Fate War, she was killed by Feng Yuan's time-cutting edge. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any methods, but Genesis Lotus Will originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She had a method to revive Xianxia. Xianxia's death is actually very beneficial to the Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Will communicated with star constellation Immortal Venerable. In 100 or so days, Xianxia's body will return to its original state. By then, I will take over this body and add another legendary immemorial battle strength to the Celestial Court. Even better, the fruits that Xianxia bears in the future will contain my own will. By using this fruit to reconstruct the Celestial Court, we will be able to isolate Providence. In the future, when we have a new celestial court, the results of our derivation formation will all be used by us. Providence will no longer know about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded. This plan will take a long time, it is not urgent. Regarding the revival of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, what else do you remember? Genesis Lotus will shook his head. Back then, when my main body set up the revival plan, my knowledge was limited. I only knew that he left behind a self-portrait that could be used to revive. But I don't know where the self-portrait was hidden, I can't recall it either. But you, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you are Senior Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, don't you know about his revival method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. To speak the truth, Master did tell me to leave behind 2 revival methods, in case of emergencies in the future. The first revival method is the Celestial Court Chi harvest fruit. But before this fruit matured, it was plucked by that scoundrel Feng Yuan. The second revival method is related to Primordial Origin Secret Treasury. Primordial Origin Secret Treasury? Primordial Origin Secret Treasury was created by Master in secret. It stored a large number of rank 8 immortal yuan stones that Ichi produced back then. Master also made arrangements in the treasury for rebirth. But I can't find them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said that she could not find them, it was not that she had no clues. In fact, be it Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable or Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival, she had relevant clues. She even knew that they were both in Central Continent. But she could not begin to examine and explore. Because she would be discovered by the other venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, the other venerables would definitely be on guard against the other venerables of Celestial Court reviving. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to refine all of Central Continent's wisdom path down marks to conceal these revival plans. She would not be discovered by the other venerables. Even if the other venerables found out, she could use Central Continent's geographical advantage to resist the venerables' attacks and protect the revival plans of the other venerables of Celestial Court. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of Central Continent's wisdom path down marks would she start reviving the other venerables of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was extremely deep. Once the 2 venerables revived, they would dominate the world once again. After all, the 3 venerables were united, their combined strength was terrifying. It was far superior to Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan fighting alone. Even if Giant Sun, Feng Yuan, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable worked together, they could not match the unity of the 3 venerables of Celestial Court. This was the same concept, but the appearance of the Heaven Path Dream Realm delayed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop refining down marks and accumulate immortal essence to defend against the upcoming Venerable confrontation, Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He tried his best, but after absorbing the rank 8 immortal yuan stone, the immortal essence he obtained was only 70% of the immortal yuan stones. This 70% was only rank 8 immortal essence. Against this providence, I am not a wisdom path immortal goo after all. I lack the crucial luck path immortal goo. Maybe I can transact with Feng Yuan? No, I cannot expose myself. Eastern Sea. Heaven Path Dream Realm? Good. Very good. Feng Yuan had been planning to create a Heaven Path Venerable clone not long ago. He was worried that his Heaven Path attainment level was not high enough, but the Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared, but the contest for the Heaven Path Dream Realm might cause the Venerables to fight again. I should refine another rank 9 immortal goo to help me attack and defend. Feng Yuan secretly started to refine rank 9 immortal goo again. He had a lot of immortal essence. Even if he refined this rank 9 immortal goo, he would have a lot to deal with the future Venerable competition. Western Desert. Shilu and Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. The immortal formation was warning, someone was invading. Such guts, they actually dared to invade my Shi clan's skeleton mountain. Shilu and Zhou was shocked and furious, he quickly checked. He saw an immortal goo house crashing into the defensive immortal formation. Inquiry Doc. Fang clan. Shilu and Zhou had a solemn expression, he asked for help from Shi clan while activating the defensive formation. Ever since Fang clan's chaos, Shi clan had strengthened many immortal formations around their resource points, almost all of them had teleportation abilities. Thus, Shilu and Zhou was not flustered. He frowned as his battle-intent soared. Since Fang clan has been hiding for so long and suddenly attacked me, they must have made ample preparations. I alone am not Fang clan's match, but I can use the immortal formation to stall for time. Once the anti-Fang alliance army arrives, Fang clan will suffer. Of course, if the situation worsens, I will immediately use the immortal formation to teleport myself out. Xianxia was controlling the formation when his eyes suddenly opened wide. He could not help but feel flustered. He was shocked to find that the formation was actually restricted. Even though the formation could still operate, the teleportation ability could not be used. They were targeted after all. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He forced himself to calm down as he thought about how to escape this dangerous situation. He felt that he had a chance to escape. He was a rank 7 Bone Path Gu immortal. He was guarding Xi clan's resource point, Skeleton Mountain. This resource point was Bone Path. He had the geographical advantage. Moreover, Xianxia had been guarding here for a long time. He knew the terrain like the back of his hand. After thinking for a while, Xianxia arranged a portion of his will and some immortal essence before leaving quietly. The defensive immortal formation was still defending under his will. Fang clan's immortal Gu house's attacks were rumbling like thunder. It was getting stronger and stronger. Xianxia's will shrunk rapidly, but he could hold on for some time. Xianxia went deep into Skeleton Mountain. This Skeleton Mountain was dark, soul smoke was rising from it at all times. Every once in a while, bone armors would grow out of the mountain rocks. Some looked like humans, some were animals. There were all kinds of strange things. Other than these bone armors, there were also black fog crows that flew above Skeleton Mountain, feeding on the soul smoke. Fang clan's immortal Gu house's attacks caused the entire Skeleton Mountain to shake. The countless skeletons that were originally stuck in the mountain rocks were motionless. However, the mountain was shaking uncontrollably. These skeletons pulled their legs out and ran wildly in the mountain. The skeletons collided with each other, killing each other. It was extremely chaotic. Xianxia had already activated his killer move. His appearance changed as he turned into a mammoth skeleton, running in the mountains. He blended in among the countless skeletons, completely inconspicuous. But good things didn't last long. Wisps of water vapor wrapped around his body like ropes. Celestial friend Xi clan, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Soon after, a voice entered Xianxia's ears. Xianxia fell into despair. Rank 8 Gu immortal? You are not a member of the Fang family. In the next moment, the water vapor rope exploded and tied Xianxia up. Xianxia frantically struggled, but his eyes darkened and he fainted. News of the Fang family's attack on Skeleton Mountain, a resource point in the Xi family's territory, was quickly transmitted to the Xi family's headquarters. Soon after, the Xi family notified the Anti-Fang Alliance. When the Anti-Fang Alliance arrived at Skeleton Mountain, there was only a piece of barren land left. The entire Skeleton Mountain was gone. This is indeed Fang clan's style. Xianxia is the Gu immortal guarding this place. He cultivates Bone Path and is quite strong. To think that he went missing. Sigh, I'm afraid he is in trouble. Fang clan is causing trouble again. This is unforgivable. If we capture them in the future, we will tear their tendons and skin them alive to vent our hatred. Just as the Anti-Fang Alliance was cursing and gritting their teeth, another shocking news arrived. Dong clan's Dragon Roar volcano was also taken over by Fang clan. Dragon Roar volcano was a fire path resource point, but every time the volcano erupted, it would emit a dragon roar. At this time, they could plunder a large amount of sound path cultivation resources. When the Anti-Fang Alliance arrived at the original location of Dragon Roar volcano, they could not see any volcano. Good heavens, even the magma underground has been extracted. It seems that Fang clan is going to cause a huge commotion again. They have been hiding for some time. They must have exchanged for immortal Gu or killer moves from Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Their strength has risen greatly. Otherwise, why would they dare to come out? That's right. Be it Dragon Roar volcano or Skeleton Mountain, they are important places that Fang clan would not easily invade before. But now that both of them have been taken over, Fang clan's strength must have risen greatly. More importantly, will Fang clan continue to commit crimes? Where will their next target be? Where is the nearest resource point to Dragon Roar volcano? Xianxia grassland. Xianxia grassland was a rare grassland in western desert. It was rich in water and grass, it produced water path and wood path cultivation resources. But just as the Anti-Fang Alliance was discussing this, news of Xianxia grassland being taken over by Fang clan spread again. The Anti-Fang Alliance was in an uproar. Fang clan's attack this time displayed extremely sharp offensive power, it was several times stronger than before. Skeleton Mountain, Dragon Roar Volcano, Xianxia Grassland, everyone, look, Fang clan's route has been marked, their next target is Dong clan's Ascension Pit. Then what are we waiting for? Go and reinforce them. Dong clan sent news, because Ascension Pit is in Dong clan's blessed land, it is not heavily guarded. Most importantly, Dong clan did not send any Gu immortals to guard Ascension Pit. Gu immortals were far fewer than resource points. Normally speaking, resource points at the border of a territory would be guarded by Gu immortals. And such blessed lands' resource points would reduce manpower as much as possible. The Anti-Fang Alliance rushed to Ascension Pit without stopping. They found that the immortal formation was broken, there was commotion deep in the pit, it seemed that Fang clan's immortals were still plundering resources inside. We finally caught them. Kill them. We need to get rid of Fang clan, otherwise, our western desert will be in chaos because of them. The Anti-Fang Alliance was filled with anger as they charged down. But not long after, an immortal formation rose from the heavenly pit, trapping the entire Anti-Fang Alliance in it. We fell for a trap. Such a powerful immortal formation, I cannot even communicate with jewel yellow skies, let alone send a message. This immortal formation is mainly used to trap, it does not have much killing power. Oh no. Fang clan purposely set this up, they do not want to fight with us, they want to plunder resource points. Sigh, what do we do? I wonder if Dong clan's resource points will be destroyed next. The Anti-Fang Alliance was trapped by the immortal formation, they lost all contact. At the same time, Shi clan's headquarters received an urgent report, Fang clan's main force suddenly appeared in Evil Spirit Desert, they were attacking the Giant Spirit Oasis at the center of the desert. Giant Spirit Oasis was Shi clan's super resource point, it was heavily guarded by Shi clan, they could not afford to lose it. Shi clan's first Supreme Elder was still in closed cultivation, the second Supreme Elder thought about it and decided to take action personally. They controlled Shi clan's 2 immortal Gu houses and mobilized as many Gu immortals as possible to reinforce Giant Spirit Oasis. At the same time, they asked for reinforcements from the Anti-Fang Alliance. Shi clan's second Supreme Elder had no choice but to mobilize almost all of their forces. Ever since Fang clan lost all of their territories, they could easily mobilize all of their forces. This made it very difficult for the other super forces to resist them. Shi clan's second Supreme Elder would have to deploy enough troops to have any hope of resisting the entire Fang clan's attack. If they sent too few people, they would be sacrificing their lives for Fang clan. But this way, Shi clan's headquarters would naturally be empty. There was a deafening rumble. Several figures suddenly descended and violently charged into the Shi family's base camp. They were Princess Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, as well as Wan Zihong and Zhou Xianxia who had just arrived from Feather Heavenly Pit. 5 rank 8 experts attacked Shi clan's headquarters together. Shi clan's first Supreme Elder, we came for you. Red Heart Traveler said loudly. If you surrender now, you will be able to preserve your life. 9 Spiritual Fairy added. In the secret room, Shi clan's first Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes, sighing faintly, what ability does my Shi clan have to make the Celestial Court make such a huge move? Celestial Court is the leader of the righteous path, why would they launch a sneak attack on a Fangjing path super force? My Shi clan has never colluded with the demonic path. Wan Zihong sneered, Shi clan's first Supreme Elder, don't try to argue. You act one way on the surface and another way behind the scenes, secretly protecting Fang clan and colluding with Fang Yuan. Otherwise, how could Fang clan exist so freely until now? Zhou Xianxia nodded, I have already gathered sufficient evidence. Shi clan's first Supreme Elder was silent for a while before smiling, Celestial Court? Hee, as expected of the Celestial Court. Immortal Killer Move, Rumor Cage, Zhou Xianxia clapped his hands, in an instant, countless silver words flew out, flying around Lin clan's public blessed land. These words were as large as carriages, some were as small as ants, they weaved together to form a huge sphere that enveloped the 5 Gu immortals of Celestial Court and Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. Success! Zhou Xianxia let out a breath of air, showing an excited expression. A good start was already half the battle. The other 4 immortals of Celestial Court also relaxed a little. What they were most afraid of was Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder leaving. Everyone was rank 8 Gu immortals, 5 against 1, Celestial Court had the advantage, but if the rank 8 Gu immortals wanted to escape, they could not capture them with numbers. Conflicting Dao marks made it hard for Gu immortals to display their advantage in numbers. Especially when Celestial Court's 5 immortals cultivated Wood Path, Information Path, Fire Path, Blood Path, and Transformation Path, they all repelled each other. The speed at which Rumor Cage Battlefield was created is truly the fastest in the world. But to think that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder did not run away. Did he see through it? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court transmitted to each other, conversing rapidly. They had already set up a temporary immortal formation outside the Lin family's public Blessed Land base camp when they appeared in such a dignified manner. Once Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder escaped and flew out of the Blessed Land, the immortal formation would activate and he would be attacked, his speed would be affected. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally ordered for the immortal apertures and bodies of Sword Immortals. Celestial Court's group naturally made ample preparations. Even though this formation did not have much offensive power, it was personally modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to counter Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's escape. And public Blessed Lands had always had weaker defenses than individual Blessed Lands. As an information path grade expert, Zhou Xianxia had traveled in Western Desert for a long time. He had already gathered the relevant information. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had already fallen into Rumor Cage Battlefield. Prince's impatience shouted as he flew in. He moved his body and flew in the air, opening his mouth towards the hall below. Whoosh, flames shot out of his mouth, landing on the ground and spreading rapidly, turning into an intense sea of fire. The palace was only a mortal Gu house, it burned in the sea of fire and quickly collapsed. The first Supreme Elder of the Lin family was forced to come out of seclusion and fight the enemy in the sky. The prince's impatience retreated slowly. Lin family's first Supreme Elder Lin Jianxing, have a taste of my power. Wan Zihong giggled and stepped forward. She activated a Wood Path Killer move, flower petals flew and enveloped the battlefield, a sweet fragrance spread rapidly. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court held their breaths. Lin Jianxing had a solemn expression on his face as he pushed with both hands. For a time, sword chi swept out and transformed into a huge wave. The wave surged, washing away all the poisonous fragrance petals in the air. Wan Zihong's figure suddenly disappeared among the petals and appeared behind Lin Jianxing in the next moment. Wan Zihong stretched out her left pinky, her fingernail glowing purple, and poked Lin Jianxing. Immortal Killer move, flower piercing finger. Lin Jianxing was hit, and his figure paused. Sword chi suddenly rose and locked Wan Zihong in place. In the next moment, the huge wave of sword chi that he had summoned earlier rolled back. The huge wave of sword chi surged and engulfed Lin Jianxing and Wan Zihong. The 4 immortals of the Celestial Court did not make a move, they watched from the sidelines to prevent Wan Zihong from being injured. The huge wave of sword chi dissipated, only Lin Jianxing was left, while Wan Zihong vanished again. At the next moment, flower petals flew around Prince's impatience, condensing into Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong's body was already covered in wounds, but at this moment, she smiled proudly and said, "Delay him. He's been hit by my technique, and the longer he stays here, the more thorns will grow on his body, hindering his movements until he's killed." Wan Zihong had already succeeded, she retreated and started to heal her injuries. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals continued to surround Lin Jianxing, not giving him any time to rest. The Celestial Court made full use of their advantage in numbers. Every silver character that formed the rumor cage suddenly started to shine with a bright light. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, drifting in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then, ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. The tiger group howled and pounced towards Lin Jianxing. It was Zhou Xianxian's killer move, 3 men become tigers. Prince's impatience attacked again, countless beautiful firebirds formed in the air. The firebirds were burning with extraordinary agility, they formed groups and followed the tiger group. Red Heart Traveler also attacked. Giant pillars of blood-colored light rolled down one after another. The Tiger Group, Firebirds, and Blood Pillars formed 3 waves of attacks. Lin Jianqing was surrounded, but he did not dodge. Facing the attacks, he held, sword chi gushed out in all directions and charged into the Tiger Group. Beside the Tiger Group, sword chi suddenly condensed and turned into vines that tightly coiled around the countless fierce tigers. The vines had countless sword path thorns that pierced deeply into the fierce tigers' bodies. The fierce tigers held in pain. They were like balloons that were pierced, most of them collapsed on the spot. At this time, the Firebird group charged into the battlefield with surging flames. Lin Jianqing activated the technique again. The sword chi in the battlefield was replenished and turned into fierce winds. The violent winds whistled, killing the remaining tigers and blowing away countless firebirds. The remaining half were also swaying left and right, unable to form a battle formation. The blood pillars pressed down and suppressed the fierce winds, causing them to weaken rapidly. Lin Jianqing had no choice but to teleport and retreat. After opening up some space, he released a large amount of sword chi. The sword chi turned into an ice wall that quickly condensed and trapped the blood pillars within, continuously wearing them down. 3 waves of attacks were neutralized by Lin Jianqing, showing his incredible sword path attainment. 9 spiritual fairies saw this and praised, Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's method is truly unique, it is truly extraordinary. I can't hold it in anymore, take this. 9 spiritual fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast, her roar was like thunder, causing Rumor Cage to shake. 9 spiritual fairy and Lin Jianqing fought, each of her moves were powerful and heavy. Lin Jianqing was forced to retreat. Lin Jianqing had to continue retreating, he could not block 9 spiritual fairies' attacks. Transformation Path and Strength Path Gu cultivators had a huge advantage when fighting at the front lines. Like this, Celestial Court's 5 immortals continued to attack. From the start of the battle, Lin Jianqing was already at a disadvantage. Even though their Dao marks conflicted, they cooperated with tacit understanding. Celestial Court's attacks were like a tidal wave, they were unending and did not stop. On one hand, they were suppressing Lin Jianqing, not giving him any chance to study Rumor Cage battlefield. On the other hand, they were weakening him and creating a good opportunity for the final captive. Lin Jianqing's sword chi was exquisite and mystical, it turned into all sorts of forms, his sword path attainment was extraordinary, the 5 immortals of Celestial Court praised him inwardly. But he was only one person, he could not fight against so many, while Celestial Court had 5 Gu immortals. As time passed, the situation became more disadvantageous to Lin Jianqing. Strange, what method did he use to suppress my flower-thorn finger? Wan Zihong saw that Lin Jianqing could move freely, she was curious. Right at this time, Prince's impatience suddenly used a move. After Lin Jianqing was hit, his whole body started to burn with gray-white flames. Firebirds flew out of the flames, Lin Jianqing's aura fell sharply, his speed also slowed down. Seeing that the time was ripe, Red Heart Traveler decisively used Blood Sun Red Sun Seal, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell, it flew into the air and spun around, like a miniature blood sun, it emitted endless blood light as it pounced towards Lin Jianqing. Lin Jianqing's body was surrounded by sword chi, he flew out and turned into a giant python, attempting to block the blood sun. But this blood sun seemed to be illusory, it passed through the obstruction and directly landed on Lin Jianqing's head, turning into a red sun seal. Lin Jianqing's expression changed slightly. The red sun seal quickly displayed its might, suppressing fiercely and forming blood-colored threads. The blood-colored threads wrapped around Lin Jianqing, gradually forming a blood cocoon. Just as Lin Jianqing was about to be captured alive, at the next moment, Lin Jianqing's body collapsed, turning into vigorous sword chi that poured out of the blood threads. After flying to one side, the sword chi condensed again, returning to Lin Jianqing. There is such a method? No, something is not right. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court's expressions changed, they saw a flaw in this transformation. They were shocked to find that the Lin Jianqing who was trapped was not a Gu immortal, but only a killer move. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court had been toyed with until now, only realizing it now. He is essentially just a lump of sword chi, no wonder my flower-thorn finger did not work. So that's it, this is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, he did not dodge when I used Rumor Cage earlier. Xianxia cancelled the battlefield killer move with an unsightly expression. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court appeared in Lin Clan's public blessed land again. The true first Supreme Elder of Lin Clan, Lin Jianqing, stood in the air with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at the 5 immortals. You finally came out. Lin Jianqing has a great method. May I know the name of this move? Red Heart Traveler smiled warmly as he humbly asked for guidance. Lin Jianqing nodded slightly, saying calmly, this move is called Sword Chi Form. Sword Chi Form is a great move. Prince's Impatience praised sincerely. After this battle, no matter what happens to you, this move will definitely become famous in the 5 regions. Xianxia also commented. Even though they were toyed with, the 5 immortals of Celestial Court only felt solemn, their confidence and fighting spirit did not diminish. Earlier, in the battlefield of Rumor Cage, they were also restricted. After all, Rumor Cage created an information path environment. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court were suppressed. They did not dare to use their full strength, fearing that Rumor Cage would be damaged. Even if it was not damaged, the intense vibrations would cause damage to the battlefield and expose a flaw. Once Lin Jianqing made use of this flaw, he might be able to escape. Lin Jianqing stretched out his palm at this time, revealing several immortal goo that were suppressed by Sword Chi. Celestial Court's immortal formation is truly exquisite. It seems to be specially modified for our clan's public blessed land. Is this the work of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court could not conceal their solemn expressions. The formation that was secretly set up outside Lin Clan's public blessed land had already been dismantled by Lin Jianqing. But at the next moment, Lin Jianqing tossed the immortal goo in his hand to the 5 immortals of Celestial Court. I will return the immortal goo to you. This is our clan's headquarters, it will not be good to destroy it, let's go to another battlefield. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court silently received the immortal goo. They looked at each other before Red Heart Traveler nodded. Lin Jianqing is truly extraordinary, I am in admiration. There is a desolate area 1,500 li away from here, follow me. Lin Jianqing flew out of the blessed land first, he was slow and had a calm attitude. What should we do now? Since the immortal formation has been dismantled, we can only rely on Rumor Cage. What is Lin Jianqing planning? If he wants to wait for the Anti-Fang Alliance or Western Desert Righteous Path's reinforcements, he is making a mistake. Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Zhou Xianxia, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairy followed Lin Jianqing as they conversed secretly. Lin Jianqing's methods were beyond their expectations. He made the plans of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court fail. Just by relying on a Sword Chi Form killer move, he deceived the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court for a long time. This made the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court lose face. Lin Jianqing's main body used this chance to dismantle the immortal formation of the Celestial Court. This made the immortals of the Celestial Court realize there was a mistake in their formation arrangement. They should have sent someone to guard the immortal formation. In fact, the immortal formation had a certain amount of defensive power and a teleportation method. Once it was dismantled, information would be sent back. Even if the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were inside Rumor Cage, they would receive a warning. Rumor Cage isolated communication inside and outside, even Jewel Yellow Skies could not communicate with it. But this information would go straight to Rumor Cage. It would cause a slight tremor in Rumor Cage to send a warning. At that time, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court would know that someone dismantled the immortal formation. They would observe the situation and send a few people back to deal with it. However, Lin Jianqing's methods were extremely exquisite. From start to finish, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not receive any warning. They quietly dismantled the formation. But facing the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court, Lin Jianqing actually returned the immortal goo to them. Such magnanimity made even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court admire him. In this situation, when Lin Jianqing suggested moving the battlefield, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not have the face to continue staying in Lin Clan's public blessed land. This is it. Lin Jianqing, who was in front, slowly stopped. He stood in midair and turned to face the 5 deities of the Celestial Court. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court scanned their surroundings. This desert was indeed, as Lin Jianxing had said, barren and devoid of life. It was a perfect battlefield. Fellow immortal Lin Jianxing, if you surrender, I will guarantee your survival with my life. Red Heart Traveler sighed. Lin Jianxing sneered. If you're staying at home, and an outsider suddenly barges in to frame you and make a big fuss about it, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything about it. What would you do if they said they would spare your life? What's the point of saying so much? Just as Red Heart Traveler was about to answer, Wan Zihong suddenly made a move. She disappeared again and reappeared behind Lin Jianxing. All 10 of her fingers were sharp, and all 10 of her fingernails were dark violet in color. They tore through the air and clawed down fiercely towards Lin Jianxing's back. Wan Zihong was a demonic path gu immortal recruited by the Celestial Court. She did not lack viciousness in her heart and also had a sense of pride. Lin Jianxing had toyed with her for so long using sword chi form, she was already feeling indignant. Right now, she was still using the killer move flower-piercing finger, but it was 10 times stronger. This time, you have a body of flesh and blood, let's see how long you can resist for? Wan Zihong's eyes shone with a sharp light. However, at the next moment, there was a sudden thunderous explosion. By the time Wan Zihong reacted, she had already been sent flying far away. Lin Jianxing, who was originally very close, could only see his back now. Because of the distance, his back was as small as a palm. What's going on? What killer move is this? Wan Zihong had just thought of this when she felt intense pain. Guh. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and was shocked to find that her defensive killer move was almost destroyed. What was that move just now? The other Celestial Court gu immortals were also uncertain. Lin Jianxing's method was too fast, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could not see it clearly. Xianxia quickly retreated and pulled some distance. Meanwhile, 9 spiritual fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast again and charged towards Lin Jianxing. In this situation, transformation path gu immortals with thick skin were the best candidates to probe. Boom, but at the next moment, thunder rumbled, 9 spiritual fairy was also sent flying back. At least 3 of her ribs were broken. The other Celestial Court gu immortals could barely see that this was a sword path killer move. It was completely formed from sword chi, but it was too fast, it could not be seen with the naked eye. Even with investigative methods, they could only barely see it. This move is called Thunder Sword Chi, please appraise it. Lin Jianxing shouted as he counterattacked the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Bam bam bam, thunder rumbled, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were forced to retreat continuously. Lin Jianxing naturally did not just use Thunder Sword Chi killer move, he also used Sword Chi manifestation methods from time to time. Sword Chi manifestation killer move was exquisite and mystical, while Thunder Sword Chi was fast, too fast. It was so fast that the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could not see it clearly, they could only use defensive methods to resist it. Lin Jianxing actually had such a method. Cover me. Xianxia transmitted secretly. Red Heart Traveler immediately flew in front of him, activating a majestic blood light. The blood light was like a ball, enveloping Red Heart Traveler and Xianxia within it. Xianxia had only prepared for a few breaths of time, but Lin Jianxing had already sensed it. Lin Jianxing pointed at the blood light barrier with his finger. Instantly, at least 3 Thunder Sword Chi killer moves landed and destroyed the blood light barrier. But Xianxia laughed heartily, you fell for my trap. He had already prepared it, he had only purposely delayed it to create the illusion that he needed a long time to prepare a powerful killer move. After all, the longer the killer move's preparation time, the stronger it would be. Xianxia cultivated information path, this move did not have the ability to attack when activated. However, once the enemy used a killer move and was blocked by this move, it would capture the information of the enemy's killer move and give Xianxia a warning. Xianxia had a warning, he quickly used information path methods to share the information with the other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court. This way, there was a clear change in the battle situation. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court finally gained a foothold, they started to exchange blows with Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's Thunder Sword Chi killer move was mainly because it was too fast, before the enemy could react, they would already be hit. but Lin Jianqing still needed time to activate this killer move. Zhou Xianxian's information path killer move warning informed Zhou Xianxian and the rest when Lin Jianqing started to prepare Thunder Sword Chi killer move. With this added time, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could barely react in time. Both sides fought intensely for a while. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court still had not gained control of the situation. They were still suppressed by Lin Jianqing. How is this possible? He is actually so strong? This is completely different from the information. Thunder Sword Chi and Sword Chi form are already incredible. Lin Jianqing's battle awareness is even more outstanding. It even surpasses mine. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were inwardly shocked. Lin Jianqing did not just rely on these 2 moves to dominate the battlefield, he also displayed terrifying strength. There was no strongest Gu worm, there was no strongest killer move, but Gu immortals could always be number 1. Even though Lin Jianqing was not number 1, he was vaguely above the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. The 5 of us have different paths, we are restricting each other. This won't do. Lin Jianqing's main body has such battle strength, we need to weaken him to have a chance to use Rumor Cage. Let me do it. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court conversed at lightning speed. Prince's impatience stood up. He sent out balls of sparks that fluttered about, and they quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. Lin Jianqing's sword chi surged, but when it encountered the sparks, it started to burn and was quickly expended. Lin Jianqing was stunned. His vital immortal Gu was rank 8 Sword Chi Gu. Be it Sword Chi form or Thunder Sword Chi, they both used Sword Chi as the foundation. Prince's impatience's move could actually burn Sword Chi. This broke the foundation of his battle. At least 50% of Lin Jianqing's Sword Chi was burned, its power fell drastically. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court took the chance to counterattack. After several rounds of fighting, a chance appeared. 9 spiritual fairy smoothly grasped it. 9 spiritual fairy turned into a willow tree, her willow branches coiled around Lin Jianqing like a python, binding him to the willow tree trunk. Using this chance, Zhou Xianxian quickly used Rumor Cage battlefield. Seeing that Lin Jianqing had entered the battlefield again, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court became energized. But at the next moment, 9 spiritual fairy cried out in pain, the willow tree immemorial desolate beast vanished. She returned to her human form, she was covered in blood as she retreated in panic. What happened now? The other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court were shocked. Be careful. 9 spiritual fairy was hidden behind Zhou Xianxian, her expression was still filled with shock and even a trace of fear. Lin Jianqing broke free from the bindings, he smiled as his aura slowly rose. Sensing this aura, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court had a change of expression. Pseudo. Venerable. He concealed himself so deeply. He is actually a pseudo-venerable. At this point in the battle, Lin Jianqing finally started to display his full strength. Translucent milky white threads appeared around his body. The threads were extremely fast, they shot towards the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Chi Condensed Thread. This is the move. 9 spiritual fairy reminded in a low voice. The other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court had stern expressions. The transformation path 9 spiritual fairy who had transformed into an immemorial desolate plant was defeated miserably by this move. They naturally would not let down their guard. Red Heart Traveler activated all of his defensive methods and took the lead to block these threads. The threads were extremely sharp, so sharp that they could not be described with words. They actually cut into his body. If not for Red Heart Traveler reacting in time and pulling some distance away, he would have been cut into pieces. This move cannot be blocked head-on. Soon, the other 3 immortals of the Celestial Court also tested the power of this move and reached a consensus. The threads were unimaginably sharp, even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could only dodge. Lin Jianqing did not move from the center, he activated more and more threads, gradually filling the entire battlefield. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court awkwardly found that the battlefield they wanted to trap Lin Jianqing in was gradually becoming an obstacle for them to dodge the threads. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court finally realized, Lin Jianqing had not moved the battlefield to stall for time. The reason he returned the immortal Gu was because he believed he could fight 1 against 5, he could defeat the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Lin Jianqing. Aren't you looking down on us too much? Remove rumor cage, let me use my strongest method. No, let me do it first. Facing the incomparably powerful Lin Jianxing, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court decisively removed rumor cage and used their strongest killer moves. Lin Jianxing's smile did not change as he activated another method. For a moment, sword lights danced in the air, appearing out of thin air. Sword path killer move, sword light division, bam bam bam. In this battle, Lin Jianxing won 1 against 5. He killed the Gu immortal Wan Zihong of the Celestial Court and heavily injured Zhou Xianxia, Prince's Impatience, and Red Heart Traveler. 9 Spiritual Fairy was captured because she brought up the rear. Lin Jianxing's name spread throughout the 5 regions. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Refinement CC area. The sea breeze blew, the surface of the sea was rippling, the sound of waves could be heard. A rank 5 hairy old man was lying on a small sampan, unconscious. The sampan moved with the waves. If nothing happened, this hairy old man would die in the sea. But a ship passed by here. After noticing the sampan, screams and shouts could be heard from the ship. After the hairy old man woke up, he found himself on the ship. Old man, are you also going to the Refinement Path Sacred Land to compete for the right to enter and exit the drifting refinement nest? The hairy Gu masters on the ship asked. The old man nodded. I live in Kokitahara. I heard about the drifting refinement nest. I know that it was created under the orders of the Supreme World Lord, Great Love Immortal Venerable. Such a refinement path sacred land might give me hope of breaking through. The hairy Gu masters on the ship gasped. Old man, you traveled such a long distance from Kokitahara to here. It was not easy. We are truly in awe. The hairy old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Initially, I was not alone, there were 3 others. But the journey was dangerous. 2 of my companions died, the remaining 1 did not dare to continue, he returned. Thus, I am the only one who came here. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was not safe either. Especially when abnormal situations occurred frequently, the only places that had a stable environment were the settlements of large tribes. They usually had defensive immortal formations or Gu immortals guarding them. Thus, even rank 5 Gu masters could not travel long distances, they had to take huge risks. The hairy old man asked the hairy Gu masters on the ship where they came from. Like he expected, these hairy Gu masters came from Mini Eastern Sea's 3 hair continent. Back in Langya Blessed Land, the yellow hair continent, black hair continent, and white hair continent were collectively known as 3 hair continent. These hairy Gu masters had different cultivation levels, most were rank 4, few were rank 5, and there were also rare rank 3. I am truly envious of you, you live so close to the refinement path sacred land. The hairy old man sighed internally. So what if it is close? This place is strictly forbidden. How can the refinement path sacred land be freely entered? According to what I know, many Gu immortals' descendants can enter freely. Alas, we can't compare. They have Gu immortal seniors, they use flying boats to enter and exit this place, they are extremely fast. Hopefully, this test won't be difficult and I'll pass. From now on, you will have the right to enter and exit this place freely. The hairy Gu masters discussed among themselves. Several days later, the hairy old man and the ship's hairy Gu masters arrived at a floating refinement nest. The drifting refinement nest was so huge that all the Gu masters gasped in admiration. A voice transmitted into everyone's ears, guiding the rookies on the correct path, allowing them to smoothly enter the drifting refining nest. The structure of the drifting smelting nest was even more complicated. There were countless rooms of different sizes and corridors. It was very easy to get lost. Under the guidance of that voice, the hairy Gu masters found their own rooms and moved in. The Fong family had all the necessary living facilities, but they were all very simple. The style of ascetic cultivation was undoubtedly evident. That night, the newly arrived hairy Gu masters rested well. From the second day onwards, Gu materials were transported into the individual Gu refinement rooms in their rooms. The hairy Gu masters started to refine Gu. According to that mysterious voice, this was the first test. The Gu masters were asked to use their most proficient methods to process Gu materials or refine Gu worms. This test lasted for 3 days. During this period, the Gu masters could display their skills to their heart's content. After the test, the goo master's rooms were moved, some went to higher floors, while others went down a few floors. The drifting refinement nest did not prohibit goo masters from interacting with each other, thus, all sorts of small gatherings were held at night. The elderly rank 5 hairy man goo master saw many outstanding goo masters. Hairy men were the majority, but there were also humans and even a few variant human goo masters. He also obtained a lot of information from this. One day, according to everyone's conjecture, the higher the floor, the better the results of the test. Because the higher the floor, the bigger and better the room, the better the food. The goo masters revolved around this standard and started to compete intensely. The drifting refinement nest never lacked goo materials, refining goo worms, or trying to create new goo. Through a good performance, the goo masters could even seek the guidance of the mysterious voice and learn profound goo refinement knowledge and techniques. After living here for several weeks, all of the goo masters felt their strength rising rapidly. 14 days passed like this. The goo masters faced the middle stage test. A set of high quality goo materials were processed by many goo masters together. The goo masters were in their own rooms, observing the images and processing them remotely. The images were very lifelike, be it the temperature or the smell, they were all the same. The true goo materials were placed in a secret location, inside the refinement path goo formation. They were not placed in front of any goo master. Such methods were unimaginable. All of the goo masters were shocked and filled with admiration. After the middle stage test, more than 10 days later, it was time for the final stage test. This time, they were processing immortal materials. Of course, the topic was goo immortals. Every drifting refinement nest had at least one refinement path goo immortal. The other goo masters did some auxiliary work, such as processing the immortal materials and so on. After passing the final stage test, the remaining goo masters would have the qualifications to enter and exit refinement C freely. But this qualification had a time limit of 50 years. After that, they would have to take the test again. The drifting refinement nest that Feng Yuan created was mostly filled with goo masters. The early stage standard was not high. Most goo masters could pass and obtain this qualification. But in the future, with the explosive growth of the population, the competition in all aspects would become very intense, especially regarding the qualifications to enter and exit refinement C. Every drifting refinement nest could make use of refinement C to greatly increase the success rate of goo refinement. At the same time, the goo materials that were wasted in the refinement nests would be converted into refinement C after passing through the drifting refinement nest. Both sides complemented each other. If not for the replenishment of these drifting refinement nests, refinement C's sea level would have already fallen by a lot. After all, Feng Yuan had been refining rank 9 immortal goo for many days already. The center of refinement C was a forbidden area among forbidden areas. Only goo immortals with Feng Yuan's permission could enter. Because here was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. A pillar of light formed and pierced the sky. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a rank 9 immortal goo appeared. This immortal goo crystal spider was transparent, without any flaws. The spider's 8 legs were very long and slender, while its body was very petite, supported by the 8 legs. It was heavenly web goo. And on the back of heavenly web goo, there was a white mark that resembled a spider web. This was unique to rank 9 heavenly web goo. It did not exist on the back of rank 8 heavenly web goo. The refinement is complete. Master has another rank 9 immortal goo. Oh heavens, we participated in the whole process. This is the supreme glory of refinement path. As long as this continues, Master will definitely trample all the venerables under his feet in the future. For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool also had goo immortals participating in the refinement, the majority of them being hairy men. They looked up at the sky, gasping in admiration. Under the control of Feng Yuan's divine sense, the rank 9 heavenly web goo disappeared. Rank 9 heavenly web goo is also refined. Feng Yuan was calm. After refining many rank 9 immortal goo, he no longer felt excited or agitated. He was starting to get used to it. Although the goo refinement failed twice this time, there were no setbacks after that. It was very smooth. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan chose to refine heavenly web goo in the end. Feng Yuan's current situation was not bad. He needed an immortal goo to help him attack and defend. Between offense and defense, Fang Yuan chose the latter without hesitation. Because the sovereign immortal body's Tao marks did not conflict, its defense was very weak. This was Fang Yuan's shortcoming. If this aspect was broken by other venerables, then in a direct confrontation, Fang Yuan would have no place to stand, the consequences would be severe. Heavenly Web Goo could release a huge net to trap the target when activated. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive goo, it was used for offense. But it was the absolute core of the defensive killer move, expanding Heavenly Web. Expanding Heavenly Web's power rose sharply, it was even more powerful than reverse flow protection seal. Moreover, Heavenly Web Goo could be mixed into obscured Heavenly Secret, increasing the power of this killer move by several times. The reason why Fang Yuan chose Heaven Path and gave up on Refinement Path was because Refinement Path was not good at offense, and it was too widespread. Heaven Path had a broad future and was developing well, it was even more outstanding than Human Path in this aspect. The most amazing thing was that almost no one had the qualifications to cultivate Heaven Path. Thus, Fang Yuan's choice of using Heaven Path as a base was very wise. Using Heaven Path as an offensive method was naturally the best choice. After storing the rank 9 Heavenly Web Goo, Fang Yuan inspected his inventory. Because he had failed twice earlier, he had expended a lot of Heaven Path immortal materials. As for the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Refinement C, even though the sea level had fallen, it had not broken through the limit, it could recover on its own. Of course, drifting Refinement Nest could speed up Refinement C's recovery. Just as Fang Yuan was calculating which rank 9 immortal goo he should refine next, a piece of news entered his ears. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court surrounded Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, Lin Jianxing, but suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Jianxing's pseudo-venerable battle strength was exposed. Not only did he collude with Fang Clan and leak information to them, he was also an otherworldly demon. There was a lot of evidence of Lin Jianxing's collusion with Fang Clan, it could be said to be irrefutable. As an information path grade expert, Xianxia not only had the ability to gather clues, he also had the ability to create false evidence. As for Lin Jianxing's otherworldly demon identity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally deduced it. Right now, the world was in an uproar, especially Western Desert, it was extremely chaotic. A pseudo-venerable had finally appeared in this region. Western Desert's righteous path had yet to straighten their backs when they were dumbfounded. This pseudo-venerable Lin Jianxing was actually involved in the demonic path, he had deep connections. If not for the Celestial Court exposing it, no one would know that Lin Jianxing had pseudo-venerable battle strength. They had hidden it so deeply, they definitely had ulterior motives. In fact, from the reactions of most of Lin Clan's Goo Immortals, they did not know about it. Western Desert's righteous path superforces were watching. Many of them were waiting for Lin Jianxing to explain, but Lin Clan remained silent and did not give any explanation. Western Desert's righteous path did not make a move. They were not willing to create an alliance against Lin after the anti-Fang alliance. The consequences of attacking Fang Clan were right in front of them. If Lin Clan did the same thing as Fang Clan, with a pseudo-venerable leading the entire clan, how would Western Desert's righteous path survive? Fang Clan cannot attack now. It seems that Fang Clan's previous attacks were all a facade created by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan looked at the complete information again and understood. Ever since Western Desert's Fang Clan lost the resource points of their entire clan, they had to rely on Fang Yuan even more. Thus, Fang Yuan's control over them was even deeper. If Fang Clan attacked in a large scale, they would definitely inform him and ask for his instructions. Fang Yuan could not help but find it funny. The Celestial Court wanted to interfere in Western Desert. Of all people, they had to choose the strongest opponent, but soon, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought of a question: why did the Celestial Court suddenly attack Lin Clan? Was it because they found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable strength, so they wanted to eliminate him in advance for the sake of Celestial Court's dominance over the 5 regions? This possibility was too low. Not to mention the fact that the Celestial Court's biggest obstacle in stabilizing its position as the overlord of the 5 regions were the other venerables. Even pseudo-venerables had to stand aside. If the Celestial Court found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable battle strength, why did they only send 5 Celestial Court Goo Immortals to kill Lin Jianxing? This did not make sense. Then what is the Celestial Court's true motive? Why did they suddenly attack Lin Clan? Fang Yuan learned from Fang Clan that Lin Clan and Fang Clan did not collude in secret. This was all a setup by the Celestial Court. Is it because Lin Jianxing is an otherworldly demon? That wasn't right either. The Celestial Court's attitude towards the extraterrestrial devils was not completely one-sided. As long as they could recruit him, the Celestial Court would. Even Fang Yuan had been recruited by the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's recruitment criteria were also very clear, as long as it was a human. Then what exactly is the reason? Even if the number one wisdom path expert, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was not the decision-maker, she had at least agreed to deal with Lin Clan. However, she made a rare miscalculation. What made her agree to attack the Lin family? The problem here was very crucial and worthy of Fang Yuan's deep consideration. Even though Wisdom Gu was only rank 8, it was helpful to Fang Yuan. After he used all sorts of wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan had a guess, but he was not sure. After all, everything was just a calculation. What was the truth? Fang Yuan naturally had a way to prove it. He immediately ordered for a rank 5 Gu master to undergo immortal ascension. Right now, there were few such rank 5 Gu immortal seeds left in the sovereign immortal aperture. And these Gu immortal seeds did not have a deep foundation, they did not have enough experience, their chances of passing the tribulation were very low. This was why Fang Yuan decided to suppress them and let them continue to accumulate their foundation. But because this problem was very important, Fang Yuan felt that it was worth it even if he had to waste a rank 5 Gu master. In the end, this rank 5 Gu master failed and died because the 3 Qi were out of balance. But during this short period of time, Fang Yuan used Thieving Heaven's secret killer move to find out the truth. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave the order to deal with Lin Clan, she was an embroidered tower outside the Celestial Court. But Bo Qing's soul was taken out from the Celestial Court's secret treasury. This was the most obvious evidence. Furthermore, when Fairy Maiden's soul modified Bo Qing's soul, she was in the Celestial Court the entire time. Fang Yuan obtained even more precious information. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxia were trapped in the Heaven Path Dream Realm, so Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to nurture Bo Qing, even though this was a risky move. This way, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's motive was clear. She wanted to use Bo Qing to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he muttered. He knew why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's previous performance was already the number one threat to the Celestial Court. Of course, this was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's understanding when Fang Yuan tried to conceal himself. If the fact that Fang Yuan had many rank 9 Immortal Gu was exposed, then Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would be tossed aside. Not only would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable find trouble with Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal would also have to join forces with Star Constellation to deal with Fang Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Fang Yuan rapidly deduced and thought deeply. Thoughts surged in his mind, gathering into surging waves that rose and fell. He knew that an opportunity was right in front of him. A huge opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, as time passed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might succeed. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more opportunities like this. Would he be able to grasp this opportunity? If he could not, the result would be terrible for Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan could not make a decision. Even though he knew about the Celestial Court's secrets, he did not know about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. How much progress had she made during this period of time? Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan were all shrouded in mystery. Fang Yuan had refined rank 9 Immortal Gu, he had an advantage in this aspect, but the other venerables might try to offset Fang Yuan's refinement path advantage in other aspects. War. Fang Yuan did not like war, even though he did not dislike it. In his opinion, war and killing were only ways to gain benefits. Harming the enemy while harming oneself was already a good outcome in a war. The risk of war was huge. Rashly starting a war was not wise. Compared to war, Fang Yuan preferred to do business and plunder. But Fang Yuan was clear about one thing: venerables had to fight, they had to fight frequently. Then let's fight. After thinking for several days, Fang Yuan finally made this decision. After he made his decision, he immediately took action. On one hand, he sent Gu immortals to Western Desert to approach Lin Jianqing and recruit him. On the other hand, he sent his capable subordinates to make arrangements. After making arrangements, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering spectral heaven. Great Love Immortal Venerable suddenly flew into spectral heaven. This important information was quickly captured by the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. It was quickly spread to the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. A Venerable's every action would attract the attention of all Gu Immortals. Not to mention Fang Yuan's huge action. What is Heaven Refining Demon Venerable trying to do by entering spectral heaven? To fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Giant Sun Immortal was very confused. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Not long ago, she and Fang Yuan had already completed the transaction regarding the Starry Sky calculation formation. Lin Jianqing exposed his true battle strength. She had miscalculated. She was about to deal with this when Fang Yuan made such a move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not even deduced when an intense feeling told her that things were going to turn bad, but as for what would turn bad and how, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know yet. Everything was waiting for her to continue deducing, or for the situation to continue developing. Among the Venerables, Fang Yuan is in the worst situation. Why did he go to spectral heaven? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confused. Spectral heaven had already become Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. Other Gu Immortals entered and left spectral heaven, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not make a move. But what if a Venerable like Fang Yuan went to spectral heaven? This was like a mountain with a tiger. Normally, when small animals stepped on it, the tiger would not move. However, if another ferocious tiger entered the mountain peak, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the original ferocious tiger, and a battle might even break out. Would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable make a move against Fang Yuan? The answer to this question was related to the hearts of the 2 Venerables. They activated investigative killer moves and paid close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. The 2 Venerables were shaken. At the same time, they thought of a possibility. Did Fang Yuan have a way to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? That was why he had the confidence to enter spectral heaven. But why did he suddenly enter spectral heaven? The same question appeared in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's first thought was, has Fang Yuan already quelled the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal problems and started annexing variant human grotto heavens? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. She had a bad feeling. Does Fang Yuan already know about the Heavenly Path Dream Realm? In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he killed Paradise Earth and obtained the truthful floating ice left behind by Limitless Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan did not conceal his movements. After entering spectral heaven, he went straight for the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. After sensing this, Giant Sun Immortal's heart shook. This is a dream realm? The dream realm that is most similar to the description in has appeared. So Fang Yuan's target is them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. Fang Yuan had Heaven Path Cultivation level and was also the #1 person in the world in Dream Path attainment. The Heavenly Path Dream Realm was too helpful to Fang Yuan. I cannot let Fang Yuan succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal realized that these were all Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On one hand, he agreed to cooperate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suppress Fang Yuan and prevent him from obtaining these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On the other hand, he was thinking, was this real or fake? This was the first time Giant Sun Immortal learned of the existence of Heavenly Path Dream Realms. But he was clear, I already have a rank 9 Gu, even though it is light Gu, it is damaged and useless for now. But this is enough for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable to work together against me. So in this situation, are the 2 of them working together to plot against me? Undeniably, this was very likely. Fang Yuan looked at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm in front of him and used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to enter. Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu was an investigative Gu. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the situation in the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. His heart burned with passion. The Heavenly Path has to pay a huge price to create these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. They need to pay the true meaning. That is to say, if I obtain these dream realms and absorb their true meaning, I will obtain them. The parts that the heavenly path loses will be obtained by me. My attainment level in heaven path is even higher than the heavenly path. Of course, this could not be considered a heaven path supreme grandmaster. Because in the current heaven path attainment level, there were too many things that Feng Yuan could not comprehend. Feng Yuan, how have you been? Just as he was thinking, star constellation Immortal Venerable arrived. It is easy to do things in the dark, but hard to do things in the open. Giant Sun Immortal should be here soon. Feng Yuan thought of this and smiled at star constellation Immortal Venerable, saying, Star constellation, I must obtain these dream realms. If you do not retreat, leave your life behind. You want me to leave my life behind? He, it is rare to see such hospitality from Feng Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Feng Yuan's threat, but her heart shook slightly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan had fought several times, but it was rare to see Feng Yuan so unyielding. This showed how much Feng Yuan was determined to obtain these heaven path dream realms. Precisely so, star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to stop Feng Yuan. It has been a long time since we last fought, Feng Yuan must have improved a lot. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said, her long hair fluttering in the air. Her long hair was black like the night sky, but countless starlight specks flickered between her hair. It was like a condensed Milky Way. It was dazzling and could not be ignored. Ding ding ding, countless starlight specks flowed out of her hair, converging into a starlight current. This current was made up of countless starlight fragments. As they surged, they collided with each other and gave off a crisp sound. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed, he had never seen this move before. He pointed his finger and used a method, called 7 kills rainbow. At once, metal passed yellow light, wood passed jade light, water passed light blue light, fire passed red light, earth passed brown light, wind passed green light, and lightning passed dark blue light fused together, turning into a huge spiral light pillar that crashed into the starlight current. Rumble, the two collided, creating a loud sound that shook heaven and earth. Next, the sound of countless starlight fragments colliding filled everyone's ears. Feng Yuan's 7 kills rainbow pierced through the starlight fragments and flew up like a mixed-colored dragon, attacking star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly, she moved like the wind as she retreated to a certain distance. The more Feng Yuan's 7 kills rainbow entered the starlight, the weaker its momentum became. At first, it had an unstoppable penetrating force, but soon, it was surrounded by countless starlight fragments and weakened. Eventually, the light pillar became thinner and thinner. By the time it reached star constellation Immortal Venerable, it was only smoke. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had a smile on her face as she watched the 7 kills rainbow dissipate like smoke. Feng Yuan frowned slightly as he stared at the scattered stardust on the battlefield. Each of these star fragments was extremely small. They were not true star fragments, but formed by killer moves. Originally, the stardust shone with a faint blue light and converged into one, turning into a deep blue torrent. But now, these star fragments had dispersed and absorbed Feng Yuan's 7 kills rainbow. The surrounding surface was stained with golden, emerald, light blue, scarlet, dark brown, and so on. The entire battlefield was covered in colors, and the scene was dazzling and resplendent. However, Feng Yuan sensed a strong sense of danger from this beautiful scenery. He continued to use killer moves to test them, but the result was the same. The killer moves did not show their might for long before their power plummeted and were absorbed by countless star fragments. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her method again. From time to time, she flicked her fingers, and from time to time, her fingers danced in the air. Along with her movements, streaks of starlight Dao marks lit up on the battlefield. The scale of these starlight Dao marks expanded rapidly and connected with each other. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move was created. But how could Feng Yuan let star constellation Immortal Venerable succeed so easily? Once the battlefield killer move was created, star constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately gain a huge territorial advantage. Feng Yuan immediately tried to obstruct her, but the effect was minimal. These star fragments protected the Dao marks. Even if Feng Yuan destroyed them, these Dao marks would break into countless star fragments and replenish them. I still have to thank Feng Yuan. Without permanence goo, these two moves would not exist. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's two moves were unheard of by Feng Yuan, they were truly extraordinary when used together. Feng Yuan saw that he could not break them directly, he had a thought and decisively stopped probing, using another killer move. At the next moment, 5 colored lights shone around him. They were Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Chi, Central Restriction White-Gold Holy Light Chi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Chi, Western Restriction Scarlet Raging Flames Light Chi, and Eastern Restriction Azure Water Blue Light Chi. The 5 colored lights were connected as one, but they were also distinct. They quickly spread and dyed the battlefield, enveloping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete battlefield killer move as well as countless star fragments. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, showing an expression of praise. Be it the previous 7 Killings Rainbow or the current 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, they were both modified by Feng Yuan. If it were the original version, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately use a method to break it and cause Feng Yuan to suffer a backlash. The previous 7 Killings Rainbow killer move was also ordinary in terms of modification. In just this short period of time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already understood it. As long as she had some time, she would be able to deduce a method to break it directly. However, the 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi's killer move had been modified very well. Other than the killer move's power being increased, the speed at which it was unleashed had also become much faster. This modification clearly surpassed 7 Killings Rainbow, it showed Feng Yuan's effort in this. He must have invested a lot of time and effort into this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to suffer a backlash. She did not have the sovereign immortal body, she had conflicting Dao marks. When she fought in this 5-colored Profound Light Chi, the stronger the killer move she used, the greater the backlash she suffered. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Since 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi was exposed, how could she not have any countermeasures? During this period of time, she had thought of at least 3 methods to deal with every method that Feng Yuan exposed. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose the simplest method. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out countless star beasts. These star beasts were as large as white whales, some were as small as mosquitoes, some had sharp horns, some were soft and curved, in short, they had all kinds of shapes and sizes. But without exception, these star beasts were at least immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, there were leaders whose auras were clearly stronger than the others, their eyes flickered with intelligence. The star beasts charged into 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi without any obstruction. It turned out that the killer move 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi originated from Tao Zhu. He had created it by imitating the 5 regional walls. The 5 regional walls could obstruct the living beings of the 5 regions, but they did not have much effect on creatures of the 2 heavens. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had specially nurtured these star path beasts. They were all from the 2 heavens. They were not suppressed by 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi. The star beasts attacked in groups, they were ferocious and surging like a tidal wave. Feng Yuan activated killer moves, slaughtering groups after groups. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to increase her forces. The number of star beasts was still increasing slowly. Especially the star beast leaders, they had immortal apertures with goo worms in their bodies. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seems to be able to nurture legendary immemorial beasts on a large scale? Feng Yuan's heart shook. But thinking about it, he understood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 wisdom path immortal. She is most proficient in enlightening star beasts and giving them wisdom. Actually, it was not just Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thinking about the countless variant goo immortals in Crazed Demon Cave, they were all created by Limitless Demon Venerable from mountains, rocks, wind, and fire. In a way, in terms of enlightening legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Limitless Demon Venerable's achievements were even more shocking than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In order to nurture so many star beasts, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to expend a vast amount of star path resources. The fusion of the 2 heavens not only gave me a vast amount of heaven path immortal materials, it also gave her a vast amount of star path resources. Not only did she create the star path calculation formation, she also nurtured so many star beasts. Feng Yuan speculated about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. The truth was, star constellation Immortal Venerable had expended a huge amount of resources to nurture so many star beasts. Not just the gains from the fusion of the two heavens, but also the star path resources in Celestial Quartz treasury. Seeing that the star beasts were charging towards them, Fang Yuan maintained 5 restriction profound light chi while activating Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Countless dragon souls danced and sword chi spread, but they could not match the star beasts in the sky. They only managed to slow down the star beast army's attack slightly. When these star beasts were injured, the surrounding star fragments would fill their wounds and heal them quickly. If the star beasts were heavily injured and reached their limits, they would die and turn into countless star fragments. In a certain area, the star fragments would become denser, and when they reached a certain level, they would easily form star path Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 moves were interconnected, one would weaken while the other would strengthen. They were closely linked and coordinated. Fang Yuan's situation became more difficult. It seems that this is another combat system of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan sensed this. His thoughts moved rapidly. This battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable was different from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. It was also different from the battle for rank 9 Light Gu. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was about seizing the primordial domain and the Crazed Demon formation. It was about making use of the situation and maneuvering around. It focused on information, the will of the people, and the competition of forces. The battle for rank 9 Light Gu focused on pursuit. It focused on speed, timing, offense, and defense. This time, if Fang Yuan wanted to seize the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had to occupy this battlefield and have the terrain advantage. Great minds think alike. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. Be it Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi or star constellation Immortal Venerable's mysterious incomplete star fragment battlefield, they were both targeting this. The moment star constellation Immortal Venerable fought, she directly used a new combat system, causing Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and other methods to be ineffective. Fang Yuan was wise and decisive. Seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately stopped all his offensive methods and only used defense to protect himself. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and waved her sleeves. All the star beasts charged forward. Fang Yuan could only dodge while preparing his killer move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She suddenly took out a lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was her mental state. She used her mental state to aim at Fang Yuan's direction and shook it lightly. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with countless emotions. They assaulted his body and mind. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He activated more than one defensive killer move. Among them was the killer move Calm and Collected. This move had been used in Crazed Demon Cave. It was modified now. It quickly suppressed and destroyed Fang Yuan's emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's interference failed. Fang Yuan stabilized his footing and prepared successfully. He opened his mouth slightly. A faint smoke came out of his mouth and ears. The smoke was pink. It gathered above Fang Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Danghun Mountain. At the next moment, the killer move erupted with power. Mini Danghun Mountain above Fang Yuan's head shook intensely. Ding, ding, ding. It was like the sound of crystals colliding. It was so clear that it was piercing to the ears. The pink sound wave could be seen with the naked eye. Wherever it went, star beasts howled and froze on the spot before collapsing. The battlefield was originally filled with star beasts, but now, a large area was cleared. Even the stronger leader star beasts could not resist it. They fell to the pink sound wave. Not just that, even the star fragments in the sky broke apart, vanishing completely. The surrounding star path Dao marks broke one after another, drowning in the pink sound wave. Immortal killer move, Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound. This move's power swept through the battlefield, easily changing the situation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fu Pin Chinese language this time Shocking Dreams, Soul Sound. This was a combination killer move. It used rank 8 Rule Path Gu, rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Shock Gu, rank 8 Time Path Year Gu, rank 7 Dream Armor Gu, rank 8 Water Path Great Wave Gu, rank 8 Bell Tone Gu, and the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Danghun Mountain. Precisely because the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Danghun Mountain, it was comparable to a rank 9 killer move. With the amplification of Fang Yuan's Dao marks of corresponding paths, its power was earth shattering. With this move, Fang Yuan immediately broke through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 consecutive moves. He swept away the disadvantage and regained his might. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed, thoughts moved rapidly in her mind as she tried to analyze this move. This move seems to be Fang Yuan's trump card, the source of his confidence in fighting me. Roughly speaking, this move encompasses Rule Path, Wisdom Path, Time Path, Dream Path, Water Path, Soul Path, and Sound Path. It's truly difficult to resist all of them. Wisdom Path was easy, but Dream Path was difficult. Even though the relevant Immortal Goo was only rank 7 Dream Armor Goo, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist it effectively. Fang Yuan had an advantage in the Dream Path, he was the #1 person in the world. The greatest source of this move's power is still Danghun Mountain. I wonder how much time and effort Fang Yuan spent to deduce this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind, she could not help but feel helpless. The new combat system that she had painstakingly designed was broken by Fang Yuan just like that. No matter how exquisite the combination of the 3 moves was, Fang Yuan's ear-shocking Dreamwave Soul sound was extremely domineering, it swept through the battlefield with invincibility. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about the time and effort she used to deduce these 3 moves compared to Fang Yuan's effort to deduce the killer move ear-shocking Dreamwave sound. It would be better if she spent less time and energy on it. If she gave up more, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. The outcome of the battle between Venerable Ones also signified the level of the Venerable One's cultivation and management skills. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind, she felt that if Fang Yuan paid less than her, the possibility of that happening was quite low. However, that was not the case. The main source of this killer move, ear-shocking Dreamwave Soul sound, came from nature. In the remote antiquity era, there was an immemorial desolate beast called the Frightening Year Beast. Wherever it went, Frightening Year Goo would fly away. Now, it was already extinct. Dream waves were a kind of phenomenon. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when dreams appeared on a large scale, dream waves would form. Danghun Mountain didn't need to be mentioned. The Soul Sound Withered Flower Tree was also a rare ancient desolate plant that was already extinct. It could use wood path resources as nourishment to send out soul sounds that affected the souls of the surrounding living beings. These phenomena and innate instincts were things that naturally existed in the world. After Fang Yuan stole the heavenly secrets, it became an important reference. Creating compound killer moves was actually much easier than creating killer moves of a single path. Especially when Fang Yuan had rank 8 Wisdom Goo, he could always provide him with the most accurate inspiration, he did not have to waste time on the wrong path. This year's shocking Dreamwave Soul sound was only a quasi-rank 9 killer move in essence, because it did not contain a rank 9 Immortal Goo, only the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Danghun Mountain. Thus, the rank 8 Wisdom Goo was very helpful to the deduction of this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, can you deal with this move? Fang Yuan smiled as he got closer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to retreat, maintaining her distance from Fang Yuan. A combat system was very difficult to construct. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking combination of 3 moves was very exquisite, it was already the prototype of a combat system. But after being broken by Fang Yuan's unreasonable move, the combination of 3 moves became a joke. Of course, this did not mean that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's efforts were in vain. Maybe in the future, when she obtained rank 9 Star Path Immortal Goo, her power would rise sharply and she would be able to resist Fang Yuan's combination killer move. Thus, the foundation of a combat system was still Immortal Goo. When Venerables fought, they had to compete with rank 9 Immortal Goo. Without rank 9 Immortal Goo, they would have to compete with secluded domains of heaven and earth. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal had the incomplete Blood Sea, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Book Mountain, Mental Realm, and Door of Life and Death, while Fang Yuan had Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, City Well, Reverse Flow River, Hu Land, Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and the incomplete Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Only with a solid foundation, after fighting to a stalemate, would the combat system be the key to victory. Fang Yuan, you have incredible talent indeed, your talent is shocking. This move has great power, it is also mysterious and mystical, it is hard to defend against. But I have a move here, please take a look. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said as she shook the mental realm in her hand. Fan Yuan showed a vigilant expression as he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow River had already been repaired, Reverse Flow Protection Seal had been modified. Originally, after the killer move was activated, it turned into a snowy robe with large sleeves. There were ripples on the surface of the robe. It was the scene of Reverse Flow River flowing slowly. The surface of the snowy robe was covered in mist. There was also a rainbow light. It was pure blue and curved like a ribbon. It coiled around Fan Yuan's arm, nape, and waist. Now, other than that, Fan Yuan's handsome face was covered with a layer of translucent veil, causing half of his beautiful face to be faintly discernible, and accentuate that pair of beautiful eyes that were not covered, giving off a mysterious and unparalleled charm. The lantern-like mental realm shook slightly. In an instant, the surrounding battlefield turned darker. The mental realm seemed to have become the only source of light. It had a mystical suction force. This move had a huge range. Fan Yuan was directly hit. The emotions accumulated in his heart were extracted by the mental realm and absorbed. Fan Yuan immediately activated Calm Killer move, but he could not stop this process. He used other methods but could not stop it. His expression changed. Because it was only extracting emotions at first, but gradually, along with the extraction of emotions, Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path Dao marks were also extracted. Wisdom Path Cultivation had three main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Emotions were related to Wisdom Path Dao marks to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was very powerful. Other than extracting emotions, it could also extract Wisdom Path Dao marks, weakening the opponent's Wisdom Path Foundation. My emotions are extracted, they will form a blank space. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extracts my emotions, it will be very easy. Fan Yuan had a bad feeling. During the entire process, his Reverse Flow Protection Seal did not react. Clearly, this extraction was very subtle. It could not be considered an attack. It could not trigger Reverse Flow Protection Seal's counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable probably thought of this move to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. She succeeded. Fan Yuan's previous efforts in modifying Reverse Flow Protection Seal were all for naught. In just a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan had already lost 100 Wisdom Path Dao marks. He activated defensive methods like Dream Armor Goo, but they had no effect. The core of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was her mental state. It was a quasi-rank 9 killer move, and with the amplification of her Wisdom Path Dao marks, its power was terrifying. Dream Armor Goo's methods were still too weak, they could not resist it. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's level was high enough, it had enough power, but it could not be triggered. Fan Yuan had a choice, that was to continue using this year's shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound killer move to fight attack with attack, but he thought about it and found it difficult. His original plan was not to engage in an intense battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a situation where both sides were heavily injured. It was most beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Moreover, Fan Yuan did not want to fight Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His main goal was the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Thoughts collided in Fan Yuan's mind. After a few flashes of thought, he made up his mind and secretly used Heaven Path Killer move Heavenly Web. This move was supposed to form a pure white net around the Goo Immortal to block attacks. But now, it had turned into a pure white light and entered the dense fishnet formed by obscured Heavenly Secret. Thus, the dense net had the power of both Heavenly Web and obscured Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Web Goo was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. The defensive ability of Heavenly Web was superior to Mental State Killer move to begin with. Heaven's Web was flawless. It blocked the flow of Fan Yuan's emotions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped in shock. And even more amazing was that Fan Yuan did not expose his rank 9 Immortal Goo aura. Because the two moves merged into one, they were concealed by obscured Heavenly Secret. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of her reputation. After a few rounds of fighting, she forced Fan Yuan to use rank 9 Heavenly Web Goo. Because of this, obscured Heavenly Secret had to bear a huge burden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not resist Fan Yuan's ear-shocking Dream Turbulence Soul Sound, but Fan Yuan resisted her Mental State Killer move. That was to say, she could not even use the tactic of using offense against offense. Does Fan Yuan have Wisdom Path methods that are not weaker than mine? Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but suspect. Fang Yuan thus gained the upper hand. He finally had time to attack the Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not make things difficult for Star constellation Immortal Venerable, he only resisted her and used his methods on those Heaven Path Dream Realms from afar. The first method was pure dream reality seeker transformation, of course, but ordinary dream realms could be turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies by this move. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms had no effect. Not just that, they were enraged by Fang Yuan. The Heaven Path Dream Realms turned into a wave of attacks that pressed down on Fang Yuan. These Heaven Path Dream Realms are filled with providence, while the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies condense dream realms, using human will as the core to form the human body. Unless I use a method to get rid of all of the providence in the dream realms. After knowing this, Fang Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. He had used this move many times against dream realms. It was very effective. But now, even though this move was effective, the side effect was even greater. Fang Yuan looked at the Heaven Path Dream Realms that were hit and shrank. He felt a heartache. It seems that my Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move can be used against ordinary dream realms, but it is very crude against Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did it weaken providence, it also got rid of the true meaning in the dream realms. Fang Yuan did not gain nothing. After this attempt, he understood that providence and Heaven Path true meaning were intertwined in Heaven Path Dream Realms. They were hard to differentiate. His wisdom path methods were too crude. He could not differentiate the two accurately. He could not deal with providence alone. But Fang Yuan still had a way to deal with it. At the next moment, he sent out his Dream Path clone Meng Qiuxin to protect him as he was swallowed by the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. She was somewhat anxious. Fang Yuan's strength was exposed. She was very surprised. He actually started to absorb the Heaven Path Dream Realms right under her nose. Giant Sun, are you going to watch as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable absorbs these Heaven Path Dream Realms and gets stronger? Star constellation Immortal Venerable contacted Giant Sunday. Of course not. At the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal appeared. P.S. Reached the 100 Alliance stage a few days ago. This is a very rare achievement. Here, I would like to thank all of you for your support and love. Thinking about the difficult past of this book, I could not help but sigh. Originally, the 100 Alliance stage would add chapters every day. But in the last month, my grandmother passed away. It was a huge blow to me. I was immersed in a sea of sorrow. I was unable to extricate myself. From my personal experience, my grandmother was the most important person in my life. In a way, she was even more important than my parents. In the last month, I often cried silently. I was in so much pain that I could not concentrate on my writing, work, life, and many other matters. A few days ago, my grandmother held a funeral. When I went out and returned home, it was designed to be updated at a fixed time, so I could not add chapters in time. Today, I added chapters. I apologize to everyone, please forgive me. Tomorrow, I will continue to add chapters for April. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended to spectral heaven, Giant Sun Immortal had been paying close attention to this place. When Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, Giant Sun Immortal was joyful at first. After all, the fight between two venerables was the most beneficial to him. But soon, he was worried that Fang Yuan would not be able to withstand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks and would lose too early. If Fang Yuan cannot hold on, I will help him. Giant Sun Immortal had already prepared to help Fang Yuan in secret. Of course he had good intentions. Firstly, Fang Yuan was too weak. It was not beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the Celestial Court was his greatest enemy. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal wanted Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to continue fighting each other, so he wanted to help Fang Yuan and maintain the situation of the two venerables. It was most beneficial to him. After all, I have primeval chi seed, my immortal essence is greatly replenished. If I expend some of my immortal essence in a fight between venerables, it would be even more harmful to them. Giant Sun Immortal had such a thought at the time. This was not wrong. It was a wise decision. But he did not know the truth. He only knew the information he obtained from this perspective. But what he did not expect was that after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan fought, Fang Yuan actually gained the upper hand. This was out of his expectations. After all, in his impression, Fang Yuan was last in refining Dao marks. Even though he had potential, his immortal essence storage was last. How did he gain the upper hand? He even forced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to ask for help from Giant Sun Immortal. However, Giant Sun Immortal had witnessed the entire process of the fight between the two venerables. He was not surprised after the initial shock. This time, the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave Soul Sound left a deep impression on him. Fang Yuan used the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Danghun Mountain as the core to create such a powerful killer move that swept away Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete combat system. It was logical that Fang Yuan could win. When the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave Soul Sound showed off, Giant Sun Immortal was not too worried. He even let go of his worries and probed into Fang Yuan's background. The reason: Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence. He was ranked last in terms of refining natural Dao marks. What did he do with his remaining time? But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw it. Oh, so it is used to deduce killer moves. Oh, so he was using secluded domain of Heaven and Earth as. He was even more assured that he could use the arcane realm of Heaven and Earth as the core. It seems that Fang Yuan does not have a rank 9 immortal Gu after all. He had to use a secluded domain of Heaven and Earth to create a quasi-rank 9 killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal couldn't help but feel envious. Fang Yuan had the most secluded domains of Heaven and Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had many, but Giant Sun Immortal had the least. He only had one, and it was only an incomplete Blood Sea. He also wanted a complete arcane realm of Heaven and Earth. Giant Sun Immortal watched from the side. When he saw Fang Yuan's Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound gaining the upper hand, he felt reassured. However, when he saw that Fang Yuan actually resisted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move, he could not sit still. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated a Wisdom Path killer move with her mental state as the core. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected it. But he did not expect Fang Yuan to have defensive methods that could block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already a huge headache for Giant Sun Immortal. He had spent a lot of effort to secretly deduce and modify luck path methods to deal with it. To think that Fang Yuan had other defensive methods that surpassed reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's performance was out of Giant Sun Immortal's expectations again. This time, Giant Sun Immortal was wary. There was no helping it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through Fang Yuan's defensive methods. Giant Sun Immortal was the same. To think that Fang Yuan has such deep attainment in Wisdom Path. In such a short period of time, you were able to create, deduce, and modify so many killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal joined the battle, staring at Fang Yuan as he praised sincerely. This was nothing. Fang Yuan had Thieving Heaven's Secret and Wisdom Gu. With the advantage of the Sovereign Immortal Body, compound killer moves were easy to create. Individually, these advantages were so outstanding that Venerable Ones would be envious of them. Now that these advantages were stacked together, even Fang Yuan felt terrified. Things like this Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound, Heavenly Web Retraction, and so on were only a portion of Fang Yuan's recent achievements. The reason why he chose them was because Fang Yuan felt that they were suitable for this situation. Fang Yuan had at least 10 killer moves of the same level as them. This showed the power of Thieving Heaven's Secret. Of course, the rank 8 Wisdom Gu also provided a lot of help. Mainly because of these two, Fang Yuan was able to catch up in modifying killer moves. He had many trump cards in his hands. When he used them, he could even choose and think carefully. Of course, Fang Yuan did not show it on the surface. Facing Giant Sun Immortal, he frowned and snorted coldly. I have to obtain the Heaven Path Dream Realm. You want to stop me? Between the Celestial Court and me, who is stronger? Does Giant Sun Immortal not know? Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan's sharp gaze and calmed down, becoming a little complicated. In his mind, compared to the Celestial Court's Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was still weak. Why was that? Because Fang Yuan did not have enough immortal essence. He became a venerable in the shortest time. He did not even have a headquarters. During this period of time, how many natural refinement path Dao marks did he refine? It was very obvious. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was ferocious now, even suppressing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the truth was, he was relying on the novelty and power of his killer moves. How much immortal essence did he have to sustain them? How could he fight a battle of attrition? in Giant Sun Immortal's view, Fang Yuan's situation was not optimistic. But even though Fang Yuan was weaker, Giant Sun Immortal still wanted to stop Fang Yuan. He stood on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's side for now. Why? Because Fang Yuan wanted the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He could not do that. If so many Heaven Path Dream Realms were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he would definitely rise up. That would change the situation of the Venerables. This was something Giant Sun Immortal did not want to see. Giant Sun Immortal felt that the Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were his greatest threats. He also wanted to stop the rise of Fang Yuan, the weakest Venerable with the greatest potential. Thus, he joined the battle. On the surface, he was helping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but in the dark, he was trying to make Star Constellation and Fang Yuan fight a battle of attrition. He wanted to maintain and expand his advantage over them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's choice, from his point of view, was very rational. With his help, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. She suppressed Fang Yuan instead. Remote Heaven Battlefield's environment was of no help to the three Venerables. Both sides relied on their foundation and strength. In this situation, Fang Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, he was fighting 1 against 2. Of course, this was under the condition that Fang Yuan held back most of his strength. He did not fight with his full strength. The battle of the three Venerables shook heaven and earth. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions watched the battle nervously. Oh no, Lord Alliance Leader's situation is not good. Good, this demon Fang Yuan has such a day. To think that I, Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor, have allied with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court did not find trouble with me, they are quite sensible. Working together, she can easily make Giant Sun Immortal help her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in Wisdom Path. The rank 8 Gu Immortals had a clearer understanding of the situation, seeing that Fang Yuan was suppressed and in a pathetic state. The Eastern Sea Immortals had grim expressions, while the Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were overjoyed. They had high morale. Thunder rumbled, killer moves collided, causing countless specks of light to shine. Fang Yuan's situation was bad, but he was calm. Even though the two Venerables worked together, they did not share the same path. They could only deal with Fang Yuan in a continuous battle. Moreover, the two Venerables were wary of each other. If one wanted to set up a battlefield, the other would not allow it. Thus, without the threat of battlefield killer moves, Fang Yuan could choose whether to fight or retreat. It was still in his hands. And most importantly, Meng Qiuzhen had already entered deep into the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He was advancing. Because the clone and the main body had the same attainment level, Fang Yuan could clearly sense that his Heaven Path attainment level was slowly rising. Thus, Fang Yuan only needed to maintain this situation. What was the use of having an advantage on the surface? It was reasonable to say that a man strives for a breath of air and a Buddha bears an incense stick. But Fang Yuan was already past the age of fighting for pride. He was more willing to fight for benefits. If honor and benefits went against each other, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to choose the latter. This was the current situation. He could be very domineering and suppress the two Venerables. But he could not kill them, so what was the use? It would instead make them wary of him. The two Venerables would work together even more closely. Wasn't this creating more trouble for himself? As for the morale of the 5 regions Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan did not care about that. What was the use of that? Even if Fang Yuan lost today, the 5 regions Gu Immortals could not defeat Fang Yuan. They still feared and respected Fang Yuan. As long as Fang Yuan did not die, who could Fang Clan, the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens variant humans, and Eastern Seas super forces rely on? They still had to follow Fang Yuan. It was just that he felt even more uneasy and worried about his future. But what did the worries of these minor characters have to do with Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not need to care about these things. No matter what, these minor characters were only resources and tools in Fang Yuan's eyes. The Gu cultivation world focused on experts. The true trend was the competition between Venerables. Even if Fang Yuan lost, as long as Meng Qiuzhen gained something, he would be the biggest winner behind the scenes. It was a victory even if he lost. As for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal, no matter how much they beat Fang Yuan up, as long as Fang Yuan was alive and absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm, victory was no different from defeat. Fang Yuan knew this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also aware of this. Seeing that the two venerables could not force back Fang Yuan even after working together, he was still able to absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly anxious. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal, Giant Sun, if this continues, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will really succeed. What are you still holding back? Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. Star Constellation, are you not holding back? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression. I will prepare a killer move to find Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone and try to get rid of him. Giant Sun Immortal looked at her deeply and nodded. Then I will break Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and exert pressure on him. I will fight for an opportunity for you. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had joined the battle, he had been conserving his battle strength. He wanted to conserve his immortal essence and continue to hide his trump cards, so that Star Constellation and Fang Yuan could fight against each other. But even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state and was at a disadvantage, he was actually benefiting continuously. Giant Sun Immortal could not stand it anymore. Giant Sun was an immortal venerable, he would not be easily deceived by the situation in front of him. Fang Yuan, take this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly gave a low shout. He first used the move Flowing Waste Luck, before using the move Accumulated Weight Return. Wasted Flowing Luck was activated very quickly. Fang Yuan could not dodge it at all. Because Giant Sun Immortal did not use this move against Fang Yuan, it was aimed at himself. Giant Sun Immortal's body was immediately shrouded in a thin golden fog. At the next moment, this golden fog mysteriously appeared on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was shocked, but he soon understood the profundity. It turned out that after Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan fought, their luck became even more intertwined. It was as if they were building a bridge, forming a close connection. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started from there, following the clues and tracing back to the source. This lingering waste luck found its way to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had quite a bit of luck path attainment. He immediately saw through this layer. But at the same time, his luck path attainment was far inferior to Giant Sun Immortal. Even if he saw through this profundity, he could not block this move. Waste luck lingered around Fang Yuan's body as it continued to whittle away at his luck. Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to begin with. At this moment, it activated and returned wasted flowing luck. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and was overjoyed. Instead, he used reverse flow protection seal to make this layer of backlash return to him through the luck of both sides. Next, the killer move Accumulated Weight reflected its effect, causing the golden fog around him to become denser. The golden mist, which had become denser, returned to Fang Yuan's body through the connection of providence. After being reflected by reverse flow protection seal, lingering wasted luck was amplified by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's accumulated gravity retraction killer move. It returned to Fang Yuan. After repeating this several times, the power of wasted luck killer move grew stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan immediately showed a solemn expression. Venerables could not be underestimated. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable think of a way to deal with reverse flow protection seal, Giant Sun Immortal also did the same. In comparison, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. She was more thorough in her targeting. She prevented reverse flow protection seal from activating. As for the Giant Sun Immortal, he didn't target it thoroughly. He took a different approach and imitated the reverse current protection seal. If the countercurrent protection seal can reflect an attack, then I, the Giant Sun Immortal, will also reflect it. Through the combination of the two moves, Giant Sun Immortal gained the upper hand. Because the killer move Wasted Luck killer move was getting stronger, even if reverse flow protection seal could reflect it, the scale of reverse flow river was fixed. Before both sides reached their limits, Giant Sun Immortal achieved the tactical goal of using his immortal essence to exhaust Fang Yuan's reverse flow river. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed difficult to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal fought Fang Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed hard to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought Fang Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Now, he was using the combination of waste luck and return from accumulated weight, which was much more effective than his previous direct attacks. Using immortal essence to exhaust secluded domains of heaven and earth was also a great advantage. After all, accumulating immortal essence was much easier and cheaper than restoring reverse flow river. Fang Yuan was shocked and furious. Giant Sun Immortal, I will definitely repay you for what you did today. Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan and sighed internally. He felt that Fang Yuan was very unwise to fight for the Heaven Path Dream Realm, but Giant Sun Immortal thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, the Heaven Path Dream Realm is a crucial resource that can change the situation of the Venerables. If these Heaven Path Dream Realms were rank 9 Blood Path Immortal Goo, Blood Path or Luck Path secluded domains of heaven and earth, I might also be blinded by the benefits. It seems that Fang Yuan wants to develop in the Heaven Path aspect. Giant Sun Immortal used his hidden method to suppress Fang Yuan even more. On the other side, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also prepared her move. She activated a move that shined with boundless blue light. The light shone on the Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realm suddenly went crazy. Its shape kept changing. It was like a ball of dough that was being kneaded continuously. Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually has a method to deal with dream realms. Fang Yuan saw this and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he cancelled Reverse Flow Protection Seal and only used Obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web to endure Giant Sun Immortal's 2 attacks as he charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Back to when Fang Yuan's clone Meng Qiushan entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, his vision changed. Next, he found that he had turned into a pink doll-like land spirit. Meng Qiushan was not surprised. He chuckled and started to use his abilities to modify and manage this blessed land in the dream. Different from Fairy Myrtle and Yingwu Xia, Meng Qiushan came prepared. Since Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack, he had naturally made preparations in advance. Even though he could not use Thieving Heavenly Secret to investigate the details of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had a general understanding of the rules of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiushan tried for a while and found out the limits of his abilities. Immortal Killer Move, Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret. This move used Dream Path Investigative Immortal Goo Dream Butterfly as the core and was modified from Exposing Heavenly Secret. It could be used in Heaven Path Dream Realms to detect the calamities and tribulations that would appear in the Heaven Path Dream Realm. This move was one of Fang Yuan's preparations. After Meng Qiushan activated this move, he learned about the first earthly calamity. But he was not satisfied. He activated it twice and expended a lot of immortal essence to investigate the next 2 earthly calamities types and scales. This was different from Exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret could only detect what the next calamity or tribulation was, and the Goo Cultivator could not undergo the next tribulation for too long. But Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret could only detect 3 earthly calamities at most. Of course, this number depended on the killer move's power as well as the current scale of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. After doing all this, Meng Qiushan started to work on it. There was only a rocky ground in front of him. It was flat and had no signs of life. He mobilized the wind and clouds to form lightning bolts that bombarded the rocky ground. 30% of the rocky ground was blasted away, the rest was filled with cracks and ravines. Meng Qiushan stopped the lightning bolts and started to mobilize the earth's power. The 30% of the rocky ground was no longer as compact as before. After a while, it started to tremble slightly. Next, the rocky ground started to tremble more intensely. Eventually, several earth trenches that reached deep into the ground were formed. After the earth trenches formed, Meng Qiushan mobilized the wind and clouds again, accumulating dark clouds. But this time, he did not ask for lightning bolts, he only focused on pouring rain. This blessed land in the Heaven Path Dream Realm had few water path down marks. It was not beneficial to Meng Qiushan's plan. But under Meng Qiushan's persistent efforts, the rain accumulated more and more, eventually overflowing the earth trenches and covering the rocky ground. After doing all this, Meng Qiushan calculated the time. He had already spent a lot of time. The first earthly calamity was approaching. He activated Creation Dream, creating countless hard rock spikes out of thin air. When he created almost all of the rocky ground with spikes, the first earthly calamity descended as expected. Desolate Beast Calamity. A 4-armed ape charged into the blessed land. It roared and chased after Meng Qiushan. Meng Qiushan was a land spirit, but he could not teleport. He was chased around by the 4-armed ape. Looking at the 4-armed ape chasing him and destroying countless spikes, Meng Qiushan did not show any fear, he smiled instead. Everything was going according to plan. After the four-armed ape showed off its might for a while, it was covered in wounds and was bleeding profusely. This stimulated its ferocious nature, it became even more berserk, its speed finally surpassed Meng Qiushan. Meng Qiushan was prepared, he did not run on the ground, he entered the underground trenches instead. He was small and nimble, even though the four-armed ape was agile, it was like an elephant, it was always blocked outside, even when it extended its arms into the trenches, it could not catch Meng Qiushan. Meng Qiushan was even calmly experiencing the land spirit's ability. To be honest, this was a rare and precious experience, Gu immortals were not land spirits, even though they were the owners of the immortal aperture, their control over their immortal aperture was far lower than land spirits and heavenly spirits. Like Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, to understand the situation, he had to use his divine sense to cover a certain area, only then could he find out the situation. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the obsession of the Gu immortal after they died, they were formed by the combination of the heavenly power of the immortal aperture itself. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit and heavenly spirit were one with the immortal aperture, the Gu immortal's obsession gave them spirituality. Land spirits and heavenly spirits had deep understanding and control over the immortal aperture. If Feng Yuan wanted to know the number of Dao marks, he would need to use perceivable Dao immortal Gu and other methods. However, it was much easier for the land spirits and sky spirits to understand. Just by observing it, it was like observing the texture of one's skin, one could know the number and distribution of Dao marks. After several days of chasing and escaping, Meng Qiushan did not have any injuries, but the four-armed ape was heavily injured, it died of exhaustion. After it died, Meng Qiushan used wind and rain to make its flesh rot, its bones were smashed into pieces by the lightning bolts, then he buried it, adding all of his strength path Dao marks into the blessed land. After doing all this, Meng Qiushan opened his small doll hand and picked up a small hard rock, crushing it with a squeeze. Meng Qiushan nodded with a joyful expression. Land spirit's strength was closely related to the heavenly power of heaven and earth. But where was the foundation of the heavenly power? It was the Dao marks in the immortal aperture. After passing the desolate beast earthly calamity of the four-armed ape, the strength path Dao marks in the blessed land increased sharply, Meng Qiushan's strength increased greatly. Originally, he could not crush these rocks, but now he could. Crushing the rocks was just a small test. Next, Meng Qiushan used his strength to create waves on the water surface. The waves continued to crash on the rocky ground, destroying all the rocks and earth spikes. The rocky earth trench was already submerged in water, the underwater force was surging and colliding continuously, widening the earth trench. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds resounded throughout the blessed land. The originally intact stone ground, under the continuous flow of water, was being split apart. The scattered rocky ground formed 5 large rocky islands and dozens of small rocky islands. After this step was completed, Meng Qiushan let out a breath of air, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was not easy to reach this step. Initially, this dream realm blessed land had the most earth path Dao marks, the remaining water path, wind path, lightning path, and other Dao marks were few. The difference between the former and latter was huge, causing the rocky ground to condense into one and be hard to split apart. The pros and cons of the rocky ground were obvious, it could produce stone materials and produce ores, it was good for the reproduction of rock men, but it was not good for the growth of vegetation. The blessed land's terrain itself was not a bad thing. However, when Meng Qiushan investigated the 3 earthly calamities, he found that the first was the strength path calamity, the four-armed ape, the second was the fire path calamity, the third was the transformation path calamity, the flying fly tribulation. Meng Qiushan knew that this dream realm blessed land's calamities were not mainly earth path. Using earth path as the direction did not have much future. Meng Qiushan immediately decided to modify the terrain. After Gu masters advanced to immortal, very few would change the terrain of their immortal aperture first. This step was not easy. Thankfully, this was a dream realm, and Meng Qiushan had the power of an earth spirit. He first tried to break apart the intact rocky ground, but because he lacked strength path Dao marks, he could not do it fully. Next, he used a dream creation method to create earth spikes, using the earth trench's cave to kill the four-armed ape. This step was very difficult. Without the dream creation method, Meng Qiuzhen would not have earth spikes, and the four-armed ape would be able to last for a long time. He would have to wait until it starved to death, and the blessed land would slowly digest it before he could obtain strength path Dao marks. Using the earth spikes, Meng Qiuzhen quickly killed the four-armed ape. But because of conflicting Dao marks, the blessed land could only absorb most of the strength path Dao marks. Thankfully, this portion of strength path Dao marks was enough. Meng Qiuzhen successfully split the intact rocky ground. Next was the detailed work. Meng Qiuzhen chose a large island and started to crush the rocky ground around the island, forming large amounts of rubble. It was a tough job. It was better to first accumulate the thunderclouds and release the thunderbolts to bombard them. After the bombardment, he would use the strong winds and waves to wash them away. With the strength path Dao marks, the violent winds and waves were much stronger than before, but when used to crush rocks, the efficiency was not high. It took a lot of effort, but the results were not much. In fact, there were many good methods, such as using fire to roast the rock and then pouring water on it. That way, the hard rock would break into pieces more easily. But the Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have fire path Dao marks. This made Meng Qiuzhen very vexed. What he was doing now was like cutting a tree trunk with a knife. The tool was not the right one. After grinding like this for many days, there were crushed stones around the island. These crushed stones were ground by wind and water, becoming very small and smooth, like miniature pebbles. After completing the first island, Meng Qiuzhen went to the second island and continued his work. Between the islands was a sea of rainwater. To be honest, it couldn't be considered a sea. At most, it could be considered a large lake. Normally, Meng Qiuzhen could not be bothered to create waves. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror. Only when he crushed the rocks or walked on water would he take the initiative to stir up a storm. This Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have space path Dao marks. The space was not big. Meng Qiuzhen could not teleport as a land spirit. Time passed quickly as the small islands were remodeled. When Meng Qiuzhen finished remodeling all the large islands and 7 or 8 small islands, the fire path tribulation arrived. A torrential rain of fire rained down. Every drop of fire was the size of a washbasin. When the rain of fire rained down, there was a grand aura. Many of the fire rain smashed onto the stone islands, burning the stone ground or the crushed stones. Some of the small pebbles melted, the stones turned into lava that slowly but firmly flowed to the bottom of the water. Over time, the rocky island, which was originally tall and steep, quickly changed its landscape under the ravaging of the rain of fire. The surroundings of the stone island sank, the edges reached deep into the water, the middle was level with the water surface, while the back was slightly above the lake surface, forming a beach made of crushed stones. Most of the fire rain fell into the water. Water and fire stimulated each other to form a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor flew up and gradually formed a thick layer of water clouds that covered the entire blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen hid underground. The earth path Dao marks were dense. He had the ability to escape underground as a land spirit. He allowed the fire rain to wreak havoc, occasionally taking care of the stone islands. The torrential fire rain tribulation lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the surface and immediately sensed that the air temperature had risen by several times. It was hot and humid. The entire sky above the blessed land was covered in thick clouds. Just now, there had been a huge rain of fire. It was as if someone had started a stove under the blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiuzhen used wind power to blow away the clouds. It felt much better. But soon, water vapor started to gather in the sky again, forming thin clouds. After a period of time, it was likely that the thick clouds would form again. Meng Qiuzhen immediately understood. The fire path earthly calamity earlier brought about too many fire path Dao marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path Dao marks. He could not let them interfere with the previous situation. If there were a large number of light path Dao marks, I could gather most of the fire path Dao marks and create an artificial sun in the sky of this blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen felt it was a pity. Even though this dream realm blessed land had light path Dao marks, they were few in scale. Thus, the blessed land had always been dark. Since the sun plan did not work, Meng Qiuzhen had other ideas. Immediately, he activated Create Dream Killer move. After more than 10 steps, he gathered a large number of fire path Dao marks at the base of the main island. The fire path down marks were restrained by the even denser earth path down marks, forming magma inside the main island. Outside the stone island, because the number of fire path down marks decreased, the temperature fell rapidly, there were only a few thin clouds floating in the sky, there were no longer any problems. Even though there is no artificial sun and there is no heat, with magma, it is like geothermal heat, I can still use it. Xianxia only needed to use the strength path down marks to erupt with firepower, turning the main island into an active volcano that would erupt with air currents and loud explosions, followed by magma and volcanic ash. At this moment, Xianxia's heart shook, he had a realization. My blessed land has no chi path down marks or sound path down marks, but when a volcano erupts, air currents can erupt and thunder can erupt. Earlier, when the fire rain hit the water, it created a layer of water vapor. I do not have any cloud path down marks here. This is probably the source of the imitation of paths. Goo cultivators usually cultivated one path. After reaching a certain level, the Goo immortals' methods would be able to imitate the power of other paths, creating an overall balance. For example, would path killer move fleeting bloom could imitate the power of time path. For example, Bai Xiang was an ice and snow path killer move, but it had the power of transformation path. For example, tossing rock to seek path killer move was an earth path killer move, but it had the effect of information path. After comprehending this, a portion of the dream realm's true meaning was absorbed by him. Xianxia's heaven path attainment level rose a little, his main body and other clones also advanced together. Xianxia recalled himself and found that even though he became a land spirit, he could not completely control the down marks of every path. Even though the land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, it was only a portion of the immortal aperture's foundation. For example, Xianxia's painstaking effort to crush the rocks was essentially a lump of condensed earth path down marks, continuously scattering them. If Xianxia had complete control over earth path down marks, he could turn the rocks into sand with just a thought and scatter them with the wind. The land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, but it was only at the most superficial level. Moreover, he had to follow the rules. If he wanted to crush rocks, he had to use wind power, water power, and so on. Then how could he increase this level of usage? To be more specific, how could he turn a solid stone into flying sand? Xianxia quickly thought of turning sand goo. This goo worm could turn soil and rocks into fine sand. He thought of all sorts of killer moves. There were fire path, water path, refinement path, and poison path, all of them could turn rocks into fine sand. At once, Xianxia's perception of killer moves and goo worms was different. There were some things that he could not explain clearly. These things were accumulated in his mind, they were still far from the previous comprehension. Only by comprehending them completely could his heaven path attainment level rise. The heaven path dream realm was different from the previous dream realms. To absorb the true meaning of the heaven path dream realm, while developing the dream realm blessed land, one had to comprehend the true meaning of the operation of heaven and earth. This was difficult. The human path dream realm that Fang Yuan explored earlier, as long as he explored it to a certain extent, his attainment level would rise. The exploration of the heaven path dream realm was only to maintain close contact with the heaven path true meaning. To raise one's attainment level, one had to comprehend it. After all, this is a heaven path dream realm, it is separated from the human body. Xianxia thought about it, when suddenly, the world turned upside down. The entire blessed land shook intensely, the lake water was overturned, the rock islands were flying and colliding. What's going on? Xianxia's expression changed, the dream realm suddenly became chaotic, he felt a huge pressure. Xianxia quickly activated dream armor to protect himself. Thankfully, the dream realm only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Xiaoxian's face was pale, he was glad that he had dream armor goo and chose to explore the heaven path dream realm of a medium scale, he was not greedy. If not for that, he would have died in that calamity earlier. This is not a transformation of the heaven path dream realm, it is the power of the outside world. It is likely a venerable's doing. Xianxiaoxian guessed in his mind, he looked at the chaotic scene of the blessed land and smiled bitterly. All the hard work he had put in previously had been for naught. If this happens a few more times, I won't be able to explore anymore. The calamity shell is getting stronger and stronger. Sigh. I hope the main body can protect me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move was called Chaotic Will Scatter Dream. It was a Wisdom Path killer move, but a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo were used to imitate the power of Dream Path. It could affect dream realms. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this move to deal with Feng Yuan's dream realm methods. Feng Yuan had once used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and create dream realms to fight, but most methods in the world were ineffective against dream realms. Feng Yuan succeeded time and time again. Next, when Feng Yuan wanted to retract these dream realms, he would use pure dream reality seeker transformation to turn the dream realms into pure dream body clones and bring them away. But this situation did not hold true under the killer move Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Chaotic Will Scatter Dream's Dream Path Mortal Goo was only a key, the true method was Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Wisdom Path methods to interfere with the wills and emotions contained in the dream realms, causing them to become chaotic. Be it the previous human path dream realm or the current heaven path dream realm, they both contained human will, human feelings, or providence. When these wills and emotions became chaotic, the dream realms, especially the orderly ones, would lose their order and become chaotic. Goo cultivators who explored the dream realms would suffer from this. They would be like fish that entered water but ended up burning. Once a pure dream reality seeker physique body was hit by this move, their stable human body would turn into a dream realm again. The human will, human feelings, and so on would be mixed with the dream realms. They would not be able to think clearly. For people like Meng Qiuzhen, whose body and soul were in the dream realm, as time passed, the chaotic dream realms would tear them to shreds. Thankfully, Feng Yuan's main body intercepted her in time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop this move. Meng Qiuzhen escaped danger. As for the hard work he had put into transforming the blessed dreamlands, it was already a minor detail. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while avoiding Feng Yuan's attacks. She observed the Heaven Path Dream Realm. When she saw that the Heaven Path Dream Realm that devoured Meng Qiuzhen returned to normal without any other changes, she knew that Meng Qiuzhen was still alive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She deduced that this Chaotic Will Scatter Dream was already the limit of her abilities. It was mainly the Dream Tao that restricted her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Path attainment level was almost blank. She did not have a Mortal Goo and only used a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo. He relied entirely on his terrifying Wisdom Path Foundation to forcibly raise his killer move to rank 8. She wanted to do more, but she was powerless. Therefore, she could not rescue Fairy Myrtle and Yingwu Xia who were trapped in the Heavenly Axiom's dreamland. At most, she could use this technique to kill them. However, Fairy Myrtle needed a living soul clone, so killing him was pointless. She might be able to kill Meng Qiuzhen. But Chaotic Will Scattering Dream needed to be used continuously. If Feng Yuan interfered with her, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer a backlash. It would be very dangerous. Feng Yuan's main body continued to attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move made him nervous. He could only watch closely and try not to give Star Constellation Immortal Venerable any more chances to activate it. The Giant Sun Immortal attacked furiously from the side. Feng Yuan's main focus was on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing Giant Sun's attacks, he could only try to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal was aggressive and had rich battle experience. He did not let Feng Yuan succeed. Most of the attacks landed on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan originally had Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Giant Sun Immortal's Lingering Luck Waste Killer move was too annoying. He cancelled this move and used Heavenly Web to block it. This was a true rank 9 killer move. After being amplified by Feng Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were all ineffective. No matter how mystical or powerful Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were, they were like illusions when they hit Feng Yuan. They did not exist at all. What kind of defensive method is this? The more Giant Sun Immortal fought, the more shocked he became. Even his face was twitching. The tighter Feng Yuan's defenses were, the more Giant Sun Immortal wanted to see through him. But Obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web were connected. Giant Sun Immortal's investigative methods were also defeated by Obscured Heavenly Secret. Giant Sun Immortal could not see through it. Star Constellation Immortal was the same. The two venerables became more suspicious as they fought. Feng Yuan guarded against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while transmitting his voice to Giant Sun Immortal, urging him to turn around and target star constellation Immortal Venerable. He emphasized the strength of the celestial court. He even promised that if Giant Sun Immortal chose to do so, Fang Yuan would develop more Blood Path Immortal goo and research results and trade them to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately felt better. Fang Yuan made such a huge concession, it was likely that he could not hold on for much longer. But his attacks became stronger. He transmitted, "Fang Yuan, you are too humble, you are probably the strongest of the three venerables. Let's not talk about anything else, just this defensive technique of yours is something we can't even imagine." Fang Yuan quickly said, "This is a killer move that uses the secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well as the core. Giant Sun does not have any rank 9 killer moves now, how can you break it? Since you can't, why make things difficult for me and let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gain the most benefits?" Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks. But he was thinking, Fang Yuan is trying his best to persuade me, he is trying to be humble, but I am afraid he is really at his limit. He has the least immortal essence, these killer moves are very powerful, how can he not expend immortal essence? I need to slow down my attacks and let him take a breather. I need to maintain the current situation and let him exhaust Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Heaven Path Dream Realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable almost succeeded earlier. How can Fang Yuan obtain so many Heaven Path Dream Realms in such a short period of time? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw that Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks and felt something amiss. She scolded Giant Sun for his craftiness. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told Giant Sun that attainment levels were the hardest to raise. Since Fang Yuan wanted to develop in Heaven Path, these Heaven Path attainment levels would be of great help to him. How can we let him achieve his goal? Giant Sun Immortal said perfunctorily. The three venerables were in a deadlock for a while. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to persuade, finally saying, "Giant Sun, look at Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. He has many disadvantages now, but he is already at a draw with us. If he has enough immortal essence in the future, what will happen?" Giant Sun Immortal sighed, replying, "I agree with Star Constellation's words. But..." Saying so, he sighed again. He wanted to say something but stopped. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. She knew that if she wanted Giant Sun Immortal to make a move, she needed to show some benefits. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate. She immediately used Jewel Yellow Skies to transact many of her Blood Path research results to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal obtained the benefits. He put in more effort to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He knew that the strength he displayed was already close to the two venerables' limit. If he exceeded it, the two venerables' cooperation would become even stronger. The losses would outweigh the gains. Immediately, Fang Yuan shouted, "You forced me to do this." Before he finished speaking, he activated a killer move, turning into a spiral rainbow that pierced through the battlefield. The two venerables were stunned, their expressions changed as they understood Fang Yuan's sinister intentions. They quickly blocked the spiral rainbow. The two venerables lacked tacit understanding, they attacked at the same time, releasing Fang Yuan's space. Fang Yuan was not affected by the enemy's attacks, he immediately retreated. After pulling some distance from the two venerables, he activated his killer move again and flew out of the battlefield. The two venerables had no choice but to block him. This time, they communicated using voice transmissions, they did not show any openings like before. But this way, Fang Yuan had the initiative instead. The two venerables could not help but feel frustrated, because Fang Yuan's attacks were targeted at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Right now, the three venerables were fighting, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not go berserk. It was a good thing for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had sinister intentions, he wanted to anger this venerable and lure him over, creating a chaotic scene that would allow him to take advantage of the situation. This battle continued for a while. The two venerables would definitely lose if they defended for too long. Eventually, Fang Yuan managed to hit Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had dissipated, he was more like a soul beast than a venerable. After being provoked, he immediately charged towards the battlefield of the three venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not care who they were, as long as they were in front of him, he would take care of them. during this period of time, his strength had risen greatly, he was no longer in his weakened state. The three venerables fought Spectral Soul even more carefully than before. Spectral Soul's moves were vast and fierce, he even used killer moves from time to time. The three venerables did not want to provoke this lunatic, they had to fight each other again. The battlefield was chaotic. The chaotic battlefield was most beneficial to Feng Yuan, he finally had time to rest. If the situation had continued, his obscured heaven's secrets wouldn't have been able to hold out. Immediately, taking advantage of the chaos, Feng Yuan secretly activated two obscured heavenly secret killer moves. His aura was concealed as he replenished himself. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, she finally grasped the opportunity to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into the group of Heaven Path Dream Realms. But the Heavenly Path Dream Realm did not clash with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan failed. The four Venerables entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm group. As long as it did not involve Dream Path, the Venerable killer moves could not harm the Heaven Path Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realms did not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they attacked the other three Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable worked together to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan wanted to attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and exert pressure to prevent her from harming his clone, Main Xiaoxin. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, no matter who he was, he had to be killed. The Heavenly Dao Dreamland was no exception, it was just that his attacks were ineffective. After this chaotic scene lasted for several minutes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gradually gained the upper hand. She was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, she was skilled in scheming. The chaotic scene meant that she had to make more calculations. As she got used to it and understood the relationship between them, she could make use of the surrounding environment and become more composed. After realizing that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was using the surrounding Heavenly Dao Dreamlands, Giant Sun Immortal, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to block him, Feng Yuan knew that it was time to use another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Ghost Concealment. At the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan passed through Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms openly, quickly arriving in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This ruthless killer move caused Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was caught off guard, to suffer a loss. Feng Yuan, well done, Feng Yuan, so that's it. Among the many modified killer moves, Heavenly Ghost Concealment was the first to be completed. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan's Ghostly Concealment killer move was countered. Feng Yuan had the idea of modifying Ghostly Concealment. After that, Feng Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose rapidly, and with the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret, he modified Ghostly Concealment into Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was rank 9 to begin with, it had not been modified much. But after adding in the Heaven Path Goo Worms, the method to deal with Ghostly Concealment immediately became ineffective. At this moment, Feng Yuan's body was covered in a layer of translucent black armor. On his face was a pale white skull mask. This was the sign of Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Different from obscured Heavenly Secret, Heavenly Ghost Concealment had a strong aura, but in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes, it was completely invisible. Giant Sun Immortal used many methods, but none of them had any effect on Feng Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment. This is a Heaven Path method, this shows Feng Yuan's talent and attainment in this aspect. Giant Sun, are you going to watch Feng Yuan obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms and become even more powerful? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to persuade Giant Sun, increasing his wariness towards Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal sighed, Feng Yuan cultivates all paths, once he succeeds in Heaven Path cultivation, he will form a mystical connection with other paths, the results will be unpredictable. He was moved by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his attacks against Feng Yuan became fiercer. Even so, Feng Yuan's situation was much better now. He fought around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his main target was still Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, 7 Kills Rainbow. This compound killer move was frequently used by Feng Yuan to disrupt Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use Chaotic Will Scattering Dream many times, but she was chased by Feng Yuan just as she was about to activate it. Sometimes, he would have to stop after just a short while to deal with Feng Yuan's attacks. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal attacked Fang Yuan got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and circled around, making Spectral Soul Demon Venerable take the brunt of the attacks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked, he became even more furious, he unleashed a torrent of attacks, he treated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal as a thorn in his side, he ignored Fang Yuan who was making use of him. After a long stalemate, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decisively changed her strategy, she asked Giant Sun Immortal to guard her and fight for opportunities to use her killer move. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. As the intensity of the battle deepened, the two Venerable Ones joined forces even more closely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he pounced, his countless arms were like black pillars as they slammed towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal shouted as he blocked in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, a vast golden fog covered most of the battlefield. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms slammed into the golden fog, his ferocious ghostly claws scratched everywhere in the golden fog dissipated but was quickly replenished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind, he should use a killer move now to have a chance of breaking the defense. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this, even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used a killer move, it might not be the right choice. Fang Yuan sighed, he had no choice but to attack again, he used another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Permethaw Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Detonation Wind, Fang Yuan pointed at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cried out in pain, 100 thick black arms twisted and turned into dragons and snakes, breathing out dust and thick fog before exploding. Countless wind blades swept out, blowing away Giant Sun Immortal's golden fog. Giant Sun Immortal coughed out a mouthful of blood, his defensive method was broken, he suffered a backlash. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also affected, the chaotic will-scattering dream that she had activated for a few breaths of time was forced to stop. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared furiously as he attacked the two Venerables. Because Fang Yuan was covered in heavenly ghost concealment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was heavily injured, he thought that it was the work of the two Venerables. A new killer move. This aura, the core is definitely the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley. Giant Sun Immortal placed his hand on his chest, healing his injuries as he retreated, evading Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws. How many killer moves of this level has he deduced? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth, her eyes flickered with starlight, she wanted to see through Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan still had obscured heavenly secret on him, she could not see through it. After using this move, Fang Yuan immediately became exhausted, he did not attack anymore, he looked like he had expended a lot of energy. The reason why he did not use your shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound anymore was because he had already given rank 7 Dream Armor Immortal Gu to Meng Qiu. The killer move Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind he was using now was not inferior. But because it was a compound killer move, there were many paths and Gu worms involved, Fang Yuan's thoughts were quickly depleted. After all, he was currently maintaining Heavenly Web and Heavenly Ghost Concealment, these two killer moves. Thankfully, after activating rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret, he did not need to expend mental energy to maintain them. One of the disadvantages of compound killer moves was that they expended too many thoughts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some adjustments but still failed. Meng Qiu continued to explore dream realms, bringing endless benefits to Fang Yuan's main body. Even though Fang Yuan's attacking frequency fell, he used Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind to force the two Venerables into a disadvantage. Spectral Heaven had just formed, the Heavenly Wind Shi wall was not thick and there were no obstructions, it was easy for the 5 regions Gu Immortals to watch the battle. Seeing that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shocked and worried, some scolded Fang Yuan for being shameless, some prayed for the righteous path, while some had pale expressions due to the demonic might. As for the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, they were overjoyed. Damn it, if my Blood Sea was successful, I would have such a powerful blood path killer move, why would I be afraid of Fang Yuan's methods? Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth, the suppressed emotions in his heart had reached the limit, he finally used his full strength, luck path killer move, all living beings of heaven and earth, Giant Sun Immortal activated this move, forming a huge pillar of light. The pillar of light was golden and dazzling, it stood in the sky, it was extremely thick and tall. Giant Sun Immortal was inside the golden pillar of light, his arms and legs were spread out, he was in a posture. His hair fluttered in the wind, he screamed continuously, his expression was twisted and his veins were bulging, he seemed to be in great pain. During the activation of the killer move, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all obstructed by the golden pillar of light. Fan Yuan tried to attack, but found that every time he attacked the golden pillar of light, his luck would be shaken. There were strong signs of it being absorbed by Giant Sun Immortal. Fan Yuan thus stopped wisely. Giant Sun Immortal, what did you do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression was ugly. Giant Sun Immortal's move had immense power, even she was affected. The golden pillar of light lasted for a short 9 breaths of time before it stopped and dissipated. Giant Sun Immortal's body was covered in a layer of golden light, his muscles bulged and his golden hair danced in the wind, his entire body had expanded by a size. His gaze swept towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his gaze was so sharp that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but squint. Giant Sun Immortal grinned, Star Constellation, don't blame me, this move has a huge range, it covers the whole 5 regions, you cannot avoid it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he raised a terrifying black fog that covered the sky. Giant Sun Immortal roared as he puffed his cheeks in blue, forming a boundless tornado. The tornado swept everything, the black fog revealed hundreds and thousands of tadpole-tailed soul balls. The soul balls exploded around Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal snorted in disdain, that layer of golden light allowed him to remain unharmed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms attacked, Giant Sun Immortal used his fists and legs to clash. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws and black arms were like eggs smashing into rocks. After the clash, countless golden lights entered the black arms and shot out, causing the black arms to explode. Giant Sun Immortal started to counterattack, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was immediately suppressed. No matter how he resisted, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were even more merciless. Fan Yuan fought with Giant Sun Immortal, he found that be it offense, defense, movement, or healing, they were all strengthened in all aspects. Fan Yuan was also suppressed, he gradually realized something, this move is likely to forcefully extract external luck and use it on himself. But how big is the range of this killer move? Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable using voice transmission. Fan Yuan did not know that this move had an incredibly huge range, it directly covered the 5 regions. This move had an even more profound effect, it affected the luck of heaven and earth and all living beings, causing all of their luck to be affected and move around Giant Sun Immortal intensely. The killer move was named All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth, it was truly worthy of its name. Fan Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot and Slow Heavenly Web, his luck was not affected by this move. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Luck Path defensive method was seen through by Giant Sun Immortal, it was useless. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not show any signs of it. After all, the urgent matter now was to deal with Fan Yuan and kill Meng Qiujin. After activating all living beings of heaven and earth, Giant Sun Immortal's luck grew to a terrifying scale, together with his combat system, his strength was amplified to a terrifying extent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his mind, after struggling for a while, he showed clear signs of defeat. Fan Yuan did not have a good time either, but he still had to focus on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Actually, Giant Sun Immortal's strength was not the main point. As long as there was no battlefield killer move restraining him, Fan Yuan could advance or retreat freely. In Fan Yuan's opinion, the main point was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable without transmitting his voice, Star Constellation, you have a good plan, you let Giant Sun and I expend our immortal essence while you stall for time. Can you really destroy my Dream Path clone with this method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly, Fan Yuan, since you have such a plan, why don't you let me try again? Fan Yuan replied calmly, Star Constellation, you are more skillful, you predicted that I would not dare to take the risk. In that case, I will have to use other methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal became vigilant. Since the start of the battle, Fan Yuan's killer moves had been very shocking. Especially his defensive methods, even the 2 venerables could not see through them. But even after the two venerables paid attention for some time, they did not see Fang Yuan revealing any more methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan, simply threatening is not a good method. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have already used this method. Speaking of which, Star Constellation's starry sky calculation formation is grand and profound, it is truly mystical. It is a pity that it was constructed in a hurry and is about to be destroyed in a hurry. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. At the same time. Central Continent. Outside the starry sky calculation formation. Qi Ancestor slowly appeared. Rumble, a Qi Path Killer move was activated. At the next moment, heaven and earth shook, Qi surged as if it was boundless, pressing down on the starry sky calculation formation. Author's note: today, I received a reminder from the management that the rewards and benefits of this activity are better than before. Is currently at 10th place. Everyone is invited to participate. If they get into the top 10, they will receive even more benefits and rewards. According to the management's understanding, as long as they complete the daily missions, they would gain a lot of battle strength. Ever since the sun had been destroyed, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had sunk into darkness. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was burning with blue eerie fire, could never replace the sun. Because what he gave to all living beings in the world was not vitality and warmth, but coldness and killing intent. Under the dark curtain, the countless stars shining in the sky above Zhongzhou State became the comfort of mortals. But now, even these dazzling and resplendent starlight had been brutally murdered. The airflow surged, vast and majestic, drowning out the myriad of starlight. Qi Ancestor's sleeves fluttered, he had an indifferent expression as he flew horizontally, continuing to press forward. Previously, when Fang Yuan mobilized the troops, he was one of Fang Yuan's arrangements. Now that he received the main body's notification, he immediately acted. It was noisy inside the starry sky actuarial array. There were many Gu immortals guarding this place. Because the starry sky calculation formation's offense and defense were weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged many Gu immortals here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also knew that the starry sky calculation formation, which had only been constructed for a short period of time, would become the target of other venerables. It was currently the weakness of the Celestial Court. Therefore, she also left the embroidered tower and the constellation chessboard in this array. Qi Ancestor appeared in the northeast direction. With one move, he destroyed 3,871 stars. Urgent report. Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone of the enslavement path appeared in the northwest. Wu Shuai, 2,664 stars were destroyed. Star Constellations while in the embroidered building was about to give the order, but suddenly the whole formation space shook violently. Next, the investigating Gu Immortal shouted in a sharp tone, revealing a panicked expression, Jean Budu has appeared. He's attacking from the south, and he's heading straight for me. Jean Budu? Star Constellations will immediately mobilized her thoughts and looked through the starry sky calculation array. She saw a radiant youth wearing a huge bright red cloak. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a mad dragon descending to the world, exploding the air and causing a rumbling sound as he charged over. Star Constellations will sighed. Fang Yuan could revive Gu immortals, they had already obtained clues from Fang clan. The resurrection of Jean Budu did not surprise the will of the constellation. However, the situation before her left her in a difficult position. Qi Ancestor and Jean Budu had pseudo-venerable battle strength, while Wu Shuai was a peak rank 8 expert. On this level, the Celestial Court lacked elite experts who could face them head-on. Qingzhou could be counted as one, but right now, it had to protect the God Emperor City. In terms of strategic significance, the Divine Emperor City was even more important than the starry sky calculation array. As for Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and the rest, they were also rank 8s, but they were clearly inferior to Qi and Jean Budu. Fang Yuan can revive Gu immortals and preserve their cultivation level. Where are the variant human rank 8s among his subordinates hiding now? The situation was unclear, so the star constellations will decided to fight conservatively. It would focus on protecting the sky full of stars calculation array, and not rashly counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will personally control the starry sky calculation formation. Starlight shone brightly and dazzlingly. Qi Ancestor and Wu Shuai had to close their eyes and use investigative killer moves. Only Jean Budu was thick-skinned. He opened his eyes wide and had no qualms about it. The starlight quickly dimmed. Qixi ancestor, Wu Shui, and Jean Budu's vision changed. They were in the middle of a huge chessboard. This is star constellation chessboard? Humph. This sky full of stars calculation array can actually make use of star constellation chessboard. Not just that, embroidered tower might be helping it as well. Fan Yuan's 3 clones conversed while attacking fiercely again. After a series of explosions, the sky full of stars calculation array shook intensely, but it barely managed to hold on. It was all thanks to embroidered tower and star constellation chessboard. Oh no, if the situation falls into a stalemate, how can the main body exert pressure on star constellation Immortal Venerable's main body? Qixi ancestor's heart sank. The other 2 immortals knew that something was amiss. They attacked even more fiercely. Spectral heaven. The fight between the 4 venerables continued. Fan Yuan's clones attacked, but they were blocked by star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. But Fan Yuan's situation was turning for the better. Earlier, he was in a difficult situation because Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Now, his situation was turning for the better because of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to fall. It turned out that even though all living beings, world, self-centered was strong, it forcefully absorbed external luck. It was like water without a source. The more it was used, the lesser it became. Not just that, when this move's effect completely disappeared, Giant Sun Immortal's luck would fall into a weakened state. It would only recover after a period of time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had already learned of the attack on the sky full of stars calculation array. But she could not return to help immediately. Once she did, she would fall into Fan Yuan's trap. By then, would Giant Sun Immortal be left alone to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fan Yuan's alliance? Would Giant Sun Immortal be willing to do that? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only cared about Celestial Court's benefits. This would definitely cast a shadow over the alliance of the 2 venerables. After all, Giant Sun was not a venerable of Celestial Court. He was not on the same side as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was only because of the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even suspected that if she returned to Central Continent, Fan Yuan might pursue her relentlessly. In any case, among the venerables, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could pose a threat to Meng Qiuxin. Fan Yuan dragged the battlefield to Central Continent. It was disadvantageous to Celestial Court. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed at Fan Yuan's craftiness, he could see through people's intentions and chose the perfect time to attack. She had to resist Fan Yuan's constant interference. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also tried to use other killer moves against Fan Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was strong, he lacked intelligence. He was only a problem. Fan Yuan was the key. He was the biggest threat, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's repeated attempts had no effect. Fan Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cover. It was a shallow tactic but had great effect. The 4 venerables fought for some time. Seeing that all beings in the world were about to weaken, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use this move again. For a time, the golden pillar of light appeared once more. It lay across the heavens and the earth, and it was grand and resplendent to the extreme. Giant Sun Immortal's luck was strengthened again. His battle strength rose again. All beings in the world could be used continuously, but the backlash would become stronger. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal was in a difficult situation. His entire combat system was built on his positive luck. If his luck weakened, his battle strength would fall. Giant Sun Immortal naturally did not want to expose the weakness of all beings in the world the first time he used it. Fan Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal was raring to go again. He wisely retreated, using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a barrier to avoid the attack. Giant Sun Immortal saw Fan Yuan's actions and gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew that if he did not take any measures, the situation would repeat itself, thus he immediately used a trump card. Luck Path Killer Move. Myriad things have flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's body flickered with golden light. The golden light was restrained as it slowly rose above his head, turning into an orange-yellow pill jade. The pill jade was extremely powerful. Fan Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt waves of fear. Next, Giant Sun Immortal gave a low growl. He raised his head and slammed his head towards the orange-yellow pill jade. The orange-yellow pill jade was sent flying towards Fan Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal's luck that had risen earlier had mostly collapsed because of this move. It almost returned to normal. He knew that this move was powerful. He could not deduce the profundity of this move. He did not take it head-on. He hid behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no qualms. He swept his arm and slammed with his ghostly claw, sending the orange-yellow pill jade flying far away. The orange-yellow pill jade fell down from spectral heaven like a rubber ball. Seeing this, Fang Yuan and Star Constellation were slightly stunned. Giant Sun Immortal's move was extremely powerful. To think that it would be suppressed so easily? Giant Sun. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted. Giant Sun Immortal smiled confidently. Star Constellation, watch carefully, this move is extraordinary. It is the culmination of my own luck, the luck of all living beings, and the luck of heaven and earth. It is no longer limited to the concept of offense and defense. It can make use of the variables of heaven and earth and all living beings to create a stupefying battle result. It's just that this move requires a period of time to manifest its power. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and immediately asked the crucial question, how long will it take to see the result? Giant Sun Immortal's expression froze. The time is uncertain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal said again, this move has already been used, no need to worry. Star Constellation, why aren't you attacking Fang Yuan with me? Saying so, he charged at Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a glance at the orange-yellow pill jade before cooperating with Giant Sun Immortal to circle around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Fang Yuan. The orange-yellow pill jade flew down and encountered a soul beast army. After piercing hundreds of soul beasts, its aura fell by 10%, its direction also changed slightly. It continued to descend, piercing the heavenly wind chi wall, its aura fell by another 10%. After reaching the sky of Central Continent, it shot straight into the star array formation. Star Constellations was controlling Star Constellation chessboard and the star array formation to deal with Fang Yuan's 3 clones. While the two sides were in a deadlock, suddenly, an orange-yellow luck path killer move that looked like an egg squeezed into the huge chessboard with star paths. What is this? Qixi Ancestor and the rest became alert. Oh no. Star Constellation's Will's expression changed. It turned out that be the star array formation or star constellation chessboard, they were wisdom path methods, they were intricate and complicated. But the orange-yellow pill jade was a great achievement in luck path, it was a huge variable. The orange-yellow pill jade entered star constellation chessboard and immediately interfered with the entire battlefield, it absorbed and repelled star constellation's Will's arrangements, making everything even more chaotic. Star Constellations will quickly made arrangements to suppress this variable and maintain the battlefield, but she could not help but expose a flaw. Fang Yuan's 3 clones were overjoyed, they immediately used this chance to attack the flaw. A moment later. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan's clones' vision changed, they returned to Central Continent's sky. A small part of Star Constellation chessboard was destroyed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will quickly stored it in embroidered tower. Remote Heaven Battlefield. Swoosh, the 7 Killings rainbow arrived, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered with starlight as she successfully dodged it. She was about to retaliate when she saw Fang Yuan hiding behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. This had happened more than 100 times since the start of the battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer as angry as before, seeing that Giant Sun Immortal was being attacked by hundreds of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move and destroyed dozens of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal used this chance to escape the encirclement of the giant arms. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was ambushed, he gave up on Giant Sun Immortal and targeted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead. Star Constellation, distract the Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will capture Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and quickly communicated. Next, his body turned into a golden rainbow as he flew out, trying to get around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Fang Yuan, who was behind him. But at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, she did not engage in a stalemate with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, instead, she left behind a star-formed phantom while her true body moved. The star-formed phantom was instantly destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter immediately turned around and attacked Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was trapped again. He was a little surprised. He quickly transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "Star Constellation, why are you doing this?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sent the report of the battle inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation to Giant Sun Immortal. She asked, "Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this?" "This?" Giant Sun Immortal smiled awkwardly. He immediately understood the reason. He explained, "Star Constellation, have you heard of the true meaning of luck path, fortune and misfortune come together? This luck path killer move is exactly like that. After I activated it, I completely lost control of it. I do not know how it works or how it manifests in the end. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was not destroyed. This is just a small disaster. Misfortune turns to fortune. This small disaster now can be exchanged for great fortune in the future. We should be looking forward to it." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, "Using my small misfortune to exchange for your great fortune? Giant Sun Immortal, is that what you mean?" The Giant Sun Immortal choked and said, "I will compensate for all direct losses, but as for the specific amount, how about we discuss it after the battle?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded at Giant Sun Immortal, continuing to fight alongside him. She chose to believe in the Giant Sun Immortal. From her point of view, although the Giant Sun Immortal's standpoint was different from the Celestial Court's, he valued family and had a deep humanity. He loved his descendants and was very protective of them. There was an obvious difference between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no bottom line. He had to be extremely cautious and not believe in his promises. However, the words of the Giant Sun Immortal could still be trusted. Especially since the compensation wasn't that great. Of course, more importantly, in such a situation, a single Venerable could not deal with Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not watch as Fang Yuan absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm. Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Qi Ancestor stirred up countless air currents. It was hard to defend against them. Zhang Budu charged forward like a dragon. Nobody could stop him. Wu Shuai controlled millions of ants to infiltrate and devour the entire Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Star Constellations will an embroidered tower tried to repair Star Constellation chessboard while manipulating embroidered tower to help the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation had very low offensive and defensive power. If not for this, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan would not have watched Star Constellation Immortal Venerable create this formation so easily. Even with embroidered tower's help and the Gu Immortals in the formation space maintaining and repairing it, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation continued to break under the fierce attacks of Fang Yuan's 3 clones. Finally, several formation cores were exposed. These formation cores all have immortal Gu. My ants cannot invade them, they are very mysterious. Wu Shuai transmitted. Qi Ancestor and Zhang Budu both tried to do it but failed. These formation cores were shrouded in starlight, they were hard to distinguish between real and fake. Fang Yuan's 3 clones' attacks were like illusions, the starlight only shook intensely. I'm afraid he used a phantom path method. I am powerless. Zhang Budu shrugged. His main trump card was incomplete freedom transformation. He was good at charging at the front lines, he was not skilled in other aspects. Qi Ancestor also frowned. In this difficult situation, he suddenly glanced at the orange-yellow pill jade. After this orange-yellow pill jade destroyed Star Constellation chessboard, it shrunk in size, its aura and radiance dimmed greatly, 60% of it was used, only 20% was left. Why don't we try using Giant Sun Immortal's egg yolk killer move? Qi Ancestor had already obtained information from the main body. He communicated with the other 2 clones, arranging a battle tactic. Zhang Budu and Wu Shuai attracted Star Constellation's will. Qi Ancestor successfully used his Qi Path giant hand to grab the orange-yellow pill jade before tossing it towards the closest formation core. This formation core was under Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhang Ji's control. Seeing the orange-yellow pill jade approaching the formation core, he shouted and asked for help. Star Constellations will noticed it and immediately took action. Embroidered tower shot out countless Dao marks, diverting the orange-yellow pill jade and causing it to land near the formation core. However, the Gu worms near the formation core were affected by the orange-yellow pill jade, they became chaotic. Zhang Jigong wanted to suppress this terrible situation, but Fang Yuan's 3 clones continued to bombard him. Embroidered Tower did its best to protect them, but the commotion still affected the other goo worms. These mortal goo were either destroyed or destroyed, it was not a big deal. As long as the immortal goo in the formation core were stabilized, the missing parts could be replenished in time. But the actual situation was not like this. The surrounding mortal goo shook and were destroyed, all sorts of minute changes stacked on top of each other and rapidly magnified, directly threatening the immortal goo in the formation core. Xianxia's actions of stabilizing the situation turned into an accomplice. Next, under his incredulous gaze, the immortal goo in the formation core cracked and shattered. Originally, the formation core immortal goo were all complete, they were closely connected and concealed each other. But now, one of them suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge flaw. Fang Yuan's 3 clones immediately attacked fiercely. Star constellations could not care about anything else, she could only focus on maintaining the star core calculation formation. Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? Within spectral heaven, star constellation Immortal Venerable questioned again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed, I'll compensate you. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, is this just a matter of compensation? Giant Sun Immortal sighed again, calm down, stopping Fang Yuan is the most important thing now. How can I be careless? Once this killer move is activated, it will not be under my control. Let's see how it develops. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, this move of yours is helping Fang Yuan's clone, its power has already dissipated, it has completely vanished. How will it develop, how will it affect Fang Yuan's side? Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily, even though it has dissipated, it is only on the surface. The true variables are formless, they have already started to affect the world and all living beings, everything is changing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart shook slightly, she was also deducing and deepening her understanding of the killer move myriad changes, flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's talent was astonishing, this move was truly out of the norm, it was not within the boundaries of any offensive killer move in history, it was extremely unique. Then I will wait and see. With a strong enemy ahead, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to compromise with Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. The yellow pill jade vanished, he relaxed as he thought, even if Celestial Court suffers losses because of this move in the future, they will not be able to produce any evidence. This move has linked variables, it is most beneficial to me. It seems that Celestial Court is my main enemy currently, thus, this move was not used on Fang Yuan, instead, it is helping Fang Yuan to deal with Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed the situation in his mind. Inside the starry sky calculation formation, Gu Immortal Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale as a sheet. In order to protect the formation core, he had given it his all, but he failed in the end. Fang Yuan's 3 clones had already grasped the weakness, they started to expand their gains. Originally, because of Phantom Path, the starry sky calculation formation was perfect and flawless, Fang Yuan's 3 clones could not do anything about it. But now, they had a crucial breakthrough, they created a hole in the perfect formation and started to attack the surroundings from this hole. The healing Gu Immortal quickly rushed to Xianxia's side and started healing him. Xianxia was very dejected, he coughed out blood as he blamed himself, I have failed Celestial Court's nurturing, I have failed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's request, I actually lost the formation core. The healing Gu Immortal quickly consoled him, this is all because of Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, it is not your fault. Xianxia still had a look of disbelief on his face, this luck path killer move is truly strange, it can link all the variables together and amplify them, eventually harming the formation core Immortal Gu. Like a pole that was pressed down, the other end would rise, the formation core's Immortal Gu and the surrounding mortal Gu were like countless poles that were connected together. If one pole was pressed down, the other pole would rise, but the other pole would press down on the pole that was raised, these two variables would cancel each other out. Everything was unpredictable, Fei Huang did the exact opposite, it gathered all of the variables together and destroyed the formation core Immortal Gu. After a while of healing, Xianxia's injury stabilized. During this period of time, 3 more formation cores of the starry sky calculation formation were destroyed by Fang Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Xianxia blamed himself, he felt that the situation was collapsing. But at this time another Gu Immortal came to his side. This was a formation path grandmaster, The situation is urgent. I am here to repair the formation. I need your help. Xianxia quickly stood up and cupped his fists, expressing that he would help even if he had to risk his life. Even though the formation core immortal goo was destroyed, this goo immortal formation path Grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up the formation. He could temporarily replace the destroyed formation core immortal goo for emergencies. The starry sky calculation formation was created with great difficulty. Star constellations did not want it to be destroyed. The goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects had also tasted the benefits of this formation. They did not want it to be destroyed. 2. The formation path Grandmaster calculated with all his strength. After a while, his face turned pale and he was covered in sweat. To repair this formation core, we need 500 kilograms of the rank 8 immortal material, heavy sand. Xianxia's heart sank. Heavy sand was Western Desert's specialty. It could not be produced in the other 4 regions. Now that they needed such a huge amount of heavy sand, how could they gather it? Xianxia was worried when the formation path Grandmaster let out a breath of air, saying, "The heavy sand will be replenished by Celestial Court's immortal treasury, but we need someone to enter spectral heaven and inject at least 250 kilograms of heavy sand from top to bottom. By then, we will be inside the formation and coordinate with them. We will be able to repair the formation core." "I'll go," Xianxia immediately said. The formation path Grandmaster shook his head, saying directly, "Your injuries are only temporarily suppressed, your battle strength is too weak. If you leave the formation now, you will be easily killed by those 3 demons. The 3 demons will also be able to find the vague location of the space inside the formation. What should we do?" Xianxia sighed bitterly. The formation path Grandmaster was slightly dazed. He received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders and said, "All right, be it immortal materials or manpower, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will arrange them personally. Xianxia, use this time to heal your injuries. I will go to the next formation core and decide on the method to repair it." Saying so, the formation path Grandmaster left hurriedly. Xianxia looked at his back as he looked around, only to see that the formation space was in chaos. The goo immortals guarding here were all extremely busy. Even with Star Constellation Immortal Venerables here, Fang Yuan's 3 clones still gave them huge pressure. Xianxia felt his own weakness deeply. He sighed helplessly as he used this time to heal his injuries. Western Desert. Lin Clan's headquarters, the Blessed Land. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, the #1 goo immortal in Western Desert, Lin Jianqing, walked out of the Blessed Land with 9 spiritual fairy. "I wish immortal friend Jioling a smooth journey." Lin Jianqing smiled. Celestial Court wanted to take Lin Jianqing's body to quickly refine Bo Qing and restrain Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. 9 spiritual fairy and the other 4 Celestial Court goo immortals attacked Lin Jianqing but suffered a crushing defeat. 9 spiritual fairy was captured by Lin Jianqing because she brought up the rear. But at this moment, she was personally released by Lin Jianqing. 9 spiritual fairy's expression was grim. Even though she regained her freedom, she did not feel any joy. She stared at Lin Jianqing and asked, "What did the Celestial Court pay to redeem me?" Lin Jianqing did not conceal it. He said frankly, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable values you greatly. I mustered my courage and offered a price. I was lucky enough to obtain 11 desolate sword leaf trees. 8 desolate sword leaf tree." 9 spiritual fairies' mood turned even heavier. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees had a huge origin. They originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an immemorial desolate plant created by the Venerable One. It was not a natural product of nature. The 8 desolate sword leaf tree contained dense wood path Dao marks, but its roots were in a metal path immortal material mine. The leaves it produced were pure sword path rank 8 immortal materials. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees were unique. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had nurtured them personally, but he only left 20 of them for the Celestial Court. A portion of the 8 desolate sword leaf trees died or were used in the following days. Only these 11 trees were left, and now, Lin Jianqing had obtained them all. Lin Jianqing escorted her all the way to the intersection of the regional walls of Western Desert, Central Continent, and Northern Plains before stopping and watching 9 spiritual fairy leave alone. "My negotiations with Star Constellations had been in a deadlock. To think that Star Constellations suddenly relented and was willing to give me 11 desolate sword leaf trees, but apart from releasing 9 spiritual fairy, I also want 100. kilograms of heavy sand. I obtained these 11 desolate sword leaf trees, they were truly beneficial. My earlier guess was not wrong, as long as I comprehend them properly, I can recreate the scene of the sword forest in the future. The celestial court is a huge force after all, it has an extremely deep foundation. Even after multiple losses, it still has a foundation that other super forces cannot compare to. It is a pity that in the previous battle, I only captured 9 spiritual fairy. Otherwise, I could have asked for more cultivation resources from the celestial court. Fate Gu's destruction had a profound effect on the world and on Gu cultivators. The celestial court had an immortal graveyard, Gu immortals could revive after dying in battle, thus, seeking death and not preserving their lives was a correct tactic. Feng Yuan was even more excessive in this regard, he purposely revived Gu immortals as Gu masters and made them undergo immortal ascension again, using the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret to gain the greatest benefits. Thus, Lin Jianxing killed a member of the celestial court, but it did not amount to enmity. He could revive anyway, instead, he captured 9 spiritual fairy alive and stopped her from seeking death, he became a problem for the celestial court. After a long negotiation, the celestial court finally redeemed this captive, allowing Lin Jianxing to get what he wanted. It is a pity that even though my sword path is strong in offense, it is not proficient in restraining and capturing. Sigh, this world is different from the rest. Originally, heaven and earth focused on cultivation methods, but this place focuses on Gu worms, immortal essence, immortal materials, and other cultivation resources. Cultivation resources are the foundation of everything. Now that the venerables are confronting each other, it is suitable for my Lin clan to expand. If I wait until the venerables decide the victor, I, Lin Jianxing, would not be able to become a sword path venerable, I would probably have to submit to them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction was not wrong, Lin Jianxing was indeed an otherworldly demon. In his original world, he was the leader of a sword path sect, he was also called an ancestor. Such a person was naturally not willing to be subservient, he was an ambitious person who had seen through the ways of the world. Thus, after Lin Jianxing defeated the 5 immortals of the celestial court, he did not explain himself. He was happy that people thought he was a demonic path force. He was a sword path pseudo-venerable, what did he have to fear? Did he have to fear other Western Desert super forces? What a joke! Thus, the ones who wanted Lin Jianxing to clarify that he and Lin clan were righteous path forces were these Western Desert super forces. This way, Lin clan would be restricted by the righteous path super forces, unable to act freely. But so what if he clarified himself, wasn't Lin clan previously a righteous path super force? But if the celestial court wanted to attack them, they could. The latter was the #1 righteous path super force in the world, on the contrary, becoming a demonic path was more suitable for Lin clan to annex and expand. Of course, Lin Jianxing could not resist the attacks of venerables. But if he could not resist, did he have to give up? In Lin Jianxing's mind, there was no such logic. Precisely because he was weak, he could do his best to become stronger, to become an expert. Precisely because he would be bullied, he had to grab on to any hope to resist and become stronger. Lin Jianxing thought like this, and also acted like this. He had already made ample mental preparations, even if a venerable came to deal with him in the future, he would bear the consequences. As long as he could preserve his life, he would join another venerable, perhaps he could even turn his misfortune into fortune, obtaining the venerable's support and achieving greater things. After Lin Jianxing sent off 9 spiritual fairy, he did not return to his headquarters, but continued to head north, deep into northern plains. He concealed himself and flew swiftly. Not long after, he arrived at the forbidden area of the Flower Forest. Flower Forest Forbidden Area was one of the 10 great forbidden areas of northern plains, countless mushrooms grew inside. These mushrooms were as large as trees, forming a vast forest. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the forest, their fragrance permeated the air, forming a dense fog. Every time the moon was full and night fell, the fragrant fog would condense and turn into liquid that flowed around the roots of the mushroom trees. The fragrance flowed and nourished these mushroom trees, allowing them to grow even stronger. Like other forbidden areas, there were countless desolate beast groups living here, including many immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. Sui Hui had been hiding in Flower Forest Forbidden Area for the last few days. It was a legendary immemorial desolate beast, it could enter the forbidden area and settle down. It was much more convenient and suitable than Gu Immortals. Zui Yihui was hiding in Flower Forest. He had his own motives. He was after none other than Yu Tianguang, who was imprisoned in Longevity Heaven. He wanted to save the latter, and Flower Forest Forbidden Area was a rare Northern Plains forbidden area. Not only could it hide him, it was also the closest to Longevity Heaven. I am going. I will have to rely on you two now. Don't think of escaping. I have my methods on you. You do not have Huang Jin bloodline. Who can save you? Before Zui Yihui left, he did not forget to warn Lu Qingming and Su Guang. These two Gu Immortals were unlucky people. They wanted to leave Northern Plains and go to Western Desert to develop, but they were kidnapped by Zui Yihui and brought to Flower Forest Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Area was extremely dangerous. With their strength, they could not escape. If not for Zui Yihui's protection, they would not even survive a day in this Forbidden Area. Of course not. Our lives are in your hands. We will do our best. We will not slack off. Facing Zui Yihui's warning, Lu Qingming quickly replied. Zui Yihui snorted coldly. Its huge body turned into a pool of black liquid. It drilled into the ground and vanished. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were helpless. They could only follow Zui Yihui's instructions. They stepped into an immortal formation and slowly activated it. The immortal formation's power slowly seeped out. The entire process was silent. This was the specialty of Dark Path. As time passed, the immemorial desolate beast groups around Flower Forest Forbidden Area started to become restless. Especially when Zui Yihui had done something to the beast leaders, but they did not notice it. Most Gu Immortals could not do this. Zui Yihui was a legendary Dark Path immemorial desolate beast. It could be said to be the #1 Dark Path Gu cultivator. It used all of its methods. Not long after, the immemorial beast groups started to roar in anger. The beast groups lacked intelligence. They were wary of each other and influenced each other. Soon, they started to riot. Groups of immemorial beast groups started to move under the influence of the immortal formation. They completely disrupted the order of the entire forbidden area, creating a huge beast tide. This wave of beasts broke through the borders of the forbidden flower forest and swept towards the nearby golden tribes. The Huangjin tribes were shocked. They quickly reported to Longevity Heaven and asked for reinforcements. In this situation, Lin Jianqing arrived above Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Long before the Huangjin tribes asked for help, Longevity Heaven had already detected the disturbance in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Longevity Heaven was guarded by Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan discussed with Yao Huang and the Eight Extremities. The disturbance in the Forbidden Area is no small matter. We need to save it. In my opinion, we need to find out the reason for the disturbance. Maybe because the sun was destroyed and spectral heaven was formed, light path weakened while dark path flourished. And the flower forest forbidden area itself has abundant dark path Dao marks. After discussing for a while, Bing Sichuan personally went to investigate the forbidden area, while the rest continued to guard Longevity Heaven. The reason for this arrangement was because Bing Sichuan had a time path killer move that could trace back to the past and see the truth of the past. Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance opened. Bing Sichuan's body turned into a flash of cold light as he flew down towards the flower forest forbidden area. Meanwhile, Zui Yihui was already hiding in spectral heaven, near the entrance of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture. He watched as the entrance opened and closed. He did not move. The opening of the entrance was a good opportunity to enter and exit the grotto heaven, but it was very eye-catching. Even if Zui Yihui had concealment methods, he could not do that. Every time the immortal aperture's entrance opened, the Gu immortals in the immortal aperture would be the most concerned about it. If Zui Yihui did that, he would be exposing himself, he would be looking for trouble, he would not care about Bing Sichuan at all. Zui Yihui did not want to fight him head-on. Even though he was a great legendary immemorial beast, compared to Longevity Heaven and Giant Sun Immortal, he was nothing. From start to finish, he had never thought of going in to save Yu Tianguang. Saving people was a technical skill. If he tried to do it forcefully, he might end up getting himself killed instead. Zui Yihui continued to conceal himself as he activated his killer move. This is a rare opportunity. Giant Sun Immortal is fighting the other three venerables. He has no time to spare. Flower Forest Forbidden Area has also lured out a rank 8 expert. The location of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance has also been exposed. I need to hurry. Sui Hui and Yu Tianguang had a mystical connection. Using this connection, Sui Hui's dark path killer moves started to show their effects. Within Longevity Heaven, Yu Tianguang was imprisoned in Calamity Luck Altar. Suddenly sensing something, Yu Tianguang lowered his head and looked at his heart. After that, he came to his senses, raised his head, roared, and started to struggle fiercely. The Calamity Luck Altar shook continuously. The members of the 8 extremities were standing guard outside. Seeing this, they quickly acted and suppressed Yu Tianguang. Yu Tianguang, you've tried so many times, but you still don't understand that you can't break free from Calamity Luck Altar by yourself? Surrender to my Longevity Heaven is your only way out. As long as you pledge allegiance to my Longevity Heaven, you will receive the protection of the Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang shouted, return my rank 9 light goo. The 8 extremities urged again, blessed heavenly light goo has always been wild, it is currently residing in your body, how can it be yours? Not bad. Our Giant Sun Immortal fought against 2 venerables to obtain this goo, it belongs to my Longevity Heaven. You should thank our Lord Immortal Venerable and Crown Prince, if not for them, you might have died to Star Constellation or Feng Yuan already. Yu Tianguang's aura weakened from the suppression, but he still shouted, return my light goo, I will consider surrendering. The 8 extremities looked at each other, they shook their heads and increased the suppression of Calamity Luck Altar. In the end, Yu Tianguang was filled with unwillingness, resentment, and anger. His strength was exhausted, and he was suppressed. But this time, he had a new hope. Brother, I am here to save you, we need to plan properly. A lump of black liquid appeared in Yu Tianguang's heart, it turned into a tiny Sui Hui. Sui Hui paused before continuing, this killer move of mine has been modified, it will accumulate strength in your body. When it accumulates enough, you can use my strength to burst forth. When the time comes, I'll cooperate with you outside the Longevity Heaven and create an opening together. Yu Tianguang was not assured, Giant Sun Immortal is not to be underestimated, pay attention to him, don't get yourself killed. Sui Hui told Yu Tianguang about the situation. Yu Tianguang was overjoyed, the 4 venerables will fight for a long time. This is the best chance for me to escape. It is a pity that your arrangements in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area only drew out Bing Sai Chuan. Longevity Heaven is probably being cautious against Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's 3 clones are wreaking havoc in Central Continent, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation is already beyond recognition. Sui Hui analyzed. The 2 legendary immemorial beasts communicated secretly, no one in Longevity Heaven noticed them. Back to the day, Bing Sai Chuan left Longevity Heaven and flew towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. He investigated along the way, getting closer to the location where Sui Hui set up the Immortal Formation. This is bad. Inside the Immortal Formation, Lu Qingming and Su Guang controlled the formation, they sensed Bing Sai Chuan's traces. Their expressions were ashen, they knew the situation was dire. Once they were discovered by Bing Sai Chuan, they would not be able to escape. The 2 immortals thought of surrendering, but they were hit by Sui Hui's Dark Path method, if they tried to surrender, the Dark Path method would activate and take their lives. But the 2 had to activate the Immortal Formation to expand the Beast Tide, they could not stop for even a moment. Otherwise, the Dark Path methods on his body would also be activated, and the 2 of them would be killed cleanly. Sui Hui is using us as cannon fodder. Sigh, I never thought that today would be the day of our deaths. Just as the 2 were in despair, a turning point appeared. Who is it? Bing Sai Chuan stopped moving, his eyes shined with cold light as he was on full alert. Lin Jianqing's heart jumped. He had concealed himself and come to the Flower Forest Forbidden Area with the objective of obtaining some rare immortal materials to help him perfect Sword Forest. But he found out that a beast tide had appeared. This was good news for Lin Jianqing. In this chaotic situation, it was more suitable for him to fish in troubled waters. Lin Jianqing went deep into the Forbidden Area and met Bing Sai Chuan. Even though he had pseudo-venerable battle strength, he was not proficient in concealment methods. Thankfully, Bing Sai Chuan stopped on the spot, after looking around, he shook his head. Maybe I saw wrongly? Bing Sai Chuan muttered, he continued to move forward and continued to investigate. He did not find any signs of human activity in this beast tide, but he also did not find the source of the beast tide. Thus, he followed the various traces and gradually approached the dark Tao immortal formation. Right at this time, a group of four-legged white-scaled snakes flew over. The white-scaled snakes were already raging. After discovering Bing Sichuan, they charged over without hesitation. Bing Sichuan's pupils shrunk. He was about to kill the snakes when a sword chi shot towards him from the left. Bing Sichuan was not surprised. He quickly blocked the sword chi and said to Lin Jianxing, there is someone, Lin Jianxing. Bing Sichuan recognized Lin Jianxing's identity when he said the latter half of his sentence. Ever since the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were defeated by Lin Jianxing, his appearance and voice had spread far and wide. Bing Sichuan, who was on Longevity Heaven's side, was naturally aware of this. In an instant, Bing Sichuan frowned. Immortal friend Lin Jianxing, are you going to make things difficult for my Longevity Heaven? Lin Jianxing frowned as well, yet he looked at the group of white-scaled snakes and said frankly, the tongues of these white-scaled snakes are immortal materials of the sword Tao that I need, and I came here for them as well. I hope that immortal friend Bing Sichuan will be magnanimous. Is that so? Bing Sichuan was very suspicious, but Lin Jianxing was a pseudo-venerable after all. He did not want to start a war. These white-scaled snakes are indeed rare resources. However, there is no need to worry, fellow immortal Lin Jianxing. The celestial longevity plane has many storehouses. If immortal friend is interested, I am willing to form a good relationship with you and give these treasures to you. Oh? Lin Jianxing raised his eyebrows. He was about to consider when a large group of immemorial desolate beasts charged over. The scene became chaotic. The white-scaled snakes were only ancient desolate beasts. They were not the match of these immemorial desolate beasts. But they could not dodge in time. Their formation was broken by the immemorial desolate beasts. Lin Jianxing had to take action and deal with these immemorial desolate beasts. He tried to take out the tongues of the white-scaled snakes. Bing Sichuan watched from the side while contacting Longevity Heaven to send Northern Plains and Western Deserts harem. He would not believe Lin Jianxing's words easily. Against a pseudo-venerable, he had to send out immortal gu houses to defend them. Giant Sun Immortal had been searching for beauties back then. He had set up 5 harems in the 5 regions. They were all immortal gu houses. Several of the 8 extremities received the order and flew out of Longevity Heaven with their immortal gu houses. Cui Hui saw this and was both suspicious and happy. Honestly speaking, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had not been discovered until now. It was already out of Cui Hui's expectations. And now, Longevity Heaven sent out 2 more immortal gu houses and several gu immortals. They were clearly flying towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Cui Hui could not understand this. But no matter what, his situation was much better than before. A moment later, Yu Tianguang roared as he unleashed his accumulated dark path strength. The 8 extremities guarding this place were caught off guard. Yu Tianguang found an opening and attacked fiercely. After more than 10 breaths of time, he got out of Calamity Luck Altar. But he did not escape. He followed his senses and flew towards a secret place. The 8 extremities guarding this place were shocked. Oh no! That is the Crown Prince's closed cultivation area. Yao Huang had already come out of the Blood Sea. He wanted to stop Yu Tianguang but he was too late. He and Mao Liqiu who had just arrived saw. Yu Tianguang took Light Emperor away. Light Emperor's body was nurturing rank 9 light gu. Even though he suffered such a huge change, his eyes were shut, he did not move, he was like a statue, he had lost all senses of the outside world. Don't provoke me, I will crush him to death. Yu Tianguang shouted. The surrounding gu cultivators hesitated, they could not advance or retreat. Don't kill him, otherwise, when Lord Giant Sun Immortal returns, you will die. Friend Yu Tianguang, we can discuss this, calm down. Quick, call Bing Sichuan and the others back. While the Longevity Heaven gu immortals were panicking, Yu Tianguang attacked again. Cui Hui was not hiding anymore. The 2 cooperated extremely well. They tore a hole in the formation. This hole was not big, but Yu Tianguang had a method. He first swallowed the Light Monarch in one gulp, and then his figure transformed into a ball of light. He forcefully squeezed into the opening, and then flowed out into the outside world. After coming out, the light turned into Yu Tianguang's light again. Longevity Heaven's gu immortals chased after them. Seeing Yu Tianguang and Cui Hui, their expressions turned ugly. We fell for it. Yao Huang stomped his feet in anger. Bing Sichuan received the news and squinted at Lin Jianxing. So that's it, Brother Lin and Zui Yihui are working together. What do you mean? Lin Jianxing was confused. Meanwhile, in Heaven Path Dream Realm battlefield. What? Giant Sun Immortal was concentrating on fighting Feng Yuan. Hearing this news, his heart sank. This seems to be caused by my flying yellow killer move. The luck path connection made Giant Sun Immortal feel a little dazed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to explain to himself, but he could not. This killer move of mine should be correct, right? I rarely used it in the previous life. Recently, I've made some improvements to this move. Indeed, it should, probably, not be a problem. Taoist Giant Sun, what happened? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She was very sensitive to changes in emotions. She asked directly. Oh, nothing. Giant Sun Immortal felt a little depressed, but he waved his hand on the surface. Author's note, the Qidian 515 event is in its final 4 hours. According to the management team, the top 10 will get 500 fan titles. The benefits are quite good. Those who are not participating in the event can participate, complete the daily missions, and you will have a chance to get a fan title. The rules for obtaining fan titles are, the top 300 of a battle team will get it, the next 200 will be given out randomly. Right now, the 11th place is quite close, everyone should try to stay at 10th place and charge. Heaven and earth were torn apart like a huge open mouth. Boundless thunderbolts bombarded the area in a frenzy, fighting against the violent tornadoes. Meng Qiuzhen was floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. Lightning, come! He shouted. At the next moment, countless lightning balls fell from the sky, crashing into the tornadoes and causing a deafening explosion. More than 10 tornadoes were destroyed, but there were still over 100 tornadoes that were like pillars that supported the small world. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth, realizing the crucial point. He had to find the exact location of this Dream Realm land spirit as soon as possible and deal a targeted attack. Otherwise, even if he could destroy so many tornadoes, he would have to use all his strength. It would not be beneficial for his Dream Realm exploration. With Feng Yuan's main body protecting him, after that close shave, Meng Qiuzhen did not encounter any more mishaps. He continued to explore Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did he raise his Heaven Path attainment level, his strength in the Dream Realm Immortal Aperture also rose rapidly. From a land spirit to a celestial court, his methods were completely different from before. Meng Qiuzhen could now manipulate the heavenly power of heaven and earth. He could already form tribulation-like powers. Moreover, he found that Heaven Path Dream Realms would annex each other, bringing him endless risks and opportunities in his exploration. Ice, come! Meng Qiuzhen saw an opportunity. His 2 small hands turned into palms and pressed down. Hailstones rained down from the sky. It was extremely violent. In just a few breaths of time, the hailstones grew larger. Some were the size of small mountains. These hailstones crashed into the tornadoes, but most of them were quickly swept away. The dark green tornadoes were soon dyed with a layer of blue-white frost chi. Their spinning speed fell drastically. So it is here. Meng Qiuzhen succeeded in creating a flaw. He found a white feather flying fish hidden in the leftmost tornado. This white feather flying fish was the heavenly spirit of another Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. Heaven Path Dream Realms annexed each other. The manifestation in the Dream Realms was the annexation of 2 Dream Realm Immortal Apertures. As the heavenly spirit of a Dream Realm Immortal Aperture, Meng Qiuzhen had to control his own Dream Realm Immortal Aperture to suppress and annex the other party's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. There was a crucial step in this, and that was to find the other party's heavenly spirit and then completely destroy it. Die. Meng Qiuzhen continued to use his methods, causing flying fish heavenly spirit to become dizzy. Lightning, rain, meteors, lava, and other attacks later, the flying fish heavenly spirit was destroyed by Meng Qiuzhen. Without the support of the heavenly spirit, although the tornadoes still existed, they had dispersed and changed directions at will. They were no longer as orderly as before, and the threat level immediately dropped to the bottom. At the same time, Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture also increased the speed of annexing enemy Dream Realm Immortal Apertures. Once the flying fish heavenly spirit was eliminated, it would be like a general being beheaded in the midst of an army of 10,000. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would fall into chaos and collapse. Meng Qiuzhen continued to press on, eventually expanding his dream realm immortal aperture by another half. The increase in wind path Dao marks is not bad. Another dream realm immortal aperture has come into contact. Meng Qiuzhen did not have time to rest before he saw a faint red shadow appearing outside his dream realm immortal aperture. The faint red shadow covered heaven and earth, covering the sun and moon as it crashed into Meng Qiuzhen's dream realm immortal aperture. The immortal aperture's regional wall shattered, while the two dream realm immortal apertures connected. They also started the bitter process of annexing each other. Wait a minute, this heavenly spirit seems different. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly. He found that the other party was very astute and had many methods. They were not inferior to Meng Qiuzhen. Don't tell me, profound literature grotto heaven. Qi tides moved and formed countless qi monsters that covered heaven and earth. It was a huge calamity. A large number of mortals lived in profound literature grotto heaven. Under the assault of the qi monsters, they turned into corpses. Damn it. We have to persevere. These qi monsters are endless, when will they end? Profound literature grotto heaven's Gu immortals resisted with all their strength. Old immortal Hua Yu even personally fought. They barely managed to maintain the situation. This was not a heavenly tribulation or heavenly tribulation, it was a qi path killer move that Qi Si ancestor used to attack the starry sky calculation formation. The starry sky calculation formation had a large number of formation cores. After the immortal Gu in the formation cores were destroyed by Feng Yuan's 3 clones, the formation bases were exposed. These formation bases were profound literature grotto heaven, skeleton grotto heaven, and so on. As long as these grotto heavens were destroyed, the starry sky calculation formation would lose its foundation and vanish completely. If we had known this, why would we have tried so many ways to escape? Sigh, it is too late now. Now, we can only hope that Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has enough methods to protect our homeland. These grotto heaven Gu immortals felt regret to some extent. Rumble, with a loud explosion, qi currents surged like a stampede of horses. Qi Si ancestor gradually appeared in skeleton grotto heaven. Granny Skeleton was deeply shocked, but before she could save him, many rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court also arrived in skeleton grotto heaven with their immortal Gu houses. Without any delay, a huge battle erupted, heaven and earth shook, Qi Si boiled, golden light shot out, jade water filled the sky, a large number of killer moves were activated, the aftershocks caused a huge number of casualties. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi Si ancestor accumulated his advantage and could finally use this move easily. With one move, heaven and earth shook, several immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court were heavily injured, one of them was destroyed on the spot. Qin Dingling and the rest were heavily injured and coughed out blood. Persevere. Qin Dingling shouted. Watch me. Che Wei was valiant, fighting attacks with attacks. Qi Si ancestor was hit by his killer move, his injuries were not light. Immortal killer move, Qi Ju revival. At the next moment, a large number of Qi Path immortal materials were expended. Qi Si ancestor rapidly recovered. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court saw this and turned pale. Time to end this. Qi Si ancestor grunted as he activated his killer move, Hu elevation. The energy pillar that overflowed into the heavens was grand and terrifying. It fiercely smashed out, directly splitting the heavens and earth, piercing through the entire skeleton paradise. Granny Skeleton's eyes were wide open, she could not dodge in time and was destroyed by the Qi pillar, leaving nothing behind. Skeleton grotto heaven was heavily damaged, winds of assimilation started to appear. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court quickly retreated through the huge hole as Qi Si ancestor chased after them relentlessly. Star Constellation's Will, who was inside Embroidered Tower, saw this and was about to make a move when Zhan Budu charged into the formation space. It was here after all. Wu Shuai was relieved. The enslavement path killer move that he modified manipulated the ant group to infiltrate the depths of the starry sky calculation formation, creating a path for Zhan Budu to squeeze into the formation space. The Gu immortals in the formation space were mainly from the 10 great ancient sects. Even though they were all elites, they were inferior to the members of Celestial Court. Even the Gu immortals of Celestial Court could not deal with pseudo-venerables, not to mention them. At once, Zhan Budu was like a tiger that entered a flock of sheep, creating a storm of blood. Star constellations will sighed, she could only give up on dealing with Qixi ancestor and personally activated embroidered tower to block Zhang Budu. After a period of stalemate, Fang Yuan's 3 clones finally broke the deadlock. They continued to destroy the starry sky calculation formation like a hot knife through butter. Celestial Court's side was forced to retreat, they could not stabilize their footing. This situation was immediately transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she activated 2 human path killer moves. One was called Hope of the People, the other was called Heroes Among People. Divine Emperor City, which was at the largest node of Central Continent's human network, suddenly burst out with countless white lights, specks and lumps, like candlelight. There were countless of them. The specks of light were like fishes swimming or birds returning to their nests. They gathered and attached themselves to the goo immortals inside the starry sky calculation formation, forming a dense white halo. Next, the white halo started to weaken rapidly, while the goo immortals' auras rose rapidly. Just like during the Fate War, they received a huge amplification once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this move after all. It did not exceed Lord Alliance Leader's expectations. Lu Weiyin looked at Divine Emperor City not far away with an excited expression. She is using the same move again, it is a sign that she is out of tricks. Shen Shang smiled lightly as he attacked Divine Emperor City with Lu Weiyin. Genesis Lotus Will and Qing Chou were defending Divine Emperor City. After being attacked by 2 experts, they could only stop supporting the 2 human path killer moves and start to defend themselves. Remote Heaven Battlefield. The white halo formed by human path killer moves also enveloped Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Both of them received amplification, their strength rose greatly. As expected of a human path method, even a venerable like me can benefit from it. Giant Sun Immortal praised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply. Heaven Path Dream Realms are almost depleted, we have lost this battle. Author's note, adjusted some plot lines to make them more compact. The entire plot has been changed, causing today's update to be delayed. Sorry. In the Battle of Heaven Path Dream Realms, Fang Yuan initiated the battle. In this battle, Fang Yuan used new killer moves like ear-shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound, Permitha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, and Heavenly Ghost Concealment. 7 Killings Rainbow, Tongue Sword Dragon Soul, and other killer moves were greatly modified, while concealing obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web. Thus, in the early stages of the battle, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had to work together to resist him. But because Fang Yuan had to protect Meng Qiuxin, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had Chaotic Will Scattering Dream, gradually gained the initiative. At the same time, Fang Yuan's dominance also made Giant Sun Immortal wary. No matter how Fang Yuan persuaded, Giant Sun Immortal was determined to stop Fang Yuan from obtaining Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not waver. Fang Yuan mobilized his subordinates to attack various important areas in Central Continent, to make things difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw through Fang Yuan's scheme. She did not retreat to Central Continent. To continue hiding his strength and feign a lack of immortal essence, Fang Yuan angered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and lured him to participate in the battle. Meanwhile, he used Heavenly Ghost Concealment to become half an ally of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. Because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's interference, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not exert enough pressure on Fang Yuan. On the contrary, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was constantly disturbed by Fang Yuan. She could not threaten Meng Qiuxin. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used 2 human path killer moves, she could not change the situation. The battle fell into a stalemate. As time passed, the Heaven Path Dream Realms devoured each other. Most of them were absorbed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's gains in this battle far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In contrast, of the 2 venerables, one lost his eldest son and rank 9 light goo. The other's starry sky calculation formation that he had painstakingly created was almost destroyed. More than 10 Central Continent goo immortals were slaughtered. The members of the Celestial Court were in a dangerous situation. This made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable realize, Fang Yuan had won this battle. No matter how pathetic he looked, he was the one who benefited the most. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan still has trump cards, Or if he really lacks immortal essence, the most crucial factor in this battle is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the heavily injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She felt indignance, anger, and helplessness. She had wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago, but she had not succeeded. There had been a good opportunity last time, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan had covered for it. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was able to survive. In this battle, Fang Yuan made use of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to gain huge benefits. It also proved that he had great foresight. 80% of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were borne in place of Fang Yuan. He only had less than 1,000 arms left now. His huge body had shrunk by 60%, even his roars were hoarse. Maybe this is the time to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts moved. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge obstacle. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she knew better than anyone else that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was filled with providence, could no longer be controlled by her. Sometimes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable admired Fang Yuan's craftiness. The latter had successfully turned Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into half an ally. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind, under Fang Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment Killer move, he was more resolute and easier to use than ordinary allies. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but look at Giant Sun Immortal. Even though the two of them worked together, Giant Sun Immortal still had his guard up against her. Looking back at this battle, even though Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength, he did not have much effect against Fang Yuan. He even caused Central Continent a huge loss. Comparisons were the worst. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would rather have an ally in a daze than a clear-headed Giant Sun Immortal. But now, to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she needed to rely on Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately transmitted, "Giant Sun, there is no need to care about this Fang Yuan now. Let's work together and get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The results of today's battle are right in front of us. We cannot let this Venerable continue to live." Giant Sun Immortal agreed with this. He felt that the reason why he could not deal with Fang Yuan was because the latter was using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's strength. With these two working together, he felt a headache. Of course, the reason why Fang Yuan could work together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was because of Heavenly Ghost Concealment. As long as this move was broken, the alliance between Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul would be severed. But Giant Sun Immortal knew that if he cracked it now, Fang Yuan would be able to modify it the next time. Originally, as a refinement path venerable, Giant Sun Immortal did not think highly of Fang Yuan's modification attainment. But after this battle, after being baptized by killer moves like Year's Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound and Permetha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, Giant Sun Immortal completely changed his view. Now, from his perspective, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was above his. In fact, among the venerables of the past, other than Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only one below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not want to play the senseless game of deciphering, modifying, deciphering, modifying, deciphering, and modifying with Fang Yuan. Getting rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed a good idea. This way, we can get rid of him once and for all. Fang Yuan will have no more allies. Giant Sun Immortal transmitted to Star Constellation. Furthermore, Fang Yuan is lacking immortal essence now, but we are different. It will be much more difficult for him to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he tries to protect him, he might fall into danger if he is not careful. By then, we can target him instead. We can even create a chance to kill this heaven-refining Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not as optimistic as Giant Sun Immortal. She replied, "Fang Yuan will not put himself in danger just to protect Spectral Soul." The two venerables came to an agreement. They focused their attacks on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As expected, they did it. Fang Yuan immediately showed a difficult expression, but he was actually getting more excited in his heart. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fought with the two venerables, with Fang Yuan's help, both sides would suffer heavy losses. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would most likely die. After all, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was filled with providence. He lost his rationality, he could not even use his immortal killer moves properly, he was at a huge disadvantage. But this way, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be greatly weakened. This was the best chance to get rid of the two venerables, as long as they did not escape back to their headquarters. After Fang Yuan used his full strength, he would be able to get rid of one of them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, while Giant Sun Immortal wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also plotting to get rid of these two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked by the two venerables, his injuries worsened, many of his thick black arms were cut off, he only had 200 or 300 of them left. Go! Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shot out a golden meteor. The meteor landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, smashing one of his heads. Out of his 3 heads, only one was left. He was forced into a desperate situation, he was surrounded by danger, but Fang Yuan was still attacking at a steady pace. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared, his body suddenly burned with an icy blue fire. But this fire was not hot at all, instead, it gave off an intense icy cold energy. The temperature of the air fell rapidly. Rank 9 Fire Goo could not sit still anymore, sensing that its host's life was in danger, it finally showed its might, it was a Rank 9 Fire Goo after all. The 3 venerables retreated together, even Fang Yuan who had Heavenly Ghost Concealment was the same. Fang Yuan could deceive Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with his killer move, but he could not deceive Rank 9 Fire Goo. After all, the latter was a goo worm, not a soul beast. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stopped moving, the blue fire on his body spread rapidly, forcing the 3 venerables to retreat. The fire spread to the surroundings of the Heaven Path Dream Realms, the size of the Heaven Path Dream Realms shrunk rapidly, they were about to be destroyed by the fire. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he thought, recorded that the Dream Realms are countered by fire goo, it seems that it is true. He felt great regret. His Heaven Path attainment level had already risen from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster in the fight between the venerables. Furthermore, he had not just stepped into Great Grandmaster realm, he had deep accumulations in this level. If Fang Yuan absorbed all of the Heaven Path Dream Realms here, he might even advance to Supreme Grandmaster. Even if he did not, there was still a high chance of him becoming a quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. However, after being burned by fire goo, more than half of the remaining Heaven Path Dream Realms were destroyed. This is an opportunity, Giant Sun. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the initiative to activate Chaotic while scattering Dream. Giant Sun Immortal did not protect Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he charged towards these Heaven Path Dream Realms instead. Fang Yuan was caught in a dilemma. In an instant, he made up his mind, he gave up on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and charged towards Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was obstructed by Fang Yuan, the 2 venerables fought intensely. During this process, the Heaven Path Dream Realms were burned intensely by the fire, almost nothing was left. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Yingwu Xia, or Meng Qiu Shen, they were all burned out. When Fang Yuan obstructed Giant Sun, he also approached the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Seeing this, he quickly turned around and gave up on Giant Sun Immortal, approaching his Dream Path clone. Meng Qiushen's eyes were shut, he had not woken up yet. Giant Sun Immortal saw that Fang Yuan had turned around and left, he shouted furiously, Fang Yuan, you are so arrogant. I will make you pay the price. At the next moment, hundreds of golden meteors shot out with terrifying power, heaven and earth changed color. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally succeeded in activating Chaotic while scattering Dream for the second time. She aimed directly at Meng Qiushen. Boom 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 boom, the golden meteors landed on Fang Yuan and Meng Qiushen, thunderous explosions shook heaven and earth. Terrifying air currents surged in all directions. The golden light quickly faded, Fang Yuan and Meng Qiushen flew down at an extremely fast speed. Giant Sun Immortal's eyes widened, he saw that Fang Yuan was unharmed. What defensive killer move was this? Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fang Yuan was flying towards Central Continent. As for Meng Qiushen, he had already woken up, using Dream Armor Goo to protect himself. At the same time, a layer of rippling reverse flow protection seal appeared on his body. After Fang Yuan's modification, reverse flow protection seal could be used to help others, it was no longer limited to himself. With 2 layers of protection, Meng Qiuzhen was completely fine even though he was hit by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move. Damn you, Fang Yuan. At once, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned ugly. Fang Yuan's move was ingenious. He brought Meng Qiuzhen to Central Continent, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable into a dilemma. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to fight with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan would take the chance to open his immortal aperture and keep Meng Qiuzhen inside, before wreaking havoc in Central Continent. In Central Continent's battlefield, Celestial Quartz side was already in danger. The Starry Sky Calculation formation was broken, 80% of it was destroyed. Divine Emperor City was attacked by Xianxia and Lu Weiyin. They could not even maintain their human path killer moves anymore. In this situation, if Fang Yuan's main body made a move, he would definitely cause an unimaginable massacre in Central Continent and even the Celestial Court. In an instant, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was the #1 person in Wisdom Path, made a decision. She sighed as she said to Giant Sun Immortal, Fang Yuan is extremely crafty, he wants to use this method to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's life. We cannot fall for it. I will chase after him, I will not give him any chance to keep the Dream Path clone in his aperture. Giant Sun, I hope that you can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal knew clearly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this was Fang Yuan's scheme, but she still fell for it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to make things difficult for Fang Yuan, but she wanted to protect Central Continent. But Giant Sun Immortal did not mind. If it were him, he would also protect the Huangjin bloodline of Northern Plains and fall for it. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal nodded and said firmly, in today's battle, between Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fang Yuan, one of them will die. Giant Sun Immortal's cooperation made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. At the crucial moment, Giant Sun Immortal still had a clear mind and made a wise decision. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately accelerated and chased after Fang Yuan. Within the Starry Sky Calculation formation's formation space, the Demon Judgment Board retreated. On the Devil Judgment Board, Guyue Fangjing and Red Heart Traveler were both sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and they revealed a hint of panic as they concentrated. At this moment, the former and current Demon Judgment Board lords had joined hands, but they were all at a disadvantage. What was forcing the Demon Judgment Board to retreat again and again? Be careful, he's approaching again. Scarlet Heart Traveler, who was mainly responsible for controlling the Demon Judgment Board, suddenly warned. Jean Budu's cloak fluttered behind him as he flew. When he activated the incomplete freedom transformation, he was a genuine beast in human form. Even the Demon Judgment Board found it hard to withstand one of his attacks. When Guyue Fangjing received Red Heart Traveler's reminder, he immediately quivered and anxiously shouted, then again. In the next moment, the Demon Judgment Board exploded with a bloody light. The bloody light was like a tide, instantly spreading thousands of steps. The scarlet blood light was mixed with endless coldness. If Jean Budu wanted to get close to the Demon Judgment Board, he would have to charge into the bloody light. Unavoidably, his movement slowed down abruptly. This move again. Jean Budu could not help but have a strange expression. He had already been obstructed by this blood path killer move 3 times in a row. Demon Judgment Board took advantage of the fact that Jean Budu's speed was falling to pull open a safe distance again. And the one who did this was Guyue Fangjing. Red Heart Traveler looked at Guyue Fangjing with a gratified expression, showing clear admiration. The killer move Guyue Fangjing used was blood gradually colding, but he was so closely connected to the Demon Judgment Board that it was as if blood gradually colding was the killer move of the Demon Judgment Board itself. This was an extremely ingenious creation. None of the previous Demon Judgment Board lords had managed to do this. Speaking of which, Red Heart Traveler was Guyue Fangjing's master. But the reason why he took him in as a disciple was not voluntary, it was more due to the orders of the higher-ups and his own benefits. Thus, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guyue Fangjing had always been bad, he did not put this disciple in his heart. But now, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guyue Fangjing had changed greatly. Handing Demon Judgment Board to you was not wrong. Fangjing, you need to work harder in the future. Red Heart Traveler encouraged. Ah, yes, I will engrave Master's words in my heart. Guyue Fangjing was a little surprised, but he soon sighed. I entered the derivation formation and came into contact with the essence of painting path. I modified the killer move blood gradually colding. After going through Demon Judgment Board, its power rose sharply and can freeze the blood of rank 8 Gu immortal experts to death. But when it comes to Zhang Budu, it can only obstruct him for a little while. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, encouraging, "It is not that you are not outstanding, but the opponent is too strong. He is one of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clones after all." When his brother Guyue Fangyuan was mentioned, Fangjing heaved a deep sigh again. His emotions were complex and indescribable. "Alright, we need to hold back Zhang Budu, we cannot let him destroy the formation space too quickly." Red Heart Traveler could not conceal the worry in his heart. Sigh, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clone is still Qi Ancestor. I hope Lady Qin Dingling can delay him. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's formation base was set up in the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. There were only a few of these Grotto Heavens left. It could be said that Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was the final pillar. Qi currents surged like an ocean covering the sky. Qi Ancestor looked down at everyone from the sky. Qin Dingling, Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the rest were either controlling immortal Gu houses or floating in the air. They were all looking at Qi Ancestor with extremely solemn expressions. Up until now, Qi Ancestor had displayed the strongest battle strength among pseudo-venerables in the current era, especially when Hu Eng's move could forcefully destroy a Grotto Heaven. No one could resist it. Be it Qin Dingling's luck path, Che Wei's weapon path, Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the other older generation celestial court experts risking their lives to fight, or Zhou Xiong Xian, 9 spiritual fairy, and the rest's constant harassment, they could not stop Qi Ancestor from destroying the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Magnificence Du Pill. Wuandan was constantly activating his Pill Path Killer Move to heal the Celestial Court's immortals. He still had a life extension pill that could forcefully extend the life of others, even if the target had already suffered a fatal blow. This was the result of him entering the derivation formation. In this battle, if not for Wuandan's spectacular performance, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals would not have lasted for so long. Be it Wuandan or the other Celestial Court Gu immortals, they had made considerable progress, but Qi Ancestor had become even stronger. He could almost match Duke Long at the final moment of the Fate War. Qi currents surged and suddenly turned into countless giant dragons that scattered. They gave up on the Celestial Court's immortals and attacked Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu cried out in grief, "Lord Feng Yuan, are you really going to kill us all?" Before he finished speaking, tears were already falling down his face. Duke Tong shouted, "Everyone, don't be shaken, don't rashly save the mortals. This demon is using our compassion to mess with our minds. Once we split up, we will definitely be destroyed by him. It is up to us now." 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch suddenly transmitted to Shabi 95. "Master, are we going to use that move? But we are not proficient enough in our practice. There is no other way, we can only try. We need to exert pressure to disrupt him, otherwise, once Qi Ancestor finds a chance, he will use the killer move Hu Elevation again." 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch said as he activated his killer move. Shabi 95 breathed in deeply and also activated its Gu worms. The two's auras connected. Shabi 95 suddenly turned into a grand Qi that poured towards 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. The round-headed and big-eared 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch opened his nose and inhaled this grand Qi. His body expanded rapidly. When he absorbed all of the Qi into his body, he turned into a giant that could support heaven and earth. The giant 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch pounced. With a loud sound, he crashed into the huge Qi and stirred up countless Qi currents. Qi Ancestor's body shook uncontrollably. He almost lost control of the boundless Qi. The giant 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch opened his nose and inhaled continuously in the Qi. The Qi rapidly shrunk and entered his stomach. "We need to hurry up." 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch is using Shabi 95's special trait to absorb all the Qi outside. He cannot last for long. Once he reaches his limit, he will self-detonate. The Celestial Court Gu immortals who knew the details of this move quickly moved out and attacked. Qi Ancestor was attacked alone. He first pushed with his palms, creating a 100 feet tall Qi wall that obstructed the Celestial Courts attacks. Next, he waved his arm, chi blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed at Duke Tong and 9 spiritual fairy, causing them to vomit blood and retreat. The chi currents became grand and majestic. Chi-Si ancestor was about to attack again, but 7 fiendish primeval monarch ignored his own life and started to devour the chi currents again. Chi-Si ancestor snorted coldly as he used Yin great killer move, sending 7 fiendish primeval monarch flying like a ball. He used finger flick to hit Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, Old Immortal Huayu, and Zhou Xiong Xian, easily defeating them. Jun Xingguang had incredible speed. He attacked again and attacked Qi-Si ancestor, but was blocked by Qi-Si ancestor's defensive method. Immortal killer move, Orchid Breath. Qi-Si ancestor's injuries recovered rapidly. Immortal killer move, Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. This was a killer move from Primordial Origin's true inheritance. It was modified by Qi-Si ancestor. Its activation speed was more than twice as fast. 7 fiendish primeval monarch, Duke Tong, 9 spiritual fairy, and the rest who were about to counterattack were all stunned. They fell from the sky. In the chaotic battle, Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Bai Tsang Shui, and Uncle Feng quietly occupied the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west, surrounding Qi-Si ancestor. Immortal killer move, Earth, Water, Wood, Fire, for elements deviation formation. This was not an ordinary killer move, it was an ancient battle formation. This formation needed to be formed by 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, 1 more or 1 less was not allowed. Not just that, these 4 Gu immortals also cultivated Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and Fire Path. After the killer move was activated, Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Bai Tsang Shui, and Uncle Feng were covered in armor, green, red, black, and yellow. Their bodies were shining with bright light. The 4-colored light spread rapidly, becoming one. It was turning into a battlefield killer move. Qi-Si ancestor's expression changed slightly. He showed a look of praise. This move was innovative. It had already touched upon another level. Not only was it an ancient battle formation, it was also a battlefield killer move. We are going to trap him. Don't relax. Success or failure depends on this. The celestial court immortals were excited. Qi-Si ancestor laughed heartily. It is a good move. Just as he said that, a figure descended from the sky. The immortals' expressions changed when they saw this. End of chapter 2303. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.